Billows of black smoke burned Xiafeng's throat and lungs while making hissing sounds like old broken bellows. Anyone, here, I don't wanna, die. Xiafeng, wake up. Don't fall asleep. The endless flaming red light suddenly dimmed, followed by a deep darkness. Like a drowning man, Xiafeng tried his very best to grab onto anything that could save him from this darkness. At that moment, like a rising sun, a red light appeared in front of him. In that light, Xiafeng felt his strength recovering slightly, so he struggled desperately to get closer to the light. After taking a step forward, Xiafeng saw the light becoming brighter and brighter, changing from flaming red to pure white. The darkness was thoroughly entrapped by the light and completely dissipated in a second. Xiafeng suddenly sat back up and was now panting with great effort. In his dream, the smoke of a terrifying fire had made him lose all means of resistance, leaving him unable to do anything but helplessly lie on the ground and wait for the flames to devour him. Like being constrained by a ghost, he knew that he was in a nightmare, but he just could not wake himself up. The dream was so real that it took Xiafeng quite a while to recover. After his fast-beating heart calmed down, he finally remembered that he had been working on his essay for the whole night in the school library. No wonder I dreamed about the fire. I'm practically burning my life here these days, Xiafeng thought to himself in a self-deprecating way. When he roused himself and was about to collect all the reference books and go back to the dorm, Xiafeng was stunned with the strange and unimaginable scene in front of him. Like being struck in the head, he was shocked and his mind went blank. All the nice-looking wooden desks were gone. There were no piles of reference books, paper manuscripts, and laptops. The only thing left was an old black blanket with loose threads covering him. Instead of sitting in the library chair, he was actually sitting on a narrow wooden bed. Where am I? In this situation, even a person like Xiafeng, who was relatively quiet and slow, could feel things were going wrong. Even if he was caught in a fire and sent to a hospital, this place definitely did not resemble a hospital, not even close. His heartbeat rose up due to the shock. He looked around and tried to stand up on his feet, but as soon as he put his feet on the ground, a sense of dizziness and weakness spread over him and almost made him hit the ground. Xiafeng hurriedly reached out and grabbed the handle of the bed to retain his balance. His face was pale and his heart was beating very fast. He was already aware of the surroundings from the quick look just now. This was a small shack. Including the wooden bed, there was a wooden table, which could possibly fall apart at any moment, 2 relatively okay-looking stools, and a crate with a hole in it. On the other side of the deteriorated wooden door, there was a crock hanging. A worn old stove was under it. The fire had been put out for quite a while. Just chilly kindling was lying underneath. Everything seemed strange to him. Xiafeng had no idea where he was. The weak and dizzy feeling was bothering him a lot as well. Where is this place? It feels like I just recovered from a serious illness, like pneumonia I had in high school. Countless thoughts were going through his mind, but Xiafeng had never been in this extremely weird situation before. Panic was violently stirring up in his mind. The only thing he felt lucky for was that there was nothing unpleasant or horrible that showed up. So Xiafeng took several deep breaths and calmed himself down. Then a loud shout came from afar outside the shack. Burn the witch. A Durin cathedral is going to burn a witch. Everybody, burn that damn witch to ashes. Fear and excitement were mingled together in that strange accent. Xiafeng was distracted from his panic and felt curious. He thought to himself, witch, what on earth is this world? As an adult, Xiafeng could definitely feel that something bad was going to happen there. But his thought was cut off by a sudden crashing sound that came from the door. A 12 or 13-year-old boy came rushing in. Lucian, the brown-haired boy wearing linen clothes reaching to his knees, was standing beside the bed as he exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake. Thank God." Looking at the boy's completely different styled clothes, Xiafeng nodded his head unconsciously. A ridiculous thought arose in his messy mind. Lucian. Witch. Cathedral. Burn. Am I in a different world or even in another dimension? It seems like I am in the Middle Ages of Europe now, at the time when witch hunting was prevalent. If things had to go wrong, they always would. Murphy's Law was reminding Xiafeng in a cold way. The color of the boy's hair and his clothes were all proof of his guess. Xiafeng could instinctively understand and speak this unknown language, but he was far from being a linguist, so he could not even tell what kind of language they were speaking. The small boy, with several dusty black marks on his face, was not surprised at all when he saw Xiafeng's strange behavior. Mom didn't believe me. During midnight she always cries, and her eyes would swell up with tears. She keeps murmuring, "My poor little Evans, like you were already buried in the cemetery." Daddy didn't know what to do, so he asked that little bastard Simon to bring a message to Lord Ven's mansion, asking for my brother to somehow come back. Now he is a knight's squire. Of course, the charity doctor would not dare to claim his unreasonable, ridiculous price in front of a knight's squire. The boy talked with his chin slightly raised, feeling sincerely proud. "But look, I was right. I knew you were gonna be fine. I knew it." He was talking. He grabbed Xiafeng's arm. "Let's go. They are gonna burn that vicious witch. It's the very same witch who made you go to jail and be interrogated for the whole night by the church guards." Zaifeng wanted to think more about his current situation, so he was not interested in going out at all. Besides, they were going to burn a person to death. That was something completely unacceptable for the kind-hearted Zaifeng, at least he believed he was. But the last thing the boy mentioned shocked him. The witch had something to do with me. Zaifeng, therefore, changed his mind. With his arm in the boy's hand, he stumbled out of the room and followed the boy towards the cathedral. Zaifeng looked around the people on the way. It was warm outside. Most men were wearing narrow-sleeved linen clothes, the same color pants and shoes without heels, while women wore monotonous, roughly cut long dresses with big pockets. It was simple and old. Most of them had brown hair and eyes, while some outstanding outlined faces had red or black hair with green or blue eyes. This is really middle age. Zaifeng found out he himself was wearing the same clothes. Soon after they came out of the slum filled with low and shabby shacks, they saw a not-so-large but solemn and grand cathedral with high arched ceilings in front of them. On the biggest ceiling hung a large white cross. The windows under it were very narrow and small. Lots of people had gathered there already. Following the small boy, Zaifeng squeezed through the crowd and kept pushing forward. This made some people irritated and they stared at them angrily, but they knew that as adults they could not misbehave on the square of a Duran. Soon Zaifeng could see ahead. They were in the very front of the crowd now. In the center of the square, a 20-something, pale-faced, beautiful woman in a black robe was tied to a wooden cross. People were throwing stones and pieces of wood while shouting, swearing, and spitting at her. "Go to hell, damned witch. You wanted everyone in a Duran to die. My poor Tracy. She died several months ago. Must be because of you, you evil." The woman in the black robe got hit several times, but she just tightly shut her pale and thin lips without letting out a groan. Standing there like a statue, she looked at the crowd. In the front of the crowd stood a middle-aged man wearing a baggy white golden-embroidered robe, with a white beret on his head and a white cross in his hands. He remained silent all the time, appearing solemn and respectful. Several men and women were standing behind him. All of them were wearing the same neat white robes. Their faces were fresh and rosy, standing in a sharp contrast to the poor and dirty crowd on the square. Behind the white robes, there was a mighty row of armored guards in chainmail. The middle-aged man looked at his pocket watch and stepped forward. He raised the round badge in his hand. Instantly, those indignant and resentful people who were arguing all shut their mouths and quieted down. Zaifeng could hear the sound of wind passing through people's clothes. He was very impressed. Even in contemporary society, people's absolute obedience and quick response like this would require at least several months of training. What kind of authority or power could be able to make all those poor people be so compliant like an army? The middle-aged man was holding the badge, speaking with a low but penetrating voice which resounded all over the square. "You poor sinner. You are deceived by the devil and become greedy for power. Both your body and soul have been corrupted. Only the light can purify. It is punishment, but also the mercy of God. Burn her, burn her." People's cries started gathering together and becoming louder and louder. The scene of the fanatical people crying loudly at the same time made Zaifeng shudder. If they knew he actually came from another world, Lucian, or say, Zaifeng, whose soul had been occupied by the demon, would be the one on the gallows next time. Before the light shades on you, the man asked in a merciful manner, "Confess your sins. Sincere penitence can save your soul. Then your soul would ascend to heaven where God lives." The woman in the black robe suddenly started crazily laughing. Her voice was very powerful. "What I pursue is the true form of magic, not the true form of God. Burn me. I will see your heaven being destroyed and your cathedral collapse in the flames." Insane, vicious, she cursed the bishop. "Kill them all, these damned witches following the demons. Burn her to ashes." The bishop remained silent, but the poor people were screaming and shouting hysterically with great fever. It was the first time for Zaifeng to see this kind of terrifying madness. Too dangerous here. He was deeply shocked. He really wanted to be carrying towards that woman, but he dared not take any action or those insane individuals would execute him with huge amounts of rocks. Zaifeng was also confused to find that there was no wood beneath that woman. How are they gonna burn her without any firewood? The bishop started praying. His voice was loud and cold. "You the sinner. Go to hell under the light." The cross in his hand suddenly burst forth with splendid light. The light was so bright that all Zaifeng could see was a white mass. It was like the bishop was holding a small sun, solemn, pure, and grand-looking. Including the small boy, everyone lowered their heads and started praying. Beams of light gathered and took off capably to the unmistakable blue sky. When it reached the ceiling, the light reflected back and fell straightforwardly on the gallows. Fierce red flames flared up even higher than a person's height and devoured the woman. She laughed and cursed insanely. "In the blazes I will see your shrewd paradise demolished. In the blazes I will see your fabulous house of God crumbling. In the blazes I will see you individuals everlastingly worsened." Her thrilling cries and curses were lingering in everyone's ears until she was burned down to ashes. However, Zaifeng was completely stunned since earlier when the cross erupted with dazzling light. This is not medieval Europe. This is a world where magic truly exists. My name is Lucian. In the center of the square, the beautiful witch in black had been completely burned down to ashes. However, her maniacal laughter and curses were still lingering there. Many people shuddered in fear and looked around. Then they followed the bishop into the cathedral where they started to pray and confess their sins. Lucian felt as if the blazingly bright light was still present in the square. He could still feel the sacred and dominating power the light contained. Xiafeng was so shocked that he had already made up his mind to accept his identity as Lucian. He needed to bury his past in the very bottom of his heart, in fear that people in this world might regard him as evil too. The divine power is so amazing. Instead of feeling awed or even terrified by that power like common people, Lucian was wondering if he could have a chance of learning it. At this time, Lucian got such a heavy slap on his left shoulder that he almost lost his footing. "Oh, my poor little Evans, thank God, you don't have to suffer like your poor father. A nice young fellow like you deserves God's grace." Lucian was dragged back from his thoughts. He found a middle-aged woman who was twice his size, wiping her tears of joy as she kept patting his shoulder with her bare paw like huge palms. Lucian managed to move a little bit to evade her palm, which almost made him cough out blood. He opened his mouth but could not speak a word. He did not know her name, not even his own full name. Should he be Lucian Evans? After watching him just standing there, the woman had an even more sorry look on her face. "My little Evans, you're still suffering from your mental illness. Look at you, so skinny." Xiafeng was embarrassed because he had not acquired any memory from Lucian. He was also afraid of letting people know that he was not the real Lucian. From a certain perspective, yes, Lucian's body now was genuinely being occupied by someone else. Fortunately, a middle-aged man standing beside the middle-aged woman stopped her. "Alyssa, don't talk to little Evans too much. He has just recovered. He must be feeling tired right now. Ivan, help your mom and let's go home." The blonde-haired man was kind of skinny with his back bending forward slightly, but Lucian could still tell he was a good-looking guy in his younger days. For Lucian, the man was like an angel, who saved him from this difficult situation. The boy, Ivan, who dragged Lucian here to see the witch, was holding his mom's arm. He made a funny face and said to his mom, "I knew he was not gonna die. Only you always think that he's still a baby who needs to be taken care of all the time." Auntie Alyssa was still wiping her tears. "Evans, it's so nice to see you're getting better now. She deserved this, that damned vicious witch." Following them, Lucian got a brief overview of what happened from Alice's words. The woman got caught by the night watchman. As her neighbor, Lucian was also put under the interrogation of the Inquisition. They probably used some kind of holy spell on him which affected him mentally, so they did figure out that he was innocent, but at the same time, they seriously hurt the real Lucian. He died after that, and therefore, Xiafeng got the chance to possess his body. The man noticed that Lucian remained silent all the way. He patted on Lucian's shoulder, comforting him in a low voice. "She's just like this. Just ignore her." Lucian nodded. The man looked at Alyssa from behind and sighed. "Alyssa, she was such a pleasant and beautiful girl in the past, but after she gave birth to John, she was like being controlled by the demon. Barely 1 year after we married, she became like this." He emotionally sighed again. He paused a bit and added, "I'm no longer a well-matched opponent for her, though." Lucian was still suffering from his wide mood swings. He forced out a smile and did not say anything. He did not know the man's name yet. Somehow Alyssa heard her husband's complaint. She threw back a snort of contempt. "Joel, the bard, you, who was once full of passion and romance, the young guy who came here to pursue his dream of music, are an incorrigible drunkard now." Joel smiled awkwardly. Alto is the city of Psalm. Countless young people are flocking to the city in pursuit of their dreams, but how many of them ever succeed? "By the way, Alyssa, I've quit drinking since John started working." Joel shuddered slightly under the stern gaze from his wife that just then thought about Lucian. "Oh, I'm so sorry, little Evans." Alyssa stopped herself and winked at Joel for help. "I didn't mean that. You're talented too. You just needed more training when you were younger." But the apology did not really help with the situation. Joel laughed loudly and patted Lucian's shoulder again. "He's fine. Our Lucian is the guy who's gonna carry forward my dream of becoming a musician." Lucian was not really paying attention to them. He half-heartedly said with a giggle, "Yeah, I want to be a musician." Seeing Lucian laughing, Alyssa felt relieved and continued her nagging again, which actually helped Lucian know more about the city. The city of Alto was a big and prosperous city, located close to the Dark Mountain Range. It enjoyed the reputation as the city of Psalm and was full of opportunities. This area was named Aduran, which was the place where the poorest of peoples in Alto gathered. Besides, because of his absence due to illness for the past couple of days, Lucian had already lost his job as a porter in the market. A moment later, the four of them arrived in front of Lucian's place. Before leaving, little Ivan moved closer to Lucian and asked curiously, "Lucian, when did you decide to become a musician? You never told me about it before." 5 minutes ago, Lucian answered emotionlessly. "I see." Ivan nodded admiringly. After getting into his shack, Lucian locked the door from inside. He sat there unconsciously and buried his head deep into his elbows. "No kidding, I'm in a different world, a crazy world where magic actually exists." In this world, they burn people alive. With gallows, Lucian's strong emotions finally burst out. He was surprised and scared. Xiafeng was kind of shy and not really experienced in his own world. Before, he often panicked facing difficult situation, but this time, Xiafeng himself was even surprised seeing how he managed to remain calm until now. Difficulties forge a person stronger. Time went by and night came. Lucian finally calmed himself down since he had decided to live in this time period. Now he should not panic, worry, or be scared at all. He should plan for his future carefully. If he died again this time, he was pretty sure it would be forever. He stopped himself from worrying about his parents and friends. When he was about to plan for what to do next, hunger struck him. It felt like there was a fire burning inside his stomach. Lucian swallowed his saliva several times and decided to find something to eat first. He walked towards the only crate in his place. Inside of the big box, except for some old clothes, there were 2 loaves of bread-shaped black thing and 7 copper coins. Hunger controlled his brain. Lucian hurriedly took a big bite. Crack! This bite almost destroyed Lucian's front teeth. What the hell? It's like a wooden club. It took Lucian quite a while to make sure the thing he was holding was a real bread, which was just hard enough to knock out an adult. Fighting against his hunger, Lucian found some flints in the crate and started roasting his bread. Brown braised pork, spicy chicken wings, roasted beef, kung pao chicken, he muttered while staring at the bread as it was being roasted. When the bread became a little bit soft, Lucian could not stop himself and took a hurried bite. It was like chewing a piece of wood. But that was all Lucian had. He devoured the bread and sighed. I'd rather die if I'm gonna eat this every day. I must earn more. I don't want to live like this. Then he thought about the bishop and the pastors. Neatly dressed, they looked so noble with their incredible divine power. Lucian felt excited. I wonder if I could learn that power and become like one of them. But the next moment he changed his mind. No. Person like me going to church, it's like myself asking them to burn me to ashes. I don't know if there are other ways there, say. That blessing. What about all the knowledge I learned in my previous world? Is it still useful here? Stuffing the bread into his mouth, Lucian started thinking about how to make a living. When he was retrieving the knowledge he learned in the university, he found something astonishing present in his brain. After taking a close look, Lucian's eyes opened wide in surprise. These are the books from the library. They also came here. With me, all the books collected in the library were present there in his mind. Instead of describing them as memories or, say, Lucian's own knowledge, they were more like projections or visuals placed into different categories, ready to be read by Lucian anytime. Lucian tried to read them with great curiosity, but Lucian found that he could not open a majority of them. They were locked. Since Lucian somehow managed to come to this completely different world, he was not that surprised or scared to find that he actually had a whole library in his mind. What confused him more was that most of the books were locked. He tried to remain calm so that the visuals of the books could be more solid or substantial as entities. He went through them one by one and recorded the ones that could be read and the ones that could not. History, no problem. Economics, yup. Arts, fine. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, some of them are locked. Is it because I'm in a different world so I cannot read these books? I can still come up with the knowledge I gained at my university, though it hasn't been blocked. Most of the unlocked books were of senior high or high school level, which was a small amount compared to teaching references of a university's general library. There were numerous other books locked there. Lucian was too weak to go through each category, and soon he was unable to concentrate anymore. He dragged his feet back to the bed to get a good sleep so that he could face his second day in this world better. Only 1 loaf of bread was left there. Survival was always the priority. Lucian too understood this. When his mind was getting dull and he almost went into his sweet dream, a rat's piercing squeak and noises of wood biting woke him up. Rats. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. He turned over in bed and was ready to fall asleep again. But the noise was getting louder and more disturbing, like someone was grinding teeth on a rock. Lucian could not fall asleep anymore. He tried to cover his ears with the blanket, but the attempt was in vain. The noise had a penetrating power, and it felt like it was coming from all directions. Bloody hell. Feeling frustrated, Lucian cursed out loud. He was almost going insane. Food tasted like wood. Roughly cut clothes irritated his skin. The old blanket was full of holes. Now he could not even have a good sleep. Squeak, squeak. He heard squeaking noises like thousands of mice were scratching a wall. Lucian gnashed his teeth in anger. He decided to kill 1 or 2 of the rats to scare the rest of them away. He got out of his bed and tried to listen carefully. I gotta get rid of this life. Soon. Sobbed, sob, cry. Now it was like someone was crying. Lucian tried to focus, but he found there was only ghastly bitter crying lingering there. Someone was crying. At midnight. Lucian's heart was beating fast, his brain flushed. Every hair on his body stood up. The freezing night wind blew through the broken door. Lucian grabbed the hard bread loaf to defend himself. The crying voice now sounded like a miserable song. Lucian was even more afraid now. It's a world of magic and divinity power. Probably there are ghosts and spirits too. Taking a deep breath, Lucian tried his very best to calm down and moved towards the door. Someone was crying mournfully. The night was so quiet. It was like all his neighbors were lost in their dreams. It's coming from the right side of the wall. The closer Lucian got to the door, the clearer he could hear the crying voice. Wait, the witch used to live there. He was stunned, but her place had been burned down completely by the church. Maybe they missed something like a secret chamber. She might have stored her vicious experiments there. Lucian's mind went away a little bit. A secret chamber. Like many novels he read before, he could probably find the witch's treasure or even notes on magic. The piercing crying dragged him back to reality. Yeah, get real. Something must be guarding there. How can I fight against a ghost with a bread loaf in my hands? Probably I'd be killed and possessed by the evil ghosts. He got more careful now. Lucian was glad that his mind was not controlled by the greed, but he also did not want to keep waiting here. Nobody knew if the ghost would try to come for him. Lucian was thinking very fast. At the moment, he gathered all the strength he could muster and carefully grabbed the handle of the door. The bread in his hand was now soaked with his sweat. He slowly opened the door. It was very dark outside, and he could hear the whistling sound of cold wind. There was nothing terrifying there, and after he left his shack, the crying voice dimmed a bit. He felt a little bit relieved and took a deep breath, then started shouting as loud as he could, "Ghost! There's a ghost here!" It was so loud that even Lucian himself got surprised. Then came a series of roaring barks from the wild dogs, and Lucian started madly rushing to the cathedral. These guys were professionals in this kind of stuff. As the previous neighbor of the witch, he might still be under the church's watch, and there was one more benefit. Lucian's asking for help on his own could help him gain some of their trust while reducing the suspicion. Lucian shouted loudly to wake up the other neighbors, so that if they attempted to rob the treasure and frame him, or even kill him for it, they wouldn't be able to do so in front of the crowd. He tried his best to think of every measure to save his life in such a short time. Soon he saw the cathedral in front of him with candlelight casting out of the windows. 2 armored guards were guarding the front gate. Seeing Lucian running towards them in panic, one of the guards pulled half of his sword out to be alert. "What are you doing here?" the other guard asked as he reached out his hand to stop Lucian. Lucian answered with trembling voice, "Ghost. There's a ghost there, in the witch's place." The guard got nervous after hearing that. As a newly recruited guard, he could not tell whether Lucian was telling the truth or not, so he asked his partner to stay and went back into the cathedral to report to the pastor on duty tonight. The noise from his chainmail gradually faded as he disappeared into the darkness. A short while later, a blond young pastor in a white robe walked out of the gate with the guard. The pastor had a thin face. He walked in an elegant rhythm. "I'm Pastor Benjamin. Can you tell me what happened?" The 2 guards were standing silently, in fear that any noise from them might disturb Pastor Benjamin. Lucian, politely and sincerely, described in detail how he heard the ghost's crying voice, how he got out of his place and ran here asking for their help. After hearing him, Benjamin gave Lucian a gentle smile. "You did well, my child. Your courage shows your devotion to God." Then he ordered the guards, "Thompson, get Gary, Paul, and the 2 other knights here. The witch was just an apprentice, so there's no need to report this to the bishop." "Yes, my lord," Thompson replied reverently. Although Benjamin was only an elementary-level pastor, he was capable of dealing with the traps or spells left by a sorcerer's apprentice. There was a huge gap between a formal pastor and an apprentice. Benjamin asked Lucian's name and stopped their conversation when the other 4 knights arrived. They were also wearing chain mails, but they looked much more imposing compared to the other 2 guards. The crowd had already gathered some distance away from the witch's burned cabin. Candlelight flickered like scattered stars as if accompanying the moon in the sky. Lucian discovered that the moon in this world was silver-colored. People stopped whispering when Benjamin showed up. The crowd suddenly felt relieved and started getting closer to the witch's cabin while talking to each other. "I don't hear anything. No matter if it's true or not, it does no harm to have a purification performed here." But Lucian could still hear the crying voice. He thought to himself, why can't these people hear it? Benjamin, as if knowing what he was thinking, replied to Lucian calmly, "Yes, there are ghosts present here." Obviously, he heard it, as well as the 4 guards, who nodded to show their consent. Pastor Benjamin elegantly moved towards the ruined witch's cabin. He talked in a low and gentle voice. "Vicious witches, they exploit people's psyche and awareness, especially like today's night when the silver moon is present in the sky. That woman, fortunately, hasn't gained any real dark power. Her spells can only affect several individuals at most." He was clarifying why only Lucian could hear the crying voice, before Lucian could ask, as if he knew what he wanted to ask. Benjamin reached out his hands wearing white gloves and continued, "We are blessed, so only we can hear the wicked crying." When Benjamin said that, the 4 guards instantly began drawing crosses on their chests and started yelling at the same time, "Only truth lives forever." They became more excited as they spoke. The crowd started praying as well. "Only truth lives forever. This is the power of divinity. Pastor Benjamin is truly blessed by God." Benjamin's face now looked more solemn and serious. He slowly opened his hands and spelled out an odd word, paso. Instantly, a sheet of white light covered the ruins like it was coming from the moon. In the white light, a small scarlet hole emerged on the broken wall connecting it to Lucian's place. Like the surrounding people, the mysterious power also shocked Lucian. But rather than being awed and respectful like the crowd, he yearned for the divinity. Benjamin put his hands back and ordered, Gary, that is the door. It doesn't have any trap. Go and open it. Gary puffed out his chest as the sound of his chainmail clashing came. Yes, my lord. As Gary walked past them, Lucian heard Benjamin complaining in a low voice. Those haughty Inquisition bastards. Except magic trap detection, they never bother double-checking with secret door detection. They can't be so irresponsible just because she was an apprentice. Gary, effortlessly, broke down the wall with his strong muscle. The other guard hauled out his heavy sword and fiercely hacked. A black hole appeared in the corner of the wall. It was a narrow hole, enough for only one person to pass through. A stinking smell came from it, which made Lucian almost throw up. Lucian took a couple of steps backward, and he noticed that Benjamin was covering his nose and mouth with the right hand, with his eyebrows frowning. Gary reported, this tunnel leads to the sewers. Benjamin was still frowning his eyebrows. His muffled voice came from under his covered mouth. Are you sure? Yes. We can see the sewer from here. Gary was pretty certain. As an elegant and noble pastor from the long-established and honored Rafati family, Benjamin was more than reluctant to go down into the smelly, dirty pipes. He had not mastered a purifying spell yet, so he must rely on the runes and divinity instruments. But no one knew how long it would take to find the witch's chamber. Just a sorcerer apprentice, a Saint Truth badge would be enough. Benjamin turned his eyes towards Lucian. His voice became solemn again. Lucian, you once lived near that vicious witch. Something evil must have contaminated you. But your devotion towards God touched me, and you deserve a chance to purify the evil in there as well as yourself. Go, Lucian, I'm gonna lend you my badge to help you. May God bless you. Lucian's brain started buzzing like it had just got hammered. He thought everything was going to be fine after he went to Pastor Benjamin and the guards, but the pastor told him to go down there. He was just an ordinary guy who recently recovered from illness, but now he had to go underground to face the devil. Were they kidding? Seeing Lucian's dumbfounded and hesitant face, Benjamin kindly asked, you are saying? No, Lucian felt terrified hearing Benjamin's gentle voice. If he refused, he might again get suspected by the church. Besides, Benjamin will lend him the magic badge, and his guards were supposed to go with Lucian. Lucian thought this mission would not be that dangerous. Lucian had no choice, though. The crowd was praising Pastor Benjamin's generosity and the mercy of God. Lucian squeezed out a bitter smile and answered, no, that would be my honor. The pastor just ignored Lucian's bitterness. He took off the badge on his neck and handed it to Lucian. This is the Saint Truth badge. I'll cast a blessing spell on you as well, so you can focus better. When you chant the spell and touch the badge, you can call the power of God. Hearing his words, Lucian calmed down a little bit, then he started getting curious about the badge. It was a gold badge embedded with a shining white cross, around which were different lines and patterns such as circles, squares, triangles. They were connected with each other, giving it an even more mysterious and solemn look. When Lucian was holding the badge, he felt a gentle and loving power penetrating all over his body. Even in the cold night, Lucian felt like he was standing under the warm sunshine. The badge contains 2 inferior spells, light and minor injury healing. It additionally contains 3 level 1 spells, Shield of Light, Sword of Light, and Holy Strike. Each can be used once a day. Now pay attention to the chants. As an ordinary individual, Lucian understood how important these spells were to him. The spells were not long, but rather their tone was hard to master. It took him a while to barely remember them. Benjamin reached out his hand again, casting a beam of white light on Lucian. Lucian felt refreshed and much healthier after the light vanished. People's voices also became more clear to him. This guy got the badge from Pastor Benjamin. Oh, benevolent Lord Benjamin, we praise God, we praise the pastor. Lucian waited and watched Benjamin casting blessing on the guards. There was always an interval of 2 to 3 seconds between his castings. After the preparation, Benjamin said, Paul, you stay at the entrance here. Gary, House, and Corella, you go in with Lucian. His face then became serious as he drew a cross on his chest. May the lights of God bless you. Only truth lives forever. Those guards got energized and started shouting. Lucian was a little bit slow. Standing there, he felt embarrassed. As they were walking towards the tunnel, the guard, Paul, went near Benjamin and asked in a low voice, My lord, why him? With the badge and spells, the guards could bring out the power as well. Despite the fact that they were slower than the pastors, they were still much better than a weak young boy. If Benjamin did not want to go down there on his own, he could still ask the guards to do the job. The pastor looked at the entrance of the secret passage and replied slowly, His soul is stronger than the average person. He can do the work better. He's too old to be taught, though, he added. The mixed stinking smell inside the hole made Lucian almost throw up. You live in a Durin and you dislike the smell of pipe. It seems like you all are living a better life than I thought. In the city of Chant, Antifleur, poor people with nowhere to hide live in the sewers. Corella, a guy with black hair and big cheekbones, remarked unexpectedly. Before Lucian opened his mouth, Gary moved and shushed Corella. The latter shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. He stepped forward and jumped into the pipes, followed by Lucian. Lucian stepped on something slippery. After taking a close look, he found that they were weird mosses. They were everywhere and slightly lighted the whole space. Gary kept his voice low. I, Housen, and Corella are high-level night squires. We'll try our best to protect you. When you are in danger, summon the Sword of Light as soon as possible. He wore blonde whiskers. Every movement of his was calm and confident. He seemed like the acknowledged leader of the 4 guards. Gary was holding the sword in his right hand and a small shield in the left. He took the blade and moved deeper into the darkness. The miserable crying was increasing louder and louder. It originated from all around. For ordinary people, it was almost impossible to tell the direction. But the special trained guards and blessed, Lucian could easily find where the crying was coming from. No one was living down here, as Corella mentioned. The whole space was terrifyingly quiet except for the lingering bitter crying. They passed several forks and stopped at a normal corner. Gary stared at the wall, which was fully covered by dark green moss, telling Lucian in a cool voice, summon the Sword of Light. Terrified and excited, Lucian calmed himself down under the help of Blessing and began concentrating on the badge hanging on his neck, feeling the warm and soft power in it. Put his left hand on the badge and gently rubbed it, and at the same time he whispered Jisaren. Lucian's spirit blended with the white light and began to form into a shining sword. This is my voice. Lucian was surprised. His voice sounded deep and husky. Lucian grabbed the sword. He could feel the power. Gary's order pulled him back to reality, slashed the wall there. His body trembled slightly. Lucian didn't know what he was going to face. Powerful magic, evil ghost, fatal trap. He had no idea. Corella sneered at him. Lucian knew he had no other choice. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and screamed loudly in his mind, death is not a big deal. He slashed the disgusting slippery wall with all his might. The stone was like a pile of mud before the sword. Something weird got cut inside as well. Lucian felt something breaking, with dark gas leaking and disappearing under the sword edge. The wall collapsed completely. Behind the wall, there was endless deep darkness. Suddenly, 2 weird, cold, hideous spots of red rose in the darkness, and then more and more scarlet spots started emerging, densely dotted. They resembled pairs of eyes. Confronting those red eyes, Lucian felt his hands and legs were shaking, his head buzzing. Different thoughts about what he should or should not do overwhelmed him, so he just stood there. Badge, I still have the badge. Cast light. Gary's voice was calm and decisive. He shouted loudly to bring them back to the reality from fear. Right, Lucian realized that their top priority was to be able to see clearly. He rubbed the badge and murmured, Gaya. A ball of white light appeared in front of them and pushed the darkness away. Then Lucian saw them, red-eyed rats of regular size. The floor, walls, and even a weird human-shaped plant were all covered with the black rats like a crazy swarm, giving Lucian goosebumps. The rats also saw their enemies. As soon as the light appeared, they started screaming and flooding towards the humans. At that moment, they managed to take a glimpse of the chamber. A desk was placed in the corner with 3 glowing books on it. Another flat, broad, weird-looking table was at the center of the room, drawn with different strange patterns, like red, blue, or green, similar to the St. Truth badge. There were also some small stoves, pots, and glass bottles. But they did not get enough time to notice details, as those crazy stinking monsters already jumped in front of them. Housen and Corella held their swords and shields, with their backs against Gary, in a simple formation. The leading rat threw himself right at Lucian. Its mouth was open wide, showing its 2 long and sharp fangs. Lucian raised his sword of light and hurriedly swung at the head of the red-eyed rat. However, he was too nervous to predict the rat's movement, and the blade missed, although the light coming out of the sword still caught it. Lucian could smell the rat's burning flesh. Its skin turned black and rolled up inwards. But the rat did not stop and was already in front of Lucian's face as if it could not feel the pain. He could smell the rotting odor coming from its mouth. Lucian was too nervous to make the right decision. He tried to lift his sword once again and at the same time reached out his left hand to try to defend. Due to his panic, he almost dropped the sword. Feeling desperate, Lucian couldn't help but watch the creature about to sink its sharp teeth into his chest. At this critical point, a shining blade arrived and hacked the rat directly, splitting it in 2 parts. Do not panic, protect your vital parts, you still have the healing spell, commanded Gary. Corella also ordered in a sharp voice, you idiot, come here with us. You want to die standing at the front. They were aware that Lucian was the only guy among them with a badge, which was very important to them. They could probably survive facing these insane rats without any spells, but no one knew what was waiting for them next. Lucian tried to calm himself down. The guards were well trained, so when facing dangers they knew what they should do. But Lucian, a little boy, could not protect himself. No one was born for fighting, or with the ability to remain calm in the face of dangers. In this first real fight, the guidance from an experienced guard like Gary would be a precious lesson for Lucian in the future. After a moment, Lucian finally calmed down. While hacking with his sword, he gradually stepped back and joined the guards. Now, instead of one or two, hundreds of rats started insanely attacking them. Lucian's sword was sharp and splendid. When he swung it, the sword was surrounded by a halo, and Lucian could see an almost solid afterimage of it through its path. According to Gary's command, Lucian's wielded the sword of light to shield them. Any rat that ran into him was cut down in half by his blade. The smoldering cuts burned rats' organs and skin charred without dropping a single drop of blood. Some of the strikes missed, but even then the fur and skin charred and they became slower, crashing into the floor right before Lucian. The 3 guards were responsible for the remaining ones. "Haha, great job, kid," Corella whistled. Lucian did not feel satisfied, though. He could feel the power of the sword was gradually decreasing. Gary was still hacking the remaining ones. Calm down. Have enough power to deal with these monsters. A new wave of attack came again, like a black swarm. Lucian was improving rapidly. Although still worried, he decided to trust himself and the 3 guards. The hacked bodies of dead rats fell to the ground like raindrops, but some red-eyed rats still managed to pass through the defense and moved towards them quickly. They cannot handle all of them. Lucian was thinking worriedly. Nobody could wield a sword that fast. Of course, they were fighting not only with their swords. 2 small silver shields were cooperating with the swords. The crazy jumping rats could not stop in time and knocked directly into the metal. Many were twitching on the floor and died soon. Corella laughed. "You can't be a good knight without a shield." After several rounds of attack, the red-eyed rats changed their pattern. Instead of throwing themselves directly towards their faces, some started approaching through the floor, while others climbed on the wall to attack them from above. The situation again turned serious. "Leave those coming from above to me," the tall Housen, who was silent all the time, said to them. Lucian nodded with appreciation, wielding his light sword to defend from the rats on the ground. "Shield of light, not yet." Gary shook his head. They were like a small boat floating in a roaring ocean. They could be easily destroyed. Suddenly, Housen missed one rat, which fell directly on Corella's shoulder. The rat gave him a bitter bite in his neck. Corella groaned with pain and twitched his shoulder. "I got bit. It's numb there, their teeth must be poisonous." He swore bitterly. "Let me do the healing." Lucian was about to rub the badge but was stopped by Gary. "Corella can still hang in there. There are too many rats. Save it after." Ouch! Before he finished, Gary got bit under his kneecap. Soon the guards started focusing on their unprotected parts. But unlike them who were wearing kneecaps, boots, and chain mails, Lucian was merely wearing linen short clothes. Suddenly he got bit in his ankle. Feeling pain and numbness from his ankle, Lucian almost lost his balance. He felt thirsty at the same time. He wanted water. "Protect yourself. Raise your shield of light first, then use healing," Gary commanded. Half of the rats were dead already. Lucian quickly became focused and rubbed the badge. "Simon." A white shield of light appeared and covered him. He would need more time to cast another spell, so he took a step forward, trying to cover his companions under the shield and the sword wall. After a couple of seconds, Lucian concentrated again. He rubbed the badge. Gordy. A white light radiated from the cross and covered his ankle. The numb feeling disappeared instantly. Although Corella and Gary were still injured, the situation had been turned around. The number of red-eyed rats decreased, so Lucian seized the chance and healed the wounded as well. Stabbing through the last rat, Corella sighed slightly. Finally over. The ground was covered with layers of dead bodies and dark blood. Standing there, Lucian could not believe he actually made it. Gary nodded to him. "You did well, Lucian." Then he turned around. "You guys did a good job, too." Corella's face looked weird. Then he answered in a confused and fearful voice. Housen's not here." The silent but reliable Housen, who was protecting them from behind, disappeared. Lucian started feeling creepy again. None of them heard any sound of struggling, screaming, or of anyone leaving. The robust and silent Housen, a high-level knight squire, just disappeared. A chilly feeling rose from Lucian's feet and quickly spread all over his body. He held the hilt of his sword tight and his breathing became heavier. He quickly turned his head but saw nothing. The sewer wall on the other side was covered with weird shining green moss. Suddenly, a bitter scream broke the deadly silence. Lucian quickly turned and saw a terrifying scene. A monstrous rat as big as a man had tripped Corella and sunk its sharp nails into his shoulder. Blood gushed all over Corella's silver chain mail, dyeing it red. The monster had scarlet evil eyes that withered. However, Corella's blade stopped its row of long and sharp teeth from causing damage. As a knight squire, Corella saved his own life with the most common movement in their training. He thrust the shield on his left hand with all his strength into the rat's stomach. Nothing was scarier than the unknown, so, at least for Lucian, a huge rat showing itself was much better than an adult man disappearing all of a sudden for no reason. Lucian took a deep breath and swung his sword of light at the huge rat to help Corella. At that moment, a bestial roar came from behind Lucian. Gary. When Lucian was about to turn, a knight's saber hacked at his back. The white light of the shield trembled and dimmed a bit. The huge impact pushed Lucian several steps forward, and he almost lost his balance. However, the attack didn't stop there. The saber was chasing Lucian and continuously tried to hurt him. Lucian did his best to dodge it while having no time to fight back or use his badge. He felt confused and surprised. Why, Gary? Lucian could not see clearly in the darkness. If it was not Gary, then there was only one possibility. Gary was already dead. With good timing, the saber gave Lucian no chance to find his balance, and soon he was pushed into the corner. Lucian was surprised that with the protection of the shield, he did not get injured from the attacks at all. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down, getting ready for the next attack. Then, he dodged the saber's assault by throwing himself on the ground. At the same time, his left hand grabbed the badge. This time, Lucian finally saw who was attacking him. It was the group's leader, Gary. Nevertheless, the muscles on his face were contorted, and his eyes were shining with scarlet light. He looked like an insane beast, the poison from the rats. The poison could deprive humans' consciousness and turn them into bloodthirsty beasts. Lucian tried to understand, but why haven't I been affected? Without further thinking, Lucian rubbed the badge and started chanting. A round iron shield launched a hard whack on Lucian's shield of light. Although the shield did not break, the violent impact suffocated Lucian for a second, interrupting his casting. The continuous whacking prevented Lucian from concentrating. As a promising knight squire, Gary received formal training to interrupt spellcasting. A layman like Lucian, with no basic training, would be unable to resist the disturbances from a knight squire. Any trainee pastor or sorcerer apprentice, with a level 1 Saint Truth badge and a shield of light could have killed Gary. In the same level, a spellcaster was always superior. While Lucian was being trapped with Gary, Corella could not hold the rat back much longer. His right hand was trembling from the effort of holding the enemy's mouth away. Fortunately, the huge humanoid rat also became weaker. Unable to cast the spell, Lucian changed his mind and swung his sword of light upwards. He knew that his summoned sword was much stronger than the guard's saber. Although the swing did not strike true, the radiance from the sword terrified Gary. He stopped attacking Lucian's shield and switched to a defensive position hurriedly. It seemed like he didn't want to be further apart from Lucian. For a traditional knight, letting his enemy successfully cast a spell would be very dangerous. Without any sound of impact, the sword cut Gary's saber as if it was a piece of wood. Gary barely managed to raise his shield in time and block with it, but the sword left a deep crack right in the middle of the shield. When Lucian was about to launch his next attack, the sword of light suddenly turned into thousands of shining pieces, indicating the spell used up all its power. Actually, its power started decreasing at the very beginning, when it destroyed the magic wall concealing the chamber. Lucian was unable to react for a moment, and Gary seized the chance, smashing Lucian's protection with his shield. Now Lucian's sword and shield were both gone. Having no time to hesitate, Lucian rubbed the badge desperately to cast his last spell. Ow! Before Lucian could spell out the rest of the chant, Gary punched his stomach. Like a cooked shrimp, Lucian cowered in great pain. A wave of strong acid, rising from his stomach, burned his throat. Gary reached out his hand and squeezed Lucian's neck, choking him. Lucian struggled fiercely and used his right hand to try to free his neck. He felt great pain in his neck and lungs, and his eyes were turning black. The badge in his left hand was being held firmly to his chest by Gary's other hand. Lucian could hear his own gasp. He could feel the cold metal glove Gary was wearing. It felt like Lucian's soul had left his body and was observing from the side. Suddenly, Lucian's will to survive erupted. His soul power increased dramatically all of a sudden and broke through a certain limit, spreading like water from an ocean. At the same time, Gary's strength started disappearing. Lucian got a precious chance to breathe. Learning from his past mistakes, this time Lucian did not waste any time being hesitant or confused. He tried to focus and grabbed the badge again. As soon as he touched it, Lucian's spirit suddenly entered into an illusionary world of light, where many lines, circles, and triangles formed a weird-looking cross in the air. Lucian recognized the cross instantly. It was the cross on Benjamin's badge, and he could feel that Benjamin's power was continuously coming out of the cross. Out of curiosity, Lucian moved closer and tried to touch it. The cross suddenly trembled and started accumulating power. Soon he felt its power became overwhelming. Feeling the danger, Lucian hurriedly tried to retrieve his spirit back to the real world, but it was too late. A white beam of light shot out from the cross and burned his spirit on the side. A strong, nauseous feeling hit him. Lucian felt like his head was splitting, and 2 streams of cool, rusty metal-smelling liquid came down from his nose. Suddenly, the light beam somehow materialized and burst out from the badge that Lucian was wearing. Gary did not have a slight of chance to withdraw his hand. Starting from the hand squeezing Lucian's neck, the light beam quickly dissolved his arm and part of his shoulder in seconds like some kind of super strong corroding acid. There was no blood coming out, and the wounds instantly turned black. Divine power can be activated without any spell. This surprised Lucian. He quickly dodged to avoid the enemy's following attack. However, he felt all his muscles aching, and it was hard to move. Then what Lucian saw shocked him greatly. Gary was lying on the ground, dying with his eyes half open, and the scarlet light on them was gone. The pool of blood left by the dead rats had evaporated, forming a red mist and pervading the chamber and nearby pipes. The weird, human-shaped plant in the corner was stretching its branches cozily in the blood mist. On the other side lied Corella and Hausen, with their own sabers stabbing each other's back. Surrounded by the red mist, Lucian felt his limbs melting and the nerves in his brain swelling and jerking. In his eyes, Corella and Hausen changed from human bodies to giant rats and continued switching back and forth. It's an illusion, Lucian was quite sure, so he concentrated and spread his spirit again like waves. Then everything became stable. No changes or contortion happened. Lucian saw Corella and Hausen lying on the ground, with wounds all over their bodies, dying. This is a well-designed magic trap. Did the illusion originate from the blood of the rats or the peculiar plant? Lucian thought to himself. He finally understood that from the very beginning, when they killed the first rat, they were already trapped in the illusion. Lucian was protected by the light shield, and his spiritual power was a little bit stronger than common people, so he was unaffected by the illusion. The holy strike that shot out of the badge not only evaporated Gary's right hand and shoulder, but also the stone ceiling of the chamber. There was a wide hole there, from which chunks of stone were falling like rain, as if the chamber would cave in at any time. Dust and small stones dispersed the red mist. Lucian felt his strength gradually recovering. Having no idea what would happen next, his brain started quickly functioning again. Except for 2 more light spells, Lucian got nothing useful left. And his muscles were still weak from the paralyzing red mist. Then his attention was drawn to the plant in the corner, which was shaking and wobbling due to the falling stones. The plant cannot protect itself aside from creating an illusion, Lucian wondered. He tried his best to stand up again and then dragged his body towards the plant. He moved very slowly and faltered several times. Sharp stones kept falling on him, leaving painful wounds all over his body. Lucian took a deep breath and kept moving. After so much experience, he became calm and decisive. Reaching out his right hand, he firmly grabbed the main stem of the plant. The plant had a pulse like that of a living being. Lucian felt like he was grabbing veins of a creature, beating with blood. He pulled the stem with all his strength. Suddenly, the plant shrank and burst out an extremely bitter and sharp scream. Lucian did not succeed on his first try, so he kept twisting it with all his strength. Like a dying man struggling for survival, the plant screamed, stretched out its branches, and entangled them around Lucian's arm. The plant was moist, slimy, and cold, and its tentacles had countless tiny burrs which kept burying themselves into Lucian's skin. Fighting back his fear, Lucian pulled hard again. Crack! The plant suddenly stopped screaming. Red liquid spurted out of it and spattered all over Lucian's chest, leaving a strong bloody smell in the air. Feeling limp, Lucian hurriedly leaned against the wall to maintain his balance. After the plant was snapped in half, the red mist became much denser and almost turned into liquid. As soon as the blood mist from the plant reached the 3 books on the desk, they instantly started corroding. It only took a couple of seconds to completely corrode all the books. Lucian didn't get any time to read anything. It must be another magic trap, Lucian thought. In case the chamber got discovered, these sorcerer's notes would destroy themselves automatically when the mist reached a certain density. Arg, it was such a pity for Lucian. He was hoping to find some mighty magic spells in the notes. Just then he noticed something shining in his spirit library. Out of curiosity, Lucian let his spirit enter the library. Then his eyes opened wide with great surprise. A new bookshelf appeared, and there was a small tag which read Magic Arcana. Under the tag there were 3 books. They were the same ones which got destroyed. The library can collect books as well. Wait, what about the content then? I didn't have a chance to read them at all. Lucian was trying to understand how the library worked. As the corrosion happened really fast, the whole books were still destroyed page after page. Probably the library can copy the content. Then the projections of the books can be stored here. Lucian was just guessing. He needed more proof. Staring at the 3 labels, a strong hesitant feeling rose in Lucian's mind. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to learn magic in a world where divine power dominated everything and sorcerers were hated by the public? Lucian knew he could not waste too much time down here. What was more surprising was that after the mist completely disappeared, both Corella and Hausen twitched a little bit. They were still alive. Lucian knew that he really had to hurry up and get all of them out of this terrible place. Benjamin suddenly groaned when he felt Lucian activated Holy Strike. At that moment their spirits were somehow connected. He was more than surprised. Lord Benjamin, Paul asked with concern. Under the silver moon, Benjamin's face did not look well. He said in a low voice, something unexpected happened down there. Damn it, she was just an apprentice. These guys are useless. Paul, you wait here. If I don't come back in 5 minutes, ask the bishop for help. Because there was a spirit imprint on the badge, Benjamin could feel it, or he would not have lent the badge to a young guy he had just met. He did not expect that his own imprint could be activated by someone else. Misfortune always comes with arrogance and prejudice. For Benjamin, knights were just a bunch of vulgar and ignorant guys who knew nothing more than how to fight with just their physical strength. So without giving any thought to whether the guards were actually more suitable, Benjamin directly gave the badge to Lucian, a young boy whose spirit was stronger than common people. Benjamin's perspective came from his past experiences. The family he came from, the Rafati family, was one of the most powerful families in the Duchy of Orvaret. Rafati family was known for producing gifted divines. While knights had to learn spells, offsprings of Rafati family were born with blessing in their blood. Benjamin was no way close to being the most talented child in his family, but after entering the monastery, he stood out among his peers and soon became a formal pastor and a divine caster. But now, as a formal pastor, he was having trouble dealing with a trap left behind by a sorcerer's apprentice. It would definitely affect his reputation and position in the church, so he had no choice but to rush over there and solve the trouble himself. Paul was surprised as well. They had the badge. There a real sorcerer present there. Sounds of footsteps came when Lucian was about to drag himself out the chamber to ask for help. He became anxious, for fear that if it was another witch or wizard who came then, he would not be able to safely escape with his life again. Above all, he felt worried, because a chamber was one of the best places to execute somebody, and thus keep their mouths shut. Lapland Bloodvine. Benjamin took a glimpse at the corner and quickly speculated what happened. He looked at Lucian and the three guards. Fortunately, they're still alive. Benjamin was a little bit surprised when he saw Lucian. Benjamin thought, it seems like when he activated my imprint, his spirit power also increased. He has reached the basic level of a trainee pastor, quite lucky. However, everything has changed. The church now is not in its absolute dominant status like 300 years ago. Today, divinity power can't be acquired with talent alone. Being a real pastor requires systematic learning from a young age. The Emperor of Magical Arcana, it was he who started the close to 400-year golden age of the development of divinity power and magic. He changed the rule of how to become a divine caster. As a member of Rafati family, compared with most pastors, Benjamin knew more about the circumstances of the world. What's more, he was not that devoted to his own particular faith. More accurately, being an aristocrat actually conflicted with his identity of belonging to the church. Even further, after the highest theology conference more than 300 years ago, the church was partitioned into two, one south, the other north. They both criticized each other for being a hearsay. But neither of them were ever interrupted or prevented from continuously gaining the divine power, which made many bishops and cardinals doubt whether God really existed, or if all this was a test for God's followers. This kind of attitude directly affected the following younger generations, like Benjamin, for hundreds of years. Besides, to fit into this fast-developing era, several popes had introduced part of the knowledge gained through the exploration of the world by great arcanists to modify the foundation of theology. The adjustment guaranteed the fast development of divinity and the emergence of countless great spellcasters. Therefore, the South Church could still preserve its predominant position in general and keep growing while being surrounded by many powerful enemies like heretics, evil sorcerers, dark creatures, and so on. But at the same time, this behavior additionally prompted more conflicts within the South Church itself. Benjamin's thought came back to reality. He released some white powder from his hand and chanted some weird spell. A strong wind blew the red mist away. He pointed his finger towards Gary. A white light fell down on his wound. The wound started healing and soon regained its original color. After curing Corella, Housen, and Lucian one by one, he confirmed with them what happened. Benjamin checked the desk to ensure nothing was left there. Move all the stuff back to the church, including the bodies of the rats. He put the badge, which had already been returned by Lucian, back on his neck and said, God has forgiven you. Go back and rest. May God bless you. Initially, Benjamin wanted to reward Lucian with some money or even wait to see whether the kid had the potential to be further trained if things went well. But after all of this, the only thing Benjamin wanted was Lucian to leave as soon as possible. He got another problem to face, Gary's right hand. He did not master the spell for limb regeneration. Having the chance to leave, Lucian hurriedly walked towards the exit. By the moment he left the chamber, he heard Corella talking to Housen in a low voice. Gary lost his right hand. He probably can't stay in the guards anymore. He walked outside the pipes with complicated mixed feelings. The crowd mobbed him instantly with great concerns. Little Evans, is the ghost gone now? Auntie Alissa asked loudly from far off. Lucian nodded, yes. The place has been purified by the pastor and the guards. The mood lightened immediately after they got Lucian's certain answer. They started being more curious about what happened down there. Lucian, what did the ghost look like? Terrifying. I knew Lord Benjamin could handle it. Lucian is blessed by God. He got the chance to use the badge. What a pity. Lucian is not a child anymore, or he would be able to go to the monastery and become a real pastor. Think about it. A pastor from a Durin. Lucian was bothered by the comments, I'm too old to be a pastor already. Although Lucian himself never thought about being a pastor because of his identity, it was still quite depressing knowing he was completely hopeless after seeing such an amazing power. My poor little Evans, look at your face. You must be very exhausted, Auntie Alissa asked. Lucian really needed some time for himself. He nodded and walked directly towards his small shanty. He closed the door and sat down on the bed. He could hear the crowd gradually dispersing after Benjamin and the guards left. Lucian missed his parents and friends but could not do anything about it. He started thinking about his own future again. The real Lucian did not get any training before, so I could neither become a pastor nor a knight. If I want to get rid of this life and become someone, then I need to learn magic. But then I would be an enemy of the church and all the people, including Auntie Alissa. Do I have other choices? Finally, Lucian decided to first look at the notes in his mental library. A little while later, Lucian talked to himself in a low voice, awkwardly. I can't read. The notes were full of strange characters, and Evans, as a poor child, was uneducated and illiterate. As a hopeless illiterate, Lucian could only helplessly stare at the notes and yearn for the amazing power. Although he had experienced a lot here, he still felt extremely depressed with the gap. He was a university student in another world, but now he was just a poor guy who couldn't even read. Lucian made up his mind. He must learn how to read. Even if Lucian could not be a pastor, learning how to read and write was not a bad thing in order to get rid of poverty. He had no physical strength. If there was a way out for Lucian, it would be something related to knowledge. Feeling motivated by his decision, Lucian again picked up the notes, hoping to uncover any other hidden secret. There were many strange but familiar patterns in the notes, like lines and geometric figures. Lucian guessed they were probably magic seals or circles because he saw them in the badge before. Then he saw some formulas which might be used to make magic potions. The characters in the second note were even more complicated. Actually, the two notes were of different characters. Fortunately, the third one looked more interesting and contained the same character as the second one. It was filled with assorted hand-produced figures like plants, minerals, and creatures. After a new round of searching, he still couldn't find anything useful. Lucian stopped thinking and tried to fall asleep. He strongly desired to change his life, so he could not let his messy concerns and worries disturb himself. From tomorrow onwards, he must fight for his own life. Lucian fell asleep quickly after the intense fight. Meanwhile, in the dark sewers, a black rat with scarlet and cold eyes was moving around the ruins and quickly went in another direction. After a while, the rat found a hidden hole and disappeared. In the early morning, sounds of people speaking with bucket clapping broke the silence. The street was already livened up. Lucian, who used to hate getting out of bed in the morning, forced himself to get up as soon as he woke up. He lighted the stove and boiled some hot water. While nibbling his last loaf of brown bread, which felt like chewing a piece of wood, Lucian started planning his day. This world was still unfamiliar to Lucian, thus his plan was difficult to accomplish. He first decided to find a job to feed himself before learning how to read. I gotta be careful, cannot let anyone notice. Lucian talked to himself. Before he left, Lucian grabbed his 7 coins to feel a little bit more secure. He locked the door and went directly to Auntie Alice's place, who was the only one he knew there. Morning, Lucian. A girl with black hair greeted him on the streets, filled with curiosity. Lucian did not know her. Hurriedly, he made a smile and replied, Hey, I'm gonna visit Auntie Alissa, sorry but I'm running late, and then he quickly passed her by. Hi Lucian, did you really face the ghost? How did you feel when you cast the spell? I heard a guard lost his right arm. It was very dangerous last night, wasn't it? It seemed that Lucian had become famous in the district overnight. Within 3 minutes walking, a few neighbors came and asked about his adventure. Lucian knew none of them. He could only smile and head towards his destination. Before Lucian knocked the door, he heard a familiar voice. Little Evans, good morning. Joel was walking towards him. Good morning, Uncle Joel. It was such a relief for Lucian. Dressing neatly, Joel was holding a classic harp. Did you have breakfast? Don't be in a rush to find a work until you're fully recovered. You can always eat here. Don't worry, Joel nodded and walked with Lucian side by side. Later you could go and find Cone at Copper Coronet. He still owes me a bottle of less wine. He will introduce a good job for you. Then he turned his face towards Lucian and said in a serious voice, Evans, you're already 17. It's time you started thinking about your future. Uncle Joel, Lucian knew he was saying the truth. Joel sighed slightly. No one can make a living with only doing labor all the time. You know it. I've seen a few old labor guys with no saving and no children to rely on in their last days. All of them died in their 50s or even 40s. During their conversation, they walked through a gate where 2 guards were standing on both sides. Lucian's eyes suddenly lit up. Broad and clean streets, busy stores, and pedestrians wearing colorful and fancy clothes. Music was wafting in the soft wind. It was a different world compared with the poor Aduran district. Lucian thanked Joel sincerely. Joel started joking again. Besides, sometimes a master only has a single daughter. Who knows, maybe you can be promoted directly from an apprentice to the future owner. You know, a nice-looking, promising young fellow is always in demand. Lucian replied with an awkward smile. Joel finally stopped around a corner. He placed a hat on the ground and got ready to play his harp. Lucian was a little bit surprised to find that Uncle Joel was a street artist. Joel pointed to the luxurious and magnificent palace in the distance and smiled. That is the Hall of Chant. For me, I feel like I'm playing music in the hall. Before Lucian said anything, Joel continued murmuring as if something inside of his heart was triggered. 400 years ago, guided by the Holy Hiles Empire, the church marched towards the west. Finally, they occupied the last central city of the old Sylvana's magic empire, Alto. The army drove the dark creatures and demons away into the dark mountain range. Since then, Alto has always been one of the most famous cities across the whole continent. 300 years ago, under the guidance of the Pope Charles I, who was still a cardinal at that time, lots of famous scholars and artists studied and edited together the hymns and poems of past ages. After he became the Pope, he promoted the singing style in every church and started regular choirs. Since then, Alto has been enjoying the reputation of City of Psalms, because we are close to the dark mountain range. Elves, dwarves, and dog-headed men, or say cynosphalis, often came in contact with us and some even became members of our duchy. Different kinds of music were mixed in Alto and the polyphonic music was born here. Then followed formal symphony, Jesu violin, etc. Countless artists and musicians inscribed their names on the pages of history. Playing inside the Hall of Chant is a great honor for every musician and bard. Although I cannot get in there, it's also a pleasure for me to play my harp here. After parting from Joel, Lucian took Joel's suggestion and started heading towards Copper Coronet. While asking the way, he was enjoying the wonderful music in the wind. As soon as he returned back to Aduran, he saw a busy pub with a coronet board hanging there. Outside of the pub, from time to time, young girls and women could come and glance into it, and then leave with disappointment. It was interesting and confusing for Lucian. The morning was obviously not busy hours for a pub. A slender blonde girl was peeking inside from the pub door. Then she sighed and was about to leave, but was surprised to notice Lucian standing there, waiting for her to get out of the way. "Oh, Lucian," she exclaimed. Lucian was already used to the situation. He smiled and greeted, "Morning. What are you doing here?" The girl's tan cheeks suddenly flushed. I am just on my way. "I heard there's a new bard here today in the pub, so, anyway, I gotta go, Lucian." Before Lucian said his goodbye, the young girl rushed away with her cheeks red. Lucian guessed the bard she mentioned should be very attractive. However, it had nothing to do with Lucian. He was here to work. He gently pushed the door and stepped inside the pub. Lucian's first impression towards the pub was not very good, a dusky space with a strong alcohol smell and messy tables and chairs. It took his eye a while to get accustomed to the dark environment. Several drunkards were woken by the noise. They emitted a few curses and went back to sleep on the tables. There was an hooked-nosed man in a tight black coat, probably in his 30s, sitting on a bar stool and was sipping his amber-colored wine. Without saying anything, he glimpsed at Lucian. Lucian looked around. Soon, he found a dwarf snoring loudly behind the counter. He was sitting on a high bar chair with his round head leaning against the wall. His shining saliva was dropping on his blonde beard, which was tied into a bow. Knowing the dwarf would not wake up by himself, Lucian knocked on the counter loudly with his fingers. The drunkard started swearing in the background. The old dwarf slowly woke up with sleepy eyes. "Oh, my Lucian, finally you're a grown-up now. Finally you understand the wonderfulness of wine. Cheers for our new customer." "It's already morning, Uncle." Cone. Lucian was hesitant about how to call the pub owner. Cone rubbed his eyes and looked around. "I'm not drunk. Don't lie to me. What a wonderful night." After quite a while, Cone finally sobered up. When Lucian asked about the jobs, Cone made a slightly pained look and said, I don't have really good ones now. All I got are some odd jobs. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let me see. 3 fells for carrying stuff from the grocery to the gate zone. But you have to give 1 fell to the gangsters there at the end of the day. Then, all you can get from the work is 2 fells, only enough for buying an old brown bread. Another thing, yes, here, the Musician Association's gonna do a cleaning today. You can rent a cart and help them with the garbage. You can get 8 fells after the rent, but also 3 fells to the bastards. There is something else too. No, I don't think you're qualified for that. Lucian nodded. He only had 7 fells with himself. He did not really have many choices. Working for the association was the best one. Cone, do you have jobs with better payment? Lucian asked again with curiosity. Cone laughed loudly. Yes, for sure, my boy. But those are for real men, as they require strength and courage, not for a young boy. You don't even know how to drink. Then he lowered his voice. I've seen so many people setting off towards the dark mountain range from my bar. They were mercenaries and experienced adventurers, but very, very few of them came back alive. Cone belched and continued. Of course, they all made a big fortune, though. Don't underestimate them. Many of them were high-level knights. A gentle but attractive voice came from behind Lucian. His tone was lifted slightly in the end, sounding elegant and seductive. Lucian turned around and saw a silver-haired man walking towards them from one of the pub's rooms. He was wearing slim pants and a red jacket, covered with a black high-collared coat. Those formal clothes looked amazingly casual but elegant on him. He had quite refined features, silver eyes, tall and straight nose, thin lips. The man almost looked like a charming elf with his silky silver hair like a full moon at night. Holding a harp in his hand, the man picked a bar chair and sat down. "Hey, Ryan, want a drink?" Cone grabbed a glass. He fiddled with the harp and continued. Besides, some of them were broken knights, some of them were convicted, some of them were travelers, while some of them were dark knights who were not admitted by the church. Cone was a little bit unhappy with Ryan's rejection. He murmured, "Lucian, this is Ryan Cairndia. As a bard, he traveled a lot, and he just got away from the passionate Tria ladies in the kingdom of Syracuse." "The kingdom of Syracuse?" Lucian asked. Cone burst out laughing. His long blonde beard swayed with his laughter. With an ambiguous smile on his wrinkled face, he replied, "Yes, the Syracuse, a passionate romantic nation where love is the top priority." A drunkard joined them when they started talking about Syracuse. He loudly burped and asked with eagerness, "Ryan the law, ladies and madams, there in Tria, were they really that beautiful and hot?" Ryan smiled casually and answered with his unique tone, "Yes, they were." Their eyes were like morning stars, hair like silk, lips like roses, and their fair skin like milk. I can still remember the perfumes they wore and their wet, warm breaths. A few ladies and Duchess even invited me to their secret manners. The drunkard cut in with excitement. "Did you go then?" Lucian knew the most common topic within men was women. While he was listening, he was also thinking about his learning how to read. Ryan, with the same smile, answered, "I told them I did not like dirty things that had been used by someone else. I love beautiful, clean, and pure lives, no matter men or women. They're the tastiest things in the world." "Bullshit, Ryan. There was no way you dared to speak to them like that. Right, if you had answered like this, you would be in the famous jail in Tria by now. Come on, Ryan. Those ladies, many of them could compete with the knights. Dare you?" Ryan shrugged his shoulders, slightly facing Cone and the drunkard's laughter. "That's why I'm here now, not in Syracuse." Pounding the counter, Cone was laughing so hard that he almost got choked. Drunkards, they were all waken up by his pounding, looking angry but confused. Such a good story from our beloved Ryan." Cone's face turned red. "Cheers for the wonderful story." All the drunkards knew was ale. They pushed their ways to the counter to grab the free drink. "Cheers for Ryan the blowhard." The blowhard, they laughed and shouted. A while later, when the pub finally quieted down again, Cone was very surprised to find that Lucian was still there. "What else, my boy?" Cone asked. Yes, I've got a new idea. I'm thinking about learning how to read." "Ah, read." Now Cone was even more surprised. "You talked with Ryan. You two are dreamers." Several guys in the bar started heckling. "Woo, what a magnificent, glorious dream for our brave little pauper." Cone laughed with them for a while and then turned to Lucian. 2 years, Lucian. It'll take you at least 2 years to learn how to read. You'll start from scratch. Do you have any idea how much money and effort it will cost you?" Lucian looked into his eye, nodded firmly. "I understand. So many people tell me I'm too old for this or that. But Cone, as people said, better late than never. If I don't make up my mind, there will never be a start." As a university student in his original world, Lucian was confident that, with all the knowledge he mastered before, he would be able to understand the language rules and start reading very soon. Twirling his big beard, Cone nodded. "I see. You're too old to enter the church school. That's for sure. Then, there are 2 ways. Either you become an apprentice for 10 years or you pay for a teacher. But the first way, it depends on whose apprentice you want to be. I don't see the necessity for a blacksmith to learn reading. They won't pay you for that if you can afford a teacher. It will be 5 nars a month, 5 silver coins, and the price is same in the whole city." Lucian did not want to become an apprentice. 10 years was too long, but he also had to make sure no one would possibly find out that he was trying to learn magic. Being an apprentice meant he had to live in his master's place. That would not be good. 5 nars. It's probably gonna take you half year to save 5 nars if you work from day to night and eat the cheapest brown bread. And how much can you learn within a month? Cone added, "Are you still going?" Lucian answered firmly, "Yes, I am. 100 fells equaled to 1 nar. It was a tough start, but still possible." Lucian had read many novels about how to make big fortunes from scratch. Sadly, none would be helpful for him. 7 fells were insufficient to start anything. While the morning sun was shining on the market, Lucian was already carrying a heavy bag of goods towards the gate. No matter what great dreams a person got, survival always ranked first. Beads of sweat poured down from his face. His linen clothes were all wet. What's worse, the fat guy called Gutch kept nagging from the side. "Damn, a child. Watch out, don't ruin my stuff." He wiped his forehead with a handkerchief, "Or you can just pay more to find someone else." Lucian fought back in his mind. At the same time, he was also glad that he could earn 1 more fell by doing all the work by himself. Finally, they reached the gate. Lucian laid the goods safely on the cart. Gutch reluctantly pulled out his purse and gave 4 fells to Lucian. He then paused and said, "Young lad, you did a good job. The work will be yours next time as well." Lucian did all the work alone for a much lower price. No wonder Gutch now forgot all his complaints. As soon as Lucian got his pay, 2 hooligan-looking guys approached them. "We work for Aaron. I'm Andre." The brown-haired man identified himself. He had a scar on his face. Lucian was already prepared for this. He handed him a fell. The other guy just stared at Lucian and said 2. Lucian blurted out, but it should be 1. Everyone gives 1. He knew that he was in no position to argue, but he just could not stand being robbed like this. Usually Gutch hires 2 people, so we charge 1 fell for each person. We charge you double costs, you did all the work alone. I don't see any problem here. Andre smiled like he was a decent businessman. A second later, Lucian lowered his head and passed the strong guy another fell. Lucian did not want to offend these gangsters. Smart boy, you know the rule, some young lads. They love challenging us, but you see we're still here while some of them are at the bottom of the Belem River. All right, Mag, let's go. Andre threatened him like it was usual and left. Of course, Lucian hated this. He was already prepared for this but still could not control himself. He understood that either high status or strength could help him get rid of all the suffering. I wish there were some magic potions in the notes that would help to improve my strength then. Lucian tried his best to stop thinking. He knew that it was a dangerous sign, a sign that he was getting tempted to learn magic. Almost everyone in the city knew the unique design building of the Musicians Association. Very quickly Lucian found the place called Sparkling Flame, assembled with lines, small towers, flying buttresses, stained glasses, and flame-shaped window lattices. The whole 5-floored building held a particular unsymmetrical and flamboyant beauty. A skinny middle-aged man with a mustache hurriedly came down from the stairs. You're late. I told you 1 o'clock. This man was George. Cone had already introduced him to Lucian. George worked for the association, and it seemed like he knew quite a few guys there. George, there are still 10 minutes before the appointed time. Lucian pointed to the Golden Bell Tower in the wealthy neighborhood, whose minute hand still had some way to go from number 12. Waving his hands, George complained to Lucian, the cleaners finished their job earlier. You gotta remove the rubbish piling up in the back as soon as possible. I don't want to piss the musicians off. Some of them still have a performance this afternoon. Lucian left his rented trolley to the guards and walked into the bright and grand hall. Covered with soft and thick carpet, the floor made no noise at all. There were just a few people walking across the cold, quiet hall. Following George, Lucian came to a waist-high counter in the center of the hall, behind which sat a green-eyed and pretty young girl. Uncle George, is he your helper? She greeted. While she was talking, she took out a tinkling purse and handed it to George. According to Lucian's estimation, approximately 40 fells were in there. However, after paying the trolley rent, he could only get 8 fells. Holding the purse in his palms, George grinned, showing his yellow teeth, and his eyes narrowed into 2 slits. He is a good worker, although a bit young. Then he turned to Lucian. I'll leave your pay with Andre. Just find him after you finish. Lucian nodded. He was not worried that George would keep the money himself. Even though the errand gang was overbearing, they too had to follow the rules. Cone mentioned before that someone tried to keep some money, and later he had to compensate twice the amount. When Alina was about to find a servant to show Lucian the way to the backyard, a middle-aged man wearing a red, loose coat came in. She hurriedly stood up and bowed slightly. Good afternoon, Mr. Victor. Good afternoon, Alina. The man replied politely. He had blue eyes as deep as an ocean. May I have the latest music criticism? His voice was deep and rich. Lucian was surprised. He did not expect to find a newspaper in this world, and even specialized ones. What impressed him more was the polarization here, thinking about the fact that many people in Aduran were still illiterate. Lucian guessed not many people would buy newspapers. He also wondered how much the newspaper cost. Victor roughly went through the pages and gave Alina 10 fells. He then went towards the stairs after nodding politely to both of them with the newspaper under his arm. After he left, Lucian asked Alina curiously, the newspaper costs 10 fells. Having worked in the association for a whole year, Alina was proud that she could share her knowledge with someone who was also from the same poor background like she was before. In the year 426 of St. Calendar, the Cardinal Adelaide enhanced the method for papermaking. Since then, the paper price continued declining. Now you can buy a dozen newspapers with just a couple of fells, but only members of our association can buy music criticism with 10 fells. Others, including nobles, have to pay a silver nar. Both music criticism and symphony news are the most authoritative music publications across the continent. She then continued, every piece of music and article is produced by brilliant musicians and scholars. This month's music criticism published the comments from His Majesty and Princess Natasha on the concert held last week in the Psalm Hall. Aside from showing off, Lucian's good-looking face was another reason why she kept offering so much information. A nar, for a moment an exciting plan of robbing newspapers appeared in his mind. 5 nars could easily solve Lucian's problem. A second later he realized the thought was too ridiculous, no one would buy from him. Sure, happy with Lucian's interaction, Alina kept talking. You think it's too expensive. In places like Trier, Antifleur, Ifi, Tilly's and Anadyr, these newspapers are very popular. People there honor Alto's music very much and would even pay 1 gold thael for an old one. Lucian took a glance at the newspapers under the counter while trying hard to resist his impulse. but he also got some information from her words. Under the mighty church, currency across the continent should be unified. Secondly, there was no such spell for teleportation. If there was, it must have very strict rules, or the nobles in other cities would not read old newspapers. More than 10 minutes later, it finally occurred to Alina that Lucian still had work to do. She reluctantly stopped herself and asked a servant to lead him to the backyard garden. Be quiet, don't talk loud, don't move loud. In 3 months, Mr. Victor's gonna hold his first concert in the Psalm Hall. Recently, he's being pretty, sensitive, Alina kindly reminded him. Lucian nodded to her gratefully and followed the servant towards the garden. A big pile of trash was in the backyard garden. It took Lucian a couple of rounds to throw it away. To keep the city clean, there were people collecting trash every morning, but the fancy association just could not tolerate the trash piling up in their garden for a whole day. After finishing the work, Lucian sneaked into the hall and moved around the margins of the round hall towards the gate. Damn it, Wolf, can you just leave me alone for 1 second and let me focus on my music? He heard a deep and rich voice which turned sharp in the end. At the same time, a man wearing a red coat rushed down from the stairs. Then he ran right into Lucian. Bang, something heavy fell down on the carpet, making a dull sound. Victor nearly lost his footing. Taking a deep breath, Victor bent down and picked up a broken lamp which had fallen down from Lucian's pile of trash. Sorry. He gave the lamp he picked up from the carpet back to Lucian. Another brown-haired man wearing dark blue long coat walked down from the stairs. There was a noticeable arch on his chin. Victor, you're not the only musician here. I can do whatever I want. If you have a problem with it, then go back home. The smile on his face became even bigger. I know. There are only 3 months left before your concert, and I understand. I'm so looking forward to it. I'll write an article for you on music criticism, especially for you, bastard. Let's see when you can have your own concert. Swearing in a low voice, Victor turned around and left the hall quickly. The moment Victor turned his back, the smile disappeared from Wolf's face. He walked back while murmuring, "It should be mine." After seeing their argument, Lucian continued carrying the trash to the gate. Then he saw the broken lamp decorated with fancy patterns, and the bottom of the lamp was made of metal. Dumping the trash into the cart, Lucian picked up the lamp. It felt like copper but more flexible. It would probably sell for several fells at a smith's shop. For a poor guy like Lucian, everything he saw would be related to money. Wait, maybe I can find more useful items like paper or quills in this pile. Now this pile of trash was a treasure for Lucian. His heart was full of surprise and excitement. Although the rich people would not even bother looking at it, for Lucian this was his first chance of changing his life. 5 silver nars was sufficient for 1 month's educational cost. Besides, he got an entire library inside his mind which could be constantly expanded. If he was able to learn how to read, he trusted that he would discover better ways for making a fortune. Lucian felt energized just thinking about his future. Feeling excited, he pulled his cart out of the city. But he was also worried. No one liked old things from trash. I just gotta be careful. If Aaron's gang caught wind of this, they're gonna demand more from me. After Lucian's fight in the sewers, his fear for this world and towards gangsters diminished. He knew more about how to fight than they did. After leaving the hall, Lucian saw a silver-haired man walking leisurely towards the association. Rhine, what's he doing here? Lucian did not think much about it. It was not strange for a bard visiting such a reputable place. Andre was at the gate. He recognized Lucian and saw his fully loaded cart. He just waved his hand and let him leave out of the city. Although excited, Lucian did not easily lower his guard. After a 20-minute walk from the gate, Lucian finally stopped at a quiet place along the Belem River. Rummaging through the trash, Lucian got some useful stuff, a broken lamp, several rusty pieces of metal, 8 worn-out quills, and some bundles of paper, etc. Finally, Lucian pulled out a nice-smelling damaged black lace. It looked like a veil which might once belong to a female musician. Without any erotic imagination, all Lucian thought was just about money. It got a fine craft. Maybe I can sell it to a tailor who can probably use this as a decoration. Wrapping that stuff with some paper, Lucian hid them in the grass. Then he continued pulling his cart downstream to the place where the trash was piled up. He was surprised that the dump site was much smaller than he thought. The river beside it was very clean. No one was there except for Lucian. While smelling the awful stench emitted from trash, Lucian started his rummaging again. In this world, nobody picks up trash for a living. Lucian wondered, maybe they're afraid of catching any disease. However, Lucian's empty purse was clearly more of a threat to him than getting sick, which might or might not happen. Wrapping his hand with waste papers, he found something which was probably worth a few fells. It was his first time, so Lucian was extremely cautious. He hid some of the stuff and went back for his paper parcel. Hiding his findings under a dirty old bag in his cart, Lucian tried to flatten the bag as much as he could to make it look like the cart's cover. Lucian stuffed the small things into his pocket. It was much easier than he thought. The guards just waved their hands and let him in after shooting a glance at him. When Lucian was pulling his cart towards Andre and Mag, he realized why the guards just let him pass easily. Covering their noses, Andre and Mag's eyebrows were twisted together when they saw him. Lucian was happy to see this. He pulled his smelling cart even closer to them and asked, "I'm Lucian, I come for my pay." Mag immediately stepped back and took out the money while swearing, "Damn you, freak off with your stinking cart." Andre, with his consistent smile, was standing even further. "Your first time going to the river, isn't it? If you stay there until dark, you may get lucky. Just watch the ghosts there." Without asking about ghosts, Lucian quickly left with his pay to return the cart. He did not want any more trouble. Lucian made 5 fells in total for cleaning up the garbage. However, his findings were more important than them. With them, he could easily earn 5 nars. After returning home, Lucian hurriedly hid the rest of the stuff and then rushed to the market. Lucian took it directly to a tailor without even cleaning the veil. He was rushing with quite a bit of excitement. However, when Lucian was standing in front of a tailor's shop, he became hesitant. He would probably get scolded or turned out of the door before he could open his mouth. Lucian's face was flushed, like when he tried to do sales at the university. "Don't be a coward, Lucian. Don't feel it's shameful." Lucian started encouraging himself. "What can your dignity do for you now? Can your dignity turn your dark bread into white one? Or can it offer you steak, codfish, and wine? Can dignity teach you reading?" Lucian had experienced quite a bit after coming to this world. He had even wobbled on the borderline of death. He quickly made up his mind and walked into the shop with firm footsteps. An old man wearing glasses was sitting in the shop. Noticing Lucian entering, he asked with confusion. Yes, Lucian's dressing obviously showed that he was too poor to even visit an expensive tailor. Smiling with great enthusiasm, Lucian rubbed his hands. "Hello, sir. I got a nice black lace. And I was wondering if you're interested in it." Before Lucian could finish his words, he was cut in by the old man fiercely. "A fine black lace from you? Get lost, you damned thief." He walked out of the counter and pushed Lucian out. "I old foro am a decent tailor. I only buy clothes from the Lotzi." Being driven out of the first shop, Lucian had no choice but to find the next one, and he would try a different approach this time. "Get out, we don't need anything from you." It was the 3rd time that Lucian got rejected. These fancy tailors always hated poor guys like Lucian. Even when Lucian showed the lace, they were still not willing to waste a second on him. It was a big market, more than 10 streets that crossed with each other. There were lots of different shops ran by humans, dwarves, and elves. Soon, Lucian found another neat little tailor's shop at the end of a street. Standing behind the counter was a 15 or 16-year-old shy-looking blonde boy. "Hi, I'm Buster. Anything I can help you with?" Yes, could you take a look at this lace, please?" Lucian placed the veil on the counter. Buster gently rubbed it with his fingers under the light and got surprised. "Sir, it's the Black Nightingale from the Kingdom of Home. Where did you get it?" Like other tailors, Buster knew Lucian could not afford this lace. Sometimes, even rich people might not be able to buy a small piece of Black Nightingale. All noble ladies wanted it. Lucian lowered his voice. "Don't worry, it's clean. Clean." A 30-something-year-old man walked out from behind. The thin-faced man was McDowell, the owner of this shop. Lucian was surprised that they did not immediately drive him away, which was a promising signal. Yes, I swear in the name of God, you see, there's a hole in it. It was abandoned by a noble lady, and I just happened to find it. Turn it into a decoration on a dress or a band. I think with your hands you can definitely make it become eye-catching again, sir." Lucian added eagerly. Taking the lace from Buster's hands, McDowell had a close look. After a moment's thinking, he asked calmly, "How much do you want, then?" Lucian clenched his fists in excitement, but did not dare show it in his face. "Come on, Lucian. You fought with the huge crazy rats before." "Stay calm," Lucian secretly consoled himself. "You offer, sir. I believe your price wouldn't let me down." Lucian smiled and answered. Looking into Lucian's eyes, McDowell paused a little bit. 40 fells. It's not much use to me with a hole in it. A nar. A fancy dress with a black nightingale on it. Even distinguished ladies and madams will fight for it." Lucian more than doubled the offer. McDowell shook his head and handed the lace back to Lucian. 50 fells. I cannot go any more than this." Step by step, Lucian dragged his feet towards the exit. When he was about to leave the shop, McDowell's voice suddenly came from behind. 80 fells. My last offer. I'm only paying this much because the lace is a perfect match for one of my dresses." "Great." Lucian waved his fist joyfully and then he turned around and smiled. "Deal, sir." Tinkling coins bulged Lucian's pocket. For Lucian, nothing was more lovely than getting rich. "I don't know you, and I don't care either. If in the future you got some good stuff like this, you could bring it here as long as it's clean," McDowell added. After stepping out of the shop, Lucian found the sunshine was very brilliant under the amazingly blue sky. Breathing the fresher-than-ever air, Lucian found this world was kind of lovely as well. 80 fells was pretty decent for him. For Lucian, he found his idea of collecting money actually worked. This was even more important to him. Ivan was waiting for Lucian near his home. He waved his hand as soon as he saw Lucian coming. "Lucian, there you are. My mom sent me to invite you for dinner." My brother's home, John, Ivan's elder brother. Lucian tried to recall John's, night squire in training. It was not really safe for him to carry so much money everywhere with him. "Just a moment, Ivan. I gotta wipe my sweat a bit." Lucian smiled. "Sure, Lucian." Ivan looked more excited than usual. "You know what? John brought a piece of beef from Lord Ven. We're gonna have beef stew tonight. His little dirty face was full of excitement and expectancy. I haven't had any meat stew for quite a while. Actually, little Ivan's family was not as poor as most people living in a Durin. As a busker, Joel's income could vary sometimes, but it was still better than Labor's. Alyssa worked as a laundry maid as well, but they were always saving for John's training back in the days. Old Evans, Lucian's father, helped them quite a lot before. After hiding the money safely, Lucian quickly washed his face and followed Ivan towards Aunt Alice's place. A bunch of neighbors were gathered in front of the cabin. Little John's now the sworn knight squire following Lord Ven, isn't he? Yes, Alyssa told me herself. Little John's not even 19 yet. One day he might get lucky and awaken the endowed blessing in his blood. Then he's gonna be a real knight. Then no more Little John. We shall say Lord John. John can also be the commander of the city guard as a sworn knight squire now. Joel and Alyssa are so lucky. They must be very proud of their son. Ivan was nodding with great pride. As they entered the living room, a blond young man stood up from the chair. Inheriting his father's look, John was a handsome young lad, tall and straight. His elegant gesture was quite impressive to Lucian. I was quite worried hearing what happened to you, Lucian. John patted Lucian's shoulder and smiled. Glad to see you're all right now. I guess it was a test for you from God. Although he was just 1 or 2 years older than Lucian, John appeared much more mature. His gray knight attire also made him quite out of the ordinary. When they sat down around the dinner table, John laid his hand on Lucian's shoulder. Why do I feel strangeness between us? Come on, we're best friends. I guess you changed quite a bit since you left home. Lucian was a little bit nervous. John nodded seriously. Yeah, I'd say so. Training there changed me a lot, both physically and mentally. It was very hard, but I gained a lot from it as well. Dinner was not a feast. They only got beef stew and roasted fish on the table. But for Lucian, this dinner was beyond delicious. He devoured his serve and even bit his tongue a few times. The happy reunion was so sweet that Joel even got a rare chance to enjoy his beef with ale. Alyssa talked even more during the dinner. Most of the time, she was the only one who kept talking all the way. A couple of words from Joel, Lucian, or Ivan were enough to keep her going. According to the rules of a knight, John did not talk very much. I'm stuffed. The happy dinner ended with little Ivan's loud burp. John smiled and shook his head. Ivan, eating too much is bad for you. Then he turned to Lucian. Have you got any future plan? He asked. Carefully arranging his words, Lucian nodded. Yeah. It was still unclear, but I don't want to live a life like what I'm doing now. Good. John looked into his eyes. Lord Ven told us, being unsatisfied with your life pushes you to move forward. The bakery and the cellar in Lord Ven's manor are now looking for apprentices. It's a pretty good chance, but you gotta work there for 10 years. If you're interested in this job, just tell me by next Monday. People in this world also believed in the myth that God created everything in 7 days. They also attended church every single Sunday. Being a knight squire was very promising now. John was able to help his family and friends. Although the help could not change their lives completely, it was still of great importance. All right, I gotta go back now. John stood up from his chair and hugged his family, and he gave Lucian a big hug. I wish you could read, Lucian. Downey is looking for a clerk for the court. It's a very decent job with nice payment. I'm planning to start studying. Lucian seized the chance and told John. John was quite surprised. Soon he smiled and nodded. I'll see if there's any chance for you. Lucian thanked John again sincerely, but he also did not place all his hope on John. He had to work on his own. For the following 3 days, Lucian did not find anything valuable like the Black Nightingale, but he still managed to save a gnar and 64 fells. Now he was walking towards the city gate as usual, with great confidence. Looking at Lucian's back, Andre nudged Mag a bit. Why does he leave the city every morning? Leave the city. An amiable voice came from behind them. Andre hurriedly turned around, looking serious. Morning, Jackson. Jackson Rioters, one of the leaders of the Aaron gang, had a kind face, but his craftiness and treacherousness could definitely place him at the top of the group. Holding his chin, Jackson put on a kind smile. Morning, Andre. What's going on here? Not a big deal, Jackson. Andre responded in a flattering way. A guy is recently going outside of the city every day. I was just wondering. Interesting. Does he carry anything with him? Somehow Jackson's smile was kind of frightening, which for a moment gave both Andre and Mag goosebumps. Mag believed in both the god of truth and his own fists, and claimed that he carried 1/16 of the savage blood from Yaren Highland. However, his brain did not work as fast as his fists. Jackson's question was too demanding for him. I remember he always carries an old sack. Sometimes he comes back with something in it. There are many mushrooms near the Belem River. No, not mushrooms. Jackson cut in then. What else could a poor guy like him do? Andre asked nervously. Facing the Belem River and the Melzer Black Forest, the gate that Andre and Mag were watching was the busiest one among the 3 gates of Alto. Countless merchants, adventurers, and plain folks came back and forth every day. They never bothered paying extra attention to a poor boy like Lucian. Jackson came for a reason. The blacksmith Rigaud came to me 2 days ago. A young lad sold him a nice piece of orichalcum. Oricha, orichalcum, or say mountain copper. Only wealthy nobles can afford it. Although the one he got was of the lowest quality, it was still quite enough to forge a fine dagger. Rigaud wanted to find more, so he came to me. Lucian sold that, Mag asked directly. Jackson slightly nodded. He was careful. The metal was polished, so Rigaud couldn't find any clues. It took me a whole day to find him, but he visited a couple of smiths. They remembered him, and you know him as well. Perfect. Jackson added. Then what should we do? Andre asked eagerly. Follow him and find where he found the mountain copper. If he notices you, beat the shit out of him and then ask. His money is all yours. Understood, Mag answered before Andre. It had been more than 2 weeks since he gave someone a good beating. He always got excited when it came to beating someone. Carrying his old sack, Lucian was walking in the direction of the Belem River. I gotta use the other 2 gates more. Lucian thought, it's suspicious always taking the same way. Andre and Mag, they're always there. The 2 gates, one in Purple Lily and the other in Nolan, were both far from his destination. Lucian sometimes would collect some mushrooms on his way back to disguise his real purpose, which took him more time. A figure flashed from behind him. Who's there? Lucian suddenly became alert. Pretending everything was fine, Lucian was seeking for a chance. When he arrived in a corner covered with thick grass and high trees, he dashed to a big tree with all his strength. Hiding behind it, Lucian quietly waited for the person. He was calm. He had to know who was following him to eliminate any future trouble. A moment later, a sound of heavy footsteps together with swearing came from the place Lucian was previously at. The sound came around the corner, very close to where Lucian was standing before. Damn it, we lost him. I was right, Andre. We should catch and beat him up. Only that way he will tell us everything. Lucian was surprised. He did not expect that the errand gang would notice him so quickly. Feeling disappointed, Lucian decided to leave his home and hide somewhere with his money for a few days. He was waiting for Andre and Mag to leave first. I can still become an apprentice anyway. Lucian comforted himself silently. Andre and Mag knew what Jackson would do to them if they messed up. They were arguing with each other loudly. Mag, savages consent. Andre suddenly smacked Mag's shoulder. Hey, scent what? You said those savages are like hounds and they can catch any scent in the wind. Andre was excited. You have savage blood. Try it. Yes. Sometimes it doesn't work though. Mag scratched his bald head. Lucian suddenly became really nervous. He still knew too little about this new world. Raising his head slightly, Mag took a long, deep breath. Then he shouted excitedly, I got his scent. There he is. He started running towards the tree. Mag found him. As soon as Mag shouted, Lucian started running. Mag was surprisingly fast with his big muscles, and several times he almost caught Lucian. Lucian kept running through the trees to avoid Mag, but after the woods there was the open riverside. Lucian knew he could not escape anymore. I gotta beat Mag before the other guy comes. Lucian did not panic. Compared with those crazy red-eyed rats, Mag, although a bit big, was still a human being. Lucian was prepared. He heard Mag's excited howling coming close from behind him. Suddenly Lucian stopped. He lowered his body and pushed his leg against the ground. He butted Mag hard with all his strength. It was an unexpected attack. Mag swiftly tried to punch Lucian's head to avoid the attack, but he missed. Lucian passed right through Mag's arms. With the help of Mag's own momentum, Lucian's hard clenched fist ran into Mag's soft belly. Mag felt a hard rock hit his stomach. As he was yelling in pain, a strong acid rose from his throat. Lucian knew a single punch could not solve the trouble completely. Thus, 2 seconds later, he viciously attacked Mag's back with his elbow. Furthermore, almost at the same time, his lifted knee went straight between Mag's legs. Ow! It was a painful howling in the best savage style, and even Andre, who always made fun of Mag's blood, would not deny that. Covering his private part, Mag was rolling back and forth on the ground in great pain, snarling angrily. Seeing all that, Andre couldn't help but feel bad for his companion, kind of feeling some of that pain as well, so he ended up slowing down. Without a second's delay, Lucian turned around and ran away immediately. He saw a shining dagger in Andre's hand. Andre chased for a little bit, but it was too late. Soon, Lucian disappeared in the woods across the river. He finally stopped beside Mag. The weaker you are, the poorer you are. Those bastards just wouldn't let you have any chance. Lucian felt aggrieved. It was 9 in the morning. Sneaking back through the gate in the district of Nolan, Lucian was carefully approaching his shack in Alto. He needed to take his money before the gangsters found his place. After hiding behind a nearby cabin for a while, when Lucian was about to get out, a bunch of ferocious guys approached towards his shack. A common-looking man dressing neatly pointed to Lucian's place. Then another burly young guy directly gave a hard kick on the broken door. The door fell on the ground, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The guy who burst the door found the shack empty and reported this to the ordinary-looking man, Jackson. We did waste some time, but we shouldn't be late. Jackson smiled. Although Mag and Andre are useless, they still provided us with some good information. The others knew what happened to the big guy. When Jackson mentioned Mag, they somehow felt a chilly wind pass through their legs. Andre squeezed out an embarrassing giggling, but he was still glad that he did not have to lie in bed for at least a week. Andre, you go see if there's anything in this pigsty. Several minutes later, Andre came out with a handful of small things, just some rubbish. Jackson, sigh. Lucian regretted not hiding this stuff elsewhere. It was very easy to tell where he found them. If the Aaron gang took control of the dump site, then it would be the end of his dream to become a rich man. Rubbish. Jackson curled his lips, a pretty smart young lad. He found the orichalcum in the dump site. Trash from the palace, nobles areas, musicians association, mercenaries union, all go to the dump site beside the river. They're useless for rich people, but not for us. His guess was right. Jackson did not bother sending his men searching for Lucian. They also got many things to do. Time was too precious to be wasted on a nobody like Lucian. Cheering loudly, they squeezed in Lucian's little shack, started smashing his stuff. Clenching his fists and gnashing his teeth, Lucian could tell from the sound that his table, followed by his clay pot, were shattered to pieces. But he knew that he could do nothing against the gangsters with his current power. They would beat him to death, and he did not want to die like that. Law would not help him, since people above it would not care. If the witch had not gone to the cemetery, no one would have found her. Lucian's mind started wondering as the noise in the background faded. If I become a sorcerer, I can protect myself. I don't want much. After learning magic, I just need to find a place to live. I need to. Yes, I have no choice. Learning magic is dangerous, but being weak is no better. His locked-up thoughts all started resurfacing, like being summoned by the evil actions around him. Alice's shout cut off his wondering. You damned bastards, what the hell are you doing? While doing her housework, Alice heard the mess coming from Lucian's place. Trying to stop them, she yelled and approached the gangsters while waving her long spoon. Get her away, said Jackson. Two ferocious men rolled up their sleeves and walked towards Alice, but they underestimated the housewife standing in front of them. Auntie Alice directly hit one of them on the forehead with her wooden spoon. Ouch! Facing the unexpected attack, the guys screamed in pain, but soon more guys joined in. Although Alice was tall and sturdy, she was after all still a woman. A hard punch hit her shoulder and her spoon fell onto the ground. Alice groaned in pain but still did not flinch. You wretches, stop, the inspectors are coming. Hiding behind a wall and watching all of this, Lucian's mind was filled with torment and suffering. Lucian, are you a man? Although he met Auntie Alice many days ago, he did not have a very strong bond with her and her husband Joel. But now, when he saw Alice get hurt because of him, he knew it was totally unacceptable for him to be hiding behind a woman and letting her fight for him. Damn, clenching his fist, Lucian took a quick glimpse at his shack and jumped out. His target was Jackson, who was standing there alone. Lucian threw himself at Jackson with all his might. Feeling extremely surprised, Jackson was suddenly knocked down by Lucian. They wrestled on the ground, and Lucian tried to hold Jackson's hands tightly with his left hand, in case the thug was carrying a dagger. Meanwhile, his right hand was trying to reach Jackson's throat. Lucian needed to capture their leader to control the whole situation. However, Jackson was not inexperienced at all. He also had his share of fighting. Rolling on the ground, Jackson did not give Lucian any chance to grab his neck. At the same time, he continuously slammed his elbow at Lucian's rib. Due to the lack of space, Jackson's hits were not very strong. But still, for Lucian they were still unbearable. Wincing in pain, he still did not retrieve. He was almost there. He touched Jackson's throat. Suddenly, Lucian got a hard punch in his stomach. He was smashed hard on the ground by Jackson's men. Before he could stand up, fists and kicks started falling down on Lucian's body like raindrops. Lucian started rolling on the ground from unbearable pain like a stray dog. He could barely cover his vital parts. Lucian's mind started wandering again. Everything seemed unreal and was fading away like in a movie. Auntie Alice's crying voice came from another world. Stop, stop. At that moment, Lucian made up his mind. Whatever it took, he must become strong. Jackson was standing on the other side, looking at Lucian rolling back and forth on the ground. He trampled him hard and stopped his men. His friend is a knight squire. Let's not bring ourselves trouble. Although it was rumored that Ross and Aaron had some connections with a high noble, a gang still had to be relatively disciplined, or it would be eliminated by the church or nobles in no time. Lucian was lying on the ground with blood coming out of his nose and mouth. Jackson smiled to him. Actually, I respect your courage and intelligence. I really do. But my boy, don't be too greedy. I hope you understand what's yours and what's not. Yes, Lucian answered simply in a hoarse voice. Lucian's answer was a little bit weird for him, but Jackson did not bother too much. Jackson and his men left in triumph, together with Lucian's collections and 45 fells. The morning sunshine was not very strong. Lucian was lying in the sun, covered with wounds and blood. Staring at the clear blue sky, breathing the fresh air gently, Lucian forgot the pain. His mind was waving like a deep ocean. Lucian realized that everything he had experienced before led him to his final decision, learning magic. Although he knew he had to be even more careful and cautious in the future, at the same time, he felt more relaxed than ever before after making up his mind. There was even a smile on Lucian's bruised face. He felt he had genuinely grown up within the past couple of days, much faster than in his own world. The anger, the feeling of inferiority, and the sense of insecurity had blended together and pushed him to that decision. and he was also gifted with the library. So why not? Lucian asked himself, feeling relieved from his long-time repression. My poor Evans, oh my poor Evans, are you all right? Alyssa tried to hold Lucian's hand. Slight movement of his arms and legs made Lucian wince in pain. I'm okay, Auntie Alyssa. They didn't want to kill me, fortunately. Auntie Alyssa held Lucian's arm and led him back to her place. She kept swearing with great anger these bastards would be hanged and tortured in hell by endless flames. After cleaning the wounds, Alyssa was about to ask Lucian what happened today. Before that, it seemed like she suddenly thought of something, and her hands acted a bit awkward. Lucian. Yes, Auntie Alyssa. This is the thing, John's coming back today. Can you keep this to yourself without letting him know? You know John, you're his best friend. If he hears about it, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to constrain himself from taking revenge. As a knight squire, he would be in big trouble then. Knowing John was Auntie Alyssa and Uncle Joel's great hope, Lucian nodded. Of course, it's not a big deal, actually. Lucian put a hard smile. Alyssa held Lucian's hand with tears in her eyes. Are you trying to hide anything from me? It was John's voice. Wearing the gray night suit, John was standing by the door. Neither Alyssa nor Lucian noticed him. Alyssa answered hurriedly, nothing. You came back earlier. John walked in and pulled a chair for himself. He sat down beside Lucian. The Grand Duke summoned Lord Ven and I followed him back to Alto. Mom, I'm a knight squire now. I'm not an imprudent young boy anymore. Then he turned to Lucian. You look much worse than the last time we got thrashed together. What happened? Don't try to lie. I bet lots of neighbors were there and saw it. John added. Lucian looked at Alyssa, who had already compromised the secret. Then he told John the story in full detail. During his talking, Lucian could feel the tension in the air due to John's feelings, which was the same that he felt from the guards he fought together in the sewers. Of course, John was very angry, but he managed to calm himself down quickly. Patted Lucian's hand gently and smiled. You're really clever, the most clever among us. Fine money and trash. Really good for you. I'm sure you will do a good job if you learn to read. Then shrugging his shoulders, John went outside of the room and fetched a long wooden club from the kitchen. Oh no, Alyssa sighed. Mom, you know I gotta do this for my friend. But John, Lord Ven won't be happy about this. Yes, John, Lucian hurriedly asked. Don't go. It's not a big deal. Look at me. I'm okay. John turned around and shook his head. Lord Ven always told us, as a knight, one is supposed to protect the weak and fight against the violent. As a squire, I already regard myself as a knight and try to follow the knight's belief. His eyes were intent, his gestures expansive. Lucian, my friend, was bullied, and his place got ruined. If I remain silent simply to no piss Lord Ven off, my inner guiltiness will never leave me. Yes, maybe I will not be able to awaken the blessing anymore because I broke the rules, but I'll be faithful to my beliefs. Lord Ven will be on my side, I believe. I know, John, I know. But Alyssa got tears in her eyes. John hugged his mom and comforted her gently. It's okay, Mom. I'm not gonna kill anyone. I will not overdo it. Look, I'm holding a club, not a blade. Can you trust me, Mom? Finally, Alyssa nodded with great effort. Do be careful, John. They are the ones who have to be careful, Mom. Grabbing the club, John smiled with confidence. When he was about to leave, Lucian called him from behind. Wait, John. Yes, John looked back. With all his remaining strength, Lucian stood up from the bed. He felt his blood was flowing fast, burning his body. We are going together. Lucian's smile looked kind of funny with his swollen mouth, but John could tell his determination. He laughed. There's another club in the kitchen. Let's go, like when we were kids. Holding the club, Lucian comforted Auntie Alyssa in a low voice when he passed by her. I'll watch him, don't worry. It was easy for them to find out where Jackson and his men went by asking around. When they were on their way, John asked Lucian, all of a sudden, do you believe in justice, Lucian? He sounded confused. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? John lowered his head but did not stop. I do too. But Lucian, I am not as noble and brave as I claim to be. I do this only because you're my friend. If it was someone else, I don't know. I don't think I would. I'm used to picking my fights well, avoiding doing anything that would be beyond my capability. I'm selfish. I only want to protect my family and friends. I'm a coward, am I not? I don't think so. Every knight, or say every person, has a priority. Some pursue justice, some loyalty, some mercy. You chose family. Only when a person knows what he really wants to protect does he stick to justice. Or justice would be just like the clouds, nothing substantial. You really think so? John still looked puzzled. Sure. If you're capable, will you protect the weak, fight against the wicked, and uphold justice? If I'm capable, of course I will. So you're still a knight of justice. If you were not capable, you would fight and die for nothing. You gotta be able to protect yourself first. Only then you can protect those who need your help. Lucian felt he was quite suitable for being a mentor. John seemed relieved, and he started smiling. Every time I asked Lord Ven about this, he told me I was too inexperienced to understand. But Lucian, you've grown up too. You're good at comforting, and maybe you're right. But I'm still longing for the genuine justice. Once, Lord Ven told us a story about a legendary knight sword. The sword had divine power inside, but looked just like the common ones. Its hilt was made purely of wood, without any gems, pearls, or anything out of ordinary. The nobles and the high-level knights wouldn't take a second look at the sword. John's eyes were on the far distance and he continued. But actually the sword was far more powerful than they thought, especially when it was used to fight against evil. What impressed me most was the words engraved on the sword: justice is pale compared with splendor and power, but everyone can be its representative, wealthy or poor, intelligent or illiterate, warrior or farmer. Justice is pale, but it is everywhere. Pale justice, that's the name of the sword. It disappeared along with a grand arcana night into the dark mountain range. John became excited. His depression was gone. Lucian laughed. Then our slogan today is gonna be for justice, for justice. John waved his club. A few minutes later, they saw Jackson, who was walking on the broad street of the market. A bunch of guys were still following him. John stopped and turned to Lucian. You just got injured, and you haven't received any formal training. Remember, Lucian, don't panic and don't stop moving. We will keep changing positions. Don't let his men surround you. Use your club to keep them away so their daggers won't harm you. You hear me, Lucian? John tried to advise Lucian as much as possible. He was worried that Lucian might lose control and launch an imprudent attack. However, Lucian had some decent experience before. No worries, John. I've survived an invasion into a witch's chamber before. Hiding their clubs behind their backs, they approached Jackson in a quick pace. It was a pretty busy street in the market, only 10 minutes away from one of Aaron Gang's hideouts. Merchants, mercenaries, and adventurers were gathering there, so no one paid attention to them. They looked at each other when they were just a few steps away from Jackson, nodded, and dashed towards the gangsters, holding the clubs tightly in their hands. Lucian recognized the guy who kicked him hard. Without a second thought, he wielded his club right towards the thug's head. If you're not trained or not strong enough, wield it hard with all your might. That's what Lucian learned. Before the guy could notice, he got bludgeoned bitterly in his lower jaw. Then he passed out and fell onto the ground directly. John, on the other side, quickly got rid of another guy. As a knight squire, John was really good at it. Although he did not aim at the head, his precise strike directly dislocated the guy's right arm. 2 guys were down, but the harsh scream from one of them drew the other's attention. Jackson was surprised, but his eyes became vicious in an instant. His men pulled out their daggers. The sharp blades reflected the surrounding light. The pedestrians started scattering away quickly, leaving them more room to keep moving. Lucian and John kept running into different directions. They could not stop. The key to this strategy was not to spend too much time on a single enemy in order to make sure they wouldn't be flanked. The strategy worked quite well. One more of the thugs was rolling on the ground, but it was also very hard to keep moving all the time. John was constraining himself. He did not want to be in trouble for hurting someone seriously. But his concern became his weakness. Some guys on the ground were still in conditions to fight and seized the chance to pull out their daggers and stab John's ankles. Busy dodging their low blades, John did not notice the others move to surround him. Lucian turned back to help John, his club whistling directly towards the back of a thug's head. "Johnny, watch out." Warned by the other gang members, the man named Johnny dodged by bending forward quickly and avoided Lucian's attack. However, that was enough for John, who seized the chance and broke the formation through the gap left by Johnny. However, the latter jumped up immediately and made the movement to throw his dagger at John's back. Bang! Before the dagger flew away from his hand, Lucian pounded bitterly into Johnny's backbone. This time Lucian did not run away. Instead, he waited for a second chance to strike Johnny. Suddenly, a cold feeling came from Lucian's own back and immediately turned into agonizing pain. The dagger cut him badly, but Lucian did not panic. He knew John would not hold his hand anymore. Watching the battle unfold, Jackson took a step back and started escaping. "You guys stop them," he shouted while running. The rest of his men started stabbing crazily. The shining blades came from different directions. Lucian got another cut on his right hand and the blood came out immediately. His club almost flew out of his hand. "Are you all right?" John stood in front of Lucian, sheltering him from the enemies. "I'm okay." Lucian shook his head. "We gotta stop Jackson from bringing reinforcements." The rest of the guys slowed down and did not pursue any further because they saw Jackson was already quite a distance away from them. However, after becoming the overseer, Jackson gained some weight from the lack of proper exercise. Thus he ran slower and slower. Keep moving, almost there," Jackson encouraged himself. Unfortunately, John, a squire in perfect shape, had another plan in mind. He was slowly gaining ground, and when the distance was proper, he swung his club with all his strength right into Jackson's back. Jackson felt like all his guts almost gushed out through his throat. With a loud groan, he fell on the ground, twitching in great pain. Then a night boot stamped hard on his back. Lucian arrived a while later, panting heavily. He was more than tired after all the running and fighting, especially because of the bleeding wounds that covered his body. It was his anger that was keeping him up all the way here. Before Jackson could make any threat, John turned him over with his boot and pointed downwards, smiling and gasping. "You first, Lucian, how dare?" Ow! Several teeth burst forth from Jackson's mouth, preventing the rest of his words from coming out. He was choking in his own blood. His ears were buzzing. His eyes were seeing stars. It was a King hard one. Those damn little bastards. What do you want? Jackson lisped with the mixture of blood and saliva in his mouth. With great dizziness, he noticed his voice was like coming from another world. We want nothing more than justice. Kicking away Jackson's dagger, John answered seriously, you beat Lucian and my mom, which we've paid you back. And you also robbed him and destroyed his place. You gotta compensate. John, if I remember correctly, you're a knight squire, aren't you? Fighting on the street breaks your rules. Don't let Lord Ven down, young lad. Jackson spat out blood from his mouth. You've come to this extent. You don't care about your little brother and parents. He continued his threatening. I guess you still want more, don't you? Lucian was weighing his club. Facing violence, Jackson shut his mouth. His anger and shame mixed like a pot of boiling water, burning his guts to ashes. Facing Jackson's threat, John smiled. According to the code, a knight shall protect his family and the weak. I don't see my fault here. Actually, most people wouldn't stand for gangsters, don't you think so? You need proof, Jackson yelled. A gang was often very good at keeping a witness silent. John looked a bit hesitant. What Alyssa told him bothered him again. Proof. Lucian smiled contemptuously. John's a knight squire, while you're a gangster. What else do you need? From what he learned in the Copper Coronet, Lucian was aware that in the Duchy of Orvaret, knights were the real nobles, and their recognized squires also held status. Lucian believed Jackson definitely wouldn't dare slander a knight squire, and he had no reason as well. A gangster was also a businessman. Jackson couldn't gain anything big from Lucian and John from doing so. Jackson, as Lucian expected, did not retort. Yes, they can put a knight squire into prison, but how much effort and resources they would have to use. Aaron, of course, would not do this for him, Jackson knew. Especially recently, something was going wrong in Alto. The city was like a whirlpool where different powers were mingling. Aaron was often absent from the meetings, planning something. Knowing he was no longer in an advantageous position, Jackson tried his best to repress his anger and shame. How much do you want, then? He lowered his head and tried to make an agreement. I only got 2 nars with me. Lucian turned to John. The sheriffs are coming. We'd better leave before they arrive. John nodded. Well, 2 nars. Lucian was actually quite happy with the result. Knowing his table and chairs basically worth nothing, 2 nars were more than 2 times what he had lost. By the way, he had already moved the rest of his money and hid it under the ruins of the witch's place. All the gangsters took away were just 40 fells and some useless rubbish. Pulling out a small bag, Jackson threw it to John. The bag was pretty empty except for 2 shining silver nars. I left the rest to my men. Let's go, John. Lucian raised his chin towards the coming sheriffs and grabbed his club. He did not want to put John in trouble. Soon they disappeared at the end of the street. All right, stop. We're safe now. Leaning against the wall, Lucian was panting heavily and felt as if his lungs were about to explode. He let his body fall on the ground, smiling. Finally, I can't run anymore. John sat down beside Lucian, also gasping for air. Me neither. It was pretty cool, wasn't it? What? Lucian's mind started slowing down and feeling relaxed. The fight. I can't remember the last time I had a good fight like this. They were just sitting on the ground, gasping and looking at the blue sky. Yeah, it was cool. Lucian smiled. It felt like a heavy rock had been lifted from his mind. All the pain, anger, and confusion Lucian hid at the bottom of his heart was gone like floating clouds. His mind was thinking clear, and he was more relaxed than ever before. Also, Lucian knew that he still had a real friend in this world who would shield him and fight for him, regardless of the cost. Lucian started laughing aloud. What? John wondered. The future, I'm thinking. After I learn how to read, after I make some money, I'll go traveling across the continent to see different sceneries, to know more foreign tales, to taste many cuisines. Lucian stopped and stared at the blue sky. But he continued thinking to himself, I will learn magic. I will understand how this world works. I will discover the truth of the world. And then I will find the way back home, for my parents, for the friends in my world and in this life, for myself. Lucian had collected 3 nars. He knew he had to start his learning as soon as possible. Who knew if the gangsters would take secret revenge on him secretly? The outside pressure from the bullies and his inner motivation mixed together and made learning magic the only way for Lucian to achieve his desires. Traveling. John laughed. It's not safe, Lucian. Although most of the dark creatures in the east of our country have been eliminated by the church, they're still breeding like rats. Cynocephalises, vicious goblins, gnolls. Sorry, Lucian. I don't think your dream will come true. At least you cannot go alone. I wonder, are they edible, the things you mentioned? Lucian asked subconsciously. For him, the most effective way for eliminating some overpopulated animals was turning them into food. Yua, what the hell are you thinking about? John was baffled. All right. Lucian answered with a bit of disappointment. If I can turn into a real knight in the future, what will I do? John asked himself with a lot of expectation. I think I'd be the same as you, Lucian. I also want to travel to see what the world looks like outside of Alto. I wish it were really beautiful, like the bards described. By the way, John said to him, be careful in the next few days. Don't stray too far from the city walls. You never know what these bastards will do. Lucian nodded. I know. And when you see Lord Ven, remember to tell him what you did right away and ask for punishment yourself. John did not expect Lucian could be this considerate. He was also glad that his lifetime friend still cared a lot about him, even though sometimes he felt Lucian had changed quite a bit. I will. I wish I could teach you how to read, but I cannot read either. John sighed. Only the high-level knight squires receive classes on how to read. He looked a bit upset. John could see Lucian's sincere eyes. Soon he smiled. I know. Who doesn't want to have such a great friend like me? Let's go home. Mom's waiting for us. Joel was home when they came back. Alyssa was walking back and forth in the living room. It was such a relief for Alyssa seeing them come back, better yet in one piece. Opening his arms, Joel grinned to them. Welcome back, heroes, and he gave both of them a big hug. You guys remind me of my old days. Joel lowered his voice and winked when he turned his back to Alyssa. Dad, you and Mom gotta be even more careful for some time. John was kind of worried. It's not a big deal. Those bastards only give the weak a hard time. You once beat the shit out of them, you're no longer on their bullying list. Your mom and I will be fine. Joel left some space so Alyssa could treat Lucian's wounds, and then he turned to John, dead serious. Actually, John, you should have asked Lord Ven first. You're his squire, his representative. Your behavior matters to his decency. Yes, Dad, John was aware of his rashness. Lucian told me to take the initiative and ask for Lord Ven's forgiveness, and I will. Joel nodded. Lucian's right. A while later, Lucian excused himself to find some usurer in Copper Coronet. He needed to start his studies as soon as possible, and thus he was prepared to face the risks in case he for some reason didn't manage to pay it back. Before Lucian left, Joel stopped him. When he turned around, he saw Joel was holding an old plain purse. There are 8 nars in it. Joel put it into Lucian's hand. Take it. Joel. Lucian was surprised. He never thought borrowing money from them because Evan was still young. Auntie Alyssa, she was smiling to him. That's all we have for now. Not too much, but enough for you to start studying. But Lucian's eyes became filled with tears on the verge of falling. But this is all your savings. I can't. I'll work hard. Lucian nodded with confidence. All the money you have now can pay the fees for 2 months. If we work together, at least you can have a teacher every 3 or 4 months. That's my plan. Joel had regarded Lucian's study as their shared responsibility. After leaving their place, Lucian still headed towards Copper Coronet. But this time, instead of finding an usurer, he was looking for a teacher. The afternoon sunlight sent some light into the noisy pub. Bards were singing and mercenaries were talking loudly. Lucian noticed that there were beautiful women sitting beside the bar tables. Pushing through the crowd, Lucian finally squeezed his way to the counter. Any drink? Cone asked without raising his hairy head. It's me, Lucian. Cone was surprised when he saw Lucian's face. What did you do to yourself? His beard was slanted with concern. Wait, Jackson came and asked about you earlier. Are you in trouble, my boy? Lucian was not quite willing to repeat what happened one more time. I'm fine, Cone. The problem was solved. I'm here to look for a teacher who can teach me how to read. Oh ho, you made it. You didn't rob the gangsters, did you? Now Cone was even more surprised. Lucian had no choice but to explain what happened briefly to Cone. After hearing that, Cone was very impressed. Lucian, you and John are finally real men now. I'm proud of you lads. Gulping his ale, his face turned red, but be careful, both you and John. Although chances are slim that they dare take revenge on a knight squire, but still, be wary of the bastards. You never know. Lucian nodded seriously. Cone pulled out a paper on which there was a list of strange patterns and symbols. I cannot read, he laughed and continued, but as a pub owner, you gotta put down something to help you remember. On the list, there were a bunch of scholars who registered here and were willing to teach. While Cone was speaking the names out loud, Lucian noticed a familiar name which was written on a note beside the list. Victor, you just said Mr. Victor. Lucian stopped Cone. Yes, you know him. I met him once in the association. Lucian stared at the name, but he's a musician, isn't he? You put a note beside his name as well. Twirling his mustache, Cone took another look at the list and nodded. Yeah, it's the same Victor we're talking about. I heard that he's gonna present a play in the hall. Last time I saw him, he was quite busy. Cone laughed. That's why he had to. Having a chance to play in the Psalm Hall is even harder than you think. I heard this from other guests as well. Cone climbed on a bar chair. 6 months ago, Mr. Victor got the invitation from the hall. Since then he turned down all his other presentations, even the one in Syracuse, to focus on his preparation. He was digging into his savings for the past couple of months. Cone shrugged his shoulders. Why doesn't he find another job related to music? Lucian asked. I have no idea, boy. Cone took another sip of his ale. Those musicians tend to be quite sensitive, or say, even crazy sometimes. I guess probably Mr. Victor also needed something to be his distraction. Who knows those artists? Mr. Victor made an impression on Lucian last time when they met in the association. Compared with the others that he did not even know, Lucian felt the musician would be a good choice. How can I find Mr. Victor then? He asked. The Jesu district was named after the most well-known instrument, the Jesu violin, and was where most musicians in Alto were gathered. Big trees stood on both sides of the street, through whose branches the sunshine scattered into slightly trembling golden fragments that formed patterns on the ground, light mixed with shadow. The street was like a painting. It took Lucian quite a long time to find the address Cone offered. After getting lost a few times, finally he was standing in front of Victor's place, N12, Sneva Street. It was a two-floor small building covered with green vines. Everything was quiet and elegant here. If all went well, Lucian was going to have his reading lessons for the following 2 months, which could help him change his whole life. Knocking at the door gently, Lucian got a bit nervous. Soon a servant showed up inside the iron gate. Seeing Lucian, a boy wearing rough and old clothes, he frowned. Yes. He asked coldly. After Lucian explained, he was still in doubt. 5 nars a month. Pay first. Are you sure? As Lucian expected, he pulled out his money from the bag. Yes, I'm sure. The servant was surprised. He couldn't believe this poor young boy could afford the price. As a servant of a famous musician, he earned 10 nars a month and could only save one every month, sometimes even less. Mr. Victor enjoys high reputation. He has some acquaintances in the town hall. Opening the gate, the servant was still eyeing Lucian with suspicion. Who knew where the guy got so much money, he thought. Lucian just smiled without saying anything. The servant's attitude was within his expectation. Feel offended, that belonged to the wealthy and powerful. He followed the servant through the garden and stopped in front of the wooden gate, waiting there. A couple of minutes later, the servant showed up again. It was quite a spacious hall, decorated with a tea table, some brown couches, and small desks. On the other side, there was a long dining table, made of fine rosewood. Victor got a few students here as well. His study was too small for all of them, so they just sat in the hall. There were 5 boys and 3 girls sitting there, all pretty young, probably between 13 and 20. Quills and papers were lying in front of them on the small round tables. Some of them were transcribing something, while some were humming or reading in a low voice. According to Lucian's observation, the students also came from different backgrounds. Some were of humble birth, and the others were dressing quite decently. The latter ones were usually from noble families. Most of them were not qualified to inherit their family titles and could not activate the blessing either. For those children, becoming a graceful musician was quite a good choice. Mr. Victor, wearing his red jacket, was moving around and helping the students one by one. Looking around, Lucian noticed the steward in his decent black suit. From his black and white mixed hair and his wrinkled face, one could tell he was not young anymore, but he was standing there straight and serious. The steward looked like a gentleman, Lucian thought. He walked towards him and asked, trying to keep his volume down. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Athey?" "Yes, I am. May I know your name and your past study?" "Yeah, sure. I'm Lucian. Lucian Evans. I never learned how to read before." While he was talking, Lucian took out 5 nars. Taking the money, Athey was impressed. Apparently, the young lad was from the poor district. Most young people in Aduran were quite rude, based on his experience, while Lucian appeared pretty polite and mature. Then Athey walked to Victor and whispered to him a little bit. Victor turned around and nodded to Lucian kindly, pointing at a spare armchair. The students just noticed Lucian and were looking at their new classmate at the door curiously. Black hair, eyes, and well-formed features. The new guy had a good-looking face, but he was wearing linen clothes and plain shoes. Although they were clean, they could tell from the first sight that Lucian came from a poor background. A poor wants to learn how to read. That was their first thought. Soon most of them lowered their heads and went back to study again. Only the ones from ordinary families were still peeking at him carefully. As soon as Lucian sat down, the boy next to him moved a bit away subconsciously as if Lucian stank. Lucian did not feel offended. He shook his hand slightly and pulled out his new paper and quill. They were new. Lucian bought them with his left fells. Victor came to Lucian a while later with a black hard-covered book in his hand. Standard pronunciation of lingua franca and basic grammar, very suitable for a beginner. Turn to page 1, chapter 1. "We start from the pronunciation of the 32 letters, Victor said gently. Lucian's hands were trembling slightly. Carefully, he opened the book like turning to a new page of his future. Within his expectation, the words in the book were the same as the ones in the magic tomes he collected at the witch's chamber. He knew how to learn a language well. As long as he learned the pronunciation of the letters and the basic rules of spelling, he could learn more by himself outside of the class by reading intensively. Victor repeated the pronunciations patiently 2 to 3 times on each word. Lucian followed him carefully and wrote down some notes on the paper. "Read them until you becomes more fluent." Victor said, "When it's good enough, we'll move to basic spelling and grammar." What he said was actually more like an encouragement. As a beginner, it would be almost impossible for Lucian to match the sounds and the letters in such a short amount of time. The notes Lucian jotted down were Chinese characters. He tried to relate these letters with his mother tongue, just like he had done when he started learning English. Again, Lucian read through it and he stayed focused, so the knowledge would enter his spirit library. As expected, a new shelf labeled Common Tongue appeared, on which there was a black hardcover book full of the strange characters, the same one that was lying in front of him on reality. Lucian opened the book in the library but found out only the first few pages were there, and the rest of the book was simply blank. He went through the book on the table quickly, and as he imagined, the spiritual version became complete instantly. Yes, Lucian cheered in his mind. With the help of the library, Lucian became more confident. It was very hard from the beginning. Several times later, he became better and better. After what seemed like the 15th time, he got finally satisfied with his ability to remember them. Of course, Lucian knew this would not last long. If he did not review that in a regular basis, they would be forgotten very soon. At the same time, Lucian also found out that his spiritual power, which helped him with the spellcasting before, could help improve his memory as well. At this time, Victor came back to teach Lucian again. After a while helping the students, his face looked tired but also more relaxed. Probably Cone was right. Victor was using teaching as a distraction. Have you memorized all of them? Victor asked, smiling. Let me check it. Like a primary student facing his teacher, Lucian was a bit nervous. He did forget some of them, but mind then drifted into his library and he started reading according to his notes. It wasn't Lucian's intention to cheat, but both his money and time were limited. He had plenty of time reviewing them again in the library later. Victor was surprised. Have you learned before? Some of the students raised their heads and looked at Lucian. No, I haven't, answered Lucian. Impressive. Victor commended. Then we will start learning how to spell. While some students were surprised, some of them scorned. In their eyes, Lucian must have learned it before and was just another scheming guy who wanted to impress Mr. Victor and earn the chance to be his formal music student. Inside the study room, the three most noble among them had started learning music. However, that did not distract Lucian at all. There was only one goal in his mind: learn as much as possible. Time is money. A day's learning cost a lot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. Victor clapped gently and then walked upstairs. At the same time, the servants came with tea and fruits. The scent of jasmine and lemon filled the room. Some of the fruits Lucian knew, and some he did not. A young guy decently dressed smiled at the classmates around him, with a piece of tablature in his hand. It seems like Mr. Victor got some inspiration. We may call it a day now if his inspiration keeps flowing. He looked a bit older than Lucian. His eyes were long and narrow and his nose straight. Among them, this guy was pretty outstanding. A noble girl in a wine-colored dress was sitting right beside him. If class finishes earlier, we're gonna have an extra one during the weekend. Don't get too excited, she responded in a lazy voice, but I do hope Mr. Victor finishes his new song for the concert as soon as possible, so we will finally be able to start practicing with the orchestra. Sitting in the room, merely reading tablatures and playing flute by myself can never compete with a real rehearsal. Around 17 or 18, she was pretty good-looking, hair long and bright red, like fire, thick and sexy lip, and her waist was not tightened like most noble girls, otherwise she would not be able to play the flute well. Looking at her serious face, Lot laughed, the first violinist, the man who is as handsome as a silver moon. You like Rhine, don't you, Felicia? The first violinist, also called concertmaster, played a significant role in a symphony orchestra. When the conductor was absent, the first violinist would take the baton. I just feel he has excellent skills, much better than the last one. Felicia argued, but her face flushed. Don't you think his solo for violin sonata No. 1 in G minor was really impressive? Talking about music, Lot became serious and excited. They started discussing sonatas and suites. Other noble students also joined them, showing their great interest. Even a pretty insightful comment made by a brown-haired girl with ordinary family background won their consent. In alto, music was another common tongue. However, consciously or subconsciously, the noble students still often ignored the others, while the common ones treated Lucian indifferently and tried to get close to the ones of higher status. For noble students, it was likely that the ordinary and the poor did not even deserve their attention. There were no common things between them, as they had come from different worlds. There were no bitter words nor scorn, but the cold wall was always there, preventing those of different social statuses from getting along. But for Lucian, none of these mattered. He was trying to make full use of every minute or even second, absorbing the knowledge like a dry sponge thrown into an ocean. Some of their humming came into Lucian's ears. He found music here was very similar to that of Earth. There were just some differences on notes. After a while, Lucian raised his head. The students were still discussing. Lucian took a sip from his teacup and dove into his book again. Unfortunately, Mr. Victor's inspiration did not last long. Several minutes later, he walked downstairs with a tired and anxious face. Going back to teaching definitely helped him a lot. Lucian worked hard. By the end of the class, Lucian remembered most of the spelling rules and stored them in his spirit library. Their study ended around 4:10 in the afternoon. Except for Lot, Felicia, and another noble teen named Herodotus, who stayed to practice with instruments, the rest of the students left the hall in a row. Out of the hall there were 2 carriages waiting. The brown horses were tall and strong, snorting. The 2 noble students were surely envied by the rest. Most nobles must maintain their decent look no matter if they were actually doing well or not. The carriages left in a cloud of dust. The other 3 students, however, headed towards Purple Lily District as a group, chatting and laughing. And thus Lucian was left behind, reviewing what he learned in his mind like a nerd. You're learning from Mr. Victor. He's the top musician. After dinner, Joel was quite excited. Little Evans, are you really going to carry on my music dream? Every dog has its day, Uncle Joel. Probably I can, Lucian replied playfully. After coming back to his home, lying in his almost broken, shaky bed, Lucian entered into his library and started reading one of the magic notes, trying to understand the words in it. Of course, Lucian was not expecting that he could learn how to read within one day study. He was just trying to read some to reinforce his memory. As expected, Lucian did not find anything specially useful in the following 4 hours before he fell asleep. He read about 10 pages, but most of them felt like independent words instead of meaningful sentences, probably because so many words in the notes about magic were really uncommon. For sure, Lucian had his own guesses of the meaning of some of them, but it was magic. He had to be more than careful before actually taking actions. Lucian did not want to die because of a stupid misreading mistake. Fortunately, the previous owner of the notes treated it also like a diary. Some of her thoughts and experiences were written down as well. For this part, the witch used common words and grammar, from which Lucian managed to know the history of those magic notes, or say, books. The witch was born in the last sorcerer family of the destroyed ancient Sylvana's magic empire. Her family hid into their old castle deep into the mountains to avoid the church's slaughtering, ever since Alto was taken over. But after hundreds of years there, the population of the family declined dramatically. In the end, there were just 3 left, the witch and her parents. The witch's parents died in an accident when they tried to summon a creature whose name Lucian was not able to read. Then the witch became an orphan, and she inherited 2 magic books, astrology and magic elements and common magic-related materials illustration. Lucian wished the notes were relatively complete so he could understand it. Otherwise, he would have to learn the dying Sylvana's language, which, so to speak, was impossible. But it was also nice that Lucian could seize the chance staying focused on his study, as well as avoiding the possible revenge from the gang. Joel was still playing on the busy streets in the administrative district, while Alyssa was doing laundries for the association. Both of them were relatively far from the market area, where the errand gang tyrannized the most. They all agreed that Lucian still ranked first among them regarding being in danger. They warned Lucian not to leave the city, not to go to anywhere deserted, and even told him to be alert during bedtime in case some bastards tried to burn down his shack. So after washing his face and finishing his hard brown bread softened in boiling water, Lucian felt there was nothing for him to do, but the feeling did not last more than a minute. Soon Lucian went outside and found an open field. He started to practice sword with a wood stick following John's direction. Lucian longed for strength to protect himself, even though he knew his training was too late. John told Lucian that after 16 years old, the chance of a person being blessed was very slim, close to none, unless he received the holy light water from the church. Lucian also kept Jackson's dagger handy in case of any danger. After practicing, Lucian went back home. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun in the sky just started showing its real power. Taking a short rest, Lucian opened his books again and started reviewing. He was much more diligent and self-disciplined than ever before. 12 Sneva Street, Jesu. You have never really learned these before, Victor asked with great surprise. None of them. Lucian's progress was more than impressive. He answered all the questions perfectly and fluently. He even asked some questions he found in spelling, which most students could not notice at all until they started having a solid foundation. With just 1 day study, Lucian had almost caught up with his classmates, Colin and Renee. The 2 students from common background had been studying here for more than 3 months. Was Lucian a genius, or just a liar? The students were guessing. I swear I have not, Mr. Victor. We're already speaking common tongues in our lives, aren't we? I can't read, but I know the connections between the letters and sounds are more important. I used my imagination, Lucian explained. He wanted people to believe he was just smart, instead of regarding him as an incomprehensible monster, which would possibly bring him trouble. For sure, Lucian did not tell him about the library. Victor nodded and smiled approvingly. Good, very good. You're gifted in learning language. Lucian was envied by most students in the class. Hearing Victor's commendation, Lot and Felicia, who had been learning from Victor for 5 years, exchanged a look. It sounds pretty useful. Felicia nodded slightly with her hands crossed over her lap. As a noble girl, she always sat straight. Lot was about to shrug his shoulders, but was stopped by the thought that the gesture might not look elegant. Facing Felicia, his longtime competitor, Lot tended to be more careful. The poor speak the common tongue as well. They just don't know how to spell and read. It's always better than starting from scratch, isn't it? He also added, even if they learn it, it won't be much useful for learning music. I have my own idea for learning music, not like you. Felicia responded sharply. You're gifted, but gift cannot last long. If I were you, I'd spend more time on practicing instead of fooling around with girls. She then looked at Lucian. Even the poor guy, if he starts learning music, he will probably do a better job than you. She smiled with her bright, beautiful teeth. All the classmates believed that Lucian wanted to become a musician. They did not know the actual simple reason why Lucian chose Victor as his teacher. In the eyes of the common folk, choosing a teacher represented one's future path. For example, if a person wanted to be an official in the town hall or the court, he or she would definitely choose scholars with law or history background instead of a musician. But all careers needed to be recognized by nobles. Only then it would indicate real success. If he's better than me, he's better than you, Felicia. Lot sneered. Felicia was about to say more, but noticed Victor was looking in this direction. She raised her hand and tidied her red hair, then lowered her head and went back to her studies. Victor started speeding up Lucian's learning. Soon they finished the rest of the spelling rules and moved to basic grammar, which was exactly what Lucian was expecting. Friday, the last day of Lucian's study this week. After a few days learning, Lucian had mastered most of the grammar. Were it not for lacking vocabulary, Lucian could even start learning magic now. He had made a big progress with the magic notes as well, in which the witch explained why she came to Alto. Along with the increase in my spiritual power, it has become harder for me to immerse myself in meditation. Shall I try the meditating the way only real sorcerers can? It was too dangerous. I almost died. Perhaps I should improve the apprentice meditation based on my experience. I got lost completely. No wonder all the great seniors didn't make any improvement. I'm too shallow, too arrogant. Even the magic structure of the first level is too complicated. I can't find a way to build the magic mark model. It's driving me crazy. I have the potion already, but without the model I can't move forward to be a real sorceress. I don't know. Maybe I should try to make a potion of Magic Gate. It contains a level 1 magic in it. Perhaps I can make it this way. I need snow gorse. Maybe I should go to Alto. It's the biggest city on the west continent. There are also many hidden sorcerers and sorceress. It's dangerous, but I shall still have a chance. So far, that was all Lucian could read from the notes. He was very curious about her experience in Alto, but decided to finish the remaining few pages later tonight. Today, Lucian also wanted to borrow a common tongue dictionary and put it into his library. If everything went well, Lucian could start learning magic on the weekend. His heart was full of hope. Victor was glad to see that Lucian did not slow down over the several days learning. Within 50 minutes, he absorbed the rest of the grammar rules. He was smart and gifted in learning language and had a good memory as well. Good mood brought him ideas. Victor started humming. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a break. Help yourself to some tea and snack. I gotta jot this down. He was already trotting upstairs when he finished talking. Picking up the fine white teacup, Lucian took a sip of the weird-tasting tea. Rubbing his eyes, he tried to relax a little bit. Felicia, when can we go hunting in your family's manor again? I miss the deers and rabbits there so much, and also the fresh air. Annie was another noble lady among them. However, except for her beautiful blonde hair and gem-like green eyes, her appearance was just around average. Besides, her family was not that distinguished as well. Her father was just one of the many children of a common baron, who failed to inherit anything from the family. No title, no land, no manor. Annie's family had to struggle to live a seemingly decent life with the income from her father's work as a court clerk and the annuity from their title. In comparison, the Hain family, as one of the biggest families in the Duchy of Orvaret, still enjoyed a high reputation. Although her father did not inherit the title either, he still got a big manor outside of Alto with its own woods, orchards, and even a granite quarry. They also possessed a property inside of the city. Among them, Felicia had the most distinguished family background. On hot summer days, there was nothing better than escaping from the heat, enjoying some hunting, and some homemade wine in a manor away from the city. Many young nobles who did not have a manor in their families would of course long for it. Lucian could tell Annie was trying to get close to Felicia. Is that true, Lady Felicia? Are there rabbits and cute deers in your family's manor? Renee got in the conversation, asking with curiosity. Since they started studying together, Renee always tried to cotton up to the noble students by talking about music, which worked very well. She was thus encouraged. Through music, she started joining conversations between noble students more. Somehow she learned a bit on some theories about music. Often she asked Felicia or Annie related questions and became more and more acquainted with the nobles. Learning from her, Colin and David started doing the same. Lucian, perhaps because he was too nerdy and reserved, only cared about his own study, and for sure neither the nobles nor the commons would take the initiative to talk to him. I missed the place as well. Felicia was still sitting straight, answering with her standard smile, but there are only around 3 months left before Mr. Victor's performance. Lot Herodotus and I have to practice a lot. I really have no time to go there. For sure, Felicia was happy for being flattered and being the envy of the other students. It would not be true to say that Lucian did not want to have a look at such a fancy manor. But the most urgent thing in his mind was how to borrow the dictionary and finish browsing through it as quickly as possible. Victor came downstairs with a slight smile hanging on his face. Apparently he was pretty satisfied with his work. The chatting stopped. Athy the steward came in when Victor was about to continue his teaching. He whispered in Victor's ear, "Your guest is here, my lord." "Oh, I forgot." Shaking his right hand, he looked a bit annoyed. "Let him in, please." Then he turned to his students, apologizing politely. "I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot I would have a guest here today. Can we resume the class tomorrow afternoon at 2? I'm really sorry." The students were happy to have an early end today. When they were preparing to leave, Lucian walked closer to Mr. Victor, ready to ask him to borrow the Common Tongue Dictionary for a few days. Before Lucian began his request, two guests came in following the steward. One was a silver-haired pretty man in a red shirt and black coat, and the other was a white-haired elderly man with a wooden suitcase in his hands. Mr. Rhine. Lucian and Felicia recognized the guest at the same time. Felicia's face turned pink, while Lucian felt even more surprised. He thought Rhine was just a bard living in the tavern. Rhine being Mr. Victor's important guest was quite unexpected for Lucian. "Hi, Felicia, and you're here, Lucian." Rhine greeted them gracefully. Felicia smiled shyly, and a second later she was very surprised. "How did Mr. Rhine know Lucian?" "Lucian, you know Mr. Rhine?" Victor smiled. "Yes, we've met before." Lucian nodded. "I didn't expect I'd meet Mr. Rhine again here at your place." Rhine's smile was pretty attractive, like an elf. "Yes, we met once before, and Lucian impressed me. At that time he was telling us that he wanted to learn how to read. And look, here he is. I always appreciate young people striving for their dreams." Commended by Rhine, even Lucian felt a bit shy. "Mr. Rhine is the concert master I'm currently working with, who has very unique and excellent understanding towards music. Without his help, I don't think I could be inspired with my piano concerto." "What? Rhine's the master now?" That almost made Lucian's jaw drop. He had met Rhine in copper cornet in the slums several days before. From his classmates' conversation, Lucian knew that the structure of a symphony orchestra here was similar to the ones on the earth. The first violinist was the concertmaster, who would also be responsible for conducting the orchestra when the conductor was absent. How could Rhine, a stranger who had never cooperated with the team before, get such an important position? From Lucian's expression, Rhine could tell he was very surprised. He explained easily. "The previous master fell in love with a noble lady, who eloped with her to Syracuse several days ago. Mr. Victor had no one else to find but me." He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Mr. Rhine should be the first violinist of the orchestra, even if the previous master was still here. Felicia cut in with her flushed face. "Mr. Rhine just needs more practice with the others." "I agree." Victor also thought highly of Rhine. "Mr. Rhine's one of the best violinists I've ever met. I was more than lucky to have him here." Lucian looked at Rhine, who was smiling politely with his right hand laying on his heart, showing his gratitude. Within a few days, a bard was exiled from Syracuse with his harp, and he happened to become the first violinist of a symphony orchestra in alto. It was too strange for Lucian. It could not be a coincidence. "This is Mr. Shavel, the most excellent harpsichord maker in alto." Rhine started introducing the elderly man beside him. "Mr. Shavel shall be able to help you with the improvement." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Shavel. It's an honor for me to have you here." Victor shook hands with him enthusiastically and led him upstairs before Lucian had any chance to talk to him. Victor was so excited that he forgot to ask Athy to see his students out. Unsure about the relationship between Lucian and Rhine, Athy did not ask him to leave instantly either. Next, Felicia, Annie, Colin, and some other students came upstairs quietly, filled with curiosity. Lucian was not willing to leave without the dictionary, so he also followed upstairs to end up in Mr. Victor's practice room. "Mr. Shavel, I was hoping the harpsichord could be more sensitive to the pressure of my fingers, so that the control of its volume can be more accurate." Watching Shavel open his harpsichord, Victor made detailed his request. "My music requires a wider range of tones, more resonant and vigorous, but also delicate and clear." There were lots of different components in it: springs, pivots, plectrums, strings. Since it was invented, many makers and musicians tried to improve the harpsichord, including adding extra pivots, stops, replacing soundboard, etc. Slightly frowning his eyebrows, Shavel was carefully checking the parts. "I'm afraid it's impossible, Mr. Victor. Over more than 300 years of upgrades, this kind of instrument has reached its limitation. Even a slight improvement on it would be quite hard." Both Victor and Rhine lost their words, especially Victor. If the harpsichord could not be improved, his music would definitely not be perfect. In that case, the performance in the Psalm Hall would be a foreseeable failure for him. Everyone remained silent for a while, until Lucian started asking all of a sudden, Can we turn it into a kind of percussion instrument, changing it from plucking to hitting?" Lucian noticed that this world had yet to invent the king of musical instruments, the piano. Musicians were still working on harpsichords and clavichords. He got his own plan. If he could help Mr. Victor with his improvement, probably there would be no more 5 nars every month, and of course, borrowing a dictionary would be a piece of cake. As early as they started talking about improving the harpsichord, Lucian opened his piano, manufacture and tones and mechanism of modern piano in his spirit library. He got a rough idea from leafing through the first several pages. Then what would be the difference between it and a clavichord? Shavel threw a stern look at Lucian. "Yes, you can control the volume with percussion, but the sound's too delicate and the volume too low. It's only suitable for playing at home, not a hall. It was in Alto, the city of Psalm, the city of music. No one suspected the real reason why Lucian understood the difference between a harpsichord and a clavichord. Victor was quite upset. He knew that without an improved harpsichord, those picky nobles, musicians and critics would by no means be satisfied with his performance. What was worse, he would also receive a bitter comment from Wolf on music criticism, and then he'd never have a second chance to play in the Psalm Hall again during his life. He had seen many excellent musicians fail to perform perfectly in the hall and suffer lots of setbacks afterwards. Every 2 or 3 years there would be a desperate musician among those committing suicide because of his failure. Indeed, most musicians could be quite sensitive and vulnerable. Although he understood Lucian was just trying to help, Victor still felt a bit annoyed by Lucian's groundless guessing. Controlling himself, he answered with his low voice, "Such an arrogant fool from the slum." The noble students were angry about Lucian's interruption. While Lot, Herodotus, and Felicia were glaring at Lucian with distaste, Ryan was standing to the side, with an almost undetectable smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to Lucian's answer. Although Lucian hadn't got a full understanding of the two books, he still had some overall ideas. By observing the inner structure of the harpsichord in front of him, he was ready to share his thoughts, with the help of a certain unit. The finger movement might be enlarged through the process of conduction, so the striking from the hammers inside could be louder. Lucian explained it vaguely on purpose, carefully choosing his words to match those of a common lad living in the slum to avoid suspicion. Terms like amplitude were definitely not supposed to show up in his vocabulary. Enlarge? Like what? Shavel's eyes were still stern and his white eyebrows twisted together. He had heard similar ideas before, but after several attempts failed, they all gave up in the end. Under their gaze, Lucian took down a flute from the wall. "Once I saw a farmer who lifted a big rock with a wooden stick and a small rock like this. He grabbed an ink bottle and put it under the flute and started doing levering." "I see." Instead of refuting, Shavel started thinking. Soon he noticed the disadvantage, but like this, the striking speed would be slower. "Impressive, Lucian. You are showing us the lever principle." Ryan watched Lucian's model carefully and took a step closer to him. Pretending confusion, Lucian was actually very surprised. How come Ryan knew the lever principle? People here called it the same way, but the rest of them seemed really confused. "You may all have seen it before in your lives. I heard the principle when I was traveling to home. Actually, local scholars there already discovered it hundreds of years ago. But here, people worship divine power and the blessing in the blood, so science doesn't pervade very fast." Ryan explained. "Have you noticed that the longer the stick is, the easier you can lift something on the other end, Lucian?" Ryan asked. Obviously, Lucian thought, but his face put on a confused look as he said, "Really? Then can we put more than one lever together?" Lucian stopped himself here. He could not go any further talking about stuff like multi-lever transmission. Ryan's eyes were lightened immediately. Connection, multi-levers. He walked close to Shavel and talked to him in a low voice. He was drawing on a paper. "Ryan, he's more than a bard, I'm almost sure," Lucian thought while Ryan talking. The bard's hands were waving in the air explaining the principle. Soon Victor joined their heated discussion. "Lucian, how did you connect them together?" "I mean, yes, I saw it before several times, but I never thought it could be used on this." Surprisingly, Lot started talking to Lucian, but he was stopped by Felicia. "Be quiet. Go downstairs if you want to chat." Lot did not want to miss their discussion now. He nodded and remained silent. The rest of the students were pretty annoyed by the factor that Lucian, the nobody who just recently arrived there, somehow got the spotlight. They were hoping his idea wouldn't work out. Understanding that there were still many more differences between a harpsichord and a modern piano, Lucian once again started reading his two books to see if there was more he could help with. An elegant melody came out from the room, resonant and rich at the beginning, gentle and soft in the end. "It's my pleasure." Ryan smiled elegantly. "It's nothing, Mr. Victor." Being hugged by a man, Lucian felt a bit awkward. "I didn't expect I could actually help." Victor laughed and thanked Lucian again sincerely. "Anyway, from now on, if you need any help, just ask." The rest of the students started being envious again. The newcomer earned Mr. Victor's favor so quickly. Lucian was very glad as well. Yes, Mr. Victor." He asked shyly, "I do need help with something." Yes, Victor was waiting for his request, smiling. In his eyes, Lucian was genuinely a good-hearted and promising young lad. "Can I borrow your common tongue dictionary?" Rubbing his hands, Lucian was pretty unsure. Ryan couldn't stop himself from laughing. Lot, Felicia, and the rest people there were amused as well. "Sure, no problem, my good boy." Mr. Victor nodded instantly. "Anything else?" Lucian was even more nervous now. He felt he was asking for too much. Noticing Lucian's hesitation, Victor tried to encourage him. "It's okay, don't be shy, just ask." Mr. Victor, can I study here for free?" Ha 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 ha. Ryan could not hold back anymore. Victor also started laughing. He was almost laughing to tears. Even a serious elderly man like Shavel was smiling and shaking his head, not to mention Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus. The rest of the students who hadn't had a chance to be Mr. Victor's music students laughed as well, albeit bitterly to some extent. Lucian felt a bit awkward. "Mr. Victor," he asked carefully. Victor stopped himself after several coughs, looking at Lucian seriously. "I mean Lucian. Would you like to study music under me? I know it's hard to start from scratch at your age, but a smart and hardworking young lad like you could still be a qualified musician in the future. Also, completely for free," Victor added humorously. Victor had three types of students: the ones learning how to read, which paid 5 nars every month; the ones selected among the previous type, who would learn music from him for the price of 10 nars a month, and only a really gifted and outstanding student could perform with him and benefit from his fame and network. Victor, for now, had just one student like that, who was already a well-known musician. So what Victor offered meant that Lucian could save 10 nars every month. On the other hand, that much was still not a lot for the musician, even now when he was kind of struggling because of his current income. Victor would only earn about 7 gold thales a year for teaching these students, which of course did not mean much to him. When Victor was performing for the nobles, his income was around 100 gold thales annually. Actually, merely 7 thales a year was already pretty good for most of the commoners. Annie's father, a court clerk, earned no more than 15 thales a year. Although the other students envied Lucian, he was a bit hesitant about the offer. He never thought he would learn music. Different thoughts were flashing through his mind: the witch's note, John's family, and his own plan. "I'm afraid I'll have to live in Alto for a longer time until I find a better place to learn magic. After all, Alto's the biggest and busiest city in the West. Being a respectable musician can be a pretty good cover for me." Soon Lucian made up his mind, and his face lit up with a smile. Victor was nodding with satisfaction. "You're both smart and diligent and also have a simple heart. I'm sure you'll achieve something if you keep working like this." "I'm not that simple," Lucian thought to himself. At the same time, he felt slightly uncomfortable with the way the other students were looking at him. Having his dictionary and the returned 5 nars with him, Lucian left the house and was ready to go back home. "Good job, Lucian." The girl with brown hair and green eyes caught up with Lucian from behind. "I'm Renee Weiss. I just want to say that your talent really impressed me." Being eager to read the rest of the witch's note, Lucian was not in a chatting mood now. "Hi Renee, I'm running late for an appointment. I'm sorry, but can we talk next time?" "Oh, all right." Her expression froze for a second, but soon the smile came back. At this time, Annie and another noble student, Maxie, passed by them, and Annie's mouth twisted in a contemptuous sneer. Keeping her elegant paces, Annie directly walked away without having a glimpse of Renee. From a distance, Colin and David sneered at Renee as well, but they also wished they could be as lucky as Lucian. The early summer sunshine still shone over Aduran at around 5 in the afternoon when Lucian arrived at his house. He couldn't wait to read the rest of the notes. The good news could wait until tomorrow to be shared with Alyssa and her family. Devouring the brown bread, Lucian locked the wooden door from the inside. After taking out his quill and paper, he was ready to start his exploration again. Then he entered into his spirit library to copy the dictionary. Finishing the work, Lucian opened the witch's book again. By 10 o'clock that night, Lucian had finished all of his reading. With a long sigh, he stretched slowly. It looked like the witch was not very good at reading ancient Sylvana's texts as well, because she took the notes in great detail. Some of the parts came directly from her ancestors. Lucian was pretty confident that he could just follow her notes to learn magic. The only problem was that the notes explained no further than how to become a primary level sorcerer. After that point, Lucian would have to find other ways to advance. Or maybe he could learn some ancient Sylvana's characters from the note and learn the contents from the book Astrology and Magic Elements. Anyway, now Lucian was ready to start learning magic. According to the notes, people in ancient magic empires believed that magic worked as the result of 4 basic elements: earth, fire, wind, water, releasing power under the guidance of their spirit. Later, light, darkness, and necromancy magic joined in. And sorcerers were also able to summon demons from hell, pits, or other dimensions. At the same time, all the magic could be divided into 8 schools: element, astrology, necromancy, illusion, summoning, force, transformation, and alchemy. The book Astrology and Magic Elements was mainly focused on element and astrology magic. Before becoming a real sorcerer, an apprentice could only learn some simple tricks instead of real first circle magic. In Lucian's viewpoint, the structure of those apprentice spells was very simple. They were just some geometric patterns combined together, which could be triggered by the spells and corresponding magic reagents. There were also 3 levels of the sorcerer apprentices: in training, intermediate, and advanced, graded according to the different levels of spiritual power, which determined how many spells they were able to cast in a row: 5, 10, and 20, respectively. Through meditation, an apprentice could improve his or her spiritual power. With the help of certain magic potions, he or she could start mentally building a first circle magic structure. Those who succeeded would become real sorcerers. Having sufficient spiritual power was the key factor during the process, because the casting of magic from the first circle did not require any spelling, magic reagents, or gestures. Today I met another sorcerer here in Alto. I'm really excited. He looked a bit weird, very different from the ones hiding. Lucian got really encouraged when he found out that there were still other sorcerers in the city. I found some strange red-eyed rats in the sewers. I detected magic on them, but I cannot trace them yet. My experiment shows that they're very fast breeding and their blood is toxic, which can lead to hallucinatory experience and paralysis. It is a perfect match for my Lapland bloodvin. I think my magic trap is ready now. But who do those rats belong to? Lucian was shocked to know that the rats didn't belong to the witch. That was to say, there were probably still other dangerous things down there. And the notes kept going. I met the sorcerer again. His thoughts about magic were so unique, his knowledge broad and profound. He was very attractive. But he said that the ancient magic was outdated, except for those really powerful ones, which could still be valuable. Also, he mentioned those ancient people were ignorant and uncivilized. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. He showed me a magic book called Arcana. It was thin. Actually, he called it a journal. He said that Arcana is the nature, the theory of magic. But I never thought magic could actually be explained. I was shocked. The book, or journal, was first released more than 300 years ago. It started from a script of a great arcanist in a sorcerer conference. 300 years ago. I've never heard of any of this before. After reading it, I was shocked. I don't even know how I came back home. The witch took down some of the script from the journal. Her writing was messy in this part. Lucian could tell her hands were shaking with great excitement. Here was the script in the note, ladies and gentlemen. Many years ago, in order to fight against the magic creatures, our respectable ancestors learned how to exert our spiritual power directly from dragons, elves, giants, and even from demons. They studied them, their bodies, their blood, their inner magic patterns, and thus our ancestors were able to evolve their own human bodies. They left us the meditation to strengthen our spirit, they left us magic structures to empower their offsprings, and they left us a peaceful continent by pushing those evil creatures back into the pits with their great power. Dragons are hiding, giants migrated, elves are gone deep inside their forests. Now we are the owners of the land. The great victory, ladies and gentlemen. The great victory had been reminding us for hundreds of years to keep seeking greater power, from the pits to hell, from hell to other dimensions, until the Saint Truth Church gained its power. Within a few hundred years, our empires were conquered, our sorcerers slaughtered and exiled. Our past glory died in the ashes of our castles. It's about time we take a step back and ask ourselves, what on earth are we pursuing? What can we do to prevent our magic from dying? Have you ever thought about the following questions? What's the nature of magic? Why are we endowed with spiritual power? How does that power exist? Are earth, fire, wind, and water really the most basic elements in the world? If they are, how do they stick together to form everything we know? And if not, which are the real magic elements? What's the nature of the soul? Is it different from consciousness? Do we need any certain tools to help us with the magic structures? Does God exist? If God exists, who is our God? Why can vampires remain undead forever? Why is there a sun and a moon in the world? Why do they rise and set every day? What keeps them moving in such a manner? If we can explore more about the world itself instead of chasing power around blindly, we can find the truth about magic, know who we are, and understand where we should go. The name of the great arcanist was Douglas. The notes thrilled Lucian as well. When he first came here, he also had many questions about the world. However, he soon forgot all his questions while struggling to survive. These overwhelming questions pointed directly to the origin of the world. Lucian believed that if he could figure them out, he might be able to learn how he came here and how to go back. Even if the arcanist named Douglas had not completely understood any of the problems, as long as he was still working on them, he should be an extraordinary arcanist nowadays, comparable to the sorcerers and sorceress of legend. Lucian was organizing his thoughts. There's a journal called Arcana. The witch did meet other sorcerer in this city. Everything seems to indicate there are still safe places for people to learn magic. But why would it be a journal? It sounds pretty academic. Why call him an arcanist instead of a sorcerer? Does an arcanist rank higher than a sorcerer? Lucian got more and more excited with his thoughts. He wished he could meet the sorcerer as soon as possible and move somewhere where he could learn magic safely. He would come back to Alto and do something for little Ivan's family when he became stronger. Among all questions, the two Lucian felt most interested in were, are earth, fire, wind, and water really the most basic elements in the world? If they are, how do they stick together to form everything we know? And if not, which are the real magic elements? Why is there a sun and a moon in the world? Why do they rise and set every day? What keeps them moving in such a manner? According to what Lucian had learned before, earth, fire, wind, and water were not basic elements. As for the second question, it drew his attention because they seemed to want to combine the rules of the physical universe with magic, in case Lucian's knowledge might really come in handy to learn magic faster. However, Lucian didn't know how helpful his knowledge would be in this world. It was a world full of incredible creatures, magic, divine power, and souls. Nevertheless, Lucian hadn't met anything that varied from the basic laws of physics. And he did find the same materials, like silver, copper, and iron. I might have been wrong before regarding why some books in my library were locked. Lucian guessed, agitated with the prospect. Gradually he calmed down. He was now more mature and understood that no matter how great ambition one had, sitting there and daydreaming would not change anything. After all, every person still had to be practical. He turned to the last page of the note. Sometimes, during the break of my meditation and experiments, I think about him. He's wise, elegant, and attractive. He said he came here to Alto for an important secret mission. If everything goes well, in some months he might take me to the heaven of our sorcerers and sorceress, the Continental Congress of Magic. We have an appointment in the cemetery. I wonder what he'll tell me. The witch's notes ended here. She and her sorcerer friend must have been ambushed by the night watchman. I wonder if the sorcerer managed to escape. Lucian thought with some disappointment. The Continental Congress of Magic was his only clue for now, but he had no idea how to find other hiding sorcerers and sorceresses. Taking a deep breath, Lucian decided to start his first meditation. He eliminated all the distractions in his mind and got ready for it. Following the note, Lucian kept his breaths long and gentle. Along with the breathing, he let his spirit freely spread like water and then drew it back in, similar to waves, again and again until he entered into a blank world. A world where nothing existed. Talented as the witch was, it took her more than 2 years to reach this level, plus another year to augment her spirit until it was strong enough to sense the surrounding magic elements as a junior apprentice. However, after becoming a junior apprentice, it would still take quite a while before one could move forward and become a real sorcerer or sorceress. An apprentice needed to keep forging his or her spirit by doing meditation, to only then be able to analyze and build different magic structures. Having started meditating when she was 10, the witch became an apprentice at the age of 13. A year later, she became an intermediate apprentice and was really satisfied with her progress. But then, since she was not good at analyzing the patterns of magic and building their structures, she could not progress any further. So she tried to use a precious magic potion called Magic Gate to break through the bottleneck. Lucian felt both disappointed and excited. From the witch's note, Lucian understood that learning magic did take time, so unfortunately there was no way for him to take revenge on the gangsters within a short period. Actually, as Victor's music student, Lucian was now in no hurry to protect himself with magic, since a mistake could affect his teacher's social status. At the same time, it was exciting because Lucian was unexpectedly great at the meditation. After the bitter fight underground, Lucian's spiritual power was improved by a great extent. It only took him less than 30 seconds to successfully enter into the meditation world. Observant as he was now, Lucian was guessing he could probably shorten the time for becoming a junior apprentice remarkably, doing so probably in months or even weeks. Actually, it was even faster than he thought. The meditation world was very different. Lucian could feel all sorts of power here. Some of them were steady, some restless, others were dynamic, and there were even gentle ones among others. They are earth, fire, wind, and water, the 4 elements. My spiritual power has reached the level of a junior apprentice. Lucian was so surprised that he almost failed to maintain his meditation. The badge really helped me a lot. He became truly happy. Soon he would start learning his first magic. I wonder, why do the 4 basic elements feel more like forces? When Lucian was about to follow the basic element meditation mentioned in astrology and magic elements, a question came to him. Then he noticed the similarity with the question raised by Douglas. Maybe they are actually the 4 fundamental forces: gravity, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and strong nuclear force in the universe. But then gravity would definitely be related to the earth element, while the other 3 are in fact different manifestations from the other forces, according to what I learned in my world. As soon as the idea came up, Lucian noticed that the world around him changed. A starry sky showed up, and the stars were shining brightly against the dark background. Every star had an invisible string of force hanging down to the earth. Attracting those countless strings, the earth, gentle and profound, was like a silent giant grabbing mysterious ropes in its hand. On the other hand, the remaining 3 elements, fire, wind, and water, showed no such change, since Lucian could not figure out the corresponding connections between them and the other 3 forces yet. However, the previous clear boundaries between them were seemingly blurred now. The world changes with my cognition. Lucian was guessing that the sky appeared because he happened to understand the connection between gravity and the earth element. He suddenly recalled an excerpt from the witch's notes. Stars, it was a way of meditation belonging to another school for advanced apprentices. As the note mentioned before, there were 8 schools in the world of magic, and each of them had its own way of meditation. The witch just had a brief description in the note about the astrology school because it was the element school she majored in. However, as the fundamental way of meditation for the astrology school, the first time an apprentice entered into his or her meditation world, it would allow them to see one's own night sky, from which he or she could choose a host star of destiny by themselves. The star could be connected with the person, which would provide great help in the person's future learning. More importantly, without a host star, magic belonging to astrology, like horoscope, could not be obtained. That school believed that every soul matched a star in the boundless sky. One's destiny kept changing along with his or her host star. The sorcerer would not be able to see the strings of destiny without a connection, and thus could not cast a horoscope. Therefore, even the basic meditation of astrology school required an advanced apprentice's spirit level. Before achieving that requirement, an apprentice was supposed to refer to other ways of meditation to improve their power until they became qualified. In this world, gravity has something to do with destiny. Interesting, Lucian thought to himself. It seems like many things happening here do not comply with my previous knowledge, or maybe I just cannot understand it fully. Staring at the night sky, Lucian sought his own host star using the astrology meditation. Searching in the vast and spectacular sky, soon Lucian located a star in a distance which somehow he felt familiar with. The star was not very bright, seeming like a newborn one. Extending his spirit, Lucian approached the star. Under the guidance of meditation, little by little, Lucian started connecting his spirit with the star. Suddenly, like a string being plucked, Lucian's soul shook and started vibrating fiercely. Knowing it was the hardest but also the most important part in the process, Lucian quickly reached out his spirit again to grab the almost broken string between the star and himself. Gradually, the thin string started shining bright as the stars and gradually grew stronger. The vibrating slowly disappeared. With a last sudden vibration in the end, an image of the star showed up in his soul. Drawing the power from the star greedily, Lucian continued tempering his soul and spirit until his soul felt swollen. Then he switched to element meditation to improve the interaction and strengthen the bond between his spirit and the elements. The stronger the bond was, the faster one could cast the element-specific spells and shorten the cooldown CD in general. Lucian finally opened his eyes when he started feeling extremely tired deep in his soul. They were full of excitement and ecstasy. Even when I'm not practicing meditation, I can still feel my host star in my soul. And if I focus more, I can even feel that there's a star shining afar in the sky that is connected with me. I can feel the power of the star. But soon he felt confused. Wait, I came here by mistake. I don't belong to this world, so why would I find my host star of destiny here? Theoretically speaking, if someone dies, that person's star would gradually dim until it finally disappeared. But the star I felt just now, it belongs to me, the real me, Xiafeng. Lucian could not figure it out at the moment. Also from the notes, Lucian learned that a sorcerer or sorceress needed to use specific magic to measure other people's spiritual power. Only those who just broke through to a new level could be detected in a direct way, without using any magic, due to the instability of their power. Of course, magic that could hide one's power existed. After taking a very short break, Lucian opened the notes with great excitement. He couldn't wait any longer to see what magic spells were waiting for him. Since he now had the host star of destiny, Lucian could master all 3 apprentice spells in the School of Astrology, which were relatively powerful among those of similar level from other schools. But for now, Lucian's power was only enough to cast the spells 2 to 3 times before his spirit was exhausted. Different levels of apprentice were accessed depending on how many spells an apprentice could cast before exhausting his spirit. An apprentice in training could cast up to 5 spells, while an intermediate doubled that number, and an advanced doubled it again to cast no less than 20 spells before running out of power. That was to say that, for now, Lucian could only use up to 5 spells of apprentice level consecutively. As for the astrology magic, probably only 3. When feeling exhausted, one needed to rest or take magic potions to help his or her power to fill up again. The 3 spells of apprentice level were Horoscope Basic Level, Eyes of Stars, and Disarming Loop. Among them, Horoscope was the best known one. Even the basic level required lots of knowledge to understand the movement of stars and tell the precise moment to tell the fortune. It took the witch several years to barely understand some of them, but her predictions were often inaccurate. While for Lucian the most challenging part was to find a crystal ball made of pure and precious morning light crystal. He had no idea where to find one. The witch's crystal ball came from her family, but it was taken away by the church. As for the astrology-related basic knowledge, which the witch found very complex, Lucian realized it was basically just celestial mechanics of high school level, but it was described in a messy way. However, Lucian could not explain with his current knowledge why a star would have something to do with a person's fate. Picturing himself in the future sitting in front of a crystal ball and casting spells, Lucian felt thrilled. If he wore a black sorcerer's robe, Lucian had the impression he would look more like an evil wizard. Eyes of Stars and hypnotism magic. The caster needed to have the person staring at his eyes. Disarming loop. Lucian's understanding was that the magic could use the gravity from the stars and build an about 20-centimeter thick loop in which the gravity could be controlled. It was a magic mainly used for defense. Lucian decided to start by protecting himself. Hangul, ko uinus, he would learn disarming loop. Besides, the other spells all required other materials. For example, Eyes of Stars needed night star, a type of herb, as its reagent. And almost all the element-specific spells had similar requirements. Although Lucian could also learn magic from other schools, his meditation technique would make it easier for him to start with astrology and element. Keeping himself focused, Lucian cast the strange spell in a low voice, trying to search for the power in the hanging string connecting the star with his own host star. He felt his spirit started vibrating with the casting. It was possible to feel the gravity from the star. Hurriedly, Lucian tried to shape his spirit according to the simple magic pattern in the notes. However, before the pattern was created, the combination of his spirit and the gravity ceased. Lucian had failed. After 5 failures, finally his efforts were successful. An almost invisible loop of soft light fell down on the table, surrounding a previously lit candle. Controlled by Lucian, the candle flame was suddenly constrained, and in the next second soared up in the air. After 2 minutes of practice, Lucian stopped. Crossing his fingers, Lucian bit his lip thoughtfully. I'm not able to create a big difference in gravity. The loop might be barely enough for people to lose control of their weapons to some extent, but not strong enough to disarm them completely. After all, it's just an apprentice spell, and it takes me too long to cast it. If I practice more, I should be able to create the loop within 3 seconds. Anyway, it is my first magic. Lucian was glad that he could master disarming loop in such a short time, while it took the witch more than a month. The witch explained in the note that the difficulty came from the fact that she couldn't understand why would the stars lead to the chaos of the earth element, so she had no choice but to practice over and over again without knowing the reason. But I know the reason behind Hangul, ko uinus, gravity. It seems the saying also works here in this world. Knowledge is power. Recalling the whole process, Lucian tried to reduce the casting time. I felt the spell just created a certain frequency and then made my spirit start vibrating with it. What if I just remember and follow the specific frequency and skip the spell? The answer was yes, but it definitely required a spiritual power control of a higher level. After a long time of practice, Lucian was exhausted and he had to call it a day, but by then he had reduced the activating time, no casting, since there was no spell needed now, to a bit more than 3 seconds. I need more practice tomorrow, and I'll try to find some common materials for magic potions. Lucian's brain was not working properly due to his sleepiness. Even if a sorcerer or sorceress didn't aim at being an alchemist, the process of learning from creating magic potions was still very significant. There were over 10 different magic potions in the notes. Every one of them was amazing. For example, Brown Owl was helpful for restoring energy. The most precious among them were 3. Magic Gate provided a great boost for those apprentices who found themselves stuck because of certain magic structures. Silver Moon was a potion that could help the apprentice during the process of breakthrough, and Crying Soul could reveal the power hidden in a developed body, or so to speak, an adult. For now, Crying Soul was the one Lucian was longing for the most. The materials required for Magic Gate and Silver Moon were precious and hard to find. They also demanded a higher level of spiritual power, close to the one a real sorcerer had. Only Crying Soul could be used on any healthy person, becoming a very famous potion back in the days when the ancient sorcerers were trying to have more low-level squires to face moments of crisis. But there was also a side effect. The potion would overdraw one's strength, causing problems in the future development. If a person became a knight by using Crying Soul, he wouldn't be as strong as the normally trained ones in the future, and his final development would be overall inferior. But for Lucian, he never really expected being a knight. It was just a good way for him to become stronger quickly. The problem was that even the materials for Crying Soul were still not that very easy to collect. They were either expensive or very strange, and Lucian was not yet an adult, so the potion might be dangerous for him. The stronger the person was, the greater chance of success for the procedure. Crying Soul belonged to the necromancy school. Its simplified magic formula was corpse mushroom plus aquatic zombie brain tissue plus revenant dust plus moonlight rose dust equal Crying Soul potion. Corpse mushrooms grew on dead bodies. Before they were ripe, they were white like milk, but then turned black within a day. They could last for 1 month when they were ripe. Smelling them could lead the person to suffer from light delusion. If someone ate the mushroom, they would be infected with diseases from the corpse. The darker the color was, the better the quality the potion would have. It was the same for the other materials. Stronger aquatic zombies and revenant with stronger hatred would improve the potion's effect as well. Moonlight Rose was precious and expensive, costing about a gold thale per gram, 100 silver nars. It shone like the silver moon at night. Also, high-level night squires would use the rose to help them awaken the blessing in their blood. One dose would need at least 10 grams if everything went well. The witch once tried to make a crying soul potion to become stronger, in order to help on the search for Snow Gorse later. After all, the potion could help a person fight in the same conditions with a level 1 knight, and there were just about 400 knights in the whole duchy. She could not afford the rose, but the witch mentioned in her notes that there were aquatic zombies along the Belem River at night. She also recorded that the revenant dust could be obtained by summoning a low-level revenant using the blood of evil creatures, which was also an apprentice-level necromancy spell. Lucian had no better options available. The only thing he could do now was keep practicing and strengthening his spiritual power, while at the same time trying to find these materials secretly. Approaching the month of fire, the sun rose much earlier than before. The orange-colored clouds were slowly changing as they crossed the sky like blooming flowers. Lucian succeeded in activating Disarming Loop again. He already knew that the spelling was not necessary if he first made his spirit resonate in the same frequency of the spell. However, that method was more energy-consuming. He was disappointed to see that without the spelling, activating the magic even once could drain his spiritual power completely. After doing meditation, Lucian felt invigorated. He tidied his messy place a little bit, leaving no proof of the magic practice, and headed to Auntie Alice's house. "Morning, Lucian. Come and join us for breakfast." Ivan opened the door. Recently, he was helping his mom in the Textile Association and thus looked more mature now. "Sure, I planned my arrival time just to be able to have breakfast." Lucian smiled. "You're playing the funny now, little Evans." Joel was having the veggie soup with dark bread. He was happy to see Lucian's growth. "You seem more confident now." Every Sunday morning, those faithful ones among the citizens would go to the St. Truth Church. Lucian did not want to go with them because was too afraid of being found out, so he always sought different excuses not to join them. "Have some hot soup, little Evans." Auntie Alice scooped a bowl of hot soup and handed it over to Lucian. Lucian was starving from his previous meditation and casting. Sipping the hot soup with dark bread, Lucian felt much better. The dark bread here was still not tasty. Lucian could taste some wheat bran mixed in the bread, and it was much better than what he had at home. His bread tasted like pure wood. "Uncle Joel, I got something else to do tomorrow." "Sorry, but I can't go with you to the church." Despite the risk, Lucian also had no time to waste with that. "Don't you have to work in the market tomorrow?" Auntie Alice asked. Lucian pulled out the old purse and gave it back to Joel. He smiled and answered, "I'm Mr. Victor's admitted student now. I'm going to study music under Mr. Victor." And Lucian paused a bit. "He will teach me for free." "What?" Joel almost choked on the bread. His face turned red from coughing. "He allowed you to learn music there. You just wanted to learn how to read like a week ago." Clearly, Alice had a different focus. "For free? Really for free?" Ivan gasped in great admiration. "Lucian, what did you do?" Lucian told them the full story. "I'm pretty lucky to have this opportunity. I'm gonna visit Mr. Victor tomorrow morning and borrow some related books." In fact, Lucian was going to study at Victor's place this afternoon to make up for lesson they had missed. But it was also a very good excuse for him to be absent from the church again, and he was going to visit Mr. Victor tomorrow morning again to collect more books in his spirit library. Being a musician was a perfect cover for Lucian. He had to take it seriously. Joel stared at Lucian for a while with complicated emotions. Finally, he started patting on Lucian's shoulder with great joy. His voice was trembling. "You're lucky, yes, but you're also smart, diligent, and gifted. Mr. Victor is an awesome teacher, and I'm sure you can accomplish big achievements in the future. Do your best, little Evans. If you manage to have a chance to play in the Psalm Hall, let me be there to watch you, then I will have no regrets in music in my life." On the opposite side of the table, Ivan was nodding as well. "Then I can tell my friends that I have 2 elder brothers. One is a knight and the other is a great musician." "Cool. Of course, Uncle Joel, I'll work hard." Lucian nodded seriously but sighed in his heart. He felt sorry that he wouldn't be able to put lots of energy and time in music. Last night, Lucian had been drawn into the amazing magic world. For him, being a musician was just a camouflage and a way of making money for learning magic. Joel loved music deep within his heart, but Lucian did not. He did not know much about music here, but from his experience, many songs he heard before were very beautiful, and some of them shared the same features with the classical masterpieces on Earth. Putting the purse back, Joel reminded Lucian. "When you decide what instrument you'd like to start with, don't be shy and come here to ask for help." After reading the magic notes, Lucian knew that learning magic was very expensive. He had to hurry up and make money. Lucian didn't go directly to the market after leaving. Instead, he went back home for his wood stick and started practicing basic fighting skills as usual. Since Lucian's spirit was not strong enough, being physically strong was also very important. Besides, the stronger the person was, the more likely they would successfully get improved by the Crying Soul potion. An hour later in the market, it had been 5 days since Lucian came here last time. The market area was busy as usual. Human and other kinds of humanoid creatures were walking around and bargaining. The assorted shops and stores were like colorful mushrooms in the woods. Lucian was very careful when he was walking on the streets. The gangsters would probably take revenge on him, but Lucian was pretty sure that with his good perception he would notice if anyone tried to attack him. However, until he finished buying the materials and was ready to leave, not even a single gangster came to bother him. In fact, the gangsters on the street were in much smaller numbers than usual. They were often in groups of 2 or 3, but today most of them were hanging around alone. Lucian was pretty confused. No matter what happened, Lucian still had to be careful and try to master all the apprentice spells as soon as possible. Although these spells were not very powerful, Lucian believed that they were already enough for dealing with a bunch of gangsters holding daggers. It took Lucian more than 3 hours just to buy 3 of these materials. Worrying that his shopping might bring any suspiciousness, he was very cautious and decided not to buy anything that was not used for common tasks. He bought some sulfur, which was very useful for disinfestation in the month of Fire Nightstar, a type of plant that could promote sleep quality, and ice stone that could be used for keeping stuff fresh. For the materials that could be found outside of the city, Lucian definitely wouldn't buy them. The shopping cost Lucian a gnar and 20 fells, which represented half of his savings, but what he bought was only enough for about 100 experiments. Among them, the most expensive one was Nightstar, followed by Ice Stone, but sulfur was the cheapest, as expected. Lucian sighed, "I'd better be careful with these experiments. I really can't afford to waste any material." Spells like Acid Splash and Freezing Rays would definitely mess Lucian's place. And he was afraid that someone would notice it during daytime, so he decided to find a new place for practicing, the sewers. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucian started his study on time at Victor's house. An hour later, the class was over. After Renee, Colin, and Annie left, Victor asked in a gentle voice, "Lucian, do you have a job now?" There were only 4 students left in the living room lot: Felicia, Herodotus, and Lucian. Shaking his head, Lucian answered with slight depression, "No, sir. I lost my job for some reason. I'm still looking for a new one." It was kind of embarrassing for Lucian to admit, but he was also a bit excited. "Did Mr. Victor have a job offer?" "I know a relatively easy job. You work 4 hours every morning and you get 10 gnars every month. What do you think?" Lucian felt so touched facing this kind offer. Although he had been through many difficulties and bad things before, Lucian felt he was so lucky to have many kind people helping him like Uncle Joel, Auntie Alyssa, and Mr. Victor. "Yes, sure, that's awesome. It's very kind of you. You don't even know what kind of work it is." Victor smiled. "It's a job in the association library. They are short of hands now. Another good thing is that when you work there, you can have access to many music or theory-related books. I think it'll be pretty helpful." Victor was the only reason why Lucian could get this job. People in the association knew that this job was mainly for Mr. Victor's student. Lucian was working like a dog all day long for just 3 gnars a month. Now Lucian could work for a salary similar to what a common citizen could earn every month. That was another reason why so many people wanted to be Mr. Victor's music students. Great. Victor clapped his hands with joy. "This afternoon, I'm gonna take Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus to the association for rehearsal. You can come with us together and sign the contract, then you can start working tomorrow." When Victor went back upstairs to find some of his music work, Lot came and smiled to Lucian. "Hi Lucian, I'm Lot Griffith. We haven't really talked to each other before. I'm here to say that Mr. Victor is a very, very nice teacher and a very kind man as well. I hope you won't let him down as his music student." Lot was pretty unhappy with this newcomer suddenly becoming one of Mr. Victor's music students. In his eyes, there was definitely no position in the world of musician for a poor, uneducated, and ignorant boy like Lucian. As a noble from the Griffith family, he felt ashamed of studying with the poor. But from Mr. Victor's words, Lot found out that Victor was expecting Lucian to be a common musician first, not really a music master. Therefore his anger and dissatisfaction turned into Noble's arrogance and pride, looking down upon the poor and miserable guy standing in front of him. "Mr. Victor must be happy, so I'm willing to accept him," Lot thought to himself. He always tried to give a good impression to Victor in order to become his most outstanding student. "I'm Felicia Hain," politely but also coldly, the red-haired girl nodded to Lucian. She didn't believe Lucian would achieve something in music. Besides, she couldn't allow herself to get too close to a poor guy. It was bad for her reputation. And Herodotus, who always disliked Lucian, also did just a simple self-introduction like Felicia. The Hall of the Musicians Association. Stepping on the thick and soft carpet, Lucian was following Mr. Victor to the reception counter, while the other students were practicing upstairs. "Good afternoon, Mr. Victor." The cute girl Alina slightly bowed and greeted him. "Good afternoon, Alina." Victor was always kind to everyone. "This is Lucian, my new music student. From tomorrow on, he will be working in the library. Can you kindly help him sign the contract and hand it to Mr. Hank later?" She nodded and took out the already prepared contract and a quill. When she was passing Lucian the contract, her green eyes were opened with surprise. Lucian, it's you. No wonder I just thought it was a familiar name. She couldn't believe her own eyes. About more than a week ago, Lucian, the guy from the slum, was rummaging through trash from the association. Today he was standing here as Mr. Victor's music student. What a crazy world. Hi, Alina. Nice to see you again. Lucian took the contract and started reading it. Still not very good at reading, it took him quite a while to understand the few lines on the paper, during which Alina finally calmed down and was staring at Lucian with great curiosity. You can do fingerprint or sign here, either way is fine. She smiled. You changed so much since last time I saw you. You know Lucian? Victor asked. You were there at that time as well, Mr. Victor. Alina started explaining to him. Lucian finished reading and wrote down his name slowly. I see. No wonder I feel I've seen you before somewhere. You're always diligent, Lucian. You'll be successful if you keep working hard in music. Succeed in music. Victor, are you prepared for the concert? A sharp voice came from behind them. It was Wolf, the brown-haired musician with a protruding jaw. Lucian still remembered him. With his latest progress, Victor was more confident when facing Wolf's bitter challenge now. After a fierce competition, Victor and Wolf were the last two competitors remaining. In Victor's opinion, Wolf lost the chance in the end because he spent too much time on criticizing other musicians' work instead of investing more energy in studying music itself. I do think so, Wolf. Actually, I'm pretty happy with my new work. Do you want to give me some suggestion on it? Victor had registered his new piano concerto at the association. There was no chance for Wolf to try to plagiarize it. Wolf thought Victor was still very frustrated with his work. Now Victor's confidence was something beyond his expectation. Wolf's face turned ashen and he murmured, not really, Victor. I'd rather keep my curiosity. We'll see it in 3 months. Shrugging his shoulders, Victor smiled. All right. I was quite looking forward to your opinion. Wolf just wanted to get rid of this topic, and he saw Lucian was standing aside in his cheap and old linen clothes. Raising his chin, he asked in contempt, when did you become friends with people from the slum? That behavior came from a long time ago when Wolf's family still ranked among nobles. From his great-grandfather on, Wolf's family lost the title, but it did not prevent him from regarding himself as a noble. He looked down upon the musicians like Victor who came from common families, not to mention poor people like Lucian. His arrogance was mixed with the hatred towards Victor, so in his eyes Lucian was comparable to a disgusting mouse jumping onto his dinner table. Lucian was a bit angry, but he was already used to this kind of contempt. As long as there was social status and wealth in a world, people would be divided into different levels: the superior and the inferior, the decent and the filthy. The only way for a person to change the situation was striving for power and wealth. But once someone succeeded, they would often join the group and become one among the ones who looked down upon the common folk. Mind your words, Wolf. Frowning his eyebrows, Victor warned him seriously. Lucian's my new music student. He's a very talented young lad. Honestly speaking, Victor boasted about Lucian's ability. He was not sure about Lucian's music gift yet. Are you serious, Victor? Really? Wolf started laughing so hard that he almost lost his footing. You got that nervous with your performance and lost your mind. Lacking a bit of confidence, Victor tried to fight back. Alto is the city of Psalm, the city of music. Everyone here can have a chance at learning music. Many outstanding bards are of poor background. The talent of music is a gift from God, and God doesn't only bless the wealthy and the noble. Wolf shook his head while he was still laughing. Come on, Victor. Both you and I know that a talent can easily awaken the blessing in their blood. We call people like Princess Natasha and Lord Verdi talents, but your student, get real. If he managed to become an outstanding musician in the future, I will do an open apology to you and your student on music criticism and never hold my own concert again. Wolf made the bet on impulse, but he was pretty cautious as well. He added the word outstanding on purpose, since it was really hard to reach a consensus on what really made an outstanding artist. Lucian heard that Princess Natasha, also known as the Violet Countess, was the only child of the Grand Duke of Orvaret, and her current title was also one of the prerequisites to become the Grand Duke of the Duchy. She was very gifted in music and had excellent skills in playing violin, flute, and harpsichord. Besides, the 25-year-old princess was also an outstanding level 5 Grand Knight who was expected to become a Radiant Knight soon. Lord Verdi, the nephew of the Grand Duke and also a member of the Violet family, just became a level 5 Grand Knight and was currently serving as the chief commander of the city guards in Alto. After making the comment, Wolf directly turned and left the hall. Victor shook his head in repulsion. Lucian, just ignore him. Everyone knows Wolf is a total bastard. Your work starts from tomorrow, 1 day off a week. You can arrange your day off with the library administrators. I have to go to the Odeon now. There was a sweet little dimple in Alina's left cheek. No worries, it's my job. Like Mr. Victor said, never let Mr. Wolf bother you. He's always like that, looking down upon most people in the association, except several directors with titles. I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Wolf's high-lifted jaw digging a hole into the carpet along with the noble directors. Lucian shrugged a bit and smiled. Alina started giggling with his words. When Lucian was about to leave, Alina stopped him. Her right hand clenched into a small fist and her face looked serious. I believe in you, Lucian. You can be an outstanding musician. Mr. Wolf would deeply regret his bet. Honestly speaking, Lucian did not take the bet seriously. But he also raised his fist like Alina and replied, I certainly will. There was no nightlife in Aduran. At 9 o'clock at night, most residents in this area were already in bed, except for several drunkards who were still hanging around. Everybody else had to prepare for the hard work in the following morning. Lucian told Joel and Alyssa he got a new job over dinner, and then went back to his shack to meditate and prepare for his magic experiments. Gently closing the door, Lucian sneaked out of his shack and walked towards one of the entrances to the sewers. It would still take Lucian quite some time to learn how to build a secret passage like the witch did. After making sure that no one was watching, Lucian stepped into the underground world. The stinking smell and the slimy wall were still the same, disgusting and gloomy, but none of that would prevent him from exploring magic. Walking in the pipes, Lucian was mapping in his spirit library and trying to find a proper corner to start his experiments. He also scraped off some of the moss on the wall and put them into his pocket. It was called light moss, which was the reagent for the apprentice magic extinguishment. The deeper Lucian went, the more gruesome the place became. Down there, Lucian never met any homeless guy, like Corella mentioned. The sound of his footsteps was intensified within the sewers. Lucian could even hear his own breath. Finally, Lucian found his ideal place, a forked path. The front way was blocked by a huge rock, while the one turning left went further into the darkness. Lucian could easily notice if anyone was approaching him from this position. Lucian pinched some sulfur from his pocket while recalling the structure of the magic. Then he started casting a strange spell, and the powder slipped through his fingers. His face looked serious and mysterious in the cold light. After practicing many times, when dawn was drawing near, Lucian finally mastered the 5 apprentice spells: Eyes of Stars, Freezing Rays, Darkness, Mage's Hand, and Acid Splashing. Furthermore, now Lucian could activate Disarming Loop without a verbal component in about 3 seconds. It took the witch much longer to understand all these spells. It was amazing how Lucian could grasp them in such a short period of time. In his eyes, these magic structures were related to different mathematical models and the knowledge of planar geometry. After reviewing what he had learned before in high school, Lucian found they were actually pretty easy to be understood. Here, magic could be explained by science. In acid splashing, for example, sulfur was transformed into sulfuric acid. However, Lucian had a hard time understanding how darkness worked. His far-fetched guess was that the magic reconstructed the light moss and made it absorb the light. As expected, Lucian had to spend more time to master the darkness spell. Lucian reflected on his magic experiment. His knowledge from the past, like physics and chemistry, was useful, but it could not be used to explain everything in this magic world. There were some similarities shared between this place and the Earth, but there were also many things he couldn't understand, like those precious metals and magic materials. He knew he should explore the world more by himself. After a 10-minute break, Lucian started doing some simple cleaning. These apprentice spells are not powerful enough. Rubbing the floor, Lucian thought to himself, they can only kill someone when they hit the vital parts, or the most they could do is make the person move slower or suffer a bit. But Lucian was not disappointed. He knew that, if need arose, they could still be more than helpful. Finishing the cleaning, Lucian carefully hid the materials nearby. He didn't go back to the surface directly, but continued his exploration towards the end of the outlets. He was looking for corpse mushroom, which meant he had to find some carcasses first. Searching in a graveyard under the nose of the church was too risky. Lucian heard that many poor people who had no families or friends died lonely and miserably down there. Besides, dead animals and rotten flesh were even easier to be found. The witch did not mention any possible danger in the pipes, but Lucian was still very cautious, staying alert to any sign of trouble. Within 20 minutes, Lucian had found 2 dead rats and a jelly-like creature body, but no corpse mushroom was there. Turning around a corner, an open area appeared in front of Lucian. That was where the homeless people lived. The sewer here was very broad. An underground river was flowing slowly with waste floating in the middle, which went all the way to the Belem River. On both sides of the river, old dirty rugs and pots were scattered everywhere. The clothes the beggars were wearing could barely cover their bodies. Why did you come here, young lad? You don't belong here. An old man probably in his 60s asked Lucian. His ribs stood out like arching blades. However, when Lucian heard his voice, the old man sounded like he was only 40 or something. Lucian's old but clean linen clothes were far from decent, but compared to what they were wearing, the youngster looked like a noble. I have a friend who also lives here. Lucian tried to sound confident and strong. He must hide his feeling of insecurity in front of these guys, or they would think it was easy to prey on the teen standing there. Several beggars behind the old man stood up. Their eyes were full of greed and ferocity. Lucian was not scared. Instead, he pulled out his dagger and took a step forward. The beggars did not dare take any further action. On the contrary, they were now standing in a defensive position. At this time, the old man started grinning. "You don't look like a guy with a decent job, young lad. None of your business," Lucian answered coldly. "Anyway, I can tell you're not doing very well. Even a hard-working young lad like you couldn't afford proper bread and beef. It's not your fault." Lucian was not sure about the old man's intention. The St. Truth Church tells people that all of us are God's servants, but why can the noble live an extravagant life while the poor have to suffer every day and night? There's no difference between us, and all human beings are born with sin. I'm not interested in your nonsense. Although his words were pretty obscure, Lucian knew the old man was trying to preach, but obviously not the Saint Truth. No matter what the old man believed in, other gods or demons, Lucian had no interest in it. The price for having something to do with a heresy in this world could be his own life. He did not want to end up being tied to a stake and burned to ashes alive. Facing such direct rejection, the old man and the other beggars were very angry. Their belief was blasphemed. Lucian knew it was time to get away from those guys. He started walking towards the outlet slowly and calmly, grabbing his shiny dagger in his hand. "Anyone want to try me?" Lucian stared at them fearlessly. When he walked by, Lucian noticed that there was a clean black cloth lying on the ground, on which there was a shiny silver-colored horn. He remembered these beggars were sitting around the cloth when he arrived here. The beggars were hesitant. No one wanted to fall on Lucian. Finally, they gave up and sat back on the ground. After walking for another 10 minutes, the sound of the river flow gradually became louder. Here should be the end of the sewers. The underground river joins the Belem River here, Lucian thought to himself. There was an iron net covering the water outlet at the confluence, and tons of floating trash accumulated in front of the net. Lucian slowed down his pace. He was hoping that he could find more dead bodies here. Lucian did not find anything until he walked towards the end of the sewer. When he started feeling disappointed and was about to go back to the surface, Lucian suddenly noticed that the net was missing a part under the water. Out of curiosity, Lucian grabbed the net and tried to shake it. As expected, there was a big hole under there on the iron net. What was really unexpected was that, at this time, a black bulk of something gradually surfaced from the water. Lucian moved closer. It was a dead body, swollen and rot. Many parts of its skin had fallen off. The clothes on the body were tangled with lots of trash, which increased the buoyancy a lot. Lucian felt very disgusted and also a bit scared. However, he was still trying to see if there was any corpse mushroom on it. There was a long wound on its chest. Someone cut the poor man open vertically and took away his heart. Checking with the dagger, Lucian's eyebrows frowned. "Wait, this is my purse." Lucian was shocked. He picked the purse up using the dagger and was certain that it was the purse which was taken away by the gangsters some days ago. "Why is it here?" Lucian was confused. Then he looked at the face of the dead body. The corpse was so badly decomposed that it took Lucian quite a while to finally recognize the guy. Andre. A strong stench of death came out from Andre's rotten face, a face on which Lucian could still tell his great fear and pain before he died. The gangsters under Aaron are acting weird recently. Does it have anything to do with Andre's death? Lucian had absolutely no clue. Wrapping his hand with a piece of cloth, Lucian pressed Andre's body hard back into the water. This time the body did not hook on the iron net. It was washed away directly into the Belem River and disappeared. Lucian stood up and set off for the surface, but to avoid the beggars, he did not take the same route. According to the map he drew in his spirit library, he took another direction about 20 meters away from the place where the beggars gathered. If the map was correct, Lucian would pass by the ruins of the witch's chamber and come back to the ground from the same entrance through which he came down earlier. Several meters away from the corner, Lucian heard the sound of some heavy footsteps and suddenly stopped. The footsteps echoed in the sewers, loud and clear. It sounded like there were a bunch of people approaching, and some of them must be pretty big. Lucian looked around calmly. Soon he found there was a hole in the wall, big enough for someone to hide. Lucian hid himself in the hole with his back against the wall. A while later, those guys walked directly past him, turning around a corner a few steps ahead. In such a dark place, they would not notice Lucian hiding in the hole without a careful check. "Throw these bodies into the river. Hurry up." It was a low voice from a man. However, he was speaking indistinctly, as if he missed some front teeth. Lucian felt he had heard this voice somewhere before, but could not remember where. "Why did it take you guys so long? Remember, don't screw up the whole plan." It was the old man's voice. After a few seconds of silence, the first man answered with slight fear. "Sorry, but within 10 days we promise it will be enough. At any cost," like Aaron said. Aaron, Ross and Aaron. Now Lucian finally recognized the first voice. It was Jackson, the guy who smashed Lucian's shack, and also because of Lucian, Jackson could not even speak clearly now. From their conversations, Lucian's guess was that the Aaron gang was by no means a victim of the heresy, but an accomplice, and probably Andre was killed because of his disobedience. The old man's voice was very unpleasant. "Please tell Mr. Aaron and the other guy that as long as you continuously spare no efforts in helping us grow, you will all receive huge rewards. I know that in your eyes I'm only a dying, useless old man, which is true, but we are just tiny worms on the ground. Our priests are already powerful enough to beat their bishop. We wouldn't need any of your help were it not for maintaining that thing. I will, Jackson answered in a low mood. But Jackson, I don't think we can meet their requirement. Another voice came, trembling. We gotta make sure that those are people that no one would care about. Homeless guys are ideal, but we cannot find any of them down here other than his people. That's true, Jackson. It's too difficult to find 50 of them within 10 days. Someone else agreed. The old man laughed. The rest of them are at the bottom of the Belem River. Eels in the river will clean them up for us. Scar, Aaron told us to make it at any cost. We don't necessarily have to focus on homeless guys. If they are just the poor, Aaron will be able to handle this. A cold smile appeared on Jackson's face. You have any target already, Jackson? Scar was a bit surprised. Yes, I do. Jackson's face turned hideous. They gotta pay the price. The two little bastards and their families. Lucian was shocked. His anger was burning his guts. He knew Jackson hated them, but he never expected that the thug could be so cruel and inhuman to the point of planning to kill the whole family. But thank God Lucian was here and found out about Jackson's plan. I gotta solve the problem here and now. The plan of killing them all in the sewers arose in Lucian's mind. He couldn't let them go back onto the ground, or he would not be able to protect John's family anymore. Lucian must kill them all. Then Lucian could tell John about the heresy and no one would know what happened down here. Many thoughts quickly passed through his mind. Lucian's reached out to his pocket and made sure that all the magic materials were in position. Carefully, he creeped out of the hole and approached the corner. They had 9 people there, but Lucian had no choice. Staying calm was his most important and powerful weapon. Throwing the last sack into the water, Scar poked the body bag with a long pole in fear. Although they were gangsters, gouging out people's hearts alive was still too much for them, and they also believed in the God of truth, so they prayed in their mind, begging for forgiveness. Jackson, all of the bags are gone. Glancing at the weird old man, Scar carefully asked, We'd better go now. I heard there are a lot of aquatic zombies in the Belem River. Jackson turned to the old man. Does it have anything to do with the bodies we threw away? I've never heard of zombies in the river before. The old man shook his head. We don't want any trouble while we're not strong enough. Alto was the core city of the previous magic empire. Maybe some kind of death power was sealed deep within the river, and now the seal is no longer effective. All right. When Jackson was about to leave with his men, he saw Scar's terrified face. At the same time, Jackson heard a weird, low voice murmuring in the back like a spell. 20 meters away from them, there was a dark humanoid shadow standing there. Half of his body and face were hidden in the darkness. In the shimmer of the moss, the mysterious shadow was even more strange and terrifying. Ghost, Scar screamed at the top of his lungs. Since he was involved in this, his conscience was tortured by the fear that the people they killed would come back and seek revenge. When he closed his eyes, the warm and bloody hearts that they took from those people's chests when they were still alive were still beating in his mind. Great fear seized him. Scar now could not even move at all. The ghost raised his right hand, and some shimmering powder fell through its fingers. Jackson and the old man started running as soon as they saw the ghost, but all of a sudden they were devoured by complete darkness. The glimmer from the moss disappeared. The darkness spread quickly like a bottle of spilled ink, and no light could penetrate it. They couldn't see anything. Except for the old man, the rest of them were crazily wielding their daggers, trying to keep the bloody ghost away. The pipe was narrow. They hurt each other by accident, and some of them started screaming in pain, but fear and panic did not help them at all. Darkness, an apprentice spell. It could block all kinds of natural light in an area no larger than 6 by 6 meters, enveloping everything in complete darkness. For now, as an apprentice, Lucian could maintain the spell for 1 minute. You idiots, calm down, stop. Although he could not cast a single spell, the old man heard the priests mentioning about different kinds of magic before. Ouch! However, before the old man made that command, Jackson's dagger scratched him. Within little more than 10 seconds, 2 guys got stabbed by the chaotic attacks of daggers and fell on the ground. The others were also injured to some extent. Driven by the horrible fear, Scar and other 3 guys started running backwards. In the darkness, 2 of them fell into the river like the body bags, while the old man, Jackson, another thug, started rushing towards the shadow. At this time, the weird spellcasting voice arose again. After a few more steps, the old man finally broke the siege of darkness. However, his eyes were no longer accustomed to the weak light from the moss. It was just a blink. When he opened his eyes again, some kind of pungent, dark green liquid hit his face directly. Ow! The shrill cry from the old man scared the rest of them. Jackson looked back subconsciously, even though he could not see anything. With both hands covering his eyes, the old man was rolling on the ground in horrible pain. The skin of his face burned and turned black instantly. His scream was so bitter that Jackson and the rest of them shuddered with fear. Several seconds later, the old man fell into the river and the scream disappeared. Jackson knew there was no way to escape. They would either kill the shadow or be killed by it. Their only hope was to fight it. Run close to that freaking thing. Jackson yelled and dashed to the shadow. Then he saw it was Lucian. Jackson was furious. Hatred replaced his fear, and the only thing in his mind was to tear the freaking bastard up into thousands of pieces. When he was about to throw his dagger towards Lucian, he saw a blue beam of light in Lucian's hand. Jackson hurriedly dodged to the left and barely avoided it. Unfortunately for them, the other thug following behind him was not that lucky. The light beam hit directly in his face, and a thin layer of ice quickly filmed his eyes, nose, and mouth. Freezing cold invaded the guy's brain and made him lose most of his power before he could smash the ice. The guy was choked. Then he banged his head fiercely on the ground. At this time, Jackson finally realized that the person standing in front of him was no more that weak poor guy. However, he became a wizard, an evil wizard with terrible power. Jackson was not an idiot. He understood that by no means Lucian would let him go. Grabbing his dagger, he leaped at Lucian's throat with all his strength. Suddenly, Jackson felt a heavy pressure fell on him, and then his legs caved. Then his body fell down directly onto the ground. Damn, Jackson swore desperately. He did not know what was going on there, but he knew that losing his footing at this point would be fatal. Longer before Lucian cast Acid Splash, he had already activated his defensive magic disarming loop without saying a word. Lucian walked towards Jackson, looking at him wielding his dagger in vain. Without saying anything, Lucian grabbed Jackson's hand and slowly pushed the dagger into his neck. The gravity affected the blood, and it didn't squirt out from his neck too much. It was ideal because Lucian did not want any of Jackson's dirty blood on his clothes. Jackson's great anger and pain were choked in his throat. His eyes were wide open and his eyeballs almost burst out, while his arms and legs were twitching against the wall. Jackson's nails were scratching on the ground, but soon his resistance was no more. The other guy did not take Lucian much time as well. Standing beside the underground sewage river, Lucian saw the old man's body floating quietly downstream with his face soaking in the water. Lucian felt relieved, because he thought the old man would be the biggest threat among them. Who knew if the old man had some kind of evil power from his heretic belief? All this happened within just 20 seconds. The darkness was still covering the area some distance away. The two injured beggars were still writhing in agony on the ground. Some beggars and gangsters were still floating on the water, but they were too scared to find the broken steel net to escape. Lucian did not want to kill them all by himself, and he was also not able to. His power had a limit, so the easiest way was driving the rest of them into the Belem River and leaving them to the ghosts there. But there was one problem. Lucian also could not see anything in the dark area, so he had to stand there for now, waiting for the magic to expire. At the same time, he was adjusting his respiratory rhythm in order to recover his power. Casting the 4 spells was very tiring. Lucian's remaining power was only enough to use either darkness or freezing rays once. Suddenly, the light returned within the spell area. The light startled Scar, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. The fear of death scared him to his knees. He trembled and prayed, "May God forgive me. May God forgive me." Slowly opening his eyes, Scar was shocked to find how young the wizard was. In the dim light, the wizard had fine features. Scar had lost his mind and surrendered. He could not tell whether the man standing in front of him was an evil wizard or a hateful ghost. It was a good chance to cast Eyes of Stars on Scar when he was suffering a mental breakdown. The apprentice magic could mesmerize the enemy or make the person fall into a trance state. The two effects were different. The former, mesmerization, required the caster to look into the other person's eyes for almost 10 minutes, while the latter, trancing, only needed some eye contact, which was more helpful in a fight. If Lucian could take control of Scar, he could use him to kill the rest of them. When Lucian was about to cast the spell, a sudden short scream pierced the silence and echoed in the whole space. Even Lucian felt very strange. As suddenly as the scream of agony started, it stopped. Lucian stopped his spelling and took a step behind his disarming loop. His freezing rays were ready to go. At this time, both Lucian and Scar saw the horrific scene in the river. A strong and pale hand was holding tight at a gangster's neck, whose skull was half opened. A black tongue was licking the white brain inside with some effort. The owner of the tongue was a humanoid monster, whose body was so swollen that its skin appeared almost transparent. Parts of its skin were hanging, showing its rotten flesh beneath. Under the cover of the monster's seaweed-like long hair, there were facial muscles that could fall off at any time. The place where the eyeballs should be was completely hollow, and there were 2 tiny white flames burning inside the 2 eye sockets. Another beggar's body, whose brain was completely gone already, was floating towards the river through the big hole on the steel net. The great master of Argent, the forever-lasting silence, may you bless your servants. A beggar sitting next to the wall started praying desperately. The monster had a frightening power that reeked of doom. Even Lucian was extremely nervous and terrified, although he was quite a distance away from the monster. Aquatic zombies. These were the monsters in the Belem River. They were zombies. Lucian suddenly recalled the witch's note, which described the features of the undead creature, aquatic zombie. immune to mind magic, no morale, immune to poison, sleep, paralysis, stun, disease, effects, no fatigue, exhaustion, breath, do not feel cold, strong resistance towards ice, and acid, extremely afraid of fire and light magic. But what frightened Lucian was that the note did not mention anything about the flames in the zombie's eyes. Something was definitely not right. According to the witch's notes, an aquatic zombie was no stronger than a male adult. But unlike most of the undead, these zombies were way faster and swift, while they still carried the features belonging to the undead's strong resistance to physical damage and other immunities. Therefore, common people and even some night squires usually did not have any chance to survive when facing these zombies, unless they had a significant advantage in numbers. Since aquatic zombies were extremely afraid of fire and light magic, a torch could burn them down if it was used properly. However, this zombie just showed up from the water, which meant its strength and agility would be increased significantly. Fire magic was also not that powerful anymore because of the water. Only light magic could be helpful under this circumstance. Lucian was absolutely not prepared. Although he knew that he had to confront aquatic zombies someday, it definitely should not be today. The witch mentioned in the note that there was a kind of material called flame jelly, which could be used for alchemy. A piece of jelly could even burn in water for a while. However, at the moment, Lucian mastered no useful light magic, and also had no such jelly. Even worse was that somehow he felt the zombie he was facing was way stronger than the common ones described by the witch. Regarding light magic, sorcerers could never compete with pastors. Aside from light rays in the first circle and on, all light-related spells of apprentice level were not for attack purpose. Nevertheless, among element magic, fire magic ranked top mainly because it was hard to be brought under control. The only fire magic in apprentice magic list was Marius's small fire, which could only be used to kindle firewood when an apprentice forgot his or her flints in the wild. Escape was the first idea in Lucian's mind. At the same time, the mutant zombie had finished the gangster's brain and swiftly jumped on one of the beggars. Then Lucian heard a crisp crack in the beggar's neck. Pressing its fingernails deeply into the skull, the zombie opened the beggar's head very easily, like opening a walnut. Its speed and strength made Lucian stop. After seeing that, he understood that escape simply meant death. There was no other way to survive other than fight back, and for that he needed to calm down. Lucian's brain quickly started analyzing. The zombie's afraid of light, but it's very early in the morning and it is still dark outside. The zombie won't give me enough time to light anything with my flints. Marius's small fire. No, I don't know how to cast the spell yet. Lucian was standing there, watching the zombie finishing the brain and then jumping onto Scar. His mind was being occupied by different thoughts and plans, but each of them was denied by him calmly. The ability to stay calm was the most important character of an outstanding sorcerer. Mutant zombies could impose a magical effect called Dread Aura on their targets to freeze them with fear. But Scar's fear of the zombie was so great that he managed to move his legs and started running for his life. However, only after few steps, the zombie swiftly overtook him and grabbed his feet. Scar squeaked out shrill cries desperately. Disarming Loop, Eyes of Stars, Mage Hand, Extinguishment, Acid Splash, Freezing Ray. That's all I know. Among them, Eyes of Stars and Extinguishment are of no use here. Disarming Loop is useful, but it's far from enough to stop the monster. Lucian was still standing there, his eyes staring at the monster. The zombie raised Scar with its 2 claws and directly tore him in half. Lucian could hear that Scar's heart, liver, and guts fell onto the ground with profuse bleeding. Scar's thrilling scream was still echoing in the pipes. Mage Hand, also not powerful enough. Acid Splash. Wait, sulfur is required to cast Acid Splash, which is also a component of gunpowder, and during the casting process, the sulfur is lit. Lucian's brain was striving for survival. He would not let his brain become another feast for the monster. The zombie opened Scar's head, in which the white brain tissue was still slightly shaking like a bowl of jelly. Lucian could feel the effects of its dread aura. His heart was racing and he felt breathless. He knew he couldn't lose his mind. Thus, he started analyzing the magic structure of Acid Splash, while his right hand reached into his pocket and grabbed a handful of sulfur. I gotta stop the magic reaction halfway when the sulfur is lit. The notes mentioned that it would backfire. The consequence going from exhausting spiritual power to severe damage in soul, or even worse. Analyzing the structure of the magic, Lucian tried to break it down into several parts to skip the acid reaction part during the casting process and only keep the fire from the sulfur. The process of deconstruction and reconstruction needed to be repeated several times. Even if Acid Splash was only a very simple apprentice-level spell, it was still very challenging for Lucian. Honestly, he was not sure if he wouldn't kill himself by doing this, but he had no other choice. The zombie devoured the brain and threw Scar's body away. Slowly, it turned to Lucian and suddenly started running towards its last target. In Lucian's eyes, all of these was like a slow motion. He could smell the stink of death and feel the overwhelming horror. No one could tell Lucian's fear from his face. Lucian didn't move at all. He was just standing there with the sulfur slowly falling through his fingers. The zombie was even faster than Lucian thought. In a second, the horrible creature was only a meter away from him. In the meantime, Lucian started casting the spell and then forced himself to stop before it was completely finished. As if he was hammered in the head, dizziness seized him and his nose started to bleed, but instantly a trail of fire showed up in front of Lucian. The claw of the zombie was just a few inches away from Lucian's head. Lucian's power was completely exhausted, and he could not sustain the fire and let it grow anymore. In the last moment, he released the fire and fell onto the ground. He had tried his best. The zombie's claw got his clothes and left a long tear on them. Suddenly, a firewall exploded between Lucian and the zombie. He raised his injured hands instinctively to protect his head and then rolled away from the blue fire. The firewall did not last long. However, after a whoosh, the zombie was covered in flames like a human-shaped torch. Swinging its claws, the zombie stopped attacking Lucian and started stumbling towards the water, but the monster became much slower now. Of course, Lucian wouldn't let it go back into the river. Grabbing the dagger, he stood up and caught up with the zombie. Lucian fiercely kicked the zombie down and stabbed the dagger into the holes where the two white flames were flickering. Lucian felt the burning pain caused by the heat. Once, twice. Lucian was too afraid to stop himself from stabbing the monster, as if the zombie would seize the chance and tear him in half if he lost the momentum for even a second. Even though the zombie was still crawling towards the river with flame on its back. But few meters away from the river, the white flames in its eyes were finally extinguished and its bones collapsed. Gasping with great effort, Lucian took out the zombie's brain with his dagger. He still remembered that he needed it. After its brain had been taken away, soon the zombie turned completely into ashes, in which something small was shining there. Grabbing his dagger, Lucian cautiously approached the pile of ash. The shiny item was actually a carved silver ring, inlaid with a small blue gem on top. It belonged to the zombie. Lucian was surprised. He picked the ring up and started scrutinizing it carefully. There was a line of letters on its surface, which was written in the common tongue. Human nature can be colder than snow. The ring was just plain looking, but when Lucian rubbed it gently, he felt a mysterious and amazing power coming from the gem. After a few minutes, when Lucian's power started slowly recovering from the magic backfire, he carefully examined the ring again using his spiritual power. Lucian's injured soul was slightly shocked as soon as his spirit entered into the ring. He felt inside the gem what seemed to be the power of Blizzard, but its structure was way more complicated than that of the apprentice-level magic. It's a magic ring. Maybe that's why the zombie seemed much stronger than the others. Lucian was excited. It seems that the ring's even superior to Benjamin's truth badge. I wonder which power level the ring belongs to. With his remaining spiritual power, Lucian couldn't even understand the magic structure in the ring, not to mention how to leave his own spiritual imprint on the structure in order to use the power. A sorcerer with the first circle spell called Identify could directly understand the magic properties of all level 1 magic items without having to analyze their inner structures. One's ability in using Identify would grow along with their accumulated knowledge, and thus the person could progress and start using the items of higher level. Sometimes there was extra information in some of them, including their makers, for what purposes they were made, and so on. According to the witch's notes, all of the magic items could be divided into different standards: apprentice level, level 1 to 9, and legend level. The evaluation criteria was based on the power of the magic item. If the power was equal to a first circle magic or to the ability of a level 1 knight, it was correspondingly a level 1 magic item. Nevertheless, there were 4 ranks within each level: low, medium, high, and perfect. Taking a ring enchanted with the third circle spell Lightning, for example, if the ring could be used once a day, it was a low rank level 3 magic ring if it could be used 3 times a day. It would instead be considered a medium rank level 3 one if the ring had some extra benefits like increasing the magic resistance of the user. It would be a high rank level 3 item. If a magic item had some kind of permanent augmentation effect, it would be a level higher than the other common ones. For example, Mind Blank was an 8 circle spell, and a magic item with the immunity towards this ring 8 magic would be recognized as a precious level 9 magic artifact. Furthermore, the grading was also applied to magic weapons and armors. Lucian did not know the ring very well, so he dare not wear it casually in case there was any curse on it. After putting the ring in his pocket, he was in a pretty good mood. However, when he noticed all the bodies and blood around him, he knew that he had more work to do. Most importantly, he needed to learn how to preserve the aquatic zombie's brain tissue. Lucian did not know how to use the apprentice spell called organ preservation yet, but the zombie's brain tissue should be able to last from 3 to 5 days, which should be enough time for Lucian to master the spell. According to the notes, organ preservation was a spell that could actually be used for keeping many other things fresh, besides organs. 24 hours duration each time. No magic reagent required. After opening the zombie's skull with the dagger, Lucian saw its black brain, which looked like countless disgusting worms entangling each other. Carefully, Lucian put the brain into a bag together with his ice stones. Knowing lots of money would be needed for learning magic in the future, Lucian plundered all the money from the bodies, including the 2 hollow-headed ones in the river. He got 33 nars and 52 fells in total. Looking at his bulging money bag, a smile appeared on Lucian's face. However, when Lucian was collecting the money, he noticed he couldn't see things clearly, and his head was buzzing sometimes. Finally, he realized that these were the sequelae from his spirit damage. There was no magic potion mentioned in the notes that could be used for this kind of injury. Therefore, the recovery might take a while. Then, Lucian started doing the labor. Holding his breath, he wrapped up the guts scattered on the ground and threw them away into the river, along with the bodies. Gradually, he started getting used to the scene and even took a closer look at Scar's kidney. Lucian believed that soon all of them would become fish food in the Belem River. After rinsing away the blood on the ground, it was about time he left this place. It seems like the heresy has nothing to do with the aquatic zombie. Lucian thought to himself while he was walking, then what about the red-eyed rats? Lucian decided that tomorrow morning he would go to Lord Ven's manor to find John before going to the Musicians' Association. He had to talk to John about the heresy, but of course, without telling him what actually happened down here. Several pastors in training would come down to the sewers once every 3 days to clean up the trash in the river using spells. But the person stepping out of a shadow after Lucian left was definitely not a new pastor. The Lord of Argent, the forever-lasting silence. The person giggled in a mix of disgust and amusement, continuously talking to himself. A different name, a different identity. Interesting. That person must have been bewitched by him. I can't wait to see his shadow coming upon the land. A battle between him and the Cardinal of Alto will be very interesting. Probably there is some kind of legacy left by the previous ancient magic empire that he could utilize. But the church would interrupt his plan, I bet. The person looked around. A cunning smile appeared upon his face. The pretty smart young guy just created the new apprentice magic sulfuric fire wall by himself. Impressive. He can be very useful to me. Then his figure split into countless small shadow pieces, and he suddenly disappeared. Only his giggles were left there, echoing in the pipes. Half an hour later, another figure appeared in the pipes, close to the broken iron net. It was a decently dressed man in his 30s, black shirt, black suit, black shoes, almost everything black. His mustache was carefully trimmed, and his hair was of pompadour style. Graceful as the man might look, he had a dark aura of ferocity and brutality, and he was not a nobleman. He was Rawson Aaron. All his men knew that Rawson Aaron was a knight who had already awakened the blessing in his blood. When he was about to become a grand knight, unfortunately, his power went awry and turned out to be vicious and dark. The power not only destroyed his noble title, but also caused Aaron's endless hiding from the church. Aaron hated the god for treating him so cruelly, losing all of his possessions. For a long time he lived like a rat, hiding all the time. While he was trying to at least dress like a nobleman, bitter hatred was still burning his guts day and night. The grading of knight and pastor was similar to the different levels of sorcerer. The ability to use the 3rd circle spell Fly, the 6th circle spell Magic Trigger, or many other 9th circle spells symbolized different levels of sorcerer. When a sorcerer or sorceress could start using one of these spells, it meant he or she had made a new breakthrough. Their spiritual power would grow by a large extent, and their souls would transform into a higher level form. Even their lives would be extended. In the ancient magic empire, people regarded the 1st and 2nd circle sorcerers as junior rank mages, while 3rd to 5th circle were middle rank mages, and 6th to 8th circle, senior rank mages. Above them, a 9th circle sorcerer or sorceress would be respected as an archmage. Similarly, the levels 3, 6, and 9 were the key promoting points for a knight. If a person successfully awakened the blessing in their blood, they would first become a level 1 or level 2 knight. From level 3 to 5, they would be regarded as a grand knight, then 6 to 8, a radiant knight. In level 9, the title was gold knight, and after that was the highest level of all, a legendary knight. For pastors, it went from junior rank to middle rank pastor. Then a middle rank pastor could be promoted to bishop. For the senior rank pastors, most of them would become cardinals. There was no special title for a level 9 pastor, but if one could successfully join the conclave, he or she would be respected as a grand cardinal. There were more than 400 registered official knights in the Duchy of Orvaret. Among them, there were only around 50 grand knights and less than 10 radiant knights. Most of them were members of the Violet Knights, garrisoning different key fortresses. Back then, Aaron, who was a level 2 knight, was very close to becoming a grand knight, and thus ranking among the top 50 knights in the duchy. Now, he has been working for a big man for a long time, doing all the evil and bloody things for him to maintain his fake honor. Jackson and his men did not come back to the hideout in time. Aaron felt something went wrong, so he came down here himself. Sulfur, blood, and something else. Sniffing the air, Aaron's eyebrows frowned together. With the blessing power, Aaron was more sensitive to environment in general than common people. Aaron could tell that someone had cleaned this place up before, but there were still slight traces of blood, brain tissue, acid, and sulfur on the ground, showing that a fierce struggle just happened here. Acid, sulfur. Aaron was thinking out loud. Acid splash. It was a typical apprentice spell. An apprentice sorcerer did all this. Aaron could not believe his guess, but the reasoning did make sense. The person who did this had left quite a while before he arrived. It was too late for Aaron to track the responsible. Aaron was also concerned that what they were doing would be reported to the church or nobles. It was still possible to track him if he turned to the priests of Silverhorn for help, but Aaron would not. He knew their magic could not guarantee finding the person, and more importantly, if the person had already reported what they did to the church, what he should do immediately was escape. Then Aaron quickly turned around and disappeared in the darkness. Only his footsteps were still echoing there in the sewers. Lying in the bed, Lucian was too nervous to fall asleep. Any little noise could scare Lucian out of the bed. Since there was no chance for him to have a good rest for now, he decided to take a look at the ring again. Doing research could calm Lucian down, and also if his enemies did find him, the ring might help. Inside the ring there was a solid geometric model, of which the structure was not very complicated. With his high school mathematics and physics knowledge, it only took Lucian an hour to finish the analysis. But when Lucian was trying to imprint his spiritual mark on the magic structure, he almost failed during the process. His soul was damaged, and Lucian felt his power totally unstable. With great effort, the magic structure was finally imprinted with Lucian's mark. The information of the ring came to his mind. The original owner of the ring, Ice Revenger, was a sorcerer apprentice who was betrayed by his best friend. In order to take his revenge, the apprentice turned to a great alchemist for help and spent all his money on that. The ring felt ice cold, so he could bear the bitterness of being betrayed in his mind. A second circle spell, Pomera's Frost Blades, was sealed in the ring. The spell could torture people with bitter cold and pain. The ring could help promoting the spiritual power of its owner to match a level 1 knight's strength. Furthermore, its owner could also use Pomera's Frost Blades once a day. Therefore, it was a middle rank level 2 magic item. Lucian was not going to wear the ring for now, since it would definitely draw some attention and bring him unnecessary trouble, but he decided to carry the ring in his pocket, just in case. Lucian woke up early at dawn with a bad headache. He felt dizzy and also had a fever. His physical weakness was caused by his internal injury from the magic backfire. There was no time for breakfast. Lucian wanted to report the heretics to Lord Ven as soon as possible. After changing to new linen clothes, he pushed the door open and headed towards Lord Ven's manor. The cool air outside was refreshing. He took a deep breath and felt his headache lessened. After 40 minutes walking, Lucian finally saw the magnificent manor. Lord Ven was a level 2 knight who used to pledge his allegiance to the Violet Knights. The Grand Duke of Orvaret and him became good friends when the Grand Duke was still the Violet Count and the commander of the Violet Knights. When Lord Ven became older, he left the fortress in the Dark Mountain Range and started having a more peaceful lifestyle here. But from time to time, he was summoned to the palace to be the Grand Duke's military consultant. The manor was surrounded by a high wall and several watchtowers, demonstrating the owner's military background. Outside of the manor, a number of farmers had already started working. 2 young men in their gray knight squire uniforms were patrolling, followed by some guards. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Noticing Lucian was walking towards them, a dark blonde knight asked sternly. Facing the knight squire, Lucian replied politely, "I'm a friend of John's. I'm looking for John to tell him something important." The dark blonde man Ian made a snort in contempt. "Why should I trust you, just because you claim to be John's friend? John and other knight squires are in training. I can't let you in unless you have proof of your identity." Quite obviously, Ian did not get along well with John. Lord Ven always had John in high esteem, which made Ian feel more than jealous. In his eyes, John was just a stupid pauper who somehow got a chance to become a knight squire and was always using the knight rules to please Lord Ven, while he was definitely better educated and more talented. Another knight squire, Durago, felt the same way. Thus he just stood there, watching while Ian gave the newcomer a hard time. Ian thought that a poor youngster like the one who was standing in front of him would be frightened by the posture of a knight squire. Were it the case, the youngster might just give up or start begging them on his knees. After going through so many difficulties and challenges, Lucian understood clearly what he was facing. In his eyes, it was ridiculous to see the 2 squires trying to pick on him, a nobody. Lucian answered seriously, "John's friend is in great danger. If John can't make it back in time to avoid it, both of you will be responsible for the consequences. I'm pretty sure that Lord Ven would definitely not be happy with what you guys are doing here." He knew that Lord Ven was a nobleman who strictly stuck to knight rules all the way in his life. If Lord Ven knew his men violated the rules, he would punish them severely and drive them away from his land with no hesitation. "How dare you threaten me, you little bastard?" Stepping forward, Ian was so furious that he almost pulled out his knight sword. Lucian could feel the pressure coming from the high-level knight squire. Even the guards standing behind him felt frightened. What was out of their expectation was that Lucian was still the same, calm and serious. He asked sternly, "Are you gonna kill me, an innocent and unarmed boy, right now?" It seemed like he was not affected by Ian's posture at all. His willpower was stronger than the threat. "Did you hear what I said?" Now it was Lucian's turn to take a step forward. "Do you still want to be a knight?" Ian's anger was burning his guts, but he knew if he really killed this bastard, his future title, rank, land, and manor would all be gone. He was not stupid. Dorego tried to make the situation easier for Ian. After giving Lucian a distasteful glance, Dorego hauled Ian back. "Don't waste our time on this. Don't let me see you again," said Ian viciously. Then he turned directly toward the manor. Dorego's face looked grim. He just stood there, waiting for Ian. It didn't bother Lucian at all. As soon as he realized Ian and Dorego were trying to cause him trouble, Lucian reached his hand into the pocket carrying the ring. The power of the ring helped increase his willpower to a higher level that could compete with a level 1 knight. Thus, of course, the pressure from Ian, a knight squire, could not affect him. Less than 5 minutes later, Lucian saw John running out from the gate in a hurry, followed by Ian, who was walking slowly behind him. John was very surprised when he recognized that it was Lucian. "You're here, Lucian. I thought you were the one who was in danger." Lucian stopped when he was sure that Ian and Dorego couldn't hear their conversation. Then he turned to John and started telling his well-prepared story. "I met a weird old beggar a few days ago." Lucian put a worried look on his face. At first, he was just complaining about the nobles and knights, but later, yesterday, when no one was around, he started accusing God. And I realized he was a believer of the devil, who was doing his vicious missionary work in Alto. I was about to report to the church, but I saw he was secretly meeting Jackson. I'm afraid that the gangsters are involved with the heretic, and they may seize the chance and take revenge on us, or what's worse, on your parents. If you can report to Lord Ven directly about what's going on here, I believe the nobles and the church would pay more attention to it." Lucian looked into John's eyes. "These damned scum. Now they're involved with the devil. Yes, you're right. I should report it to Lord Ven immediately." John took Lucian's words directly without any doubt. "And John, I'm afraid the situation is even more severe than you thought. I counted. There are just about 10 beggars now in Alto. Many of them disappeared." Lucian continued warning him, but he could not tell John what happened in the sewers. Frowning his eyebrows, John could guess what happened to these poor homeless guys. "Blood sacrifice," he murmured. Lucian nodded seriously. "Yes, that's what I'm guessing. But John, remember, don't tell Lord Ven that I was the one who found this out. I'm afraid some heretics would seek revenge on me. I have no power to protect myself, but you'll be awarded for reporting this," said John. Clapping on John's shoulder, Lucian's face softened a bit. "I'm more concerned with my life, John. Remember to ask Lord Ven not to divulge your information as well. You have a family to take care. They don't know how to fight as well." "I will. You're always this careful, Lucian." John nodded. There was nothing more important than his family. "But if there's any award, part of it is still yours," John promised. John stayed a bit longer with Lucian. Since Lucian told Ian and Dorego that John's friend was in danger, it would be quite suspicious if John went back to the manor straight away. After John left, Lucian decided to wait for a few more minutes to make sure that everything was going as expected. A while later, Lucian was relieved when he saw a line of knights galloping across the field. Besides John, there were 6 squires and a young pastor led by a serious-looking elder knight. When Lucian went back to Alto, he felt some vibration under the ground from the sewers. Lord Ven's men were there already. To be prudent, Lucian decided he would not go back into the sewers for a while. Recently, he was focusing on analyzing magic. Sometime before the clock showed 8:30, Lucian finally arrived at his workplace, the Musicians' Association, in time for his shift. Lena was anxiously waiting for Lucian in the hall. Being late on the first day of work would definitely not make a good first impression on the director, Mr. Hank. Another receptionist, Kathy, smiled to her colleague and joked, "Alina, who are you waiting for?" "Your sweetheart." "Come on, Kathy. I'm waiting for a friend of mine. Today's his first day working for the association." When Alina was talking, Lucian came into the hall. Lucian knew he must look terrible. The headache caused by his sole injury was torturing him all the way. After rushing here, he felt quite dizzy. "Yes, we are." Alina started walking upstairs and was followed by Lucian. "No worries. Sunday's never a busy day, or say, the work is not busy in general." Mr. Hank was a middle-aged serious man who was always wearing a decent suit. After asking some basic questions, Mr. Hank just nodded and asked Alina to lead Lucian directly to the library. The library was on the 2nd floor. While they were heading toward it, Alina was trying to describe the other librarian to Lucian. "His name is Pierre Sandor. Both of you work the morning shift in the library. He's an okay guy. I don't think he'll give you a hard time, so no worries. But he's a bit, Alina paused for a few seconds, weird. The guy called Pierre should also have some connections in the association, or he would have no chance working as a librarian here if he was just a nobody." Lucian just wanted to do his own work and avoid trouble as much as possible. The music library was huge and quiet, and thousands of precious music books, journals, and newspaper were collected here. There was only a black-haired young guy sitting behind the wood counter, reading the tablature carefully. In Lucian's eyes, the guy looked like a big fan of music. Peer. Alina tried to draw his attention. This is the new librarian, Lucian. Finally, Peer raised his head from the book. Brown eyes looked a bit confused. Morning, Alina. What day is it today? Sunday. Nice to meet you, Peer. I'm Lucian Evans, the new librarian. Lucian introduced himself with a warm smile. Just realizing his new colleague was standing in front of him, Peer walked out of the counter and greeted Lucian. Nice to meet you, Lucian. I'm Peer Sandor. When they were shaking hands, Peer put on a sly smile. Lucian, you'd better refrain yourself a bit. What are you talking about, Peer? Alina was confused. Just guys' conversation, answered Peer casually. Shrugging her shoulders, Alina whispered to Lucian, you see, I told you. And I gotta go now, Lucian. Make good use of the books here and work hard. After Alina left, Peer started showing Lucian around. While he was walking, he talked to Lucian casually. I sometimes talk in a weird way. If you don't understand, don't let my words disturb you. So you asking me to refrain myself was also a casual talk, asked Lucian. Nope, that was serious. Guys in our age can easily drain ourselves from too much. You know what I'm talking about. Lucian didn't know what to say. Now in Lucian's eyes, Peer looked like a big fan of music and kind of nasty. After introducing the basic stuff that Lucian had to do as a librarian here, Peer stretched himself a bit and said, only the members of the association can have access to this library, so it's never busy here. Just remember to be polite to the musicians. You can spend more time here, and I'm gonna go back and enjoy the well-tempered clavier now. His eyes were glowing when he mentioned music. Sure, Lucian was more than willing to be left alone. With his spirit library, Lucian was always trying to store more books in it, like a squirrel collecting its favorite cones. Lucian quickly leafed through a book, and a copy of the book instantly appeared in his spirit library. Then Lucian directly turned to another one. Hey, what are you doing there? Peer asked in a confused way. He hadn't gone far yet. I'm doing a random check here to see if there are any damaged ones. Then I can take note of them and report to the association. Lucian immediately made up an excuse. You're as careful as a woman, Lucian, Peer commented. In the following 4 hours, only 2 musicians visited the library. Lucian thus managed to collect more than 100 of the books there. His arms felt pretty sore from leafing through them. The books covered many aspects of the world, not just music. Lucian wanted to have a better understanding of the world as soon as possible. Lucian finished his work at about midday. When he was leaving the library, Peer was still immersed in music, with a bread in his hand. Later, Lucian went to Mr. Victor's place and continued his study. Life was pretty peaceful in the following couple of days. One evening, John came back. When no one was around, he started telling Lucian what happened on that day. Joel was still not at home when John and Lucian were talking, and Auntie Alyssa was busy preparing dinner. Their youngest son, Ivan, was still playing on the streets with his friends. You can never imagine what we found down there, John said seriously. There was a demon hall. What? Lucian was more than surprised. They built a hall down the sewers. Has Lord Ven questioned the heretics yet? Shaking his head, John sighed with disappointment. No, Lucian. We didn't find anyone there. All of them were already gone by the time we arrived. It's impossible, John. I didn't tell anyone else about this except you. Lucian started feeling worried. What if the demon followers somehow found out it was him who exposed and denounced them? Lord Ven told me that information about our actions might have been leaked by a knight. We don't know who did this yet, but if it's true, the knight should be of a relatively high level. Lucian thought about the possibility that the heretic power had infiltrated into the upper class. However, it was astonishing to imagine that the evil power had corroded some of the noble knights. What about Aaron's gang? Lucian asked. The leaders escaped, including Ross and Aaron. The rest of the gangsters know nothing about the heresy. They can't lie in front of the divine power of the Inquisition. John's eyebrows frowned. Even though they know nothing, all of them will be sentenced to death by the judges. Facing heresy, the church never showed mercy. And Lucian believed that the way the church treated sorcerers would not be any better than that. One of the books from the library that Lucian read recently was called Hunting Sorcerer, which was written in the year 392 of the Saint Calendar, or say, 423 years ago. It was an instruction for sorcerer hunters and night watchers, telling them how to identify the sorcerers, how to track them, and even how to torture them. Lucian remembered some of the paragraphs, which sounded ridiculous and cruel to him. If a suspect lives in an unsociable or eccentric way, the chance of him or her being a sorcerer or a sorceress is high. However, even if a suspect is always sociable and passionate, the possibility still could not be ruled out, because he or she might just be pretending. If the person you suspect panics when he or she knows who you are, the person is a sorcerer. But if the person does not, don't lower our guard, because all the sorcerers are experienced liars. If your divine spells cannot help you make sure the identity of the suspect, inflicting sacred punishment on the suspect can be useful. If the person rolls eyes when facing the punishment, That means he or she is trying to communicate with demons to seek for power if the person's eyes glaze fearlessly. That means he or she has got the protection from devil power, and thus you must torture the person in a more severe way if the person dies. It is because the demons took his or her life in order to keep their secrets safe. If you have tried them all but still cannot be sure, leave the suspect to our Almighty God. Burn the suspect. A sorcerer would burn down to ashes, while God would protect the person safe and sound in the fire if he or she is innocent. Then did you find anything in the demon hall? Lucian asked with curiosity. Bad memories made John's eyebrows frown even tighter. We knight squires didn't go in there. Knights and pastors led by Lord Ven, Lord Verdi and the Cardinal of Salvetter searched the hall. Lord Ven never told me what he saw there, but I saw his face when he walked out. He looked very serious. I was guarding outside of the gate. John's eyes looked down at the ground, and Lucian could tell the bad memory still disturbed him. When they opened the gate, I saw the ground was covered with blood, and I saw hearts, living throbbing hearts on the ground. They said that those were hearts extracted from people's chests when they were alive. Lucian, I've heard many stories, poems and rumors saying how horrible and vicious the heresy is, but today I finally realized how hateful and inhuman it can be. John raised his head and looked at Lucian, speaking with great determination. I hate them, the heretics. I can never forget what I saw there. I want to grow stronger and eliminate the demons completely. Looking at his serious face, Lucian smiled. This is the justice you're looking for, isn't it, John? John nodded, but then shook his head. I still don't clearly know what kind of justice I'm looking for, Lucian. All I know is that I not only want to protect my families and friends, but I also want to protect more people and fight against the dark powers. I know there's a class among the knights called Demon Hunter. They walk in the darkness and are willing to die fighting against the devil power. Is that your dream now? Asked Lucian. I don't know, Lucian. I still can't awaken my blessing power. Not everyone can become a real knight, not to mention becoming a demon hunter. John replied, a bit depressed. Come on, of course you can. Lucian gave John a friendly nudge. Look, who am I talking to? The most promising knight squire appreciated by Lord Ven. Feeling the encouragement from his best friend, John grinned at Lucian, talking about Lord Ven. Lucian asked, did he mention anything about your reward? Yes, sure. John's face was lightened by this topic. Lord Ven promised to give me a good knight sword made of fine steel. Compared with what I'm using now, this one would be much sharper and even have some magic effects on it. Talking about the new sword, John even giggled a bit with sweet expectation. Lucian and John stopped their conversation when Joel came back. In the end, John reminded Lucian, Lord Ven told me that security will be tightened and there will be much more undercover investigations in Alto recently. You were questioned before because of the witch, so be careful recently. You're Mr. Victor's student now, and you never know if there's anyone who'd frame you for this out of jealousy. Another Sunday morning, and Lucian was trying to organize everything on his day off. Although he was not practicing much casting during the past couple of days, his analysis work of the other several magic spells went on pretty well. His spiritual power was completely recovered and grew even stronger than ever with his meditation. For now, Lucian could cast up to 6 spells of the element school successively. In his spare time, Lucian also worked hard on his music studies. He spent lots of time with reading different books in his spirit library, but not only music books. From a variety of books, Lucian started to learn more about the continent, those countries believing in the God of truth in the south and heretic countries in the north, as well as the evil creatures living in the dark mountain range. The brain tissue of the mutant aquatic zombie could be preserved up to 3 years by exerting the magic once a day, which enabled Lucian to have enough time to collect the rest of the magic matters. Your progress impressed me again, Lucian. After testing Lucian's basic music knowledge learned within the several classes, Mr. Victor commended, then we can move forward to actual practice and to learn how to integrate what you've learned from the books into it. When Lucian first helped with improving the harpsichord, Victor thought that Lucian might just happen to have an inspiration there. But now Victor felt that Lucian at least had some talent in music. Lucian, what musical instrument do you want to learn? Asked Victor gently. I'm relatively good at violin, harpsichord, pipe organ, and flute, but if you want to learn something else, I should also be able to help. Lucian never really put much thought into it. He was a bit hesitant. Lucian was a fan of piano back in the days, but he never had a chance to learn how to play it. But on second thought, one day Lucian would set out to find the headquarters of the Continental Congress of Magic, and of course he could not carry a piano with him all the way. Probably he should choose something relatively portable, like a violin. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were curious to see which one Lucian would choose, but Lucian was still hesitating. It's okay, Lucian. Victor smiled. If you have any concern, just tell me. Maybe I can help you. So Lucian asked cordially, Mr. Victor, can I choose both the improved harpsichord and violin? The rest of the 3 students were a bit pissed off. They felt Lucian was being really greedy because he could learn for free. No problem, answered Victor, but you gotta focus on one thing at a time. What about we start from learning harpsichord? and I can probably get some new ideas while I'm teaching. Standing up from the couch, Victor clapped his hands delightfully. All right. Mr. Ryan and Mr. Shavel have finished the improvement of the harpsichord a couple of days ago. Let's try the new harpsichord today. All of you can come. I even feel that I shouldn't call it a harpsichord anymore, since its tone, its range, and its volume are completely different now. For me, it's a revolution in string instruments. Seeing the joy on his face, Lucian could tell that Mr. Victor was very satisfied with the improvement. Mr. Victor, as the initiator of the harpsichord improvement, you may like to give the new invention an official name. When they were walking upstairs, Lot talked to his teacher in a flattering way. Yes, Ryan, Shavel and I actually talked about the name before. However, none of us could find a proper name for it. Victor looked at Lucian with a mild smile on his face. Lucian, what's your idea? My idea. Lucian was a bit surprised. Of course, you made no small contribution to this. We'd like to hear your suggestion, said Victor. Well, Ryan appreciated its mechanical sophistication, so he wanted to name it Mechanical Harpsichord. I mean, Mr. Ryan is a talent in music, but definitely not good at naming a new musical instrument. Mechanical Harpsichord doesn't sound right to me at all. What's your idea then, sir? Lucian asked. I prefer to have a new name. This new musical instrument combines both the features of harpsichord and clavichord, and it has a much wider range of tones compared with its predecessors, so I would suggest the name to be Superchord. Including Lucian, none of the students present knew what to say toward this name. Well, what about the name Pianoforte? Lucian said with uncertainty. Pianoforte. It's a pretty new name, but it sounds a bit weird. Victor rubbed his chin with his hand in thoughts. The sounds produced by the new instrument were an extension of what the harpsichord could do. Lucian was trying to make the weird name make sense. Lucian knew in his world, the first piano made by the Italian harpsichord maker Cristofori was first called pianoforte. In Italian, pianoforte meant soft loud. Lucian wanted to keep the name because it would be sweet if he could play an instrument in this world which was almost the same as a piano on Earth. Pianoforte, pianoforte. Victor found the name was pretty interesting. What about just piano? Lucian was very surprised that Victor would appreciate the name. I like the name piano, Felicia agreed, which was even more beyond Lucian's expectation. It was the first time Felicia showed her commendation for any of Lucian's ideas. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. I don't know why. I just somehow feel like it's the proper name. Mr. Victor nodded with a bit of confusion. Yes, I feel the same way, Felicia. Piano. It feels like it should be called piano. Weird. Yeah, that's how I feel as well. Lucian was a bit nervous. He did not understand why both Mr. Victor and Felicia had a special feeling toward the name. Hurriedly, he changed the topic. I can hear someone playing music in the practice room upstairs. Yes, Mr. Ryan is here today. Didn't I mention it? Victor answered with joy. Felicia's face was now as red as a ripe tomato. Ryan was sitting in front of the piano, his hair silver and his gesture charming. Without moving his shoulders and arms, his fingers were dancing on the piano keyboards, and a beautiful piece of music was flowing out of the musical instrument. They indulged themselves in the joys of the song. No one made a sound until Ryan finished playing. All the students and Mr. Victor started applauding for the amazing performance. Mr. Ryan, as an excellent violinist, it's amazing that your skill in playing clavichord is also great. Felicia's eyes were glowing. Your performance was as good as Miss Sylvia's. Standing from the bench, Ryan bowed to them elegantly with his right hand on his chest. He was trying to play the same song on both the clavichord and the piano to see the difference. He turned to Felicia and smiled. I'm flattered, Felicia, but I can never compete with Miss Sylvia. It was she who wrote this song after all. Miss Sylvia was the best clavichord player in alto. Since clavichord was ideal for playing in a relatively small space, like in a living room or even bedroom, Mr. Sylvia was often invited by the noble ladies to play in their places. It was said that Miss Sylvia was a close friend of Princess Natasha, and thus she enjoyed a high reputation in the association. When Ryan was playing, Lucian paid more attention on the movement of his fingers. At the same time, he searched in his spirit library and found some useful books to refer to. According to these books, the modification of a musical instrument was the main cause of the changes in fingerings, as well as the holistic style. The piano standing beside them had 88 keys and different pedals, which was already very close to a modern piano on Earth. Thus Lucian believed the modern piano fingering should be the best way of playing it. On Earth, people used to play clavichord with 3 fingers of each hand. Then the famous pianist, Bach, started using his thumbs and little fingers. When piano gained its popularity, Chopin made a second revolution in fingerings by also playing the black keys with his thumb and little finger. When Lucian was reviewing the basic modern fingering books in his mind, Victor told Ryan about the new name of the instrument. It turned out that Ryan loved the name as well. Come here, Lucian. Sit in front of the piano. I'm gonna show you the basic fingerings, Victor said to him. Lucian trotted toward Mr. Victor with a bit excitement. However, as soon as he sat on the bench, Lucian felt something was not right. It was a bit too short for the piano. Mr. Victor, can I have a taller bench? Asked Lucian. Why, you're not much shorter than Mr. Rhine. The height should be fine. Victor was a bit surprised. Extending his arms, Lucian tried to show it to Mr. Victor, but if I sit on a bench of this height, I could only use my fingers and wrists. If I want to use my lower and upper arm as well as my shoulder, I need a taller bench, otherwise it would be too awkward. That's because you're not supposed to use your arms and shoulders. That's too rude. Victor was pretty serious. Forget about what you've seen in the pubs. You saw how Mr. Rhine played, didn't you? Did he ever use his arms and shoulders? Victor's reaction was within Lucian's expectation. Modern piano fingering was quite hard to be accepted by many famous pianists back in the days. In their eyes, pianists using modern fingering like Franz Liszt were rude. The way of swinging arms and shoulders in their mind looked very barbaric, and it was like smashing the piano. Yes, Lucian, those players in the pubs are not well educated. I know. You probably grew up in that environment, but now you're here. It's time for you to see what is noble music now. Seizing the chance, Herodotus scoffed at Lucian's words. Mr. Victor, the piano is a new musical instrument. Lucian explained calmly, I feel that how a musician plays the instrument should depend on the features of it. As an extension of harpsichord, piano is superior in both volume and range. With the strength of arm and shoulder, I feel its features could be presented in a better way. Rhine took a step forward and smiled at Victor. I agree with Lucian. Remember the discussion about fingering several years ago? Probably we can make a real difference again with it. Victor thought for a while and finally said, all right, maybe we can give it a shot. But Lucian, if it later is considered wrong, it would take you a long time to forget the wrong movements and start over again. Are you sure you want to do this? Lucian nodded at Mr. Victor with a determined look. In the other student's eyes, Lucian was no more than an arrogant boy trying to impress Mr. Victor and Mr. Rhine in this stupid way. Mr. Victor passed a piece of notation to Lucian, which was written by himself for harpsichord beginners. The song did not require any expert skills, and thus when it was played on a harpsichord, it was quite plain. However, after the improvement, the tone of the piano would definitely add some splendor to it. With his diligent practice of meditation, Lucian had an even better memory now. It only took him a while to roughly go through the music several times. Before him, Mr. Victor only saw noble students like Lot and Felicia being able to do this because they grew up under the nurture of music since they were born. All right, Lucian, I know you still feel you're not prepared, but it's time for you to start playing. Don't be nervous and just pay attention to the keys you should press down. Take it easy. Mr. Victor was quite looking forward to Lucian's first play. Putting his hands on the keyboard in a defined arch, Lucian pressed down the first key. It was not difficult for him to remember the song, but as expected, playing it was a completely different story. Lucian felt his fingers were too clumsy to reach the right keys in time. Slow as he was, Lucian tried his best to focus on the keys to make sure they were the correct ones. Instead of a song, his first time playing sounded more like a bunch of separated notes climbing out of the piano slowly one by one, or like a dying man exhaling with great effort. However, no one there ever laughed at him, including the three noble students. Watching Lucian play reminded them of their own past struggle, which was even more terrible. It was a short piece of melody that should last around a minute, but it took Lucian more than 3 minutes to finish playing it. After he pressed down the last key, his forehead was oozing sweat. Lucian felt that even fighting with an aquatic zombie in the pipes could not be more exhausting. Mr. Victor was the first person who started applauding Lucian, followed by Rhine and the other students. You did a good job, Lucian. Victor comforted him, smiling. I know how clumsy a person would feel when he or she first started playing, but you are the only student I've seen that managed to press every key correctly. It's impressive. Rhine nodded. Yes, you are very smart, Lucian. I'm sure you will improve quickly with more practice. But the coordination of your hands was for sure not your strong point, and later you will also need to use your feet for the pedals. It'll be pretty challenging for you. I agree, said Mr. Victor, but being more coordinate is just a matter of time. If you're willing to work hard, you'll be a qualified musician within 10 years. 10 years. It seemed that even with the direction of a master musician, it still would take a long time for a person to achieve something in music. However, Lucian was still expecting that, by becoming a qualified musician as soon as possible, his living expenses as well as the cost for his magic experiments could be fully covered. Is there any way to become a qualified musician faster? Lucian asked. Yes, sure, if you're a genius. Felicia interjected, but you are not, Lucian. Working hard is the only way to become a qualified musician, and of course it takes time. Don't let Mr. Victor lose his face for having a student who couldn't even play the piano decently. In Felicia's eyes, Lucian's question fully showed his shallowness. Rhine responded in a more mild way. I understand young people's eagerness, but like Felicia said, my current small achievement in playing violin took me a long time, and it's the same with other instruments. Then he paused a bit. Well, actually hard practice is not the only way to become a qualified musician. If you could awaken the blessing in your blood, your ability of controlling your body would be increased by a large extent. With your smart little brain, you could probably become a piano musician within a few weeks. But how long it would take you to awaken the blessing? Ryan shrugged his shoulders. Maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years, or forever. What do you think? Becoming a genius sounds more practical, Lucian. Lot laughed. Victor turned to Lucian. If you just want to master a relatively hard piece of melody, an intensive practice within a short period of time may be helpful, but this can never help you become a really good musician. Do not rush, but always work hard, Lucian. Victor tapped Lucian on his shoulders to encourage him. Lucian looked at Mr. Victor and nodded. After the class, Lucian started working on his monthly budget. He needed to give Auntie Alissa 3 nars every month for the meals, because he was now eating with their family more often. Also, more money would be spent on building a secret magic lab in the future, when Alto calmed down and became safer. Besides money, Lucian still had lots of concerns. Buying too many glasswares for magic experiments could be very suspicious to the church, and Lucian currently had no idea what to do with them. He also needed some black robes, so he could sew some rows of small pockets inside for carrying more different magic reagents in the future. Burying his head in his arms, Lucian thought to himself, maybe I'll become a tailor sewing clothes for people rather than a sorcerer. The idea amused him a bit. Several days later at night, Lucian was reviewing the last magic he analyzed, Hamon's oscillation, even though it was too risky for him to practice the spell at this moment. Besides, by changing the vibration frequency of his spiritual power, now Lucian could leave an imperceptible magic mark on a target, which made him very happy. As for music, like Ryan commented, after a certain stage, his good memory could not help much anymore. His poor coordination became his biggest problem, so Lucian was still practicing the same etude. All of a sudden, Lucian heard someone or something was swiftly approaching his shack. Lucian hid all his stuff under the bed in a hurry and stood there in a defensive posture. Knock, knock, knock. The window opened by itself. Lucian felt a familiar wave of magic power coming inside. He was very nervous, but also kind of excited. Was it another sorcerer apprentice, or even a real sorcerer? A tawny owl flew in through the window and landed on the table. Somehow Lucian felt it had an arrogant-looking face, and the owl started speaking in a harsh voice. You should open the window for me, you little boy. Lucian was not really scared. In the notes, the witch mentioned some animals that could talk. Some of them were sorcerers or sorceresses transformed into different kind of animals, while some of them were summoned pets. However, Lucian was not sure which one the owl was yet. Strolling on the table, the arrogant owl looked at Lucian from top to bottom. Then it started talking again. Don't be afraid, boy. As long as you answer my questions honestly, Lord Doro won't hurt you. Lucian nodded his head, feeling a bit confused. Who was Lord Doro? The owl took a step forward and looked at Lucian's eyes. Listen to my question. After the apprentice died, did any sorcerer or sorceress come here and asked you about her? As long as all the required reagents were ready, an apprentice could start summoning his or her own pet. With different reagents, there were also different summoned animals. Some could be common animals like owls, cats, or ravens, while some could be very powerful magic creatures like a fairy dragon. Once they were summoned, mysterious connections would be built between the owners and them. Thus, an owner could gain some special abilities based on the features of his or her summoned pet, and vice versa. As long as the pet was strong enough to handle magic, it could also use some of its owner's basic spells. For example, if one could summon a cat as his or her companion, the summoner usually would then have good night vision, and there would be also a significant improvement in the person's agility. Meanwhile, the cat could help its owner to cast some of the apprentice spells like darkness and organ preservation, even some basic necromantic spells. However, as to how many spells a companion pet could master, and how many times it could cast the spells depended on its owner's level. That was to say, the power consumed by a spell would not come from the pet, but still from its owner. If the owner's remaining spiritual power was not enough, the pet would not be able to use magic. A summoned companion pet could also grow stronger to higher levels, but the special abilities its owner gained would not be further improved along the process. If the pet died or somehow the connection was broken, the owner would lose the special abilities deriving from the pet and even be injured. Lucian had never paid much attention to summoning spells before, because having a magic pet in the city under the nose of the church could easily bring him big trouble. A few seconds later, Lucian slowly answered the owl's question. No, I didn't see any other sorcerer or sorceress. The owl flapped its wings in satisfaction. Very well, you are indeed not lying. Lord Doro has been watching you for some time, and no one came or asked about her. Sneaky little bird. Lucian almost rolled his eyes. Then the second question. What happened in the witch's secret chamber and what did you find there? The owl's big round eyes blinked. Well, I went down there with a few guards. Lucian told the owl exactly what had happened in the chamber, except, of course, the part about the magic books being copied to his spirit library. No one would believe that there was a whole library in his soul anyway. What a tragedy for the guard. He lost his arm. The owl sighed. Good boy, Lord Doro's job is done now. "Good night, little boy." Then it flew directly toward the open window and gradually disappeared in the darkness. Then Lucian finally realized that Doro was the owl's name. Without doubt, the owl had a master, and Lucian wanted to figure out who the person was. So when Lucian was talking, he left an almost undetectable mark on Doro, the owl with his spiritual power. When he was sure that the owl had flown some distance away from his place, Lucian quickly put on his black robe and ran out of the door. It was very dark outside at midnight and the streets were quiet. Lucian spread his power out and soon detected the owl. The owl did not fly very fast. Lucian was a bit hesitant whether he should follow the bird or not. Doro didn't look like a very strong summoned pet, so Lucian was guessing that its owner probably was also an apprentice. But what if there were other sorcerers at the place? A few seconds later, Lucian decided to take the risk. After all, sooner or later, he needed to find other apprentices or sorcerers and join them. Such a good opportunity like the one sitting in front of him was definitely worth the risk. Furthermore, if Lucian found himself in a dangerous situation, he still had a level 2 magic ring to help him, the Ice Revenger. Lucian followed the target and ran on the streets. At the same time, he kept some distance between him and Doro to make sure he wouldn't be noticed. About 10 minutes later, Lucian saw the owl flying into a window on the second floor of a building covered by darkness. Carefully, he approached it, and was a bit surprised when he found out it was actually the copper coronet. Lucian put his Ice Revenger on the finger, and then carefully walked toward the back door of the pub. With some easy apprentice spells, he sneaked into the tavern and went upstairs. Luckily, no one was on the corridor at this time. Listening carefully with the help of his spiritual power, Lucian could hear a man talking in a low voice inside one of the rooms. Listening to his owl's report, Smile was sitting in a rocking chair with a glass of wine in his hand. Then he closed his eyes and lay back on the chair. Well, it seems that the guy doesn't know the witch as well. Oh no, I have no clue now, not at all. How can I find the man from the Continental Congress? Smile, as long as we keep collecting information. Doro was trying to comfort him. While he was feeling depressed, there was a knock on the front door. Doro jumped to the bed at once and buried himself under the blanket, while Smile bounced out of the rocking chair and asked nervously, "Who is it?" "I'm looking for Doro the owl and you, Mr. Smile," a man answered in a calm way. His voice sounded harsh and cold. "What?" Doro screamed, and its big round eyes opened even wider. Smile's spell was ready, but he dare not launch the attack rashly on a stranger who he knew nothing about. "I asked, who are you?" Smile repeated. "I'm a sorcerer, and I know the witch." "Like you, I'm also looking for the man from the Congress." The harsh voice paused a bit and continued. "Earlier I heard your owl asking a young boy about the witch, so I followed your pet and came here." "What?" "It was Lord Doro's mistake." "What a tragedy," yelled the owl. Smile relaxed a bit. At least he knew it was not the church, or they would have broken the door at once without any explanation. "If you're a sorcerer, you don't need me to open the door for you." Smile did not lower his guard, though. If the man opened the door by himself, he could have a few more seconds to better cast defensive measures. Besides, he could tell from the spell if the guy was really a sorcerer or a pastor in disguise. The two powers were different. Then the door opened. A freezing cold and threatening power came into the place before the sorcerer entered. Smile took a step back. He knew he was definitely overpowered. None of his apprentice spells would be helpful when facing the other sorcerer's power. Then he saw a mysterious man wearing a black robe, whose face was hidden in the shadow of a hood. Lucian, on the other hand, saw the apprentice's face well enough and realized that he actually met Smile before. When Lucian first visited Copper Coronet, Smile was the hooked-nosed man sitting beside the pub counter. Facing the threatening power, Smile subconsciously tried to avoid looking at the face shaded by the hood, as if there was a dreadful and evil pit hidden inside. He even thought it was possible that the sorcerer in front of him was a user of black magic. After putting on Ice Revenger, it kept infusing a steady cold flow into Lucian's body, strengthening his willpower. At the same time, Lucian could also sense the tension in the air built by the ring. With Ice Revenger, Lucian could be immune to all the apprentice-level magics working on his mind. The person who wore the ring could, at the same time, have the frightful presence buff, forcing people surrounding him or her to feel frightened, which was usually a buff of night. Without asking for permission, Lucian entered the room and closed the door behind him. Under the alert gaze of Smile, Lucian casually found a chair and sat down. Then he started talking again in the pretended harsh voice. "I knew the apprentice by accident. She made an appointment for me to meet the sorcerer who came from the headquarters of the Continental Congress of Magic. I was looking forward to meeting him to find the land where sorcerers and sorceress can feel free to study magic. But before the meeting, she died, and I never had the chance to meet the sorcerer. I was planning on asking the young lad named Lucian the same question as well, but your owl was a step ahead of me." Knowing that the sorcerer sitting in front of him was not his enemy, Smile finally relaxed. Rubbing his hands, he started explaining why he was also looking for the mysterious sorcerer. "I met her several months ago, and I invited her to our secret apprentice group meeting. Later, she told us that she met a great sorcerer from the Congress. In her description, on the land where the Congress sits, all the sorcerers and sorceresses don't have to hide anymore. We were so encouraged. I understand, Lucian nodded. We are sorcerers, not rats. We deserve much better than this. Smile raised his head and started feeling close to this unexpected visitor. Sorcerers and sorceresses always understood their shared struggle and fear. Facing the same enemy, most sorcerers and sorceresses united to help each other and to escape from the search of the church. Yes, sir, you must understand our excitement. Smile lowered his head and looked at his hands again. We also asked her to invite the great sorcerer to come to our meeting. Although he didn't show up for the first time, the sorceress brought a journal called Arcana from him to us. Lucian remembered the journal. It must be the same one the sorceress mentioned in her notebook. Arcana, Lucian pretended he never heard of the journal before. Yes, sir. When she first mentioned the Congress, some of us didn't believe it. After reading it, all of us started yearning for the place. The journal was old, very old. It was published about 25 years ago, but the ideas in the journal were amazing, way beyond imagination. It was like a new world. Smile's face lightened up a bit. A few seconds later, Smile continued in a depressed voice, but she was found by the church before our next meeting. I know it was dangerous, but I still don't want to give up. I moved from Purple Lily into this pub, hoping I could find any clue related to the Congress. Before, I was afraid that the church might still be watching her place, so I waited for almost a month and finally sent Doro there tonight. Lucian saw Smile's face was changing with different emotions: excitement, astonishment, sadness, and depression. He was pretty sure Smile was not lying. Hearing Smile's explanation, Lucian felt kind of disappointed since he was hoping that Smile might know something more about the Congress. Her death is our loss. Lucian said slowly, I'm afraid the sorcerer you were talking about might get caught with her at the same time. A sorcerer from the headquarters can easily catch the church's attention. I guess so. Smile nodded with a sad look. What a tragedy, yelled the owl Doro. Smile, can I take a look at the journal? Lucian was trying to see if he could find any information from it. Smile shook his head and replied, sorry, sir. The journal is not here now. We take turns to read it. The journal was very hard for us apprentices to understand, but I guess for a real sorcerer like you, it won't be a problem. The power of the ring made Smile think Lucian was at least a sorcerer of the first or second circle, instead of an apprentice like him. Toward Smile's assumption, Lucian neither admitted nor denied, since Smile's respect might bring him some benefits. So, if you don't mind, sir, Smile asked Lucian with a bit hesitation, you can join us. The journal will be passed on to another apprentice over the next meeting. Lucian thought about the potential risk, but he also didn't want to miss the chance to find the apprentice group in Alto. What do you usually do during the meeting? Lucian asked. Alto is the last city of ancient Sylvana's magic empire, and there are still many sorcerers and sorceresses teaching their apprentices secretly. Apprentices gather together to exchange information, magic materials, and views. We work together and help each other, Smile explained. I see. But the church is watching us all the time. How did the founders manage to start the group at the very beginning? Lucian wanted to ask more questions to make sure it was not a trap. Well, there are several apprentice groups. Most apprentices here belong to one of them, while some join more than one group. The founders of our group first met each other by accident in the Melzer Black Forest when they were seeking the same magic materials. Smile answered in a patient way. I know you're very cautious, sir, and I completely understand. Every one of us all felt the same way when we first joined the meeting group. You'll see that it's a very secret group. Except the one who introduces you to the meeting, you can hardly recognize anyone else there because we'd all dress like the way you're dressing now. If you can join us, sir, it will be our pleasure. And I'm pretty sure you can also find what you need there, at least we can try, Smile added. Despite the man's harsh voice, Smile felt the man in the black robe was not a vicious sorcerer. Instead, he appeared to be quite calm and understanding. If their apprentice group could have a real sorcerer as a regular member, these apprentices, including Smile himself, could definitely benefit a lot from it. Even if the man was actually not as powerful as he appeared to be, Smile didn't think he would do any harm to the group. Lucian was persuaded. He knew sooner or later he had to find a group instead of always working alone, and the magic potions and reagents were also too tempting for Lucian to refuse. Well, my lab was damaged several days ago. If your group can provide me with a whole set of labware, I'll be more than willing to go. I don't think it will be a problem, sir. Smile grinned. This Saturday evening, answered Smile, it would be held in the sewers, but we haven't agreed on the specific location. Please tell me how to find you when we decide, sir. Don't hold your meeting in the sewers. Lucian warned Smile seriously. The church is lately keeping a close watching there. Don't ask me what happened there and don't ask why I know this. Just tell all your group members not to go down there recently. What? Smile was shocked. Even thinking about what would happen to the apprentice group if he hadn't met the mysterious sorcerer tonight made his heart beat really fast. We can develop a set of code first. Then when you decide where and when to hold the meeting, find the 8th house opposite to the ruin of the apprentice's place and leave the secret code on the corner of the wall. It's easier and also safer for both of us, said Lucian. The house sat right beside Auntie Alice's place. It was very convenient for Lucian to see the code on his way. After agreeing on the secret code, Lucian stood up from the chair and was about to leave. Simile stopped him and asked, "Sir, can you give me your pseudonym?" "We don't use real names during the meeting." Lucian thought for a few seconds and replied, "Well, call me Professor." Lucian slightly dusted his black robe and walked toward the door. Before he left, he turned towards Smile. "I almost forgot. I'm working on an experiment recently which requires corpse mushroom and revenant dust. I'm running out of these two materials. If you guys can provide some, I'd really appreciate it." Then he opened the door and stepped out of the room. "Good night, Owl." Lucian nodded politely. Owl was Smile's pseudonym. Smile watched the mysterious sorcerer closing the door gently and heard his light footsteps downstairs. Like a dream, the room became quiet again, as if the man never been there. After leaving the room, while Lucian was walking downstairs, he dispelled the spirit mark he left on Doro, as he didn't want Smile to somehow find out his own unique way of tracking. Carefully, Lucian approached the back door. Again, with some easy spells, Lucian managed to leave Copper Coronet quietly, and no one ever noticed him. Just in case, Lucian took a very roundabout way first. Instead of going back to his place directly, lying in his bed, Lucian felt kind of encouraged since now he was certain that he was not alone. He was comforted by the fact that there were still other apprentices working hard while carefully hiding from the church. He wondered how many apprentices, sorcerers, and sorceresses were there in Alto in total. In the following few days, Lucian's life was pretty plain but peaceful. Lucian got up early in the morning to do some workout and then went to work. Sometimes he read music books, and sometimes religion and travel book. Sometimes he read in his own spirit library and analyzed the magic structures. Although Pier could be kind of weird sometimes, when he was reading his music books, Lucian almost couldn't feel his existence. And luckily, Wolf had been out of town for a while, and no one else in the association would ever give them a hard time. Life was almost perfect these days. The only pity was that Lucian didn't have a chance to see Miss Sylvia, the famous violinist who was still single. According to Pier, she was a goddess-like lady and was very talented. Since Pier kept mentioning her for countless times, Lucian also started feeling curious. However, Mr. Sylvia didn't come to the association very often. While learning music, Lucian was still learning how to read, but the time spent on the latter was much shorter now, since he was learning really fast. Like the rest of the music students, after finishing the class, Lucian would stay at Mr. Victor's place and start another 2-hour piano practicing. Lucian's quality of being persistent helped him a lot. He never stopped practicing until he had really sore fingers and arms and sweated a lot. The evening was reserved to the study of magic. Nothing could pull Lucian out of the magic world in this period of time. On Friday evening, while Lucian was on his way to Auntie Alice's place, he noticed there were some doodle-like patterns at the very corner of a wall. Lucian quickly understood what they meant. 10 o'clock, Saturday night, the abandoned house in the easternmost area in Aduran. Owl. Lucian's expression did not change at all. He kept calmly walking toward Alice's place as if he had seen nothing unusual. Lucian arrived at the place 10 minutes earlier in his black robe, with Ice Revenger on his left hand. Before Lucian left his place, he also checked all the magic reagents in the pockets of the robe. There was neither moon nor stars that night. Thick clouds covered all the light in the sky. As soon as Lucian arrived, he heard an owl hoot in the darkness. It was Doro standing on the tall willow, serving as a sentinel. Under the tree stood Smile in a black robe. In order to let Lucian recognize him, Smile didn't wear his hood. "Welcome, Mr. Professor." Smile walked toward Lucian and put on the hood. "I told the other members about you, and they were looking forward to your presence. Several apprentices also wanted to ask you for help with some magic problems. Of course, they will pay." Knowing that Smile was trying to test him, Lucian, however, didn't feel nervous. He was pretty sure that he was more advanced than most of his peer apprentices, although he couldn't guarantee that he was able to solve all the problems. "I major in astrology and element magic, so if these are questions related to those, I shall be able to help them a bit." Smile stopped in front of the old wood door of the abandoned place. After knocking on the door in a unique rhythm, Smile mimicked an owl hoot. A few seconds later, a man wearing the same black robe opened the door slowly. When the man saw Lucian, he slightly nodded towards Lucian. This must be Mr. Professor then. Lucian could tell it was not the man's real voice as well. "Yes, this is Mr. Professor." Smile's voice was also lower than the other night. "And Professor, this is Fire Wolf. Nice to meet you." Lucian lowered his head slightly and greeted him. His left hand stayed in the sleeve, and his Ice Revenger was ready. After walking through the living room and another door, Fire Wolf led them to the storage room. At the corner of the room, there was a staircase that led underground, a basement. He wondered why he never thought about building a basement under his shack, instead of taking the risk and going down into the sewers every time. And at the same time, he could build a bigger crypt in Melzer Black Forest for practicing more powerful spells. This was not a very spacious basement. 11 low stools were placed surrounding a long table. Flickering candles sparsely illuminated the place. The other 8 apprentices were already sitting there. All of them were wearing black robes. Lucian walked downstairs with great caution, followed by Fire Wolf and Smile. They closed the door of the basement before they sat down. Everyone, today we're honored to have Mr. Professor here to exchange ideas and thoughts with us. Smile stood up and started the introduction. Mr. Professor is a real sorcerer. I'm sure our apprentice group meeting would benefit a lot from Mr. Professor's profound knowledge. Then Smile started introducing the apprentices present one by one. This is White Honey, Morning Star, Reindeer, White Glove, Oak, Philosopher, Mercury, and Hanger. The honor is all mine. Lucian slightly bowed. Please forgive me for being so direct. I come here largely because of the journal Arcana. Can I take a look at it first? No problem, Professor. Take your time and we can do random discussion first. Philosopher nodded and slowly handed Lucian a black hardback book. His voice sounded pretty old. Besides, I heard from Owl that you need a whole set of labwares and I brought them here tonight. I'll be glad to give them to you as a gift if you can solve a problem for me later. Lucian didn't open the book instantly, but carefully checked the cover of the book first. There were a few separate silver lines joining together in the end on the black cover, which formed the word Arcana right in the center. Under the name of the journal, a line of words wrote Volume 11, the year 392 of St. Calendar. There were parchment pages inside it. From the content page, Lucian found there were 24 articles in the journal. The first one was discussion about the 5th failure of finding the new planets. Lucian felt interested in it and started reading. The theory of gravitation proposed by Douglas could explain lots of force field spells, even most spells of the astrology school. Besides, the 3 laws of planetary motion also derives from that theory, which is of great significance for guiding the field of fortune-telling. Based on this theory, we have created many new and powerful spells. Thus we can say, if there are 2 major columns supporting the classical magic system, the theory of gravitation could be valued as the most important foundation for one of the columns' force field study. There is still one question remaining to be demonstrated. The theory of gravitation enables us to figure out many guiding formulas, and thus we know that the continent where we live in also belongs to a planet. The planet keeps rotating, and at the same time revolving around the sun, so do the rest of the planets in the sky. Following the formulas mentioned above, we can also locate these planets. However, no one, not even the greatest sorcerer or sorceress, ever managed to reach the planets using the most advanced space magic, including me. Even we can calculate the coordinates of them, we can find none of them in the presumed places in space. When I was trying to cast the advanced space magic, although I could not reach the planet, I could feel the gravity of the target planet from my presupposed transit spot. The planets are there, but at the same time, they are not there. When Lucian found out that the planets in this world could tell destinies, Lucian was already quite surprised. Now he felt surprised again and very confused. After he roughly went through some of the formulas in the article, Lucian found that the formulas in this world were basically consistent with what he had learned before at school. If there was no calculation mistake, the sorcerer should be able to locate and find the planet. However, including the author, no one ever managed to arrive on the target planet. So weird, Lucian thought to himself, feeling confused. Then he saw the author's introduction, Oliver Constantine Grand Arcanist, Legendary Archmage Level 3, in the profession of the Hand of Annihilation. It looks like the title of Grand Arcanist is even superior than Legendary Archmage, and the 2 titles are not overlapping. They should belong to different evaluation or ranking systems. The latter is decided by how powerful the sorcerer or sorceress is, while the former depends on one's contribution to the study of arcana. Lucian was guessing. Then when he looked at the other authors' titles in the journal, his thought was proved right. All of them had 2 different titles. For example, Level 8 Arcanist, 9th Circle Astrology Mage, Level 6 Arcanist, 8th Circle Element Mage. Lucian also noticed that, in most cases, the authors' levels in Arcana were lower than their magic power ranks. Therefore, it seemed the achievement in academic study was even harder. Some of the rest of the articles were study of string vibration in some of the magics, brief introduction of differential method and infinite series, thoughts about 7 bridge problem, the mutual transformation between electricity and magnetism in magic, a new element detected by a new method. Forever debate whether spiritual power exists in the form of wave or particle. A study of spirit storm. While Lucian was reading the book, other apprentices were observing him in secret. Half an hour later, Lucian already had a general idea of the journal. The study of arcana in this world could be understood as science on Earth. The development of mathematics and physics here was close to the one at the middle of the 18th century on Earth. Calculus had been basically built up, while there was a very rapid growth in the development of geometry. Also, the development in mechanics and electromagnetism had been pushed further in this world. At the same time, some spells here were beyond the comprehension of Earth's science, for example, space jump. As for element magic, it was close to the development level of chemistry in the early 19th century on Earth. Researchers, or say arcanists, had determined what particles made the elements and had realized that earth, fire, wind, and water were actually not elements. Besides, they had started measuring atomic weight as well. But the journal was published 20 years ago. Lucian speculated that the current development level of arcana should be even more advanced. After he closed the journal, Lucian found that all the apprentices present were looking at him. He smiled and asked, "It's a very interesting book. Can I keep it for about 2 weeks, as long as you can answer my questions, Mr. Professor?" The voice of Philosopher sounded very old. Of course, Philosopher, you may ask now. Knowing that the elder apprentice was trying to test him, Lucian was pretty confident. He believed that his knowledge should be enough to answer some apprentice questions. Philosopher took out a stack of papers filled with words and numbers. "Professor, since you specialize in element and astrology, I have some questions for you related to the first article in the journal. When I first met these formulas which can predict the orbiting of stars, I was so fascinated, but I couldn't understand how they were derived and why they actually work. Can you explain it for us, sir?" It seemed like a shared question for all the apprentice present. All of them turned around and were waiting for Lucian's explanation. Within Lucian's expectation, what Philosopher asked was related to celestial mechanics. He answered calmly, "Your question is too big to be fully explained at a time, because it involves too many different aspects. Tonight I can explain to you the basic principles of the formula and how to use them. Are you okay with it?" "Sure, Mr. Professor," Philosopher answered politely. This symbol represents gravitational constant. Some of you may wonder, what is gravity? Well, gravity is the force that makes you fall back to the ground when you jump up without using any magic, the force that makes apples drop. These phenomena never follow the will of God, and they should not be taken for granted. Lucian was trying to make his explanation simple. And when the other apprentices interrupted him to ask why, he just answered in this way: "In order to explain this question, many more concepts and principles will be involved, and they cannot be comprehended when you are apprentices. After you become real sorcerers and sorceresses, these questions will be easier to be studied." That was actually because Lucian himself did not fully understand the underlying principles of the formula as well. Philosopher sighed with emotion. "One can never learn enough in the world of magic. Before I thought I had made some progress in this field, but now I just realized I'm way far from that." The rest of the apprentices also nodded toward these formulas. Although the mysterious professor did not explain why, he indeed clarified how, from which they were provided with new ideas about how to analyze and construct many new magic structures. After Lucian finished his lecture, Philosopher fell silent. After a few seconds, he grabbed his quill and started writing numbers on a piece of paper excitedly. Other apprentices were also lost in thought. "Mr. Professor, I want to apologize for suspecting you were a liar. White Honey was a female, who did not speak very much before. You're the most elegant and erudite sorcerer I've ever seen." Although she was trying to make herself sound like an elder woman, she was too excited to hide her original charming voice. From her comment, Lucian, Smile, and Oak immediately drew an important conclusion. White Honey was a member of more than one apprentice group. Lucian answered in his pretended harsh voice, "I accept your apology, but actually I don't really care what other people think of me. My knowledge and power is always mine." Later, when White Honey, Smile, and Oak were exchanging magic materials, Lucian also bought some of them. Laying the right hand on his forehead, Philosopher made a deep bow towards Lucian. It was the manner of the ancient sorcerers. "Mr. Professor, I heard that you need corpse mushroom, and I've brought them here. I'm not sure if you're willing to solve a question of mine." Mercury was another female in the group, who sounded quite nervous but also excited. Other apprentices were looking at Lucian respectfully, hoping to learn more from him. Lucian started feeling that he was a real professor now. Mercury took out a small box in which there were 3 corpse mushrooms. One was darker than the other 2. She asked politely, "You can take them all if you're willing to answer my questions, sir." Corpse mushroom was required in many magic potions. The average price was about 10 nars, and the darker ones were even more expensive. If they were badly in need, the price could be doubled or even more. Lucian couldn't resist the offer. He nodded, "All right." Mercury found the article in the journal titled "A New Element Detected by a New Method" and asked, "My question is about the basic elements." The author defines Tai, which is extracted from sunstones, as an element in this article, but I thought only earth, fire, wind, and water were basic elements. Her voice was slightly trembling, as if she knew that the answer to her question would overthrow all of her previous knowledge about element magic. In fact, the question was related to the important difference between the ancient and the contemporary magic system. Well, after a while, Lucian finally responded, "Honestly speaking, I'm not sure neither. I studied the ancient magic system like all of you. In the past, I often found conflicts between some theories and my own experiment practices, and thus I started putting more thoughts on it. The reason that I'm able to explain those formula is not because I already have a deep understanding of them, but because many of the corresponding questions have been existing in my mind for a long time, and the article just solved them. It was very suspicious that a sorcerer who claimed himself to have nothing to do with the Continental Congress of Magic could understand all of the formula in the article, but Lucian was too excited to realize the fact when he first read the journal. Now he had to restrain himself a bit. That's why I was only explaining the application of the formulas. As for the principles lying behind them, they're also strange to me. Lucian continued. He did not want to take even a slight risk of being suspected. This article showed the process and the result of an experiment with only a few formulas. I can only share some of my thoughts roughly toward the theories mentioned in it, but I can be wrong. No problem, sir. Mercury answered firmly and turned to the other apprentices, and I want to invite all of you here to join our discussion. This kind of instruction could be very expensive. Without the questioner's permission, others were usually not allowed to listen to it. Important information sometimes would be protected by a special magic called secret communication in order to avoid eavesdropping. I heard that there has been a long-time discussion between sorcerers and sorceresses on whether the belief of 4 basic elements of the world is just a myth. Lucian started analyzing. Many believe that the real elements should be more abstract and should be more than just 4 kinds. The other apprentices nodded thoughtfully. Many of them had the same doubt as well when they were conducting magic experiments. I'm not sure what are the real elements instead. But from this article, it seems like they have redefined element and found many new ones through different experiments. The experiment in this article was an example. The author showed his way to find the new element by using the 9th circle magic fire storm to bombard sunstone in an enclosed magic circle. The author obtained a beautiful and pure crystal called Tai, which was both more flexible and lighter than mithril. Lucian speculated that there was no periodic table of the elements in this world yet, but in this magic world, elements here were probably totally unpredictable. In order to show the conflict between the ancient element theory and real-life practice, Lucian took a few apprentice element magics, for example. After hearing his idea, the rest of the apprentices present were very excited. Hanger, who was standing in the corner all the time, also could hardly conceal his excitement. Mr. Professor, what about spirit? Is it also composed of certain elements? I don't have the materials you need, but you can choose anything you want in my bag. The other apprentices now held no suspicion of Lucian's identity. They all firmly believed that Lucian was the most knowledgeable sorcerer they had ever met, and were all eagerly hoping that the great sorcerer could share more of his ideas with them. Disappointingly, Lucian shook his head. Sorry, I haven't dipped into necromancy, so I cannot answer your question. After putting the 3 corpse mushrooms into his pocket and taking Philosopher's suitcase, Lucian asked, do you have extra corpse mushroom or revenant dust? I want to buy more, or you can ask more questions. The brain tissue of the aquatic zombie was enough for about 7 to 8 experiments, and each of them would consume 1 corpse mushroom. Lucian hoped that he could collect the materials as much as possible. Since the church has been keeping an eye on us for a long time and it's too risky to cultivate the mushroom by ourselves, corpse mushroom is very rare these days. Except Mercury, I don't think other apprentices here would be able to offer you more, Mr. Professor. Philosopher answered respectfully. He seemed like the leader of the group. Compared with corpse mushroom, revenant dust is even harder to find. White Honey added, the formation of revenant requires strong grievance and resentment gathering in a certain way. Although using the blood of some evil creatures can summon revenants, the blood is even more precious than the dust itself after all. This is Alto. Lucian was kind of disappointed, but he quickly moved on. Later, he answered more questions raised by the other group members and got more materials and magic reagents in return. Lucian's knowledge earned great respect for him among the apprentices. Besides respect, Lucian also earned a whole set of magic labware, 3 corpse mushroom, many other magic materials and reagents. Just like the saying goes, knowledge is money. When Lucian had found most of the materials that he needed, it was time for him to call it a day. I gotta go now, said Lucian in his pretended harsh voice. We can continue over the next meeting. He also had to go back and review his physics and chemistry knowledge in order to explain more questions in better ways for the group members. To show their thankfulness, all of the apprentices stood up, laying their right hands on their foreheads, and bowed low to Lucian. Mr. Professor, can we have the honor to keep you staying a bit longer? Each of us is going to share our recent thoughts by presenting them to the others later. It would be our great pleasure to have you here, Philosopher hopefully asked. The discussion part was open to anyone. All of the apprentices present were hoping Lucian would possibly make comments on their ideas. Even some random words from such a knowledgeable sorcerer could benefit them a great deal. For Lucian, the invitation was an extra surprise tonight. Although Lucian could understand many advanced formula based on his previous knowledge, he, on the contrary, was having a hard time analyzing some of the apprentice spells. Concealing his excitement, Lucian was trying to make himself sound as calm as possible. All right. It was a productive discussion, from which Lucian also gained a lot from the other group members. Many of his questions related to apprentice magics were solved, and his knowledge gap was filled. At the same time, the other apprentices were also every encouraged to see that Mr. Professor was actually paying attention to their discussion. In the early morning, after exchanging some more information, the meeting was drawing to a close. Lucian was stopped by Philosopher when he was about to leave. "Mr. Professor," asked Philosopher hopefully, "do you mind leaving your contact information to me? So if we can find any revenant dust, we can contact you immediately." However, Lucian shook his head. "Sorry, I'd rather not. Owl knows how to contact me." Cautious as Lucian was, he would never trust anyone easily. "Well," Philosopher nodded disappointingly, "will you attend our next meeting 2 weeks from now?" The other apprentices present were also waiting for Lucian's answer eagerly. "I don't know yet." Lucian's attitude was ambiguous, since he did not want his attendance to be regular. "I might be in Melzer Black Forest at that time, preparing some experiments. Anyway, I'll let Owl know in advance." But Lucian's vague answer was good enough for the members. At least this great sorcerer didn't refuse them directly. After Smile made sure that it was safe outside, Lucian and other apprentices left the basement in succession. Having the suitcase in his hand and some new magic materials in his pockets, Lucian walked home with no companion. On his way home, Lucian spread his spiritual power, which covered a certain range to detect if there was anyone following him, and all he found was a raven. He didn't feel even slightly relieved until he was finally back in his shack. 1 week later, using the magic which could turn stone into soil and mud, Lucian successfully dug a pit very close to his place. The 3 meters long, 2.5 meters wide pit connected to his shack with a small stone stairway was Lucian's new and also his first magic lab. Standing on a small stool, Lucian was carving lines on the wall with a silver dagger which came from the labware set. He was creating a magic circle in order to block energy waves caused by spell casting or magic experiments. In addition to that, Lucian cast some more magic circles to protect the lab. Using echo elimination, no one would notice that there was a basement under there by simply stamping on the floor. Other magic circles were used for placing magic traps which could be triggered when necessary. After the carving work was done, Lucian pulled out a small bag of black powder. The powder was made from black curving vine, and it could quickly stick to almost everything. Carefully picking it out with the dagger, Lucian colored these lines with the black powder, and then he poured mercury on them little by little. Amazingly, the mercury did not drip at all. Instead, it was instantly absorbed by the power. Now the outline of the magic circle was very distinct. Pressing his palm in the center of the pattern, Lucian spread out his spiritual power and activated the magic circle. The silver lines were lit bit by bit. After a burst of silver light, the magic circle completely disappeared in the wall as if nothing ever existed there at all. Lucian stepped down from the stool, feeling exhausted. Building a magic circle could be very tiring. The more troublesome part was that, 10 days later, it had to be replaced with a new one when the power of the circle was gone. For real sorcerers or sorceresses, they could maintain their magic circle using their own spiritual power, or building much more complicated ones which could recover the power automatically by themselves. Some parts of magic creatures, like their fur, horn, or blood, could also do the job. Then it was the last step. Casting the spell in an opposite way, Lucian built a long stone table from the soil. Placing all the glasswares and small stoves on the table, Lucian was more than happy and satisfied. The lab was ready. From now on, Lucian finally had his own place to practice spells and conduct experiments. Obviously, this basement, although not very spacious, was much better than the cold, stinky sewers. Standing on the stairs, Lucian nodded with great satisfaction. Then Lucian went back to his place upstairs and locked the entrance with magic after making sure the magic trap circle was also in position. It was already in the early morning. As soon as Lucian's head hit the pillow, he fell asleep. He had to go to work in the library a few hours later. Like I said, Pierre stared at Lucian with concern. "You gotta control yourself a bit. I just didn't sleep well last night." Lucian shook his head slowly. "By the way, what musical instrument are you learning, Lucian?" Pierre suddenly switched the topic. "Piano," Lucian answered. "Mr. Victor has improved his harpsichord and renamed it piano. Soon he will register the new musical instrument in the association." While Lucian had made some progress in learning magic, he never slacked off in studying music. After all, he needed a decent job to make a living, and more importantly, to disguise his identity. Being a musician would be ideal enough. After all, no one would easily suspect an elegant and young musician to be an evil and notorious sorcerer. "Harpsichord, piano," Pierre repeated thoughtfully. Suddenly he became excited and dashed into the bookshelves. A moment later, Pierre came back with a book in his hand. "You're gonna need the book. I gained a lot from it. By the way, did I ever tell you that in 4 months I'll take the qualification test of the association? If I can pass it, I'll finally be a qualified musician." Like other associations, the Musicians' Association also practiced monopoly. The evaluation of musician was completely controlled by it. No, you never mentioned it. Lucian took over the book titled The Art of Harpsichord Performance, but I believe you can do it, Pierre, said Lucian sincerely. In the next hour, Pierre did not give Lucian any time to study the book. Since he knew that Lucian was also a music student, Pierre tried to seize every chance to share his thought on music with his buddy. However, today was definitely not a good time for discussion since Lucian was too sleepy to follow Pierre. His eyelids were so heavy that he could barely keep his eyes open. Lucian did try to stop Pierre many times, but Pierre never let him have a chance to cut in. Fortunately, at this time, a lady wearing a long white dress and a black pillbox hat walked into the library. She was a very elegant lady. Her waist was slender and her legs rangy, as if she just walked out of a fine picture. Lucian also noticed her long white stockings, which made the lady's legs look even sexier. However, that was not Lucian's focus. Instead, he was thinking about where that rayon-like material came from. Probably it was a byproduct of alchemy. "Good morning, Miss Sylvia." Suddenly switching his attitude, Pierre greeted the lady politely and slightly nudged Lucian. "Anything I can do for you today?" Lucian then realized she was the Sylvia that Pierre was talking about all the time. Her long black hair was like silk, shiny and soft. Under her small, lovely nose there were cherry-like lips. For sure, she was very beautiful and graceful. "Morning, Pierre, I need to borrow several books." "They are," said Sylvia with a sweet smile on her face. She had got used to people's special attention, so Lucian's long stare didn't bother her. Pierre's face instantly flushed with excitement, since he never expected that Sylvia would remember his name. He nodded several times and dashed into the shelves again to get the books for his goddess. Lucian stayed behind the counter. A sweet and familiar fragrance slipped into his nose. Not until a few seconds later did Lucian realize that the smell was very similar to that of the black veil he found in the dump site, the expensive cloth called Black Nightingale. But Lucian couldn't make sure, and there was also no need for him to figure out whether Miss Sylvia was the veil's owner or not. After all, the smell was still slightly different. Out of nervousness and excitement, the more Pierre wanted to impress Miss Sylvia, the more clumsy he was. After a few minutes, he started feeling embarrassed. "You need my help there?" Lucian turned around and asked. Then Lucian walked directly toward a bookshelf and pulled out one of the books Miss Sylvia was looking for in front of Pierre's face. Of course, it was not because of Lucian's good memory, but his amazing spirit library, which could even store the arrangement of the whole library. "Lucian." Pierre's mouth dropped open. "When did you become so familiar with the place?" With a pile of books in his arms, Lucian came to Sylvia and asked politely, "Ma'am, do you want me to take these books to the reading room?" Of course, Lucian couldn't claim that he had no man's thoughts when he was looking at such a beautiful woman like Sylvia. But Lucian knew that a romantic relationship was too luxury and impractical to be put in his future plans for now. Therefore, Lucian's indifferent attitude contrasted sharply with Pierre's nervousness. "Just leave them on the table, please. Someone else will get them later." Sylvia's voice was husky and sexy. "What's your name?" "I never saw you before." "My name's Lucian Evans. I'm new here," answered Lucian slowly. Then he added, "I'm Mr. Victor's student." "I see." Sylvia smiled sweetly, no wonder. "I heard that Mr. Victor had successfully improved harpsichord and named it piano. Please tell him that I'm really looking forward to his concert, Lucian." The quick change of Lucian's attitude was a bit strange for Sylvia. When she just walked in the library, Lucian was staring at her legs like a pervert, while now it seemed that Lucian was not interested in women at all. After Lucian finished registering the borrowed books, Sylvia thanked them and left the library. Lucian noticed that there was a lady wearing a black pillbox hat waiting for Miss Sylvia. Standing there straightly like a spear, the slim lady was taller than Lucian by about half a head. Behind the lady stood a beautiful young maid and an elegant middle-aged woman. Noticing that someone was looking at them, the poker-faced, middle-aged woman instantly threw Lucian a cold eye. At that moment, Lucian felt he was suddenly thrown off a cliff, and all the colors of the world faded. As if the woman had a rough ocean in her eyes, Lucian couldn't stop trembling in front of the huge waves of the ocean. Lucian lost his ability of thinking. He didn't fully recover until he could only see the woman's back. The woman and the slim lady changed a few words, and the latter looked back at Lucian with some amusement in her eyes, but Lucian could also feel the great pressure in it and her authoritative aura. "Who are they?" Lucian was astonished. He had never met someone like them before in this world, especially the middle-aged woman. It felt like her gaze could easily disarm Lucian completely. Pierre came close to Lucian and made a long sigh. "Sylvia, she's my goddess. I know. I was not very impressive, though." Then he nudged Lucian. "But buddy, you can't just stare at Miss Sylvia's legs like that. That's too much." But Lucian paid no attention to what Pierre just said. "Wait, why do you look even paler now, Lucian?" Pierre asked, surprised. Weakly, Lucian asked in a trembling voice, "Pierre, do you know who the other three madams are?" Lucian found himself only being able to recall the eyes of the last young lady, of her dangerous blue eyes. "Not, but I could imagine what happened." Pierre shrugged his shoulders. "Miss Sylvia has many noble lady friends, and some of them are knights who have awakened the blessing." Well, you were staring at her legs so impolitely, so one of her friends probably just gave you a lesson using her night power. I see. I wonder if the younger lady was Princess Natasha. Her power was so overwhelming. Except Princess Natasha, I don't think there's another female knight in Alto who has such power. And the middle-aged woman standing beside her might be her guard, Lucian said to Pierre thoughtfully. No matter who they are, my friend, the noble ladies have nothing to do with you, and never will. Pierre patted Lucian on his shoulder. Noble ladies would never waste a second on common folks like us. Although everyone was endowed with the blessing, offsprings of nobles always had a better chance of awakening the power. Therefore, nobles would never marry common people, but only nobles in order to keep their blood pure. Miss Sylvia is my goddess, but is too far away from me. All we can rely on is music, buddy, said Pierre earnestly, although he was the one who flushed his face just now. In the following several hours, Lucian was being tortured by his sleepiness. At noon, Lucian refused Pierre's invitation of having lunch together and was going back home to get some rest. When Lucian was walking downstairs, he saw Alina was talking joyfully with a tall and young man who had shining blonde hair and a very well-featured, pretty face. From his fancy clothes, Lucian could tell the man was a noble. Soon the man bid farewell to Alina and walked upstairs, passing by Lucian. He was really a very good-looking man. Lucian came downstairs and talked to Alina half-jokingly. You have feelings for him. Come on, Lucian. You're my friend and you can't tell that was fake smile on my face. Gently rubbing her face, Alina answered in a low voice. He's Mackenzie Griffith, the second in line of the Griffith family, Director Othello's student, and also the no-one playboy in our association. The Griffith family. Lucian heard the name before. Yes, Griffith. Alina nodded. If I'm not mistaken, you know Lot, right? Mackenzie is his elder cousin. He's very good at playing harpsichord and violin, I see. But why you don't like him? And why were you still pretending? Asked Lucian. Well, I know I shouldn't talk like this about a noble, but he's a bastard. As a notorious playboy, Mackenzie is known for his misbehavior. He especially enjoys conquering women who do not have interest in him, who treat him coldly. It is said that once there was a girl from a common family who refused Mackenzie a few times. In the end Alina pursed her lips with strong disgust. Be careful, Alina, he said with concern, but in a couple of years you'll be married, I guess. Get married. Alina slightly sighed and her eyes looked sad after seeing so many elegant musicians and gentlemen in the association. Now it's impossible for me to marry an ordinary guy. What Alina said was true. Once a person had enjoyed many delicacies, plain bread and water became hard to swallow. Then what's your plan, Alina? As a friend, Lucian did care about her. Well, probably to be a mistress of a noble or famous musician. Alina laughed when she saw Lucian's astonished face. I'm just joking. I've saved some money and I'm gonna learn music like you, Lucian. Wow, that's really cool, Alina. Lucian was impressed. An independent and hard-working girl was always impressive, I know. Miss Sylvia is my idol. I wish someday I could also be an elegant and beautiful female music master like her. For such a music goddess, nobody would say that staying single in her age is a big deal, because she doesn't need a man at all. She has the world of music. Although I know many musicians in our association have a crush on her. Well, Mr. Victor is not included. Mr. Victor's wife had passed away almost 10 years ago. Since then, Victor remained single and put all his passion into music. Everyone in the association knew that, including Lucian. So are you gonna be Miss Sylvia's student? Asked Lucian. I'll try, but Miss Sylvia rarely looks for new students. Alina nodded. Her green eyes were filled with happiness and excitement. Or I can be your student, Lucian, when you become a good musician. She smiled. It will be my pleasure. Lucian also laughed. With plenty of magic materials, Lucian didn't attend the apprentice meeting for the following several times. He had copied the journal Arcana in his spirit library before he buried it at the foot of the wall to let Smile take it back. From the marks left by Smile, Lucian could tell they were pretty disappointed and were still looking forward to his presence. But Lucian did not want to rush. He still needed a few more weeks to fully absorb the knowledge that he gained from both the journal and the last meeting. Time went by, when Lucian was able to cast 9 apprentice-level spells consecutively at a time, and was very close to moving to the next level, Intermediate Apprentice. There was only 1 month left before Mr. Victor's concert was held in the Psalm Hall. Being uninspired, this musician again became anxious and fretful. The tune of the 4th and also the last symphony just wouldn't come in Victor's mind. Soon he got too stressed to teach so many students, so he had no choice but to suspend the class for those non-music students for a whole month. But his unusual testiness was still very obvious in the music students' eyes. Bang, something that sounded like an ink bottle fell on the floor and all of the students downstairs raised their heads. It was not the first time that day. Well, we gotta do something. Breaking stuff definitely can't help with getting inspiration. Lot shrugged his shoulders. Since the success and reputation of a teacher was also directly related to the students, Lot and Felicia were also quite worried. Do something. Felicia rolled her eyes. Do what? Frowning his eyebrows, Lot answered thoughtfully. A symphony is a quite long piece of music and usually consists of 4 parts. For a concert, 4 symphonies are enough. I don't understand why Mr. Victor insists on creating new symphonies. After all, he got so many good ones he wrote before to choose from. Mr. Victor did pick out the best one, and it will be one of the 4 symphonies. Standing beside, Athi joined their conversation, but it is also the only ready-made one from the 4 symphonies. Mr. Victor felt all the others are nowhere close to the best one. In order to present an excellent concert, Mr. Victor has to make sure all the pieces of music are equally impressive. Rubbing his eyes, Herodotus sighed, Mr. Victor always want to be perfect. His previous works were actually very popular among many musicians and nobles, or he would never be qualified to give a concert in the Psalm Hall. If we try, probably we can persuade him. He looked at Lot and Felicia, while Lucian, a poor student who could only play the simplest music for now, was subconsciously ignored by him. What do you think, Mr. Athi? Asked Felicia. She knew that, among all the people in the sitting room, Athi was the one who knew Mr. Victor the best. After all, Athi had been taking care of Victor for almost 30 years. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Slowly, Athi shook his head. The concert is of great significance for Victor. He wants to fulfill the wish of his late wife, which is to have a perfect performance in the Psalm Hall, thus he won't make any compromise. Probably. We can look for some potions that are helpful for him to relax. As an apprentice, Lucian's first idea was seeking the help of potions and drugs. No, we can't. Those drugs will slow down one's mind and cause the inhibition of inspiration. Athi denied Lucian's proposal seriously. But we can't just let Mr. Victor torture himself like this, said Lucian with concern. Then what can you do, Lucian? Come up with a new masterpiece for Mr. Victor, said Herodotus with clear sarcasm. He never liked Lucian. If you cannot, please shut up. Lucian didn't feel really offended. Instead, what Herodotus just said gave him some new thoughts. Mr. Victor needed his help, Lucian knew. When they were talking, Victor opened the door and walked downstairs, looking very tired. The students stopped their conversation instantly and looked at him. Victor's hair was messy, and his eyes red. I'm going to the association to practice the first 3 symphonies. All of you come with me to see how the different parts of the orchestra cooperates. Although all of them were a bit relieved to see that Victor's mood had returned to normal, they knew the trouble still remained unsolved. On the 5th floor of the association, the orchestra was playing a magnificent symphony. The 4 parts of the symphony were integrated perfectly and together provided the audiences with a grand acoustic feast. As soon as the orchestra finished playing the last part, a cold applause came from behind. All the students looked backwards. It was Wolf. Good, very good. It looks like you're ready for the concert, Victor. Holding his chin high, Wolf still looked the same, arrogant and mean. Victor enjoyed a period of peaceful time when Wolf was out of town, and now apparently the happy time was over. Victor's face instantly darkened since he knew Wolf must have heard something. Before Victor said anything, Wolf asked with a fake smile on his face, I remember you asked for my advice before I left. Now I'm back, so let me see your work. You just heard it. Victor just wanted to cut the conversation short as much as he could. No, I mean, all the 4 symphonies. Wolf lifted his eyebrows. Wolf, you. Victor was very pissed off. Before his rage took over, 2 men walked into the hall. One of them was a white-haired old man wearing a decent black suit, and with a black cane in his hand. The other was the good-looking blonde that Lucian met a few weeks ago, Mackenzie, who was Lot's elder cousin, director. Putting their argument aside temporarily, both Victor and Wolf slightly bowed to the old man. Victor's students also bowed, following their teacher. It was Lucian's first time meeting Baron Othello, director of the association, who was also Mackenzie's mentor. In the law among nobles, which was constructed over a long time, those noble offsprings who managed to awaken their blessing in their blood and thus became royal knights were more qualified to inherit their titles. But it was not to say that the rest of them who failed to awaken the blood power could not be the next head of their houses. As a gifted musician, Othello was also the only son of his house, thus he rightly inherited the title of his family and became the Baron. Victor, I heard that you're having a hard time with the 4th symphony. Othello walked to Victor and asked him seriously. Victor nodded his head, his eyes lowered. Yes, sir. Othello slightly raised the cane in his hand along with his voice. You must know how important this concert is. You're representing our association to play in front of Grand Duke and the Princess, and you gotta make sure nothing will go wrong. Do you understand? I do, sir. I will make sure every piece of work will be really impressive. Answered Victor in a low voice. At least I'm trying my best. Wolf gave Victor a loud snort on the side. No, I'm not asking for everything to be that impressive, Victor nodded. Othello, I'm asking for a safe and smooth performance. I understand your pressure, but you cannot keep delaying like this. You have to hand in all of your music as soon as possible to give the orchestra enough time to practice. Then Othello paused a bit. Well, let me give you a deadline. By the last week before the concert, I want to see all of your work laying on my office desk. Any problem, Victor? Victor shook his head with great effort. No, sir. He knew that if he still could not come up with the last symphony, someone else in the association would replace him very soon. I hope you understand why I'm pushing you. Othello looked less serious now. I believe you can do it, Victor. The director nodded to show his encouragement and then walked out of the hall. At this time, Mackenzie approached Lot with a smile on face. "My dear little cousin, I hope you won't have any trouble with the musician qualification test like your teacher is having here. Although I'll be one of the examiners in the next 3 years and I'm very looking forward to your violin performance, my integrity will never allow me to lower my standard." "I don't need you to lower your standard," answered Lot, clenching his teeth. Then Mackenzie turned to Lucian. "You know what? As a pauper, how lucky you are that you may have the chance to be a musician. It's not really wise wasting your time on fooling around with girls instead of practicing your skills." Lucian was very confused when he just heard Mackenzie's comment, but soon he realized he was talking about Alina. Recently, Alina spent some time with Lucian in order to learn more about music. Then Mackenzie left and caught up with Othello with a lovely smile on his face. In the family of Griffith, as the second in line to inherit the title, Mackenzie always spared no effort to please the housemaster. "Oh my, Victor, you're still racking your wits about your last masterpiece." Pretending that he didn't know the fact before, there was a smile of triumph on Wolf's face. "Enjoy, Victor. Enjoy your first play in the Psalm Hall, cause it may as well be the last." Before Wolf left, he glanced at Lucian. "Is this your talented pauper student, Victor? Well, wish him good luck with his qualification test in the future. After all, your reputation is directly related to his. What a poor young lad." Wolf was amused by his own words. Laughing, he went out of the hall, while Lucian noticed that Victor's face was flushed and the blue veins on his hands stood out. Victor didn't loosen his fist until the gate of the hall slowly closed. With a long sigh, he turned around and said to Ryan and the rest of the orchestra, "I'm going back to my office to finish my work. Everyone keep practicing, please. Mr. Victor, please don't push yourself too much." Ryan put down his violin and walked to Victor. His face looked serious. "I don't think you can come up with a good melody with your current mood." Lucian, Lot, you two accompany Mr. Victor to his office. Felicia and Herodotus, you two keep practicing, Ryan said to the students. On the way to the third floor, Victor didn't say anything. Neither Lucian nor Lot knew what to do, so they just followed him silently. Before leaving the office, Lucian noticed that Victor was looking at a lifelike portrait hanging on the wall. On the portrait, there was a beautiful young woman with a smile on her face. She had black hair and black eyes. When Lucian closed the door, Victor was still staring at the portrait like a statue. When Lucian and Lot came back to the practice room on the fourth floor, they saw Felicia and Herodotus were lost in thought. Well, Lot tried to break the silence. All Director Othello asked was to give a smooth concert. Mr. Victor might feel less stressed now. Apparently his words didn't help. "Come on. I care about Mr. Victor's performance very much, okay?" Lot hurriedly added, "You all saw my cousin Mackenzie. If Mr. Victor's concert can be a huge success, I can call myself the student of a top musician, which will help me with my qualification test." Felicia puckered her mouth a bit. "Yes, we are all linked to Mr. Victor. I'm worried about him. If the concert goes wrong, I can't imagine what is waiting for him." On the other side, Herodotus leaned his forehead against his violin, murmuring. Lucian got ignored again, but he didn't care at all. He was also busy with thinking. In order to repay Victor's kindness, Lucian was looking for a musical masterpiece from his world as a plan B. Before that, he had gone through all the songs in his spirit library to make sure there was nothing similar to what he was going to choose. The work was actually easier than Lucian thought, since all the songs were stored in Lucian's spirit library, and he could easily search them in his storage. Then Lucian had to find a proper way to give the music to Mr. Victor. Fortunately, Lucian had finished the difficult part, translation. When Lucian was practicing reading music here, he marked many masterpieces from his world with the notes he had learned here. During this period of time, Lucian had a better understanding toward the music trend in this world. Being affected by the church, music in alto featured traditional structure and religious style. Lucian wanted to choose one that fitted the trend. Therefore, Bach came first to his mind since his music also had some religious taste. However, after comparing Bach's work with many musical masterpieces in this world, Lucian found they were somehow too similar to each other. He was glad that he was cautious enough. Then Lucian turned to Beethoven. Fortunately, none of Beethoven's work overlapped the music from this world. Lucian didn't want to waste much time on selecting, and thus he soon decided to use one of Beethoven's most well-known masterpieces, Symphony No. 5. Lucian still remembered when he first heard it. He was shocked by the great momentum of the symphony. The most difficult part that Lucian had to think about was how to give it to Victor. Lucian couldn't just directly hand Victor a piece of paper with such an excellent music masterpiece on it, telling Victor that he found it in a book in the library. On the other hand, it would be even more suspicious if he claimed that he came up with the melody by himself, since a beginner like him writing a piece of symphony like this would obviously make no sense. Lucian wished he knew how to do hypnosis, but his current spiritual power was not enough to infuse a whole piece of symphony into Victor's mind. Finally, he decided to rewrite Symphony No. 5, but instead of revitalizing it, Lucian was going to degrade it. Lucian needed to destroy the whole structure of the masterpiece, but leave some fragments for Victor. Lucian was hoping that his teacher could get inspired from these fragments. After writing a small piece of melody down on the paper, Lucian sat down in front of the piano and heavily pressed the keyboard with his hands. Dang, 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 dang. It was so loud that Herodotus almost fell off his chair. Following the magnificent beginning, the rest part of the melody was like a disaster. What the heck are you doing? Lot asked while frowning his eyebrows. I want to help Mr. Victor. What I saw today made me feel depressed but also angry, and this combined emotion just gave me some inspiration. I'm going to write it down. Lucian explained. What? Lot almost laughed. Are you saying you are writing a symphony? How long have you been learning music? You don't really understand how to play piano yet. Felicia's voice became higher. Spreading his hands, Lot replied directly. No, you're not able to help Mr. Victor, Lucian. I understand your will, but you are just a beginner. You think everyone can write a symphony just because they have so-called inspiration. Herodotus sneered. What you just played was rubbish. Stop showing off in front of Mr. Victor to please him, you jester. Lucian, please stop. Felicia shook her head with depression. Can you just stop? Don't make the situation harder. But Lucian also shook his head firmly. No, I'm inspired. I can write a good one. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were staring at Lucian as if he was a madman. Lucian kept playing. He could only press the keys one by one since the skills required in this symphony were far beyond his beginner level. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus felt there was a heavy hammer knocking on their heads. Their anxiety and anger were accumulating. Enough, Herodotus and Lot cried out at the same time. What? Lucian turned his head and looked at them innocently. Mr. Victor asked us to practice, and I am practicing. Then what are you two doing here, Lucian? Gripping his fists, Herodotus's face flushed with anger. However, he was too short and thin for a fight. Lucian had been practicing fighting for a while and was half a head taller than him. A few seconds later, Herodotus shook his fist in the air. I don't want to be punished by Mr. Victor for beating you up. Then he turned around and burst out of the practice room. Sorry about the noise. Lucian shrugged his shoulder but had no plan to stop. He grabbed his quill again and wrote more music notes down. The melody now only contained small pieces of the masterpiece, but most of it were Lucian's stupid creation. Are you serious, Lucian? Lot was looking at the ceiling of the room, rubbing his forehead. You want to have a look? Lucian was about to shove his piece of paper into Lot's hand, but the latter directly rejected. Lot looked at Felicia. Let's go. Staying here for one more second will drive me crazy. She nodded. You're right. I need some fresh air. Finally, as he wished, Lucian was left alone in the practice room. After locking the door, Lucian went back to work. He started adding more pieces from Symphony No. 5 into the melody, hoping that he could come up with a degraded version of Symphony No. 5 with lots of imperfection, and thus Victor could improve it to restore it to a real symphony masterpiece. In order to show the progress, Lucian had to provide many drafts. Also, Lucian needed to practice lots of times to make sure his poor playing wouldn't completely ruin the music. At least he had to show some of the value of the music in front of his teacher. In the following several hours, the drafts of many versions piled up on the desk, and the pile was growing taller and taller. Playing many parts of the music over and over again, Lucian was sweating all over. When the sky became darker, Lucian stretched himself a bit and then left the practice room with a thick stack of paper in his hand. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were sitting in the hall watching Mr. Victor conducting the orchestra. When Lucian came in, they rolled their eyes simultaneously with antipathy. However, Lucian in turn gave them a big smile. Felicia shook her head with a long sigh. Sitting in the soft audience seat, Lucian closed his eyes and continued thinking about his work. Half an hour later, the rehearsal finished. Victor and Ryan came down from the stage and walked in front of them. Mr. Victor now looked much better. How was the practice this afternoon, everyone? Any problems? Asked Victor. Lucian is the biggest problem, Mr. Victor. Herodotus answered instantly. He was writing a symphony, a beginner. The noise was so horrible that all of us left the practice room in the end. Rejoicing in secret, Lucian almost couldn't hold his smile back anymore. He had to thank Herodotus for letting Mr. Victor know what he was doing. Is that true, Lucian? Victor looked at Lucian with great surprise. You're composing a symphony. Slightly raising one of his silver eyebrows, Ryan was looking at Lucian with great interest. Lucian nodded seriously. What I saw today and what I've experienced before brought me some inspiration, so I wanted to write it down. Gentle and kind as Victor, he didn't immediately scold Lucian for being too arrogant. Instead, he asked his student, can I have a look at it? Me too. Ryan cut in with great curiosity. If you don't mind, Lucian. No problem. Lucian handed Victor the whole stack of paper. When Ryan was reading Lucian's work, his thin lips closed tightly as if he was going to burst into laughter at any time, while Victor looked pretty serious. Lucian, Victor gave the drafts back to him. I know you're doing this for me and I appreciate your effort. Lucian, writing a symphony requires much more solid knowledge foundation than you thought. As a beginner, I suggest you start from the most basic theories for at least a few years before you actually write anything. Victor was gratified to see his student was trying to help him. At least the intention was good. Furthermore, the rest of the students just realized why Lucian did all of these. They suddenly felt Lucian was even more crafty and sophisticated than they thought. Well, although your work is still very, say, immature, there are a few highlights in it. Ryan was trying to comfort Lucian, for example, this part. The exactly few bars that Ryan was pointing at came from Symphony No. 5. Similar situations had happened more than once before. Victor knew how stubborn Lucian could be, and at the same time, Victor was very tired with his own concert stuff. Finally, he made a compromise. Don't let it affect your daily practice. After having Victor's permission, Lucian started working on his composing task almost every day. Adding more and more parts of Symphony No. 5 into his work, Lucian's gradual progress was hidden in the disturbing noise. In these days, Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were avoiding him as much as possible, while Mr. Victor was trapped in his office working on his last symphony. No one paid attention to Lucian. By the last week before the concert, after countless times of practice, Lucian was able to completely play his version of Symphony No. 5, although it was not exactly the same as, and was much easier than the original masterpiece. After pressing the last key, Lucian slowly removed his hands from the keyboard. A feeling of accomplishment rose in his mind. Through the 3 weeks of diligent practice, now Lucian could play the masterpiece relatively fluently with some simple skills. Of course, it was not perfect, but Lucian believed that Mr. Victor could easily tell its value. Lucian, you. Felicia was standing beside the door with her hand on the doorknob, looking very confused but also surprised. Felicia, sorry, I didn't notice you were here. Lucian stood up and pushed the piano stool under the keyboard. What did you say? The song you played was quite impressive. You've made great progress. Felicia looked away. She was not used to making compliments, especially to Lucian. In the month of harvest, September, there was always a downpour every few days. The weather today was very muggy and the sky was much darker than usual. Yes, sure. See you tomorrow, Lucian. Felicia was kind of distracted. When Lucian came downstairs, he saw Athie asking the servants to do cleaning there. Lucian walked toward him, asked, Mr. Athie, did you see Mr. Victor? I have something to tell him. Mr. Victor just left for the cemetery. I'm afraid he might not be able to come back until late. Athie was always polite and serious. Would you like to leave a message? In the last few weeks, Lucian managed to read the journal Arcana many times. With the help of the literature stored in his spirit library, his basic knowledge foundation grew more solid. Combining that with what he had learned about vibrational frequency, Lucian improved the spell Haman Oscillation and created 2 new apprentice-level spells. For most apprentices, the development of their spiritual power often was much faster than the accumulation of their knowledge. Lucian, on the other hand, was facing a totally opposite situation due to his background. His spiritual power was still insufficient for casting 10 apprentice spells consecutively at a time. In the early evening, on his way to Auntie Alice's place, Lucian noticed that there was a new secret message on the wall. We have news about the evil creatures. Tonight, 10 o'clock. The same place, said the secret message. Lucian kept walking as though he saw nothing. In his mind, he was guessing the intention of this message. He never attended the meeting after his first appearance, so it seemed they were using the information to lure him. Another reason that Lucian was this cautious was the raven he saw last time on his way back home from the apprentice meeting. When Lucian first encountered the raven, he didn't put any thought into it, since there were countless ravens in Alto. However, afterwards he recalled what he had read in the notes. Raven was the most common summoned pet. The more he thought about it, the more concerned he felt. Now Lucian couldn't help worrying that the message might be a trap, in case it would probably have been set by the raven's master. However, the attraction exerted by the information was irresistible. Lucian always yearned for the crying soul potion, which could reveal the power hidden in a developed body. He had been looking for the ingredients for quite a long time. Now he already had the corpse mushroom and the brain tissue of the aquatic zombie, so Lucian wanted to get revenant dust and moonlight rose as soon as possible. Except for using the blood of a revenant to summon another, Lucian couldn't come up with a second way to get any revenant dust in Alto, especially under the watch of the church. Chewing his bread, Lucian was thinking carefully, struggling between his feeling of insecurity and his desire. Finally, Lucian decided to accept the invitation. However, before going there, he needed to be prepared. Nighttime in Lucian's lab. On the magic circle carved on the stone table, a cup-sized black container was being heated over the blue fire in which a certain kind of thick red liquid was boiling. Lucian's face looked very serious. He was stirring the liquid in the container with a long ceramic stick. In his right hand, there was a test tube with some black liquid in it. Pouring it into the container, Lucian slowly mixed them up. Every drop of the black liquid brought a gauze of white mist. As if it was alive, the red liquid kept shrinking fiercely and became thicker and thicker like gel. Lucian knew that a tiny mistake would cause a devastating explosion. He must keep concentrating. Mixing all the black liquid with the red one, Lucian pressed his right hand on the circle and used his spiritual power to change the way the circle worked. Many red thin lines emerged and covered the container. Meanwhile, Lucian started casting. A white beam of cold light showed up between his fingers and flashed into the container. Heat met cold, but the magic red lines prevented the gel from exploding, and it slowly became more stable. When the white mist around it slowly disappeared, only a small amount of flame-colored gel was left in the black container. Lucian carefully put the very thick gel into a glass tube and sealed it, which was the last step required to make the flame gel. Lucian found the making process in the witch's notes. According to her description, he guessed the flame gel should be as powerful as napalm. In order to improve its power, Lucian was about to add some nitroglycerin into the formula, but in the end he decided not to, because he didn't want to turn his new lab into a heap of ruins for being too hasty. In a box in the corner of his lab, there were 7 tubes, each of them containing different potions. 2 of them were flame gel, 2 other were storm, which was used for fast healing and boosting energy, and the last 3 were brown owl, which could accelerate the speed of spiritual power recovery. Lucian put all 7 glass tubes, along with the flame gel he had just made, into the small pockets of his black robe. They were made specially for safely carrying different potions and magic reagents. Then he opened his own notes lying on the table, in which he wrote down the structures and the principles of the 2 new apprentice spells that he had created. Based on his knowledge of vibration and frequency, and after hundreds of tests, Lucian improved the spell Haman Oscillation, and thus he had his own new spells, one called Bat Screaming and the other the Professor's Oscillating Hand. After closing the notebook, Lucian climbed back to the room and lay down on his bed to have a bit of rest. Lucian left his shack that night at 9:40. The night was hot and suffocating. A storm was coming. Lucian purposely chose a different way, approaching the abandoned house from beside the tall willow, which took him more than 10 minutes. Standing in the shadow, he did not approach the building immediately. Instead, he stayed there for a while and noticed there were 3 people dressed in black robes standing in front of the abandoned house. From their figures, Lucian could tell one was Smile and another one was Philosopher. However, Lucian could not recognize the third person. Thus, he did not lower his guard. Grabbing a black, weird-shaped magic reagent in his hand, he silently cast a spell. The thing in his hand started trembling faster and faster, and ultrasonic waves began to expand outwards in all directions. That was Bat Screaming, the first spell created by Lucian on his own. Lucian was inspired by bats using ultrasonic waves to detect objects, like a radar. By reading the witch's notes, Lucian became aware that many sorcerers and sorceresses would hide their magic aura, which was brought by their spiritual power, on purpose to avoid being found by their enemies. When Lucian was learning the apprentice spell called Magic Aura Detection, he realized that the apprentice-level detection spell would be ineffective when facing corresponding defensive spells of higher levels. Thus, Lucian combined Magic Aura Detection with his knowledge of ultrasonic wave and created Bat Screaming, which could even detect objects with no spiritual power or that released no magic aura. Of course, Bat Screaming could also fail if a sorcerer or sorceress knew the spell in advance. They would still have other ways to avoid being found. Therefore, choosing proper spells was of great significance in a magic battle. The ultrasonic waves were like invisible water waves spreading around Lucian. When the waves hit something, they would reflect back to the black reagent in his hand. Lucian kept focusing on the spell and gradually pictured the surroundings, as if he was observing all around him carefully in broad daylight. The detection range has a radius of about 100 meters, and it is a 3-dimensional detection. Lucian thought to himself, there's an owl on the tree. Yes, it's Doro. Well, there's a raven, the raven. Lucian recognized the raven that he encountered the other night. This time, Lucian felt the magic power in this pet, but he could tell the raven's master was very cautious as nothing weird happened since he met it the first time. Its master was only watching and waiting for something. I should come up with an infrared spell, then I would be able to see the inside of the buildings. A new idea hit Lucian's mind. The black thing Lucian was grabbing was a dried bat pituitary, and after some time it turned into a small pile of ashes and slipped through his fingers. For now, his spiritual power was not enough to cast the spell without using the additional component. Lucian was still hesitant since he could not make sure who the third person was. At this time, the person started talking in a relatively loud voice. Mr. Professor, I think you're here but you're still watching. I'm White Honey, Mr. Professor. It was my mentor who found the trace of the evil creature. He respects your profound knowledge and he hopes to meet you. A moment later, Lucian walked out of the shadow and approached the willow slowly. Nice to see you again, White Honey. Lucian nodded to her. It's my honor winning your mentor's respect, but at the same time, it seems like your mentor doesn't trust me very much. Mr. Professor. White Honey looked very surprised. The raven, you know what I'm talking about. Lucian looked into the darkness. You found Ashley. White Honey looked in the same direction. It's impossible. White Honey wondered. It's nighttime, and the magic light of the raven has been hidden on purpose. How did he notice Ashley? She now felt that the mysterious Mr. Professor was even stranger. When Lucian looked in that direction, the raven on the branch started to fall to the ground as if it was suddenly struck by lightning. Fortunately, the raven spread its wings in time and swiftly flew away, disappearing in the dark sky. "You'd better explain this, White Honey," Smile and Philosopher asked in great anger. White Honey lowered her head and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry that I didn't tell you about this. And I also brought some gifts to show my sincerity. My mentor, he just wanted to see Mr. Professor. If anything unexpected happened when Mr. Professor was hunting the evil creature, my mentor might be able to help as well through the raven Ashley." Now Ashley just left. Smile and Philosopher were aware that in fact there was nothing they could do about what White Honey had done, since they did not know how powerful her mentor was. "Well, hopefully it will be a lesson to you, White Honey." Smile cleared his throat a bit in alto. "What your mentor just did can easily put him in trouble. Many of us will take your mentor as a spy from the church. I hope he isn't though. I'm terribly sorry, but I assure you he is not." Owl. White Honey apologized again. Lucian walked in front of them and asked in his pretended harsh voice, "White Honey, now can I know where the evil creature is?" "In the old house of Baron Laurent in the Noble District." White Honey replied, "No one in the last 3 generations of the house has successfully awakened the blessing, and thus the status of the house has been declining. Furthermore, there are just few servants still serving the family." Other day when my mentor's raven flew over the old house, Ashley found it was a bit noisy down there. Out of curiosity, it flew down and found the people in the house were having a love party. What? Owl sounded very surprised. In fact, it was more than just a love party. My mentor believed that it was an evil ritual. When the people were crazily making love in the chamber, Baron Laurent was standing in an altar at the center of the place and seemed to be gathering some kind of unknown power. At that time, Ashley noticed the demon's smell in him. Philosopher was more sophisticated than Smile. He nodded with thoughts. "I'm quite sure Baron Laurent is not the only one. Many nobles who failed to awake the blessing or to get the holy water from the church turned to demons and other evil beings to seek power. Their titles are worth the risk. Unless a noble house violated one of the first 10 articles of the holy law, the hereditary land and title of the house could forever be passed on to the next generations. However, if no one of the house could awaken the blessing in a few generations, the house would start to decline. Other houses would gradually devour its land and leave the house with only an useless noble title. In the end, the house would disappear on its own, and the nobles would become common folks. No one would remember the family's past glory. Lucian had his own guess about the party. He believed it was the heretical ritual of Argent Horn. After 2 months, Lucian believed that they started taking action again. "Do you know how powerful the creature is? How can I get to the noble district?" Lucian asked. The area the nobles lived was enclosed by the inner city wall. At this time, the city gates were already closed. City guards would only open the gates for the nobles who lived there. From the scale of the altar, my mentor speculated that it should be a low-ranked demon of an ordinary knight level. But before the ritual is finished, the cast shadow of the demon should be only of a high-ranked knight squire level. White Honey explained. She did not think a powerful sorcerer with such profound knowledge like Mr. Professor would be in any danger when facing a cast shadow of a low-ranked demon. White Honey didn't know how to find Owl, so she found me first. I happen to know a secret passage to the noble district, and so I came with them here tonight, hoping that I could be of some help. After all, Mr. Professor, your explanation and guidance helped me a lot. Philosopher lowered his head to show his respect. "If you don't mind, Mr. Professor, I am more than willing to kill it for you. It's just a low-ranked demon. There's no need for you to do this personally. Can I go with you, Professor?" White Honey wanted to join them as well. Ashley was gone, and so she had to watch the mysterious sorcerer for her mentor instead. At the same time, Lucian viewed her as a hostage. Thus, he instantly said yes. Smile also asked to join. He had his own thoughts as well, wanted to stay as close as possible to Professor. Then he was also accepted. Guided by Philosopher, Lucian, White Honey, and Smile headed toward the Noble District. It was very late in the hot and suffocating night, but even then there were several people wearing black robes quietly walking on the streets. Aside from them, only a few drunkards were loafing around aimlessly. However, Lucian and his companions did not lower their guard at all. They had to be very careful to avoid the night watchers of the church. Those church watchers were like hounds wandering at night, chasing after the scent of evil. The black gloves those watchers always wore were the shared nightmare of every sorcerer in Alto. After 10 minutes, Philosopher stopped and said to Lucian in a low voice, "Mr. Professor, we're here. The passage is in the house." The house was sitting on the boundary of the Noble and Aduran districts, looking pretty plain, even old, and was enclosed by a few dilapidated buildings. Each of them examined the house separately to make sure there was no magic trap in the building, while Lucian used bat screaming and secured the surroundings. Then they followed Philosopher and entered the house. From the thick spider web hanging down from the girder and brushing his forehead, Lucian could tell this place had been abandoned for a long time. Some beggars used to stay here overnight, but recently all the beggars in Alto went missing. Philosopher said casually when he was walking. Neither Lucian nor White Honey replied. Only Smile asked out of surprise, all missing. What's possible for the beggars to do? Where could they have gone? I have no idea as well, Owl answered Philosopher. Some said this had something to do with the evil creature, while Lucian and White Honey remained silent. When they came to one of the bedrooms, Philosopher started removing some old crates which were hiding a secret entrance behind them. Cold wind came from the passage, but the air smelled fresh. That meant it was being used pretty frequently. How does Philosopher know the secret passage? Is he one of the nobles? Lucian felt a bit confused. However, obviously, he could not ask that directly. When they all came into the secret passage, Philosopher prudently closed the entrance behind them. Lucian noticed many magic circles on the ceiling. Philosopher, Smile noticed them as well. What are these for? Don't worry about it. In case of emergency, the magic traps will be activated to destroy the passage. Philosopher answered with a smile. I like your prudence. Lucian commended in his pretended harsh voice. I agree. I'm feeling more assured now. White Honey smiled. Another 10 minutes later, Philosopher, Lucian, Owl, and White Honey climbed out of the secret passage from a dark corner. Under the cover of the shadow of the tall trees, soon they came in front of Baron Lawrence's old 3-floor house. Beside the iron gate of the house stood a guard wearing a set of plain leather armor. Compared with the many guards on the other nobles' properties who were wearing silver chainmail, the single guard here was clearly showing the family's decline. Only one guard is here. We can go in there directly. Smile proposed. Leave this to me. Philosopher took a step forward. Leave this to an apprentice from the School of Astrology. I agree. Philosopher can handle this. Lucian nodded under his hood. Then let me help you, Philosopher. Smile came closer to Philosopher. Luke was yawning in front of the big iron gate, complaining about the Baron in his mind. Party, party, and party. Baron Lawrence doesn't even have enough money to pay us guards. 10 nars every month for standing here the whole night. Come on. The old Baron was paying my grandpa and dad 20 nars a month. A sudden owl hoot interrupted Luke's thought since it sounded a bit weird. Go and catch your mice, you nasty thing. Luke swore Luke couldn't see anything in the darkness. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a ghost in a black robe standing a few steps away from him. Before Luke opened his mouth to scream, he saw the ghost's face under the hood, except for the 2 eye holes. Its nose, mouth, and ears were blurred together. The ghost slowly raised its head. It was looking at Luke through the 2 dark holes in which there were countless stars. The stars were shining like a dream. Stars, Luke murmured. All of a sudden, he felt completely relaxed, as if he was facing the person who he trusted the most in the world. Philosopher clearly knew that Luke had been hypnotized. Walking closer to Luke, Philosopher whispered in his ear, We are Baron Lawrence guests. Open the gate and let us in. Be quiet. Don't let other people know. Yes, sir. Luke slightly opened the gate following Philosopher's command, Please, sir. Carefully, Philosopher, Lucian, Smile, and White Honey went through the gate and headed toward the house. After they went in there, Luke did not close the gate. Instead, he turned around and started guarding the gate with great passion as if his chest was on fire. He did not know why, but he wanted to do more for the mister. The house's wooden door of the house was tightly locked, and the heavy curtains were also tightly drawn. In the big hall, a number of men and women were having intercourse. Only one person in the licentious love party was totally different. It was a middle-aged man in a silver robe. He did not join these people. Instead, he raised his hands up and closed his eyes as if he was listening to someone talking to him. His face looked extremely excited, lightened with ecstasy. Black mist gradually rose up from the crazy people and slowly gathered behind the middle-aged man. The man was standing in the center of the pattern of an argent horn drawn on the altar, from which many silver lines stretched out and enclosed the shadow. Then the shadow became darker and darker, mixing with the colors of pink and black. Gradually, it turned into a tall and big shadow with 2 horns on its head. Are you ready for my power? The shadow suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man, Baron Lawrence, answered in his lunatic tone, The great master of Argent, the forever-lasting silence, I've given my soul to you. Please, please endow me with your power. Slowly the shadow approached him and started entering his body bit by bit. Lawrence's face contorted. Obviously, merging was not a very pleasant process. However, the pain was suppressed by the ecstasy shining in his eyes. No one can stop me now. No one can stop me from regaining the glory of my family anymore. Apart from the ecstasy, there were also tears in his eyes. Outside the house, Lucian and the other 3 apprentices did not intrude obtrusively. They first had to make sure there were no magic circles or traps around. Mr. Professor, it will take at least half an hour to eliminate all the magic traps here, Philosopher said to Lucian. No, we can't. White Honey sounded nervous. We're relatively late and I can feel the demon already. We only have up to 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the demon will arrive in its complete form. Then we will be too late. Going into the hall directly will also cost us lots of spiritual power as well to deal with the traps. Smile turned to Lucian, Professor. You must have some more powerful spells that can eliminate all the magic traps at once. All the 3 apprentices were looking at the mysterious sorcerer. Similar thoughts came in their mind. Although they all knew that the sorcerer was very profound, none of them ever saw in person how powerful the mysterious professor was. Is Mr. Professor a real powerful sorcerer? How powerful can he be? Is he even stronger than White Honey's mentor? Lucian knew clearly what they were thinking. He was prepared. Under their gaze, he answered with confidence, "No problem, smile, I'll handle this." Lucian came close to the wall of the house and pressed both of his hands on it. Moving his lips silently, Lucian started casting the spell. Invisible waves spread out of Lucian's hand. The waves hit the wall instantly and were reflected back. The following waves thus became different. In Philosopher, Owl and White Honey's eyes, nothing happened. They exchanged worried glances with confusion but did not say anything. Suddenly, White Honey felt the earth was shaking. "Are you trembling?" Philosopher asked her at the same time. "Not me," she answered with surprise. "Look," Smile was pointing at the building. "Look, the whole house is shaking." White Honey and Philosopher immediately looked in the direction of the house. The old three-story house was shaking forward and backward, and the movement was becoming fiercer and fiercer. They could hear the glasses were shattering. Earthquake. White Honey wondered. "No, it's the house itself," answered Owl. "Mr. Professor." Philosopher looked at Lucian and was shocked. Lucian's hands were still pressed against the house's wall. His whole body was shaking along with the building. His lips were still moving. "The house is gonna collapse." White Honey took a step back. Philosopher could not believe his eyes. Even a third circle spell fireball could not completely destroy a whole building at once. "What is this spell? What is this?" Doro the Owl was standing on Smile's shoulder, yelling. No one noticed when the raven caught up with them again. It almost fell down from the tree once more because of the sudden shaking. "What's the circle of this spell?" The raven cried as well. Only Lucian knew it was just an apprentice spell, the professor's oscillation hand. The spell could detect the frequency of vibration of a building and created a resonance to destroy the construction. It worked the best with bridges. Inside of the hall, Laurent, wearing a silver robe, was standing in the center of the altar. His distorted face was full of excitement and ecstasy. He could feel it. He could feel the shadow entering his body. His blood was running and crying, gradually changing his body. 40 years of waiting and dreaming. Today he could finally start regaining the glory of his family. The mixed moans in his ears changed into the applauses and cheers on his knight title conferring ceremony. However, at this time, the whole house started shaking all of a sudden. Earthquake, is this a punishment? Although Laurent had changed his belief in order to chase the dark power in his mind, he still respected and feared the god of truth. However, now he was just one step away from the great success. He could not give up at this point. The ceiling of the hall started falling. Chunks of stone and wood fell on the ground, and some of them fell on Laurent's head. Of course, he was afraid. Only hope he had was the dark power he was going to be endowed with soon. "Do not panic, Laurent." The shadow spoke to him as if it could read his mind. "It will take another 6 to 7 minutes for you to fully merge with me. If the house collapses, you will die. Stop the ritual at once. You've got a small part of my power, which already rivals the top senior rank knight squire. We can complete it next time." The shadow spoke very fast. Within 10 seconds, the shadow's thought had all passed to Laurent. Laurent was very angry. He could not stand watching his great plan being interrupted in the final stage. "No, I'm not leaving." Laurent shouted. "The house won't collapse. The earthquake won't last. The windows broke in the violent shake. The strong wind of the upcoming storm blew in the hall and instantly drove the sweet and dreamy fragrance away. The people who were crazy with their desire suddenly sobered up. My God, earthquake. Run, run," people were yelling. Some were wearing clothes in a hurry. Some were running towards the gate, while some were even trying to escape through the windows. The evil ritual took away their strength. They stumbled in panic and fear. One of the women slumped to the ground and was crawling towards the gate. The man who was having a pleasant time with her ran directly past the woman without a glance. Watching these people leaving, Laurent knew his ritual had ended. The silver lines on the pattern disappeared with the shadow. With an angry shout, he stepped out of the altar and joined the panicky crowd. On his way running towards the exit, he hurriedly destroyed the magic traps one by one. Behind Laurent, a man in black suit who was seemingly enjoying the love party just now looked out of the window with his face looking serious. In the shadow of the house, Philosopher, White Honey and Smile were standing there, looking at Professor with their mouths and eyes widely open. Taking back his hands, the mysterious professor said to the apprentices in a very calm tone, "They are leaving the house. Be prepared, hunt the evil creature." "Why not just make the house collapse, Professor?" White Honey asked. "I prefer not to." Lucian stretched his hands a bit. "If the creature dies in the ruins, it'll be quite inconvenient for me to collect the blood. On the other hand, the sound of collapsing will alert the church. We don't want this big trouble." However, it was not the most important reason. Actually, Lucian did not have enough power to make the house collapse completely. Compared with a bridge of simpler structure, the structure of a house was more complicated, and its vibration frequency also varied. Lucian could only follow one of them. Therefore, destroying a bridge might be within Lucian's ability, but definitely not a house. The power stunned Philosopher, Smile, and White Honey. They never saw a sorcerer who could cast such a powerful spell without using any reagent. Now they had no doubt toward the mysterious and profound sorcerer, Mr. Professor. White Honey was the first one who calmed down among the three. With the help of a magic item, she started tracking the crowd. Evil light detected. 15 meters away from the nearest window. We move 1 meter to the left to better release the spells, she calmly said. Philosopher quickly moved to the left and said to Smile, Owl, cast Haman's Oscillation. Haman Oscillation was also a sonic attack magic, which used high decibel to hurt people. In the most serious case, it could even take a person's life. Other people nearby would get hurt in their eardrums and might black out. Then you use Silence Wall, Philosopher Smile also answered calmly to prevent the night watchers from noticing us. Merged with a low-ranked demon shadow. Senior rank Night Squire level, 5 meters away. White Honey reported, no acid and fire magic. I'll use arrow, 1 meter. Get ready, she said. Within just a few seconds, the first round of the attack plan had been made. That was the first time Lucian saw how the well-trained apprentices fought. In order to get out of the house as soon as possible, Laurent roughly pushed the guests in front of him away. In just a few seconds, Laurent came to the window, hit the glass with his body, and jumped out of the house. At this time, a loud blast struck his head, as if he was hit by a thunder. All of a sudden, his head started buzzing, and he felt bad nausea and dizziness. Losing his balance, he almost fell on the ground with his head. Before Laurent could see anything in the darkness clearly, a metal arrow directly shot in his right eye. His blood was darker than common people, with a special smell of sulfur. The great pain made him break out in a frightful yell, but his voice was blocked by Silence Wall. Laurent finally realized the fact that he got attacked. However, it was too late. The second metal arrow flew directly into his throat. Laurent struggled a bit, and soon his body stopped moving. Lucian couldn't believe that killing this evil baron who had just merged with a demon was this easy. He was also very glad, since casting a spell silently cost him more power than usual, and his remaining spiritual power was only enough for using about 2 apprentice spells. Beside the baron, Laurent lied several women and men, all unconscious. The panicked crowd running toward other directions paid no attention to what just happened here. Using Mage Hand, Lucian and the other 3 apprentices started collecting the baron's blood. After putting 3 glass tubes of blood into his pockets, Lucian stood up and said to them, "Time to go." "Yes, sir." Philosopher, White Honey, and Smile answered. When they were about to leave, all of a sudden a man jumped out of the house from the nearest window like a ghost and dashed toward Lucian with a sharp dagger in his hand, aiming at Lucian's heart. He was waiting in the house. Now he knew it was the best chance to kill this powerful sorcerer, and he only got this single chance. The Black Shadow was even faster than Baron Laurent, faster than what most people could see. If the men and women who were screaming and escaping had stopped at this time, the only thing they would see was a blurry shadow. Only a person who had awakened blessing in their blood could be this fast. The person was a genuine knight. Within 2 seconds, the dagger already came close to Lucian's back. None of them realized what was going on behind them but Lucian. He suddenly sensed the great danger when the dagger was only a few centimeters away from him. However, Lucian knew he was no rival to the attacker. Also, it was too late for him to cast any protection spell, thus the only choice Lucian had was to fiercely leap forward as fast as he could. Although Lucian was smart enough to create his own spells, he was still of apprentice level, and a magic apprentice was not able to construct a spell structure using his or her spiritual power in one's soul, which was the premise of casting a spell instantly. Lucian was clearly aware that very likely he would still be badly injured, but as long as the attacker could not kill him in a single strike, Lucian would seize the chance to fight back with his Ice Revenger ring. Suddenly, when the dagger was almost at him, with a loud caw from above, a light appeared and instantly covered Lucian's whole body, protecting him like a chain mail. It was the first circle spell, Mage Armor. The spell was cast by the raven Ashley, which was standing on the branch. Ashley was the pet of the genuine sorcerer. It could not only see clearly during night time, but also borrow its owner's power and cast some of the spells. The armor was totally beyond the Black Shadow's expectation. But the momentum of the dagger was so fierce that even the magic armor cannot fully stop it. In the blink of an eye, the transparent armor broke into many pieces, shining in the darkness. However, the shadow did hesitate for several seconds. It was already enough time for Lucian, and he knew it was his only chance. Lucian swiftly turned around and activated his ring. 3 rays of cold light were shining in his left hand. Lucian activated the second circle spell in the ring, Pomera's Frost Blades. At this key moment, Lucian knew that the attack was the best form of defense. The ring also strengthened Lucian's willpower, or he would be totally stunned and lose the ability to fight back by the night power of the attacker. The 3 rays of white light were shining, and they targeted directly the attacker's throat, chest, and the lower part of the body. Facing the frost blades, the attacker quickly covered his body with dark flames, which were full of the evil power of tyranny and destruction. Although he could have used the protecting power shadow coming from Blessing, he decided to be more careful. The guy in front of him just ruined his whole plan. Of course he wanted to kill him right on the spot, but he had to guarantee his own safety first. Wielding the dagger, he precisely shattered the two blades targeting his throat and chest. At the same time, he brought up his right leg and melted the blade with the dark fire. The pieces of the blades scattered and were shining like falling snow. After solving all the troubles, the knight turned the dagger in his hand around and continued chasing Lucian. He also noticed two black balls shooting out of the raven's beak. It was another first circle spell, magic missile. This time the first circle spell would not be a problem for him, since his whole body was still covered by the sinister fire. Now the only thing he wanted to do was to kill this sorcerer in front of him who just destroyed his plan. All of a sudden, the tiny pieces of ice from the frost blades turned the air around the knight freezing cold. For a couple of seconds, he was frozen still, and the two magic bullets shot him directly in the body. That was the power of Pomera's frost blades, not only blades, but also the coldness of ice and snow. A level 2 knight, Ashley screamed. Philosopher, White Honey and Smile finally found out something was going on behind them, and then they saw the attacker. Without too much thought, both Philosopher and White Honey activated their magic items immediately. Waves of light spread out around Philosopher. Within the radius of 10 meters, all the ordinary people quickly collapsed and fell asleep. First circle spell, Sleep. A strong onset of tiredness hit the attacker's brain, but as a level 2 knight, the first circle spell was still not powerful enough to drag him into his dreamland. He shook his head and drove the drowsiness away with his willpower. But a powerful air blast followed and hit the knight right into his chest. With a big bang, the power threw him directly back into the house through the window behind him, with lots of broken glass scattering on the ground. First circle spell, Force Wave, carried by White Honey's magic robe. He's a level 2 knight. He won't die this easily. Ashley flew closer to Lucian. Mr. Professor, keep attacking, please. When Lucian was about to take out his flame gel, the old house suddenly started shaking fiercely. The ceiling was dropping and walls collapsing. Within only a few seconds, the whole house finally came down and buried the knight under the ruins. Lucian's spell already damaged the structure of the old house before, and with the heavy hit of the knight, now the place was totally destroyed. Boom, boom. The collapse of the house was extremely loud like an earthquake, and it was too late for Philosopher to block the huge noise. Instantly, all of them realized that they were in trouble. The night watchers would come soon. Now they did not have time to find and kill the night attacker. Without any hesitation, Ashley the crow turned into a cloud of shadow and enveloped White Honey. See you next time, Mr. Professor, said the crow, and then it flew away quickly and disappeared in the sky. We gotta go now as well, Mr. Professor. Philosopher and Smile made a slight bow and also ran into the darkness. In their mind, Mr. Professor was so powerful that there was no need for them to give him a hand in this case. It was taken for granted that Mr. Professor would have assorted ways to get out of here easily. However, actually, Lucian did not. There was no time for being hesitant now, Lucian knew. He quickly turned around to find the entrance of the secret passage through which they just came here. A burst of thunder just arrived. Rain drops fell from the sky in a crazy way. The long-awaited storm finally started. Under the ruins, small clusters of dark flame were raised one by one. Quickly they burned down the pieces of the broken ceiling and stones, then a black figure scrambled to his feet in the rain. In the lightning, the man's face was revealed. He was Rawson Aaron, the head of Aaron's gang. Aaron stared at the direction where Lucian disappeared and thought to himself, he could not cast a spell instantly, which means currently he's still an apprentice. He is much weaker than I thought. For a few seconds, Aaron's mind was dominated by his anger, which almost made him try to catch up with Lucian and kill the guy. But soon Aaron calmed down, for now his priority was escaping from the coming night watchers. He needed to leave now as well. Lucian was running in the cold rain, feeling pain from the falling rain drops. Luckily, the glass tubes and waterproof cloth worked pretty well. His magic reagents and potions were still fine in his robe. Luckily, Lucian saw the entrance was just over there, hidden by the trees, bushes, and grass. However, what Lucian saw was not only the secret passage, but also a man in white suit, his wet red hair sticking to his forehead, and he was wearing a pair of black gloves. The man was a night watcher. In the lightning, they saw each other. The moment when Lucian saw the night watcher, he threw the tube of flame gel in his hand toward the guy without hesitation, then continued running toward the entrance of the secret passage. He had cast the spell in the Ice Revenger ring, so the flame gel was now his most powerful weapon. He was aware that bat screaming couldn't work well in such a stormy night. The only thing Lucian could blame now was his bad luck. The night watcher, wearing a pair of black gloves, was also very experienced in fighting with magic apprentices, sorcerers, as well as evil creatures at night. And the gloves he was wearing were also a decent magic item, enchanted with different demon-constraining spells. That was why there were not many night watchers from the church. Besides, every night watcher was by no means being unskilled. Some of them were high-level squires, some of them pastors, and some were even knights. The night watcher firmly caught the first tube of flame gel flying towards his face. Being controlled by the Maker's spiritual power, The gel was supposed to explode instantly, however. Grabbed by his hand in the black glove, the momentum of explosion was suddenly stopped, like a fuse on fire suddenly being extinguished by a bucket of water. In few seconds, the second tube of flame gel followed. Unexpectedly, this time the tube did not target the Night Watcher directly, but hit the ground and exploded fiercely before the Night Watcher could react. The fire of the explosion also set fire to the tube of gel he was grabbing. Immediately, the Night Watcher's body was covered with raging flame. Since the comburant was gel, even the pouring rain couldn't put out the fire easily. Lucian had no time to check if his enemy was down. He quickly ran to the entrance. Lucian subconsciously looked back and instantly realized what was going on there. In the bright lightning, the Night Watcher was still chasing him, with the upper part of his body covered with fire, but it seemed the pain was not bothering him at all. However, his skin had turned into pieces of scarlet scales, protecting him from further burning. The Night Watcher was a dark knight with an awakened blessing, and his blessing was called Red Dragon. With the help of Ice Revenger, Lucian did not panic under the pressure from the Night Watcher. He was calculating the distance between them. 20 meters, 10. Then he threw his last tube of flame gel at the Night Watcher, who was only around 5 meters away from him. The great power of the blast spread fiercely, and the waves separated them apart. While the Night Watcher took a step back, Lucian was directly thrown into the secret passage. Since there was a slope near the entrance, he kept rolling for quite a few meters in there. Lucian felt like he was struck by a huge hammer in his stomach, and great dizziness took over his mind. A mouthful of blood just burst out. Lucian had to hurry, knowing that the Night Watcher would catch up with him in few seconds. However, he was also very confident, since he had a plan. When the Night Watcher was about to enter the passage, Lucian activated the magic trap set by Philosopher, which could instantly turn stones into piles of mud. In only a second, the entrance was blocked by the mix of stones and mud. The Night Watcher couldn't stop himself in time and ran directly into them. The last thing he saw was the sorcerer slightly making a bow, mocking him. "We'll wait and see, you wretch." The Night Watcher punched the mound of dirt with all the strength. While he was running, Lucian took out a tube of storm and unplugged it. He needed the potion for fast healing and energy boosting. At the same time, he triggered the magic traps one by one to destroy the tunnel. However, he did not trigger all of the traps to prevent the Night Watcher from tracking him by following the sound. With the potion's help, Lucian managed to get out of the passage way faster. Then he removed all the remaining potions and reagents from the pocket of his linen shirt and burnt down his robe, since his robe had a special herbal scent which was used for hiding Lucian's own smell. Lucian did not want to leave the Night Watcher any chance to somehow find him. When he finished doing all of these, Lucian went back to his shack and stored safely all the tubes and reagents. After drying his shirt and pants, he finally collapsed into bed, exhausted at the end of the day. He did not realize how weak he was until his head hit the pillow. Storm boosted the energy for some time, but also drained him completely. He was not very worried about the church, partly because of the bad weather, and more importantly, Lucian was pretty sure that the church would focus on investigating the dead Baron, Laurent, since obviously he was more related to the heresy, Argent Horn. Soon Lucian fell into sleep. The rain was still pelting down outside. In the early morning, the rain did not stop. Lucian was awakened by the different sounds coming from the people's work in the neighborhood. He felt sick, and his body was very heavy, so Lucian decided to skip his shift this morning. The library was never busy, and Pierre was there all the time. Later, Ivan was sent by his mom to see why Lucian did not show up for breakfast. Lucian made Ivan go to the library to ask for a sick leave. Then Lucian went back to sleep and did not wake up again until noon. He felt much better, but still a bit sick. He had lunch with Auntie Alice's family and left for Victor's place. There were just 3 days left before the due time for Victor to submit his last piece of work for the concert. 10 in the morning. Victor's practice room. Victor was very distressed, feeling desperate with the new melody. Then he heard a knock at the door. It was Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus who were supposed to come in the afternoon. Why so early? Victor was surprised. Well, Mr. Victor. Lot was a bit hesitant. Mackenzie asked me to tell you that. Baron Othello wants you to go to the association as soon as possible. The princess is there today. Her Highness wants to see your work, Mr. Victor. Victor's face suddenly turned pale, but he could not speak a word. Then with a long sigh he nodded, "I will be there in half an hour." When Lucian arrived, Victor had already left his place. "Mr. Athie, where did Mr. Victor go?" Lucian asked. "Mr. Victor's was summoned by the princess in the morning," answered Athie, looking rather worried. "Her Highness wants to know about Mr. Victor's 3 pieces of work for the concert today." "What?" Lucian felt very regretful for being absent from work today. "Mr. Victor left around 10:40. If you want to wait, Mr. Victor should be back soon," said Athie. Now it was 12:35 in the afternoon. 11:20 in the morning, inside the director's office in the Musicians Association. "You gotta pick one out now. These are all your good works from the past, said Othello with his eyebrows frowning. We've been waiting for you for about 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. Othello. Can I have some more time? Victor's face had a deadly paleness. His dim eyes had been losing focus for a while, and the musical notes were not making sense at all to him. Wolf was there as well, sitting right across the desk with director Othello. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Stop struggling, my friend. Just randomly pick one out. After all, they look pretty much the same to me. Mr. Othello still needs to have lunch with Her Highness later. Well, Othello took out his pocket watch. The lunch will be at 1 o'clock. I will give you another 10 minutes. If you still can't make a decision by then, I'm afraid the association might need to have someone else for the concert. Wolf just came back from Ratasha Palace. He should be able to handle this. Ratasha Palace was the royal concert hall of the Duchy of Orvaret. Wolf couldn't hold his excitement back. Victor, I'm sorry to see you struggling, but we, as the musicians in our association, we should regard the interest of our association as the top priority. What do you think? Victor did not say anything. After another 2 minutes, Victor fell back into the chair and pointed at a piece of paper. That one then. The 3 words took away all his strength, but he also felt a bit relaxed. Victor did not want to spend more time and effort pursuing the piece of work which he had been working on for 9 years. Maybe it's a good thing, Victor thought to himself. Good, Othello clapped his hands. I'm glad you finally made the decision. I have some medicines that may be helpful to your mental state, but they can have some side effects. Anyway, I gotta take a little nap. You guys can leave now. After they left the office, Wolf threw a bitter glance at Victor. Enjoy your last chance playing in the Psalm Hall. Don't let your wife down in heaven. You. Victor's face was a bit distorted with anger. Me. Wolf snorted. It is you who will disappoint your wife, not me. Then he quickly walked downstairs. Victor felt very sick and his head became dizzy. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus, who were waiting outside, quickly came close to their teacher. Are you all right? Felicia asked worriedly. I'm okay, just need some rest. We'll start practicing this afternoon. Victor answered in a weak voice. Lucian was running in the heavy rain. He had not fully recovered from his injury. Holding the umbrella, the wind was preventing him from running faster, but he had to. The earlier he could get to the association, the better his chances would be to give Mr. Victor the new piece of work before the princess saw the song list. Finally, he folded his umbrella under his arm so he could run faster. He just wanted to try his best. He didn't want any regrets. It only took Lucian 6 minutes to get to the association from Victor's place, a quarter of the usual time, 12:41 in the afternoon. Lucian pushed open the gate, soaked wet with water drops falling down from his face on the floor. Lucian. Alina approached him in a hurry from the counter. Are you all right? I'm fine, Alina. Where's Mr. Victor? Lucian asked without delay. Should be in his own office. I saw Felicia brought him lunch, answered Alina. What is going on there? Alina wondered. It was Lot who opened the door, whose face looked pretty gloomy. Lot did not ask Lucian why he was there. He just nodded to Lucian. Lucian entered Victor's office. He saw Victor was sitting behind his desk, looking very absent-minded. The lunch tray was sitting in front of him, remaining untouched. Lucian saw Ryan was also there. Did Mr. Victor hand in the music list for the concert? Asked Lucian. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus just ignored him. Only Ryan nodded. Yes, the third one was from Mr. Victor's past work. Taking a deep breath, Lucian went directly to Victor and said to him aloud, Mr. Victor. I wrote a great piece of music. I hope you can give me a chance to listen to it. I'm sure my work can give you some inspiration. Can we change the list afterwards? Lucian was too urgent and nervous to select his words. He sounded too direct, almost stupid. What the hell are you talking about? Herodotus was shocked. Lot walked to Lucian and was about to pull Lucian away from Victor's desk. Hiding his face in his palms, Victor answered weakly, No, we can't. Director Othello went for lunch with Her Highness 10 minutes ago. The list has been sent already. We cannot change it now. Mr. Victor, it's raining heavily outside. Mr. Othello can still be on the way. We still got a chance. No, we don't. Victor murmured like being in a dream. He was not listening. Being pulled back by Lot, Lucian did not know what to say. The rest of the students had given up as well. Stop, Lucian. We tried and that's it. It's too late. Mr. Othello must be in Ratasha Palace now. Even if he's not there yet, it is too late to write a new piece of symphony. We'd better just practice what we have now. It can still be a success. Lucian took a few steps back, feeling rather tired. Maybe it was the arrangement of God. Maybe it was God who prevented him from going to work in the association today. Anyway, it's not my concert, not my business. Lucian thought to himself and became gloomy as well, like the rest of the people in the office. However, when Lucian was sitting in the couch, images of Mr. Victor teaching him, taking care of him, and encouraging him for the past several months suddenly hit Lucian's mind. He was reminded of the hard work Mr. Victor, the other students, and he had to practice for the concert, and of his effortful running in the pouring rain. However, looking at these people in the room now, why their efforts couldn't bear fruits, Lucian did not want to end up like this. As long as there was still a slight of chance, he couldn't just give up like this and accept the result. As long as they were still there had to be something else they could do instead of just complaining. As long as he still had hope and faith, he should keep fighting until the last second. And this was not the last second yet. Taking a deep breath, Lucian looked around the office and walked to the piano. "What are you doing, Lucian?" Lot yelled at him. Lucian did not answer him. Sitting in front of the piano, Lucian laid both of his hands on the keyboard. Even Ryan was very surprised. He had no idea what kind of music Lucian, as a new music learner, would present. However, the first several notes shocked all the people in the office. The notes were more powerful than ever. Victor raised his head up and turned to look at the piano, looking confused. The following several bars of the symphony came like an overwhelming storm, fast, intense, and fierce. They were like the misfortunes in life, one after another, like huge raging waves in the ocean, like the continuous call to the battlefield, and like countless enemies coming for you. There were some bars of relief, but they were followed by even more intense and desperate struggles. However, the fight of the warriors never stopped. No one ever gave up. They kept fighting. Sailors were fighting against the monster-like waves on top of their ships. Soldiers were fighting against their enemies in the battlefield. People died in waves and arrows, in tears and blood, but there were more newcomers following. The students were shocked. Ryan stood up from the couch. Lucian kept playing with all his effort. Why give up? Why? They still had time. They could catch up with Baron Othello. If it failed, they could still persuade Princess Natasha with the charm of the symphony. Why give up? There was still a glimmer of hope. They couldn't just give up. The first chapter of the symphony grew more and more vehement. Lot and Felicia were shaking with both fear and excitement. Was it fate that made you give up, or was it yourself? Was it fate that beat you, or was it the difficulties and obstacles? The music was asking. The player was asking. Victor stood up straight. He felt the questioning. The question was addressed to him as well. Lucian's soul had just been entirely devoted to the music. More thoughts rose in everyone's mind. I want to have a peaceful life. I miss my family. But I somehow came to this world and lost everything. I saw people here burning a woman to death. I went through the sewers. I wanted to learn how to read and wanted a better life, but I was beaten by gangsters. I wanted to learn magic to protect myself, but being a sorcerer here in Alto meant I had to risk my life every day, wandering between light and darkness. Did I give up? Do I want to give up? No, I'll keep fighting against the so-called fate until the last second of my life. I can change the fate. I can change my life. Lucian almost had a heart attack. He just let all his emotion out. He wanted to speak out loud. Was it fate that made you lose hope, or was it yourself? Was it fate that made you lower your head, or was it yourself? Is it fate that decides your life, or do you choose your own destiny? Me, Lucian Xiafeng, will never give in to fate. I'll take fate by the throat and beat all the difficulties. I'll never stop moving forward. Victor stood up from his chair, both of his fists clenching tightly. P.S. It was the first time Lucian, a shy and rather introverted guy, expressed his emotions completely through music. Lucian's persistence and faith were on full display in his playing. Although Lucian was still a bit unskilled, it did not affect the audiences in the room. Felicia, Lot, Herodotus, Ryan, and of course Victor all felt what Lucian wanted to tell them while they had different understandings. Felicia, as the only girl present, was holding her hands and twisting her fingers together. Her father did not inherit the family's title, so she almost gave up her music dream and married a random noble. She often doubted herself, asking herself if she could really make her dream come true if her choice was right. Hearing Lucian's fully dedicated playing, all her worries came to her mind. Can I overcome all the difficulties and become a female musician? Will I be respected because of my own achievements and be able to choose my own love? She did not know. The music thrilled her. Lot and Herodotus also had their own pressure in the family, and their fates were doomed as well. They would not be able to inherit the titles. They could indulge themselves hopelessly in wine and women, or they could do something greater, such as becoming great musicians. Lot's hands were shaking. The music reminded him of his cousin Mackenzie. Herodotus took a few steps back. He had always been weak among his family. Even Ryan was feeling something. His face, which was always serene, was now lightened with excitement. He was beating time with the music, feeling the long-lost intense emotion. Victor was the most excited one among them all. His hands were clenching, his face was slightly distorted, and his whole body was shaking. The music reminded him of so many things in the past. His first failed concert, the encouragement from his wife, his hard work, and his successful second performance. He thought of the great grief when his wife passed away, and of all his effort and the hard time Wolf and Othello gave him. The music notes were like sharp arrows going directly to his heart. Victor could tell the sense of insistence and stiffness in it. I failed so many times and I recovered the same amount of times. Then why give up this time? Winnie, is that you encouraging me? Lucian started feeling tired. He knew it was because of the injury he got, but he couldn't stop playing. As a musician or just a music student for now, it was his responsibility to finish the whole work. I'll let Mr. Victor feel it, he thought to himself. His listeners could tell he was exhausted, feeling rather worried. Lucian's playing was like walking on a tightrope, but it did not stop. Lucian seized the chance to have a bit of rest through the relatively softer and slow rhythm in the end of the first movement, and then the intense part came back again, which was just like a long battle. The second movement was more soothing, like sunlight driving away dark clouds and the raging waves in the ocean calming down, like the soldiers going back to their campsite for a short rest during the break. The following third and fourth movements were interwoven with each other, and the tune became pressing and overwhelming again. The sunlight disappeared and the dark clouds came back again. The seemingly quiet ocean was secretly building even bigger waves. The soldiers picked up their weapons and headed toward the battlefield. The greatest and final battle was about to come. The feeling of anxiety, worry, and fear gradually accumulated with the development of the music. Eventually the storm came, throwing a fishing boat up above the raging waves, and in the next second, fiercely dropping it down. Faced with the power of nature, the little boat seemed so helpless and weak in the battlefield. The final round was about to decide the fate of the soldiers, who were fighting, killing, or being killed, but they were still brave. The fishing boat did not give in to the roaring waves. The soldiers were beating back their enemies. In the last movement, the music became gentle again, which sounded a bit grieved, as if the soldiers were lamenting their dead comrades in the battlefield, as if the sailors were missing their families in the waves. There came the darkest hour before the dawn. The listeners felt nervous again. What was waiting for them in the end? Failure or victory? Did they overcome the difficulties or get completely defeated by the difficulties? Did they finally take fate by the throat, or did they give in to fate? Suddenly, the exciting and splendid chapter arrived and directly struck the listeners' hearts. That was a chapter of great victory. Feeling excited and encouraged, Victor could not stop himself from raising his arm. He wanted to cheer for the sunlight driving away the dark clouds, for the sailors surviving on the fishing ship, for the soldiers successfully protecting their land. The rest of the listeners were feeling gratified and excited as well, as if they got the faith and power for themselves to fight against their own sufferings. Ryan, who always looked calmer than others, was also smiling. Lucian moved his hands from the keyboard and wanted to stand up, but found himself so weak. The playing consumed all his strength and energy. "This is," murmured Victor, as if he was asking Lucian or asking himself. Ryan, Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus all looked at Lucian, waiting for his answer. "This is fate." Lucian tried hard to stand up and replied him. Ryan was the first one applauding, then followed by the rest of the students. Victor also joined them, applauding hard. "This is music, genuine music." Victor walked close to Lucian and commented. Lucian's intention was clear to everyone in the room. He wanted to give his work to Victor, and he was willing to give up the honor and fame he deserved. They turned their eyes on Victor, waiting excitedly for his response. A mixture of emotions spread over Victor's face: ecstasy, relief, excitement, greed, hesitation. An inner struggle was going on in his mind. "You can put my name on the second position if you want. I cannot refine it, and your work will be really important, Mr. Victor." Lucian tried to make his teacher feel less guilty for taking his student's work. After a while, with a long sigh, a smile appeared on Victor's face and he turned to Lucian. "No, I won't. It is yours. This is your great work. I already can see your name being registered in the history of music. Apart from God and Winnie, who are supporting me, I still have my moral creed. That's what Winnie appreciated most." This was Mr. Victor, his music teacher. Lucian could feel the tears in his own eyes. Mr. Victor, Lot, and Herodotus couldn't believe that their teacher refused to accept this precious gift. Although there were still some problems with Lucian's playing, this was still a great piece of work. If Victor was willing to revise it and recompose it into a symphony, it could possibly become one of the greatest works in the music history, the most brilliant gem on the crown of symphony. Even Felicia felt that what Mr. Victor just said was unbelievable. Waving his right hand, Victor stopped them and turned to Lucian again. "Mr. Victor." Lucian realized that he couldn't persuade his teacher unless he cast a spell on him. He did not know what to say. "Did anyone say that I cannot be a conductor on my own concert?" Victor grinned. "Idiot." Felicia commented in a very low voice. "Mr. Victor is going to introduce your work to all the distinguished audiences on his concert." She envied Lucian for having such a great chance of gaining much fame within a short period of time. However, she also admitted that Lucian's talent did deserve this chance. After hearing Felicia's words, Lucian hurriedly said to Victor, "It is my great pleasure. I have a question for you, Lucian." Herodotus asked him from a distance, with his hands holding tightly, "Does the work really come from you? Yes or no?" The rest of the people in the room just now realized that Lucian was only a very inexperienced music student. How did he manage to compose such an exciting, brilliant solo? Was he really a genius, a hidden gem? Everyone was looking at Lucian. Lucian did not know how to explain to them, and he also couldn't. With regard to being righteous and honest, he was no way close to his music teacher. Now, there was only one thing Lucian could do: stick to his plan. "Yes," answered Lucian, "the inspiration of the solo came to my mind a long time ago. At that time, I had not received any formal music education before I met Mr. Victor. I had no idea how to write down the pieces of tunes in my head." Victor looked at Lucian and nodded. "The inspiration came from my daily life, from poverty, desperation, and struggle. Every time I saw other people dressing decently or having fancy dishes, I wonder why that was not my life. I want to fight for my own future. That's why you came to look for Mr. Victor, asked Rhine. Lucian's real experiences and lies mixed together, which made his words sound more persuasive. I've been working on this for more than 3 weeks, and I was trying to make lots of improvement during these days. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus are my witnesses. Rhine and Victor turned to look at the rest of the students, wondering why they never found the value of Lucian's work. Well, Felicia looked at Lucian with a mixed feeling. Probably it was our prejudice that made us deaf. Actually, I can recall some of the pieces that I heard while Lucian was composing and practicing. At that time, Lucian was still working on it, and his playing was pretty awful, so we did not really pay attention to it. Only Lucian himself knew that his awful playing was made on purpose. As Felicia said, our prejudice deafened us. Lot admitted, Lucian, you are a genius. A great song like this usually takes months or even years of hard work. Lot was very impressed with Lucian's playing. If his work had not been this good, maybe he would still feel a bit jealousy and angry, but now he saw the huge gap between himself and Lucian. He was well aware of the fact that being mean and hostile towards a possible great musician in the future couldn't bring him any benefit. It's okay to just accept praise from others, Lucian. Victor smiled. I've never heard anything similar to this before. I believe it's your own work. Lucian's face blushed. While other people thought he was just being shy, Lucian knew that he was feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Then Victor turned around and clapped his hands with satisfaction. All right, Lucian. Carefully write your work down, and I will revamp it for you and turn it into a symphony. I will also talk to Mr. Othello to change the list. Then we need to do a lot of practice for the coming concert. Although this was not his original plan, Lucian nodded. No problem, Mr. Victor. As long as no one would suspect him of being involved with sorcery or heresy stuff, Lucian did not really care if some people would accuse him of plagiarizing. In many of the religious books in the library, music was compared to a treasure that God gave to people, the most powerful weapon that people had in fighting against all the difficulties. Thus, music was always regarded as a symbol of light and hope, having nothing to do with darkness and evil. Besides, from the books he read and the conversations among Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus, Lucian noticed the barrier between the church and the nobles. Although the nobles still revered God, the idea that religion and government should work separately started emerging in Alto, the city where the church dominated almost everything. Therefore, Lucian was pretty sure that the church would not easily suspect a new musician from the association, which had a close relationship with both the nobles and the church. Lucian's only concern was that he might need to go through security inspection in the future, when being invited to attend concerts or evening parties. However, Lucian believed that if he could be relatively famous, there would be rare or even no security inspection toward him. Rhine took up a pile of paper and a quill from the desk and handed them to Lucian. Lucian grabbed the quill. Before he had the chance to write anything down, he suddenly sneezed. His hair was still wet, and several drops of water fell onto the paper. Victor just noticed that Lucian's clothes were still wet. You didn't bring an umbrella. Felicia's face slightly blushed, since she could see Lucian's fit body underneath his wet shirt. I did, but the rain was too heavy. I ran all the way, answered Lucian. Victor was moved. Let's find you some dry clothes first, Lucian. I got several suits here. Some of them should fit you well. I can do part of the work for you first, urged Rhine. He took away the quill in Lucian's hand. Go and change your clothes. At that moment, Rhine's fingers touched Lucian's hand. Lucian surprisedly noticed that Rhine's hand was even colder than his. In the changing room, Lucian dried his hair and put on Victor's white shirt, black coat, pants, and leather shoes. By then he looked brand new. Black hair, black eyes. In the mirror stood a good-looking young man. Look at you, Lucian. You look really good in this suit. Victor nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Lucian in this decent suit, Felicia, Lot, and Herodotus felt somehow Lucian looked more reliable now. Judging a person by one's appearance did not only happen on Earth. Lucian, come and check if this part Mr. Rhine just wrote down is correct, asked Victor. When Lucian passed Lot, the latter said to him in a low voice with his standard, polite smile, hope we can exchange our ideas more often in the future. Sure, replied Lucian politely as well. Hearing their conversation, Felicia bit her lips with her white teeth a bit and made a tough decision. Lucian, you have my apology. I am sorry that I was being really mean to you because of my prejudice. I hope we can get along well and help each other in the future. Her face blushed again. Only Herodotus was still standing on the other side, his head lowered and his eyes staring at the feet without saying anything. Not a problem, Felicia. Lucian nodded and then walked toward Rhine and Victor. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Felicia saw that Baron Othello's coach stopped in front of the association building. Victor looked very pleasant. Great work, everyone. We are such an efficient group, aren't we? The excitement I felt from the music is still lingering upon my mind. Although the rewriting hasn't been finished yet, the rest of the work is pretty detailed. I feel like it's ready to be registered with the association now, and I don't think changing the list will be a problem either. Lucian knew that his playing just now was still not very skilled, and thus he believed that it was his emotions infused in his playing that moved his listeners. Following Victor, Lucian came to one of the rooms on the third floor, where an elder gentleman wearing glasses was sitting there. "You got your work done, Victor?" asked the elder man. "Joseph, not me, it's my student Lucian. We want to get his great work registered," Victor answered and then introduced him to Lucian. "This is Mr. Joseph, a very experienced senior music critic. Mr. Joseph knows most of the music works in the world, including those of other non-human species like elf's music. At the same time, Mr. Joseph is also a pastor in training. He can tell if you're plagiarizing or it's really you own work. After that, Mr. Joseph will register you work with a time mark using his pastor power. Any work that comes afterwards which is similar to your work will be regarded as plagiarism." "How long have you been learning music after Victor?" Adjusting his glasses, Joseph asked, a pretty promising young lad. Well, about 3 months. Lucian felt a bit embarrassed. "You must be kidding me." Joseph's eyes were full of surprise. 3 months. "Take a look at it first, please." Victor did not say anything else but stood there with a smile on his face. "All right, let's see, what are we looking at here?" Joseph felt like it was somewhat a joke. Soon the smile on Joseph's face was replaced by a serious look. His left hand was beating time when he was humming the music notes, as if he entered into a whole new world or a fascinating story. About 10 minutes later, with a long sigh, Joseph told Victor with excitement, "What a great work. It reminds me of the years when I was helping the knights fighting against the evil creatures in the dark mountain range. Oh, those years, with courage, with faith, and with hope. I told you, Joseph." Victor looked proud. I still cannot believe it. "You said it's your student's work, from this young lad." Joseph's glasses were slanted on his nose. "Lucian's a young lad who knows about tough life," said Victor. Then he shared some of Lucian's stories with Joseph. "Well, I guess our association's gonna have another gifted musician then." Joseph was very impressed, but still found it unbelievable. He turned around and said to Lucian, "If you want to further prove yourself, keep working on new music themes. About every 2 years, you gotta have something new to prove yourself. In 2 years, I would have left alto already." Lucian thought to himself, while watching Joseph leaving a time mark with his pastor power on the music sheets. "Does your work have a name?" "It's sort of a trend now." Joseph raised his head. Fate. After Victor and Lucian finished the registration, they came to the director's office. Before entering the office, Victor suddenly smiled. "I can't wait to see Mr. Othello's reaction to this." Lucian realized that it had been a couple of months since he last saw this bright smile on Victor's face. There was a knock at the door. Othello raised his head and asked, "Who is that?" "It's me, Victor." Victor's voice sounded softer now. "Well, come in then, Victor." Othello seemed to be in quite a good mood. Othello had failed to awaken the blessing. In order to secure his title and fortune, he worked hard to please the Grand Duke and also Princess Natasha, who had already inherited the title of Violet Countess. It seemed like Othello had a pretty good conversation with Her Highness. Victor slowly opened the door and entered the room, along with Lucian. Othello raised his head with a bit of a smile on his face, which was very rarely to see. His black suit was still clean and tidy, without any stain from the heavy rain. Victor, sitting behind the red desk, Othello talked to Victor with excitement. "Her Highness is looking forward to your new concertos this year and the new music instrument, the piano. Do work hard, Victor. You don't want to let Her Highness down." "Well, and this is..." Othello noticed the finely dressed young man following Victor, but he already forgot that he had actually met Lucian once before. "I don't, and I won't, Mr. Othello," answered Victor. Then he slightly pushed Lucian forward and introduced him to Othello. "This is my student Lucian, Lucian Evans. He just wrote his first piece of music, and I am hoping that you can have a look at it. After all, it is known to all that you are such an authority in serious style music." Victor wanted Othello to take a careful look at Lucian's work without any prejudice, so he did not tell Othello his actual intention directly. "When did you have this new student? I never heard that before." Othello was still in his pretty good mood. When Othello took over the paper file and started reading the sheet music, very soon a serious look appeared on his face. Othello was very impressed by the beginning part. He could surely say that, in the past couple of decades, he never met a music work like this. After reading the first several bars, Othello could already tell that the following movements were going to be very intense and passionate. He was clearly aware of the fact that he was old, and he devoted pretty much all his life to religious music. Facing the new music trend in alto, where many young musicians were trying to express their own feelings through music, he felt quite reluctant and disagreeable since he believed that music should be much more sacred than this. However, his heart was beating so fiercely when he was reading the sheets of music. After reading the first movement, Othello found the palms of his hands covered in a film of sweat, as if he just had a fierce fight. He did not like this kind of music. He wanted to tear these sheets up to prevent this work from influencing more people. In his mind, authentic music should be way more calm, sacred, and serious. At the same time, he couldn't deny the value of this young man's work. He knew that music criticism and symphony news were holding an open attitude towards the new music style, and so was Princess Natasha. He He also did not want to lose his manner in front of the younger generations, as a renowned, experienced, noble musician. When the silence in the office started becoming more and more torturing, Othello finally dropped the sheets and talked to them. "You're very gifted, Lucian. I'm glad to see that we're having a promising young musician. However, Lucian, what I want to remind you is that music is a sacred tool for us to praise the Lord. Music is something powerful and serious, and we're supposed to serve the Lord with music. I hope you can put more thoughts and work into the authentic theme of music." Victor was already satisfied with Othello's reaction. At least Othello did not say Lucian's work was not good, so he decided to take his plan a step forward. "Sir, I really appreciate Lucian's work, and I believe you can also see the value of it. Therefore, I want to present Lucian's work to everyone in my concert." No, without even thinking, Othello rejected Victor's proposal directly. "Why, Mr. Othello?" Victor took a tough stance. Although Othello was a bit surprised with Victor's attitude, soon enough he believed that he understood Victor's intention. Othello thought that Victor wanted to use his students' work to increase his own fame and reputation. "I showed Princess Natasha the list already. If we just change the list casually, Her Highness would think the association is not serious, not reliable. You want to do harm to the reputation of our association for your own benefit, Victor." "I'm afraid it's just the reverse, Mr. Othello. Victor was very motivated if we have a better option, but choose not to present the best work to the Grand Duke and Princess Natasha. That will definitely harm the reputation of our association. And Mr. Othello, if you insist." Victor paused a bit. "If you insist, I will bring the music sheets to Miss Sylvia and ask her to take them to Princess Natasha. I will not give up, Victor." Feeling challenged, Othello stood up from his armchair and stared at Victor angrily. "Mr. Othello," Victor tried to be a bit more gentle. "Grand Duke and Princess Natasha hold no prejudice toward this kind of music style. Actually, they prefer this style. Sir, please think about what their reaction would be after hearing Lucian's work. I believe it's beneficial for you as well. He was old, and none of his offspring had awakened the blessing." Othello knew that he must prepare a good future for them to make sure the glory of his family could last. Besides, Victor rarely looked so serious and firm before. Even if he insisted on not allowing them to replace that part of the list, Othello believed that they would find another way out. Taking many factors into consideration, finally, Othello made his compromise. "All right. 2 days before the concert, I'll be watching the rehearsal to make sure everything's going on well. Of course, Mr. Othello." Victor slightly shook his right fist excitedly. "Well, I have to say that you have a very talented student." Othello glanced at Lucian. "I wonder why I never heard his name before. He just became my music student 3 months ago," answered Victor honestly. 3 months, what do you mean?" Othello was confused. "Yes, he first started learning music 3 months ago." Victor was kind of expecting Othello's reaction. With his mouth half open, Othello was shocked. After a while, he suddenly stood up again and started yelling at Victor. "Are you kidding? Are you sure this is his work?" "Yes, I'm sure, sir." Victor nodded and said, "My other students witnessed his gradual improvement, and Lucian had a dozen of the manuscripts from his past work. Joseph has proved his work as well." Othello sat back down, panting and murmuring weakly, as if he lost all his strength. Maybe he was mourning for his past glory and his music achievement. It took him a while to calm down. Othello waved his hand and motioned them to leave. When Victor and Lucian left the office, Lucian noticed a very familiar person. When he got closer, Lucian recognized that it was Corella, the high-ranked knight squire who fought against the red-eyed mice together with him in the sewers. Corella was still wearing the silver chain mail, and his face looked serious. Following Alina, Corella came straight to Lucian. Before Lucian said anything to him, Corella asked Lucian directly, "Lucian, tell me why you didn't come to the library this morning." Both Victor and Alina were surprised. They never thought that the church would care about some random guy being absent from work for a single morning. Lucian did not panic. Instead, a series of thoughts came to his mind. Did the church find out it was me? No, it can't be. If the church had found this out, they wouldn't have waited until now. I was involved in the witches' trouble before. I must be on their list of suspects, but not on the top. Lucian paused a bit and answered, "I stood up late to complete the last part of my music work, then I felt very sick in the morning, so I asked for a leave. Now I'm feeling much better, that's it." "Did you see a doctor? What was wrong with you? Can anyone prove it?" Corella questioned closely. "No one." "I was not sick, I was just really tired," Lucian answered calmly. "I can prove for him, sir." Victor took a step forward. "Every time when I finished composing, I felt the same tiredness." "You are?" Corella glanced at him. Mr. Victor is Lucian's music teacher, a musician. Alina introduced, feeling very surprised that Lucian could somehow compose a piece of music so quickly. Corella took out his quill and quickly wrote something down on his notebook. "I'm sorry, Mr. Victor. You're Lucian's teacher, so your testimony cannot be fully trusted. I wonder if there is anyone else who can prove for him, or I have to take him back to the church to do a physical examination just in case." Lucian's face did not show any different, but his mind was being busy with finding possible excuses. For a few seconds, he did not say anything. I can also prove for this young man. I'm the director of the association, Baron Othello. Hearing the noise, Othello came out of his office. Lucian just finished his first music work. It was great. He must have devoted all his soul and strength to it. Although Othello disliked this young man's music style, he still admitted Lucian's talent and effort. Besides, the upcoming concert and also the association needed Lucian. Corella nodded and wrote a line of words on the notebook again. With your words, Mr. Baron, I believe it's time for me to leave now. Actually, Corella himself did not believe that Lucian would be the one under the wanted notice either. According to the information from the Inquisition, they were looking for a sorcerer at least of the third circle. There was no way that an ordinary young man who was a nobody 3 months before could turn into an evil and powerful sorcerer so quickly. The cardinals of the Inquisition did not put Lucian's name on the list in the first round either. Now there was a baron speaking for Lucian. Hissing off a noble was the last thing he wanted to do before he became a real knight. Watching Corella leaving, Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. Don't let this bother you too. I'm gonna be very demanding. Othello nodded to them and went back in his office. Oh my god, Lucian, Mr. Othello said you composed your own musical work. Holy. Elena looked Lucian up and down as if he suddenly became a stranger. Lucian just nodded with a smile. What is going on here? Why are you here, Victor? It was Wolf who was walking downstairs. Nothing. Victor shook his head. I just talked to Mr. Othello about a change in one of the pieces of symphony on the list. Victor knew that Wolf would know this sooner or later anyway, so he did not really care. Wolf's face suddenly darkened. You got a new piece of work. It's impossible. You were that desperate several hours before. Wait, how could Mr. Othello allow you to change the list? Did he allow you to? With a series of questions, Wolf couldn't wait to figure out what was going on there, since we met Mr. Othello's expectation. Victor shrugged his shoulder pleasantly. What requirement? Within several hours, you suddenly can meet Mr. Othello's requirement. It's ridiculous. Well, Victor blinked. If the fact pisses you off, that's too bad. By the way, it was not my work, but my student's work. You said a pauper cannot become a musician. Lucian proved that you're wrong. Pointing at Lucian, who was standing aside, Wolf laughed as if he heard a rather funny joke. Are you kidding me, Victor? This poor guy just started to learn music 3 months ago, and now you're saying that he composed a piece of music work that is qualified to be played in the Psalm Hall. If it's true, I'll fulfill my promise. I will never compose again, but only do music criticism. But if it's not, you really have to apologize to me for lying. If I were you, I wouldn't say this too soon, Wolf. Victor looked very serious. You can laugh, but you will see on the concert. And then you will see Lucian's work in the library. Wolf stopped laughing. He took a glance at Lucian and cursed, you guys are just lunatic. I'll wait and see how you're going to shame yourself. We'll see if you can make my words come true. Before he left, Wolf glared at Lucian and added fiercely. Watching Wolf leaving, Victor commented, arrogance brings prejudice, and prejudice makes a person an idiot. Lucian, take a rest today and let's get started tomorrow. I'll talk to Mr. Hank and tell him I have to borrow you from him for a while. Victor smiled. Still feeling tired, Lucian nodded and said his farewell to Mr. Victor. After grabbing his umbrella, Lucian walked toward the gate together with Elena. Why are you looking at me like that, Elena? Lucian was feeling a bit bothered with Elena's continuous gaze. Honestly, I feel like you're not the Lucian I knew before. I always knew that you're talented, but I still can't believe you can compose such a great music work on your own which is appreciated by both Mr. Victor and Mr. Othello. Lucian slightly waved his hands. I guess I just got inspired somehow. Maybe my inspiration came from my past experiences. Elena had no idea of how long it often took a musician to compose a piece of music. She slightly tilted her head and smiled. Maybe you're really a genius. I always trusted you, Lucian. Don't forget me as a friend when you become a really great musician. Of course I won't. Lucian also smiled to her and then left the association. Watching Lucian leave, Elena stood there for a long time and murmured to herself why he's so talented. Seeing Lucian's nice suit, Joel joked with Lucian a bit over dinner for suddenly turning into a gentleman. Then Lucian went back to his place and fell asleep directly. He did not wake up until 9 in the night. When Lucian woke up, he felt much better. Although he really wanted to start making revenant dust right now, Lucian knew he should not act too hastily or it would be too risky. Taking another tube of storm, Lucian felt more energized. Tonight he decided to refine his spiritual power using the power of the star. Hopefully he could become a real magic apprentice tonight. After becoming a junior apprentice, Lucian would be able to cast one more apprentice spell. The recovery speed of Lucian's spiritual power would be increased by a bit, and the ability to withstand mind magic would also be improved. The starry sky was deep and dark. Again, Lucian was using the power of the star to refine his spiritual power in the meditation world. Among all the stars, Lucian's host star was the brightest one, and also the easiest one for him to control. The light of the star slowly covered Lucian's soul. Lucian could feel his soul was being nurtured by the star and his spiritual power was improving. With the help of Storm, Lucian was more energetic than ever, so his progress was rapid. Soon he felt his soul was filled with power. It seemed like the power was outstretching his soul to reach the stars. For the first time, Lucian realized that his soul could be solidified with power. Finishing the meditation, the illusion of the starry sky also disappeared. Lucian's mind was more sober and clearer than ever, and he knew he had become a junior apprentice. Although the change in his soul was too tiny to be observed by other people, Lucian's soul could now better withstand mind magic, recover from common injuries twice faster than before, and be more alert to the surroundings. However, the damage to his body from taking storm and achieving the breakthrough was also obvious. Soon Lucian felt exhausted again. Lucian knew that he had to become a real sorcerer to employ certain spells prolonging his lifespan, or he would probably die in his early 60s. Mr. Othello's applause lasted for a while in the music hall. It's an awesome piece of work. It's gonna make a stir in the audience. Victor, you really have a good student. And you, Lucian, Othello turned around, you're indeed talented. But remember, becoming famous at such young age can be risky. Othello slightly shook his head, still feeling disappointed that Lucian would not devote himself to religious music, and then he left. I think what Othello said was right, Lucian. Victor seemed to be a bit concerned. You'll be facing lots of pressure, mostly because of me. Please do not worry, Mr. Victor. Lucian comforted him. I'll be driven by pressure, and you know I can handle it pretty well. I do believe in you, Victor nodded. And after the concert, your top priority will be practicing piano, which will definitely be your most important skill as a good musician. I'll try my best to help you stay focused. Then Victor switched the topic. If you want, Lucian, you can invite some of your families or friends to the concert. Really, but I heard that one ticket for a Psalm Hall concert is worth at least a thale. It's like a whole year saving for a common family. Lucian felt it was too good to be true. Yes, it is, but you've made a great contribution to the concert, so you deserve this. Victor smiled. The leading musician, the conductor, and the chief instrumentalist of a Psalm Hall concert always have some extra tickets for their families and friends. It's pretty nice, isn't it? Well, it seems like you relate pretty well to people, Lucian. Victor grinned. I got this covered. No worries. Seriously, the Psalm Hall, the one in Alto. Alyssa could not believe her ears. Yes, it is. Will you go there? Lucian asked the family again with a smile on his face. For sure we will, Lucian. Joel was feeling very excited but also confused. But we are not qualified for going there, are we? I thought only families and friends of the musicians of the concert were invited. Come on, Dad. Lucian is Mr. Victor's student. Ivan's eyes were gleaming with excitement. Oh my God, I'm gonna be the envy of all the kids in Aduran. Actually, I helped Mr. Victor with a piece of music work for the concert, so I can invite some of my families and friends. Lucian was a bit shy to admit. What? Joel's fork dropped on the table. You did. As a bard, he seriously understood how hard composing was. Lucian did not explain directly. I know it's pretty unexpected, Uncle Joel, but you will see. Now our little Evan's got his own secret. Joel laughed. All right, we'll wait and see. And before that, we need to rent some decent clothes. Sure, we'll tell John as well. Alice's face was glowing with pride. I really hope he'll be able to come. Saturday. 8 o'clock in the evening, the Psalm Hall. Decent coaches with assorted family insignias gathered in front of the hall. Some of them were luxury and some of them were simple but tasteful, but all were pulled by the strong and fine horses called Dragon Scale. Finely dressed ladies and gentlemen came out of the coaches, took over the music list for tonight, and started greeting each other. It's such a pleasure to see you here, sir. I wish you had a pleasant trip coming back to Alto from your manor. A middle-aged man slight bowed to the earl with red hair. The other nobles around him were also being very respectful, since the earl was the head of one of the most dominant families in Alto, the Hayne family, and was also Felicia's uncle. Mr. Victor is my niece's music teacher. For sure I should attend the concert. Earl Hayne smiled. Besides, there are many different issues going on in Alto recently. It is my duty to come back and serve the Grand Duke. Earl Hayne was in his 50s, but as a level 3 Grand Knight with the blessing of fire, no one could really tell his age based on his appearance. And his son, Harrington, was an outstanding young man who just became a level 6 Radiant Knight in his early 30s and consolidated the family status. Other nobles around were all nodding with compliments. Taking over the music list and quickly glancing over it, Hayne noticed the name on the list, Lucian Evans. Since when did Victor have such a student who can already compose? Although I haven't seen Felicia for a while, a noble lady named Yvette wondered. She never mentioned a student whose name's Lucian several months ago when we were on vacation. Well, let's wait and see then. Lord Haynes started walking to the hallway. He unbuckled his sword and handed it to the guard, letting them check his other personal belongings. Since the Grand Duke would be here tonight as well, the security check must be strict. At the same time, the church laid a very large magic blocking circle covering the whole Psalm Hall, in which almost all the supernatural magic spells, except legendary spells, were completely blocked. The blocking circle has been the church's greatest work in more than 100 years. After Earl Hayne entered the hallway, 2 fine dark purple coaches came, followed by 2 lines of guards in red uniforms with golden stripes. The shade of purple on the coaches was elegant and gentle. Both coaches were emblazoned with the same coat of arms, a strong armored arm grabbing a silver shield, surrounded by many bright purple violets together with fortress-like patterns. It was the coat of arms of Orvarit family, which was called the Family of Violet, and also the Shield of Truth. The two coaches stopped in front of the long red carpet. Nobles who had already entered the hall left their seats and came outside again, following Count Hain and Count Rafati, to welcome the Grand Duke, while the musicians were standing in the distance to show their respect. A tall young lady with bright purple hair got off the coach first in her elegant black evening dress. Her deep eyes were purple like a dream, her eyebrows were heavier and longer than common ladies', and her nose was high and straight, which matched perfectly with her pink, bloom-like lips. The young lady was gorgeous, and her beauty was unique. Her beauty was of vitality, confidence, and heroic spirit. If it was appropriate to compare Miss Sylvia to the lily, who was gentle and elegant, the young lady would be a flourishing violet, lively and passionate. This young lady was the well-known Violet Countess, Natasha, and the middle-aged woman that Lucian saw last time was standing by Natasha's side. As a level 5 Grand Knight, Natasha was half-head taller than most men. She quickly walked to the other coach and supported her father, the Grand Duke, with his hand to get off. Orvarit also had purple hair, but much lighter than his daughters. In his early 60s, the Grand Duke looked weaker than his peers. When he was younger, Orvarit was not as gifted as Natasha, therefore, he had to rely on the many secret potions provided by the church and the family in order to awaken his blessing, and then he became a level 2 knight. His health had been damaged by the potions in the early years, and the loss of his wife and the eldest son in the following years were also devastating to him. Even with all the sufferings, Orvarit was still very handsome and attractive. His love towards his late wife was well known and touching. Many years before, Orvarit fell in love with the only princess of the Kingdom of Home across Storm Strait when he was staying there as an ambassador. They overcame countless difficulties together and finally got married. In the following years, he gave all his love to his wife and never had any affair. The love story was still being sung by many bards until today. Supported by Natasha, the Grand Duke got off the coach and walked towards the red carpet. In his eyes, the sacred psalm hall never changed in his memory, and then he started thinking about his whole life. After so many years, Natasha was now his only concern. Indeed, he was very proud of his daughter, but also felt worried, since Natasha had an even stronger personality than many men. In front of the splendid and magnificent hall, the nobles were saluting the Grand Duke and the princess, showing their great respect. Orvarit was smiling to the nobles in his grave and dignified bearing, while Natasha was slightly nodding to them. Even Lucian could tell from a distance that although the princess was more than used to all of these noble manners, she was not much interested in them. However, when she later found Sylvia standing among the nobles, a big and lovely smile appeared on her face. Lucian saw Natasha was slightly bowing to Sylvia with her right hand on her chest, which was a typical male greeting. That's weird. If I'm not mistaken, there is definitely something between Princess Natasha and Miss Sylvia. Lucian did not want to gossip about it, but still felt a bit sorry for the noble gentlemen present. After all, both Sylvia and Natasha were both very attractive and charming. I suggest we go inside and get seated first, Your Majesty. Count Hain grinned after saluting the Grand Duke respectfully. Let's leave some free space to the young people. His son Viscount Harrington was talking to Princess Natasha. Harrington was a nice-looking and enthusiastic young man. The concert for tonight was important, and so was the socializing part. Orvarit only took a quick glance at the young man without too much hope. We should wait a bit. I believe Cardinal Sard will be here tonight as well. Hearing the name, many nobles standing close by stopped talking, looking rather surprised. Sard, the Saint Cardinal, the presider of the church in the Duchy of Orvarit, member of the Episcopal Conference, was known for almost living in seclusion. It was very unexpected that he was attending the concert tonight, which reminded many of the nobles present of the evil ritual previously conducted in Baron Lawrence's house. At this time, a simple coach with the Saint Truth badge on it stopped in front of the hall. Everyone there could guess it was Sard's coach. Being helped by a young knight, an old man in his white robe got off the coach. He looked very kind with his totally white hair, just like a loving grandpa. Walking with firm and steady steps, Sard was still in pretty good health. No one could really tell he was actually already over 200 years old. As the old cardinal walked closer, Lucian suddenly felt a warm air gently breezing in his spirit, like his soul was basking in the holy light. Lucian was very surprised with how powerful the old man's spiritual power was. When his spiritual power got totally blocked by the magic circle laid by the church, the power of the old man's soul was still this influential. He had actually heard Sard's name before, since he was like a legend in this world. In that moment, Lucian finally saw the legend with his own eyes. It was said that, among all the cardinals in the Saint Truth Church, only about 10 of them were saint cardinals. According to Lucian's knowledge, taking those people, including the greatest knight commanders, leaders of the Inquisition and the monks into consideration, there could be no more than 30 people in this world who had this kind of power like Sard did. Standing close to Lucian, Rhine narrowed his eyes and wrinkled his brows in concentration as if something was too burning bright for him. Lucian noticed Rhine's difference and turned to look at him, and his eyes just met Rhine's in that moment. The corner of Rhine's mouth quirked up, putting a casual smile on his face. It was not the first time that Lucian noticed Rhine was behaving in a weird way. However, Lucian knew that tonight was not a proper time for solving the many questions about Rhine in his mind. When Cardinal Sard entered the hallway, following the night manner, Orvaret kissed Sard's right hand respectfully with his knees slightly bent. "Only truth lives forever," said the Grand Duke. Looked like religious authority was still above imperial power in Alto. "It's very nice to see you, Your Majesty. I'm glad to see that you're still doing this great, and I'm glad to see our lovely little Natasha is an outstanding knight now." Sard held Orvaret's arm and smiled lovingly. The Grand Duke and the Cardinal walked into the concert hall hand in hand, with Natasha holding Sard's arm on the other side slightly behind them. They were followed by the nobles walking in the strict rank rules. "Well, it's time to get prepared in the backstage." Victor smiled. "Lucian, you may want to wait here for your friends and lead them to their seats later." Lucian nodded and watched Victor and Rhine leaving. Soon Felicia, Lot, and Herodotus went into the hall as well, and they would be sitting in the good seats assigned for their families. Close to the hallway, only Athy and Lucian were still waiting there. Athy was waiting for Victor's relatives, and Lucian was waiting for his friends. A moment later, a plain and fully loaded coach came. Ivan was the first one getting off the coach, followed by his elder brother, John. Ivan looked very adorable in his little suit, while John was the same, tall and handsome, whose blonde hair was shining in the light. Joel and Alyssa got off the coach as well. Lucian felt Auntie Alice's dress was pretty tight for her, but her happy smile made her look much younger than usual. Seeing the whole family, Lucian smiled without knowing. "I thought you wouldn't come." Lucian playfully hit John on his shoulder. The two buddies had not seen each other for a while. "Come on." John also hit Lucian back cheerily. "Your first music work will be played in the Psalm Hall. As your best friend, how can I miss it? By the way, Lucian, I have a good news too." John hugged Lucian and patted him on the back. "I'm a high-ranked knight squire now." "Wow, that's awesome, John. Good for you." Lucian grinned. At this time, Elena also arrived. In her long, light yellow dress, Elena looked like a lovely angel tonight. "Good for you too, Lucian." Joel took a glance at Elena and nudged Lucian slightly. "She's adorable." No, we're just friends." Lucian was a bit shy and embarrassed. Then Lucian led them to the west stand. It was much smaller than the other stands and could only seat 20 people. The best seats belonged to the distinguished counts and above. After taking his seat, Orvaret slightly leaned forward and asked the Cardinal, "Your Eminence, is there any progress in investigating Baron Lawrence's case?" Although the city guards and the intelligence division of the duchy were also looking into this thing, they could never compete with the great pastors from the Inquisition who claimed that they could hear from the God of truth. Well, some. Cardinal Sard was watching the orchestra being prepared on the stage in the front, with a casual smile on his face. "We believe that it has something to do with the Duke in the Hell. His predecessor was sealed somewhere under the Dark Mountain Range by the ancient magic empire, and he's always been trying to find his predecessor and absorb the power. I thought he could have been more careful." Natasha joined their conversation, "and we heard that some sorcerers were involved in it as well." "That's true." Sard nodded. "God revealed to me that they do have other plans, so we're still gathering more information, especially looking up the ancient documents from Sylvana's magic empire. As for the sorcerers, they are just several apprentices with a sorcerer coming from the headquarters of the Congress of Magic. He calls himself Professor, but he's only a third or fourth circle sorcerer, so we don't have to worry too much about them. The headquarters of the Congress of Magic." The Grand Duke and the Princess asked at the same time with wonder. Sard seemed to be a bit slow, and his eyes were dull, however. His smile was still very gentle and nice. He did not respond to Orvaret and Natasha's question immediately, but followed his own pace to tell the story. "Several months ago, some of our night watchers successfully targeted a sorcerer from the Congress, which is very rare, since most of them who came to Alto before never stayed here long, not to mention trying to contact the many hiding sorcerers in Alto. After all, their shared goal was to find the remains of the ancient magic empire in the Dark Mountain Range. Well, Orvaret rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe they were also trying to have more sorcerers and sorceresses in Alto to know and join their Congress in order to grow and expand. As far as I know, that's something that the Congress has been working on for more than 200 years. As a pious believer, the Grand Duke definitely knew much more about sorcerers than most other people did." Several nobles sitting behind were paying close attention to what Sard, the Grand Duke, and the Princess were talking about. Their faces looked odd, as if there was something on their mind, but all of them decided to remain silent. "You're right, Your Highness." Sard adjusted his sitting position a bit and continued. "Unfortunately, the night watchers failed to catch him alive, and the sorcerer destroyed himself." Then he took a glance at the tall and strong Saint Knight standing beside him, letting the knight continue with the rest of the explanation. Only the church knights can be called Saint Knights. The knight's face was fully covered by his protection mask, through which his dull voice came. We think the sorcerer who called himself Professor came here for the same reason, and maybe also to investigate what happened to the last sorcerer. Sitting in and leaning against her seat, Natasha looked pretty relaxed. Now she was looking in another direction with a hint of a smile on her face. It seems like you know a lot about what the sorcerers are doing in Alto, don't you? She was not being disrespectful, actually. Her piousness was acknowledged before by Sard himself, and her teacher was the chief commander of Sword Brothers serving the church. However, except when she was praying in front of the God of Truth, Natasha was always quite casual about almost everything. Your Highness, the church has been tracking them for years, and the sorcerers never hid themselves in front of the church perfectly. The knight lowered his head, so did the so-called professor. Some clues are showing that he follows the contemporary magic system, and that's why we speculate that Professor is from the Congress. It seems like he does not really trust the sorcerers in Alto. He was being very careful, so although we have two people spying on them, what we know about Professor is still relatively limited. The church decided to be more cautious. In the hundreds of years in Alto, a few sorcerers betraying their belief and turning to work for the church was not something new. Knowing that the sorcerer groups in Alto were too small to cause them much trouble, instead of destroying them all at once, the church decided to leave them in Alto in order to play a long game with the Congress of Magic. Well, at this point, the mysterious professor is not a big deal yet as far as I'm concerned. What makes me feel worried is Argent Horn. I wonder what they are planning in Alto. Orvaret cupped his chin in his hand. As you wish, Your Majesty, the knight slightly bowed. We will leave the junior night watchers to trace the case of Professor, and the main force of the church keeps investigating the heresy. Still haven't found Ross and Aaron. Twirling her long purple hair with her finger breezily, Natasha asked. Not yet. We're trying our best, answered the Saint Knight. The orchestra was ready. At this time, a young, purple-haired man entered the balcony. His facial features were a bit similar to that of Natasha, but he was even taller than her. His suit was emblazoned with the coat of arms of the Violet family. The young man nodded to the nobles in the balcony, smiling. Then he walked toward the first row of seats in the front, saluting the Grand Duke and the Cardinal respectfully in the knight manner. My dear cousin, you're late. Natasha waved to him. This young man was the nephew of the Grand Duke, the chief commander of Alto's city guard, Count Verdi. Sorry, he sat down relatively close to Natasha, just got some news about Argent Horn, but it turned out to be quite useless. Lucian Evans, the composer of Fate, I never heard this name before. Count Verdi at the same time was also quite famous in the music field. Interesting, I don't know this name either, said the Grand Duke. Hearing Verdi's comment, both Orvaret and Sard picked up the lists. The name of the symphony is Fate. I bet this Lucian is a pretty brave and creative composer. Sard responded kindly. I don't really have a preference between the two music trends. Natasha grinned. I happen to know something about this Lucian. Yesterday, Baron Othello came to me and asked for the permission to replace the third piece of music on the list with a new symphony. And here it is from this Victor's new student, Lucian Evans, who just started to learn music 3 months ago. 3 months ago. That's insane. Verdi slightly frowned. Pursuing to be perfect, Verdi was strict with himself, and knowing the fact that there was someone even more talented than him was definitely not pleasant. Well, unfortunately, it looks like this guy is pretty talented, even more than you are, although you started to learn music at 8 and at 9 you were already able to compose. But seriously, don't worry, Verdi. He cannot compete with you. I met the guy the other day and he looked like a woman. I'm quite curious to see what he can do. Well, some people are just geniuses, which is not fair per se, but it is the intention of God. Sard commented, and that reminded Natasha of the story of Sard. Sard was not a genius ever. Since the first day he entered Alto Monastery, he was never able to compete with his smart peers. However, in the end, it was Sard who became the Saint Cardinal, although it took him more than 100 years. So he often told the followers, the faith in God has nothing to do with talent. Well, we'll wait and see. Orvaret laughed. What Natasha said makes me feel curious now, too. At this time, Victor walked on the stage with a baton in his hand. Firstly, he bowed in the direction of the Grand Duke's balcony in a solemn manner. Then he bowed to the other nobles and musicians. Finally, he turned around and lowered his head, staring at the baton in his hand. The playing started. Orvaret closed his eyes and smiled. This is the best one among Victor's previous work. It's just beautiful. Everyone stopped talking and immersed themselves in the music. Looking into each other's eyes, Lucian, Lot, and Felicia smiled together behind the backstage. They could tell Victor was in a very good form. Now they had become real classmates, if not yet friends. The first symphony lasted for about 40 minutes, and it went very well. During the break, some of the audiences expressed their concern that if the first symphony was already the best one among Victor's previous work, the rest of them might not be that good. But Victor proved that they were wrong. The second piece of symphony was actually even better. It was lively, vivid, and full of life, like a cool summer breeze, like an autumn field. At the end of it, Orvaret applauded for a long time with satisfaction. Victor never stops making progress. He's awesome, commented the Grand Duke. That's true. It's soothing and beautiful, echoed Verdi, although in his mind he did not really appreciate this kind of country-style symphony. Well, it's good, but I think Victor is capable of doing an even better job. I didn't feel his passion in it. There's still space for improvement, said Natasha. Since the eldest son of the previous Earl died in a fight against the heretics, a contest started between the second and the youngest son of the Hayne family. At that time, because the second son, who is also the current Earl Hayne, had not awakened his blessing yet, and Felicia's father was much better favored by their father, the present Earl was in a great anxiety almost all the time. Then a favorable turn came to the second son, who awoke his blessing. Furthermore, his son Harrington grew into a very talented young man who wasn't even inferior to Princess Natasha and Earl Verdi. The second son successfully inherited the title and all the land the Hayne family had. I feel the same way. Orvaret nodded. This piece of symphony reminded me of the beautiful country life. Maybe you're right, Natasha, but the concert is already very impressive. Let's wait and see the following two pieces of work. The last symphony is from his student, though. I can't believe a new learner who just started learning music 3 months ago can compose a symphony, and I don't have much expectation on the young lad's so-called talent. Earl Rafati also joined their conversation, a very handsome man seemingly to be in his early 30s. Uncle Hart, I believe you're the last person who should claim that talent doesn't mean anything. Natasha laughed in a very non-noble lady way. You awoke the blessing of sun when you were 10, and became an 8th Circle senior rank Holy Magus in your 60s. No one is more promising than you are for finally becoming a legendary Holy Magus. The seemingly young Earl Rafati was actually way elder than he looked like, and he was a very powerful Holy Magus. Holy Magi were people who awoke their blessing, and therefore were granted with magic power. To differentiate the blessed spellcasters from the notorious sorcerers, people called them Magi. There was also a reason for the great power of the Rafati family. While other noble families were relating to each other by intermarriage, the Rafati family insisted on royal incest to make sure the great family power and the purest blood could be inherited by their younger generations. Although many deformed babies were thus born, the family also had many genius members such as the present Earl. Verdi commented seriously, Uncle Hart's talent is a gift from God. It's different, so is musical talent, I heard. Natasha smiled seriously. I'm quite looking forward to Lucian's work. No matter if it's good or bad, it's gonna be interesting. The fourth piece of symphony should be the most impressive and outstanding one for tonight's concert. I hope Victor knows what he's doing. Rafati slightly shook his head. Aside Lucian's work, I'm also quite excited about the new musical instrument, the piano. Natasha switched the topic to the following piano concerto. I wonder how piano performs compared with harpsichord. Sitting on the chair, Verdi's back was straightened in a serious manner. Now Victor was more relaxed, knowing that his first two pieces of symphonies were acknowledged by the Grand Duke. During the break, he was chatting with his students casually, while Rhine appeared to be more silent than usual. Soon it was time for Victor to go back to the stage. This time Rhine would be his designated conductor to direct the orchestra, and Victor would be the one who played the new musical instrument, the piano. The sound of the piano was rich and resounding. The first note of the piano concerto instantly caught the whole audience's attention. This was a piece of concerto with religious profundity. Impressive, Verdi commented with satisfaction, and then closed his eyes to listen carefully. The high sound quality of piano fitted perfectly well with the solemnity and sacredness of the religious music. Several higher pitches were also handled very well by the piano. The whole psalm hall was immersed in the majestic melody. When the concerto came to its end, Cardinal Sard crossed himself and said, "This is in eulogy for God. The success of this concerto is accomplished by this brand new musical instrument. It is awesome. It is the best keyboard instrument ever." Natasha gasped with admiration. Compared with piano, harpsichord and clavichord are just like toys for girls. You are a girl as well, Natasha. Orvaret's brows were slightly frowned. The Grand Duke was about to applause when he heard his daughter's improper comment. Regarding her father with reverence, Natasha mumbled, "Even so, I'm still the most special girl among them all, no inferior to any man." Hearing Natasha's murmuring, a meaningful smile appeared on Verdi's face, but he did not say anything. "I saw you, Verdi." Natasha straightened her back instantly and stared at him seriously. "You don't think so, do you? Or you want to fight outside?" "Well, I don't want any trouble." Verdi was still smiling. "All right, Natasha, Symphony of Fate is coming." The Grand Duke was trying to change the topic between the two. Taking a glance at the stage, Natasha squinted at Verdi. "My dear cousin, I believe Lucian's work will be better than all of yours. Well, at least I have my music works to be compared. While you, my dear Natasha, you're not good at composing at all. With regard to the talent of composing, I believe I'm way more gifted than you are." Verdi instantly fought back. "That's really true, isn't it? Well, then how strange it is that none of your brilliant work has ever been played in the Psalm Hall, while a random guy who just started learning music 3 months ago somehow managed to do it. Natasha put on a rather surprised look. I just don't want to. Verdi gnashed his teeth, feeling sort of speechless, the guy named Lucian. His work can never be better than mine. Aha, I heard what you said. Natasha laughed. Let's see what will happen if his work indeed is better than yours. The Grand Duke also nodded, feeling very expectant like the other nobles, except Wolf. Wolf's face was almost twisted together. Although the success of Victor's concert would not do any harm to him, in Wolf's mind, it was Victor who took away the success he deserved. So Wolf was going to pay very close attention to every single note of the following symphony, finding the tiniest flaws and putting all of them on music criticism. On the small west balcony, Alyssa and Joel's hands were grabbing together tightly. Even John was feeling sort of nervous. All of them were waiting for Symphony of Fate, the last piece of work tonight. Standing in front of the orchestra, with the baton in his hand again, Victor's mind churned. He thought back to the failure of his first concert, the great success of the second concert, the many memorable moments between Winnie and him, Winnie's affectionate gaze toward the end of her life, as well as the encouragement from Lucian, Ryan, and the rest of his students. Winnie, can you hear me? Victor knew he was ready, and he slowly lifted the baton. The moment when Victor waved his baton, the beginning of the symphony shocked every audience present. The first few bars of the symphony were like the loud knocks at the door that instantly woke everyone up. Orvarit, Natasha, and Verdi opened their eyes at the same time with great surprise. It was fate that was knocking the door, in an irresistible and fierce manner. The rhythm, the tone, and the accents falling on the beats gripped everyone's heart. No one could hide from the trials of life. The theme of the symphony was revealed directly, without any foreshadowing or implication. The horns took place before a second theme was introduced, symbolizing the fierce struggling between fate and will. As the first and the second theme interweaved with each other, the audience experienced great tension and pressure, as if they were personally on the battlefield, although they were only sitting in their seats. The reactions of the audience varied. Grabbing the armrests, the nobles such as the Grand Duke and Wolf, who had never experienced the cruelty of war in person, almost couldn't stand the fear in their hearts, while Knight Ven became very engulfed by the memories of the deep fear and horror that he suffered back in the days when he was fighting against the evil creatures and the heretics. Sard remained relatively calm, but his eyes were open. This time his eyes were no longer dull, instead they were bright and sharp. He was associating the music work with his own stories back in the day. Facing the tension and the great pressure coming from the symphony, younger nobles, such as Verdi and Natasha, showed their rising fighting will. Clenching his right fist, Verdi tightened every muscle in his body to be ready for fronting the blows of fate, showing the spirit of the Violet family as the shield of truth. Natasha's body was leaning forward, and her face looked serious but also excited. She wanted a good fight to beat the darkness and the so-called fate. Victor devoted his heart and soul to the conducting. Compared with Lucian's original work, now the symphony was much better developed and even more thrilling. The combination of viola, cello, and woodwind in the second movement gave the audience a short break from the intensity, and soon the third movement again threw them back to the front, encountering the overwhelming fear of darkness. Pain, hope, fear, anger, and so many other feelings mixed together. When the light finally beat the darkness, when the final movement of great victory was played in the Psalm Hall, many of the audience spontaneously stood up and cheered with thunderous applause. The Grand Duke gave a long sigh of relief and raised his hand to wave, as if he was cheering for his brave knights and soldiers returning home in triumph. With great excitement as well as satisfaction, Natasha left her seat and walked close to the handrail, staring at the orchestra as if she was still immersed in her own world of music. Leaning comfortably against the back of the seat, Sylvia and the other musicians spontaneously exchanged a look. They could tell the great surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. This young man, he's probably another genius after Jesu and Twal, Sylvia murmured to herself. Joel's family and Alina were cheering and applauding. Although they did not know a lot about music, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that Lucian's work was truly shocking and touching. They had tears in their eyes. Joel was tingling with excitement, feeling that his dream was accomplished by Lucian. He was more than proud, regarding Lucian's success and honor as his own. Grabbing his father's shoulder, John's face flushed with gratification. Dad, Lucian is such a genius, isn't he? From now on, we can call him Mr. Lucian. Alina couldn't believe what just happened in the hall. After all, when she first met Lucian several months ago, this young man was carrying bags of garbage. Wolf's face turned deathly pale, knowing that he could never deny the greatness of the symphony. And now he finally realized why Victor was willing to have such a pauper as his music student. This poor guy was indeed a genius. Turning his head restlessly in the tumultuous applause, Wolf relied his last bit of hope on the picky nobles and musicians. wishing that at least a couple of them who always preferred religious music would show their dislike toward the theme of the symphony. The Grand Duke joined his daughter, walking toward the front of the balcony to applaud warmly. Being led by the Grand Duke and the Princess, the second round of wild applause with the tumultuous ovation burst out, reverberating through the Psalm Hall. Without any doubt, the concert was a great success. After saluting the Grand Duke and the rest of the audience, Victor trotted back and pulled Lucian out from the backstage. Lucian was prepared, so he calmly followed Victor and came to stand in front of all the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce you my student, Lucian Evans. It is Lucian Evans who composed this great piece of symphony," said Victor loudly to all of the balconies. What a talent. The applause from the nobles and the musicians became even louder, showing their great recognition toward this young musician. "Great music, great young man." Earl Hayne nodded. "Even a person who knows nothing about music can feel the greatness of his work." The Grand Duke commented in a loud voice, "Unparalleled. This young man will grow into a great musician." Natasha's mind was full of emotional thoughts. "I was almost speechless. I felt something very unique. I know it's something that I've been always looking for. Lucian, you're the innovator in the history of music." Even Verdi couldn't say anything to refute her at this point. "You got the soul that never yields. God bless you, young man." Slowly, Sard stood up. He looked at Lucian with a loving smile on his face. Among all the people, Wolf was the only one who remained slouching in his seat. He felt too weak to even talk. The Cardinal nodded and said to the Grand Duke, "I'm very glad that I attended the concert tonight. All of the music works tonight are great, and Symphony of Fate is especially the most impressive one. Light conquers darkness. The God of Truth empowers us to fight against difficulties. God bless us all. God bless us all." Orvarit lowered his head, putting his palm on his chest. On the stage, Victor's eyes were wet with tears. How he wished that Winnie could see all of this in heaven. "How do you feel now, my cousin?" Natasha looked at Verdi and asked pleasantly. "This piece of work belongs to Lucian, not you, Natasha, and unfortunately his talent can never be yours as well." Verdi did not answer directly. "Well, actually the unique theme of his work inspired me a lot. Maybe I should have him to be my music consultant to produce my own music work," said Natasha, tilting her head on one side. "His success comes from both of his talent and his life experience. And the accumulation of inspiration and good ideas takes time. I don't think it will work, Natasha." Verdi shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. "Still worth a shot." Lifting her brows, Natasha chuckled. When the nobles were leaving the Psalm Hall in order, Victor and Lucian came to the backstage. The orchestra members there were still feeling excited. "Mr. Victor, Mr. Evans, this is the best concert we've ever attended." Some of the members in the orchestra were also relatively well-known musicians in alto. Although when practicing, they already had a pretty high expectation on this concert, especially on Symphony of Fate. The heated response from the noble audiences and the many famous musicians tonight was still a great surprise for them. Mr. Evans, Thomas, the cellist of the orchestra, hugged Lucian with great enthusiasm. "You'll become the most well-known musician in alto, no, on the whole continent." Lucian felt a bit awkward when people, especially the orchestra members, called his surname with respect. Lucian's promising future in music was already widely expected by many of the orchestra members when they first started to rehearse the fourth piece of symphony composed by the young music student of Mr. Victor. Now Lucian's talent was acknowledged by the distinguished nobles in the public. Since the Grand Duke used the word unparalleled to comment on Lucian's music work, and the Princess Natasha directly called Lucian the innovator of the music history, Lucian would definitely become the brightest new star in the field of music very soon. Everyone in the orchestra knew that as long as Lucian could compose another piece of symphony of the same high quality within the following 2 years, his status in the field of music would be completely fastened. If this new trend of music could be popularized in the future, then Lucian would undoubtedly be a high authority. Thus, the orchestra members showed great respect toward Lucian. Lucian hugged the members one by one. Although the status and the income of a musician was way higher than the common players in an orchestra, Lucian was clearly aware of the fact that the full cooperation of the players was also one of the key factors in determining the outcome of a concert. Rhine also gave Lucian a big hug. "I can imagine that in the near future, more and more pieces of music work will be composed to express human beings' feelings and emotions, instead of merely praising God. I shall call you Mr. Evans as well, since you are absolutely the pioneer of the new trend." In Lucian's eyes, Rhine was sometimes a bit weird. Taking this chance, Lucian was trying to test Rhine. "You're right. Maybe I am too calm most of the time." Rhine released his arms and explained casually. Although Rhine looked pretty lame, Lucian could feel the strength in his arms and his body from the short hug. Lucian was also supposed to hug his classmates. "Great work, Lucian." When hugging Lucian, Felicia's face flushed. Lucian's success would bring her lots of benefits as well. She could already picture the scene of she being surrounded by many noble ladies and madams, asking about her talented classmate. "I'm proud of having you as my classmate, Lucian." Lot offered Lucian a big hug and congratulated him, while Herodotus remained silent when he was hugging Lucian. A while later, Herodotus said to Lucian in a low voice, "You're something." Victor saved his warmest and biggest hug for Lucian. "I don't know how to express to you my thankfulness, Lucian. You're a gift for me from God. Having you as my student is my great blessing. Being your student is my greatest honor, Mr. Victor," said Lucian sincerely. "Oh, there's one thing." Victor said to Lucian, "You'll get half of the money tonight. Don't say no, Lucian. With the money, you don't have to live in a Durin anymore. A Durin is not safe." As far as Lucian knew, ticket for the concerts held in the Psalm Hall was always in high demand. The ticket revenue tonight was 365 thales, which was quite a lot. 365 thales was 4 times the number of Victor's annual income, while the annual income of a noble knight was only about 3 to 500 thale. According to the regulation of the association, 40% of the ticket income would be contributed to the church, and 30% would be used for the maintenance of the association and the psalm hall, as well as paying the whole orchestra. For the remaining 30%, about 110 thales would be Victor's. In other words, Lucian would earn around 30 to 35 thales. 30 to 35 thales equaled several decades of saving for a common person, even a lifelong effort. With the money, Lucian could move to a decent 3-story house in Purple Lily District, or a relatively old 2-story house with a small garden in Jesu District. A decent place in a decent area was also what Lucian needed, not only because he wanted a better living condition, but also because of the need to stay away from a Durin, where he got involved with the other sorcerers using the identity professor. With a bigger house, Lucian could also build a bigger and safer magic lab underground. After the celebration, when Felicia was about to invite everyone present to visit her family's manor tomorrow, the middle-aged lady who always stood by Princess Natasha's side came to the backstage. Lady Camel, Felicia, Lot, and Herodotus heard her story before. They hurriedly saluted her. Victor, Lucian, and the other people present also followed the manor. "Mr. Evans," said Lady Camel seriously, "Princess Natasha wants you to be her personal music consultant. About an hour each time, twice a week in Ratasha Palace. The pay is very decent, 2 thale a month." Her words instantly turned Lucian into the envy of the people present, even including Victor. Only Rhine's eyes dimmed for a moment. I can't, I'm sorry." Lucian turned down the offer subconsciously. "I just started learning music 3 months ago. I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this position, and the success this time might just be a random explosion of my accumulated inspiration." Lucian had another reason that he could not speak out. He was afraid that entering the palace would be too risky and his sorcerer identity might be revealed by the princess, who was a level 5 Grand Knight herself, or this Lady Camel, a Radiant Knight. However, the job was also very alluring. From another perspective, serving Princess Natasha could be his perfect disguise as well. The princess doesn't mind. "What Her Royal Highness values is the unique skills you employed in your composition and your understanding toward the new theme of music," said Camel emotionlessly. "Would you like to accept the job, Mr. Evans?" The other people in the room were looking at Lucian with expectation. Finally, Lucian nodded his head. "It would be my pleasure to serve the princess." The pay was truly very good. At least before becoming a first circle sorcerer, Lucian wouldn't have to worry with the expenses of buying most of the materials. Also, the job offered Lucian a high social status. "We really envy you, Lucian." Felicia and Lot congratulated him in a very direct way. Victor also cast his eyes to Lucian with delight and satisfaction. It was already 11 in the late night when Lucian left the Psalm Hall. Only few lights were still twinkling along the dark and empty street. Although the daytime in the month of harvest was hot, the rain-swept night was very cool and pleasant. Lucian's mind was refreshed by the cool air. He gradually woke up from the ecstasy and started to plan his next step. If everything went well, Lucian would be leaving a Durin very soon. Thus he had to clean the underground lab up as soon as possible in case some random tramps would inadvertently enter the shack when there was no one there. Before that, Lucian decided to collect some revenant dust tonight when the lab was still fully equipped, and then he could turn his attention to the search of Moonlight Rose tomorrow. Moonlight Rose was always in high demand and very expensive, since it was the main ingredient of the magic potion which could help a knight squire awaken blessing, and thus become a real knight. As most squires couldn't afford the Moonlight Rose, some knights would occasionally select their best squires and award them with the dust of the rose. In addition to that, the market of Moonlight Rose was controlled by the church, the Violet family, and a few other big families, which was also one of the strategies how the big families consolidated their status in the Duchy of Orvarit. Lucian was hoping that probably Felicia could help him, since she was a member of the Hain family. Felicia was qualified enough to buy some Moonlight Roses within her family. What Lucian did not know was that, actually, Felicia had already bought the roses 3 times before, hoping that she could awaken her blessing. However, her hope finally failed, and since then she started to pay her full attention to learning music. Lucian currently had no idea how to ask Felicia to do him a favor without being suspected, which sort of bothered him. If Felicia was not willing to help, then Lucian would have no other choice but to find the black market in Alto or join another secret sorcerer meeting again, which was the last thing Lucian wanted to do for now. Two simple wagons were waiting in front of the psalm hall in the corner. Uncle Joel and his family, as well as Alina, were waiting for Lucian beside the wagons. Seeing Lucian coming in their direction, Joel waved to him with both of his hands. He came toward Lucian and gave Lucian a big warm hug. "Tonight's like a dream." Joel patted Lucian's back with great joy. "You invited me to the concert and fulfilled my dream. We, and your dad, we are all so proud of you, Lucian." Following Joel, John also hugged Lucian. His arms were shaking a bit and his voice was trembling. "I knew it. I knew you're something. But your growth is still way beyond my expectation. After all, I thought at least I would become a knight first, haha. Now I gotta work even harder or I'll fall behind." Lucian was inspired. Maybe he could use John as an excuse for buying Moonlight Rose. After all, Lucian could now afford to buy Moonlight Rose for his close friend John, who was a knight squire, which definitely made sense. Now the only problem was how Lucian could persuade Felicia to do him the favor. "My career in music has just started. There's still a long way to go." Lucian smiled. "I'm sure soon you will awake your blessing and become a real knight." "Well, I'm not sure about that yet, Lucian." John shook his head and released his arms. "The first try to awake the blessing is the most likely to succeed. I have to be more prepared for that." "Congratulations, Mr. Evans." Alina hugged Lucian. Her big eyes were blinking with joy. "I'm really flattered, Alina." Lucian grinned. "We are friends. Please don't call me a mister." After sending Alina and Joel's family home, Lucian went back to his shack and lay in bed. About 1 o'clock in the early morning, suddenly Lucian got up. Making sure that it was safe around, Lucian quietly entered his magic lab. It took Lucian an hour to set up some magic traps just in case. Then Lucian took out a tube of blood from a box. At the same time, the magic notebook was open in his spirit library, ready for taking notes at any time. Lucian was hoping that during the process of collecting the revenant dust, he could also gain a better understanding toward the undead creatures. As soon as Lucian opened the tube inscribed with runes, a strong smell of sulfur came into his nose. As if it was alive, the dark blood kept bubbling like lava. Murmuring the awkward-sounding and obscure spell, Lucian connected his spirit with another space dimension. Suddenly, he grabbed the tube and spilled the blood forward. Weirdly, instead of dropping on the ground, the blood suspended in the air and divided into many small drops. The drops of blood moved quickly, and a magic circle took shape in front of Lucian. The whole space of the lab was instantly filled with the stinky smell of blood. Blood fog diffused around the lab. Suddenly, a transparent human figure appeared in the air, of which its face and limbs remained very blurry, but its resentment was so strong that it almost became visible. Although Lucian still did not understand how different space dimensions were connected by spiritual power, the structure of this apprentice summoning spell itself was not complicated. A hole, probably its mouth, appeared on the figure's face, and the vicious revenant started screaming and suddenly leaped at Lucian's throat. Lucian stayed very calm and activated the magic traps around him. The air flows restricted the revenant like ropes and shackled it in the air. Wraith Shackle, an apprentice-level spell. At the same time, transparent walls appeared in the air and surrounded the revenant inside. The surface of the walls was rippling like water as the sound waves of the scream kept hitting the walls. Silence Wall, also an apprentice spell. Although the scream of the revenant was blocked, Lucian still felt a sudden surge of nausea, and he heard someone was screaming in his brain. Quickly, Lucian took down the notes in his spirit library. The scream of revenant transmits in the form of infrasonic waves. Eye-penetrating power causes illusion. Lucian hoped that he could know the rough vibration frequency of the waves, but with limited lab equipment, Lucian's note couldn't be more detailed and accurate. Being trapped, the revenant's scream became even crazier, but the scream couldn't bother Lucian anymore. Calmly, Lucian activated the magic circle drawn on the table, from which many golden rays of light immediately scattered. Weight, 21.26 g heavier than expected. Power, remain unknown. The information was stored. Then Lucian started to cast different spells on the revenant to see the effects. Immune to Mage Hand, immune to Acid Splash, immune to Freezing Rays, small damage caused by Hammond's oscillation, might be because of the intervention of waves or magnetic interference, minor damage caused by Maria's small flame, reason unknown. As the experiment went on, the revenant in the air became weaker and weaker, and even more transparent. As if it was afraid of Lucian, the revenant huddled in the corner of the surrounding magic walls. Some instinct remained. Lucian kept recording. Then Lucian cast the spell Illumination. In the light, the revenant became irritated again, but had nowhere to escape. Its resentment gradually disappeared in the light, but rather slowly. Afraid of strong light, another line of words appeared on the notebook. The experiment finally came to the end. Looking at the very weak revenant huddling in the corner, Lucian shook his head. The summoned revenant was now badly damaged, and soon it disappeared completely. Shiny fine dust slowly fell into the magic circle. 21.25 G. The reason of the weight difference remains unknown. Maybe the consciousness of the revenant also has weight. Lucian collected the dust of the revenant in a glass tube, and then slowly tidied up the lab, since it should also be the last time he used it before Lucian moved out. In the morning, Lucian got up early and headed for the association for two reasons. Firstly, Lucian had become Princess Natasha's personal music consultant, so he should quit the librarian job and leave it to someone who really needed it. Secondly, Lucian was too excited to wait another day to get his lovely and shiny Thales. When Lucian arrived at the Musicians' Association, only two guards were standing in front of the five-story building, since most of the believers following the God of Truth usually spent their Sunday morning in the church. "Good morning, Mr. Evans." The two guards smiled and greeted Lucian. "Morning." Lucian nodded, feeling a bit surprised. Since the concert finished late last night, it was quite surprising that the guards were already showing respect to him in this following Sunday morning. Lucian wondered if maybe it was Alina who told the guards, because she was the only one among all the concert audience who needed to work on Sunday. Before Lucian entered the building, he heard they were whispering, 3 months ago, Mr. Evans was still carrying garbage for our association. He asked me to do him a favor looking after his trolley. Now look at him, a musician. I know. The last time I saw him, he was still a music student. Never expected he was such a genius. Alina and Kathy were tidying up the documents behind the counter when Lucian came into the lobby. Both of them greeted Lucian with respect. "Good morning, Mr. Evans." Alina winked at Lucian with a sweet smile on her face, and Kathy seemed to be a bit nervous. "Good morning, Alina." "Morning, Kathy." Lucian asked with curiosity, "What keeps you girls this busy this morning?" "I'm glad you asked." Alina answered in excitement. "Lucian, you know what? Your name is on both the latest music criticism and symphony news." "What?" I thought the next issue for both of them would be released at the end of the month. Now Lucian was really surprised. "That's because your music work is so amazing." Alina was very proud of Lucian. Many musicians were deeply touched by your Symphony of Fate, and they worked overnight on their reviews. The association thus decided to issue both of the newspapers in advance this month. Now we have the first copies. "Mr. Evans, do you want one?" asked Kathy with respect and curiosity. "Well, I think I should." Lucian smiled and poured out 20 fells from his moneybag. From hard saving, Lucian's small moneybag finally bulged a bit. "What did they say, Lucian?" Alina still couldn't read very well. "Kathy and I are really curious." Picking up the latest music criticism, Lucian saw a painting of the Psalm Hall and 2 lines of black bold words, "Ladies and gentlemen, hats off to the real genius, Othello." Lucian read Mr. Othello's comment to Alina and Kathy, and the girls' eyes were filled with reverence. Turning the page, the first review article titled "Music with Soul Salute to Symphony of Fate. As a gift from God, music encourages us to continuously progress toward a better future." However, in the past 300 years, the main role that the solemn and sacred religious music was playing was never challenged on the stage of music, since other music themes were always hiding behind the scenes and paled in comparison with it. Until we met Symphony of Fate, a great piece of music composed by Lucian Evans, and first played on Mr. Victor's concert held in the Psalm Hall last night, I finally realized what is the most indispensable quality of a masterpiece. Music is emotion, music is feelings. Without emotion and feelings, without soul, music can never be deeply moving to people. And the young musician Lucian Evans knows clearly about this. The 4 movements of Symphony of Fate are connected by a consistent faith. All along hope and persistence can conquer any difficulty. It is the most exciting, encouraging, and touching symphony I have ever appreciated. Lucian Evans, without any doubt, is a genius. His music talent shocked Alto, and I believe he will shock the whole continent in the future. As soul is to life, so is emotion to music. The review article was pretty long, which was more about expressing feelings instead of professional analyzing. The reason this article ranked the first was that it was written by the Grand Duke, Orvarit. "Wow, the Grand Duke really likes your symphony," exclaimed Alina in surprise and joy. "I heard Princess Natasha also contributed," said Kathy politely. "Mr. Evans, can you please read her article to us? I know the princess is very good at reviewing music works." "Sure," answered Lucian, feeling a bit nervous to read the princess's comment. Natasha's article ranked 2nd place in music criticism following her father's work, which titled A Future Trend: The Music Revolution Led by Symphony of Fate, a great piece of symphony with magnificent theme and touching emotion running through. The talented musician, Lucian Evans, creatively used the 4 stress accents to form the first bar as the beginning of Symphony of Fate. Each of the 4 movements of the symphony was relatively independent, but yet connected to each other, highlighting the shared theme: light would conquer darkness and courage would overcome difficulty. The flexible and skilled utilization of assorted music instruments enriched the symphony's emotion world and grabbed every audience's heart last night. Call it heroism. Call it persistence, call it night spirit. I was deeply touched by the great work. The short bar, which is composed of the 4 stress accents, is still striking my heart as if it synchronizes with my heartbeat. This young, unfettered music genius, Mr. Evans, revealed a brand new music world in front of us where new music skills should be explored and new music themes should be developed. Great innovator, great pioneer. Lucian's face blushed when he was reading the article. Flipping through this music criticism, Lucian found that 29 out of the 40 articles here were music reviews about Symphony of Fate. Some of them analyzed its theme and some of them skills. The other several articles were about Victor's piano concerto and the concert in general. Urged by Alina and Kathy, Lucian briefly glanced through the latest symphony news and found the same situation. All of the articles were about either Victor or himself. Wait, I know this name. Alina pointed her finger at a name under the first review article on Symphony News, Christopher Janis. Christopher Janis was the president of the Musicians Association and also the most well-known musician in alto who composed more than 100 great music works. Janis was respected as a living music legend. Here was Janis's comment: if you haven't heard Symphony of Fate, you heard no music in your life. Wow. Except exclaiming, Alina and Kathy had no idea how to express their admiration to Lucian. A while later, Alina said to Lucian, I'm sure a few months later, you'll become one of the most renowned young musicians throughout the continent. Without saying anything, Lucian smiled and slightly shook his head. Then he left for Mr. Hank's office on the 3rd floor. Congratulations, Evans. Hank rose from his seat behind the desk, walked toward Lucian and gave him a hug. Of course, I expected so. Hank agreed without hesitation, and then he took out a money bag. According to Mr. Victor, this is yours. The money bag was not big but quite heavy, in which 33 gold coins were fascinatingly shining. Weighing the money bag, although most of the time Lucian was able to stay quite calm, now he was a bit thrilled. Well, I can be quite a money grubber sometimes. Lucian mocked himself a bit in mind. Lucian was aware that there was supposed to be 34 gold coins in the bag, but he did not say anything about it, and of course Hank would not mention anything as well. It was an unspoken rule, Lucian knew that. After leaving Hank's office, Lucian decided to visit Pierre in the library. After all, they worked together for more than 2 months. Lucian should at least say goodbye to him as friends. Staring blankly, Pierre was sitting behind the counter, which was blanketed by 2 outspread newspapers. Good morning, Pierre, Lucian greeted. As if he was suddenly awakened from a dream, Pierre gazed at the person standing in front of him for a moment in puzzlement, then he slowly answered Lucian. As soon as he called the name, his face darkened. My fault. I shall call you Mr. Evans now. Pierre's attitude surprised Lucian quite a bit. Lucian thought he knew Pierre's personality relatively well from working together with him in the past 2 months. In his mind, Pierre was never a silly or an arrogant jerk. Pierre, why? Lucian was confused. You guys ruined harpsichord. You guys know nothing about harpsichord. Pierre's dark brown eyes were filled with anger. Lowering his head, Lucian saw the newspapers on the counter, of which the 2 articles on the current pages were both about Victor's piano concerto. Lucian remembered the details of the 2 articles, since the content was already stored in his spirit library just now when he was flipping through the newspapers. One of the articles praised the improvement that Victor made with traditional harpsichord and applauded for the impressive features of the new music instrument piano, while the other criticized the playing skills Victor used during his playing, accusing Victor's new fingering with piano a betrayal of classical fingerings and the great tradition of music. You may hold different opinions, and I understand, Pierre. Lucian tried to mediate, but we don't have to argue over this. Just leave the discussion to the musicians and critics. Answer me, do you think you really understand harpsichord? Pierre directly ignored Lucian's words and questioned him again. Lucian came up with the book that Pierre once recommended him to read, which was titled The Art of Harpsichord Performance. Locating it in his spirit library, Lucian noticed the name of the author was Antonio Sandor. Your father is Antonio Sandor, the author of The Art of Harpsichord Performance? Asked Lucian. Pierre paused a moment. Then he squared his shoulders and answered proudly, Yes, I am the son of Antonio Sandor, a great harpsichord musician. That's why you're so angry. Lucian stared up at Pierre and asked calmly, The great achievement made by my father can never been ruined by you guys, answered Pierre with excitement. What is talking to me now is your prejudice, Pierre, not you. Lucian did not want to argue with him anyway. I just wanted to say goodbye to you. From today on, I won't be working in this library anymore. I was wrong about you, Lucian, said Pierre with strong dislike. I thought you honored music a lot, but in fact you're too arrogant to show your respect. You'll definitely regret in the future if you don't stick to traditional fingerings. Watch out, you genius. Lucian opened his mouth and tried to say something, but finally gave up. He directly turned around and left the library. He thought Pierre and he would become friends. Lucian sighed in his mind. After all, a friend was easier lost than found. Since the concert was a great success, everyone was taking a weekend off for the first time in a long while. Lucian did not find Felicia in their practicing room on the 4th floor. Maybe Felicia will be at home in the afternoon, wondered Lucian. He still had no idea how to persuade Felicia to help him. Thinking about this, Lucian went back to the lobby and asked Alina if she knew about any house for rent in Jesu area. Since most of the musicians and players in Alto lived in Jesu, the Musicians Association was also responsible for providing house information and helping its musicians to find ideal places to live close to each other. Among the many choices, Lucian liked the two-story house located at number 116 in Jesu the most. The house was owned by a not very famous musician, who was now far away in the kingdom of Syracuse, serving a viscount as his music consultant. The location of the house was a bit remote in the area, but the rent was also cheaper on thale per year. It was almost 10 in the morning. Lucian planned to take a look at the house this afternoon after visiting Felicia. He wanted to move out as soon as possible. Now Lucian had to go back home and clean some of his stuff. Take care, Mr. Evans. Alina smiled to Lucian, and Kathy slightly bowed to him respectfully. When Lucian came back to Aduran, he saw many of the neighbors were standing in front of Auntie Alice's place like the last time when John became a night squire. Every week, these poor people in Aduran could luckily take a short break on Sunday, since they also went to the church in the morning. With the improvement of his spiritual power, Lucian's hearing was also now better than that of common people. He captured some of the words from the neighbors' conversation, and an ominous feeling came over him. "Hi, Roy. Why there are so many people gathering here?" asked Lucian. "Hey, Lucian, it's been a while since the last time I saw you." With too much labor work, Roy in his early 30s looked much older than his age, and he did not know that Lucian had become the princess's music consultant yet. You know what? Every dog has its day, and Joel's lucky day finally comes. A noble lord invited Joel to be his family musician this morning. What? Where is Uncle Joel now? Lucian was surprised. Joel left in a hurry, and he took Alissa and his son together as well. I bet the pay must be very good. Roy grinned. Lucian, you did not know about it. Asked a middle-aged woman named Liz with curiosity. People say you're a famous musician now, and it is because of your reputation that Joel has been invited. Is it true, Lucian? Are you famous now? Something's wrong, Lucian murmured, and he hurriedly asked them who invited Joel. Uncle Joel would never leave in such a hurry without even telling him first. Besides, even if there was a noble who admired Lucian's music and thus wanted Uncle Joel to be his musician, Lucian should be informed first. How dare we ask a lord's name? Liz and some other neighbors shook their heads. We saw the lord dressed very decently, and he had many squires and servants. It was not right. Lucian's heart was torn with anxiety, but Lucian knew that he must stay calm. Auntie Liz, do you remember what the lord looked like? Lucian frowned his brows. Did Uncle Joel leave me any message? How dare we look at a lord's face? Answered Roy. I only remember the lord was a very decent gentleman. His hair was all white, black suit, and a walking stick. The squires were so strong, all in their early 20s. Although Roy tried his best to recall it, the information he provided was not really helpful. Joel did leave a message to you, said Liz, but nothing really special. He asked me to tell you that do not worry about him, and he will ask someone to send you a message when he reaches there. That's it, asked Lucian, putting up with the great anxiety in his mind. That's it. The neighbors knew nothing else. Anything wrong, Lucian? Some of the neighbors asked. Taking a deep breath, Lucian calmed himself a bit. Not really, Lucian answered. He decided to look for clues first and then inform John. There must be a purpose that they took Uncle Joel's family. Lucian had a spare key for the door. As soon as he entered the place, Lucian's spiritual power and his soul told him something was indeed not right. Lucian sensed a smell of a stranger in the room, and fortunately, this person did not erase the invisible smell and trail he or she left, and there was a white letter on the table. In order to stay calm, Lucian firstly closed the door. Then he reached his left hand into the pocket and grabbed Ice Revenger. Carefully, he controlled the aura of the ring surrounding his own body, since Lucian speculated that the person leaving the letter should not know that he was a sorcerer instead of a common young man. The ice coldness from the ring cooled Lucian down. With great caution, Lucian opened the letter using his right hand. This piece of paper was of no special material. It looked like the letter was printed instead of written, since every single letter on the paper was almost too neat. Dear Mr. Evans, it is our great honor to have Mr. Joel and his family with us. As long as you are willing to do us a little favor, we will take good care of them here. When we get what we want, Mr. Joel and his family will be back safe and sound, and with a decent amount of money. It is a fair trade. Kidnap, I knew it. Lucian lowered his voice and said to himself, but what do they want from me? Soon after Lucian asked this question, the lines on the paper quickly faded and new black words appeared. Mr. Evans, as a music genius, your calmness is also impressive. Please let me repeat what I said. Just know it is a fair deal, not a kidnap. Of course, when we talk about being fair, that means if you betray our agreement, you will never be able to see Joel and his family again. It is a supernatural power. Lucian's brain was working very fast. In order to have a bigger chance to save Uncle Joel and his family, Lucian couldn't let these people know the fact that he was a sorcerer as well. This was definitely not a trade, and kidnappers' promises were never trustworthy. Therefore, Lucian made an immediate decision. Instead of passively following the kidnapper's orders, he should have a careful plan and save Uncle Joel and his family himself. At the same time, buying time for planning was also very important. Taking a deep breath, Lucian talked to the piece of paper in a low voice. What do you want me to do? How can I know they're still alive? Several new lines appeared on the paper again. What we are asking is very simple, Mr. Evans. Use your talent and write more great music works to become Princess Natasha's long-term music consultant. And we believe that this is also your goal, Mr. Evans. Aren't we being really considerate? As for Joel and his family, as long as you are willing to work with us, we have no reason to kill them. Many thoughts quickly passed through Lucian's mind. Were they targeting Princess Natasha or other secrets in Ratasha Palace? I was just invited to be the princess' temporary music consultant last night, and today these people kidnapped Uncle Joel and his family, which was almost impossible unless one of them, or even all of them, were among the audience in the concert last night. If I cannot make sure Uncle Joel and his family are safe, I will not work with you. You can kill me, said Lucian decisively. Mr. Evans, I just want to clarify one thing. You are one of our plans, but not the only one. Unfortunately, you are not as important as you think. Lucian sneered, then kill them and kill me. It looked like Lucian's reaction surprised the kidnappers. After the last message disappeared from the paper, nothing new appeared for quite a while. Lucian was extremely nervous. He was not sure if his answer would put Uncle Joel and his family to death, but he had no other choice. Lucian must make sure they were still alive. Now it was time to be patient. Finally, several lines emerged on the paper again. Every once in a while, we will send you a picture of Joel and his family, starting from tomorrow. However, since you pissed us off, we decided to send you one of Joel's fingers tomorrow as well, to relieve your concern, Mr. Evans. Bastards. Grinding his teeth with hatred, Lucian said to the kidnappers, every time the picture you send must contain completely date and time information, or I won't be able to know if these are fake pictures that you make with your evil power. Lucian was hoping that he might be able to find some clues from the pictures. It won't be a problem. Deal, replied the kidnappers. Not until I see the picture tomorrow. Lucian was pretending that he knew nothing about magic power, but when I see Uncle Joel and his family, I'll keep my word. I swear, your word means nothing. The lines showed up again, we can see, and if you dare report to the princess, we will send Joel and his family to hell in a second. Lucian had no idea how the kidnappers could observe him secretly in the palace. He wanted to know more, since purpose often revealed motive, and motive was the key clue to find the enemies hiding behind this. What specifically do you want me to do? It can't be just staying close to the princess, asked Lucian. The writing became a bit hasty. We're more than happy to know the schedule of the princess and the Grand Duke, as well as other interesting things going on in Ratasha Palace. You just need to write what you know down on this piece of paper with a quill. The kidnappers were very crafty, and their real motives remained blurry. I see, answered Lucian slowly. If you have any need, you're welcome to ask us for help, Mr. Lucian. Hope we have a nice cooperation. The new lines were more illegible compared with the previous ones. All the lines disappeared, and the letter returned to a piece of white paper. Lucian removed his left hand from Ice Revenger and instantly felt the supernatural power disappear. Staring at the closed window with an expressionless face, Lucian slowly folded the piece of paper back and put it into the envelope. His heart was full of anger and hatred, and he already figured out who did this. They were the heretics of Argent Horn. With the help of Ice Revenger, when Lucian was opening the envelope, he sensed a tiny amount of supernatural power remained on the paper. When he was communicating with the kidnappers, Lucian was also doing his analysis of the power by comparing it with the different kinds of power he met before. Every time the letters appeared and disappeared, Lucian got one step closer to his conclusion. Firstly, the power was not magic. Secondly, the supernatural power was very similar to the power that Lucian felt from Cardinal Sard and Pastor Benjamin. Although Lucian could not tell the specific differences between the magic power he followed and the powers empowered by either god or demons, he was quite sure that what he was facing now was the latter. If Lucian's observation and speculation were correct, Argent Horn was the most likely, or say, the only possible answer for now. It looks like there's a bond between me and these bastards. Lucian needed to control himself hard from tearing the paper to shreds with anger. The piece of white paper should be a magic item of apprentice level. Someone's eavesdropping on me right now, and the person needs to stay relatively close to me, probably within a radius of 100 meters. Still hard to find, though. Lucian thought to himself, according to the time it took the kidnapper to reply, the person should be a bit above senior apprentice level. Lucian was a bit encouraged, carrying the hope that he could save Joel and his family. He did not really trust the church, the princess, and the Grand Duke, since they would only focus on exterminating the heresy, instead of making sure the hostages were safe first. At the same time, Lucian never even considered for a second obeying the heretic's order. He would never surrender to those untrustworthy bastards. He knew what he was doing here. Walking out of the door, Lucian headed for the noble district. Footsteps hasty, eyebrows frowning, Lucian was acting like an ordinary person who encountered kidnapping for the first time. Meanwhile, he was also much calmer than most of the ordinary people. He knew where to go and what to do right now. Lucian tried to stay focused when he was walking on the street, separating his spiritual power from his body and making the power float in the air, as if his soul was overlooking his body. Lucian wanted to test if there was anyone among the crowd who was following him. However, since Sunday noon was often the busiest time in Aduran, and the kidnapper was currently more powerful than Lucian, he did not find anything special. The gate between Aduran district and the Noble district was open, however. This area was not busy at all. Only a few poor people from Aduran who were doing the most menial work in the nobles' places were going through the gate after going to the church. Two guards were standing there, lazily leaning against the wall and looking at the poor people walking in hurry with some feeling of superiority. The guards were hopeless for becoming real knights, and since they joined the city guard and got spoiled by the prosperity of Alto, they soon forgot the many fighting skills that they learned from their previous training. All of a sudden, the guards noticed a young good-looking man in decent white shirt and black suite coming toward the gate, which was quite unusual. They stopped Lucian instantly and asked, "Sir, what is your purpose entering the noble district?" Lucian's heart was being burned by the great anxiety, thus his attitude was not very nice. "Are you questioning me here? Since when do I have to be questioned first to pass through the gate?" Rander, one of the guards, immediately regretted as soon as he stopped the young man in front of him. Without knowing a visitor's background, stopping the person randomly may put them in trouble since they never knew whether the person was actually a noble or someone important. Lucian's tough attitude made him even more nervous. He hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, sir. We're having a hard time searching for the demon followers and tend to overreact sometimes." "I'm sorry, sir." Lucian slightly nodded and was about to pass through the gate when he changed his mind. He turned to the guard and asked in a low voice, "May I ask where does the chief clerk of the town hall, Mr. Urban Hain, live?" "I'm his daughter Felicia Hain's classmate." Happening to know where the chief clerk lived, Rander answered, "Mr. Hain lives at No. 158 Noble Street, one of the Hain family's houses." In the Noble district, where many knights and even grand knights lived, Lucian expected that the kidnapper from Argent Horn would not be able to follow too close. Therefore, by asking the guard, Lucian purposefully let the kidnapper know where he was going. If the kidnapper still could not follow up, that meant he or she was not at all capable of tailing Lucian for a long time, and then Lucian could find a proper chance to get rid of the kidnapper and conduct his own plan. Staring at Lucian from behind, Rander complained to the other guard, although the guy dressed like a gentleman, he even didn't know where the chief clerk lives. Probably there's something between this effeminate guy and Lady Hain, who knows? It was the second time Lucian came to the Noble District. Compared with the stormy night when Baron Laurent died, the Noble District looked much more appealing today. Green trees lined up on both sides and flowers flourished. Among the trees stood the big and luxury houses. Many of them were of different architectural styles. Some were similar to Baroque style, others of religious style, while some were emulating the gloomy and extravagant architectural design of the ancient magic empire. And often there was only one house on each fork of the road. Lucian appeared to be rather weird on the street since he dressed decent but was walking on foot. A few noble ladies and gentlemen passing by in their coaches threw Lucian a surprised glance, certain that Lucian was by no chance a noble. All of a sudden, a coach stopped beside Lucian. The window on the coach opened and inside of the coach sat an elegant young lady of full figure and fine presence with a black crepe bonnet veiling half of her face. She laughed and asked, "Is this Mr. Evans? The concert last night was awesome. I'm Yvette Hill, Felicia's friend." Yvette glanced at Lucian with great interest. "Are you looking for Felicia, Mr. Evans?" Excluding the family of Violet, the Hill family, together with the Hain and the Rafati family, were the three most influential noble families in the Duchy of Orvaret. Each of the three families had a whole shire as their domain. Lucian just recognized the coat of arms on the coach consisting of spears and grizzly. He answered with respect, "Yes, my lady." "Well, then you might have to wait a bit, Mr. Evans." Yvette's smile was very charming. Since the concert was a great success, Felicia is still praying in Golden Cathedral to thank the blessing of God. "And by the way, just call me Yvette. I'm a fan of your music, Mr. Evans." "Then Miss Yvette, you just call me Lucian." Lucian worked at a smile. "I can just wait for Felicia to come back outside of her house. If you don't mind, Lucian, I can give you a lift." Yvette took off her crepe bonnet, and her beautiful face was completely revealed. "You're 2 years younger than me. What a genius you are." Her maid opened the coach door and invited Lucian to come in. It seemed like Yvette did not worry at all that this might damage her reputation as a noble lady. Lucian did not refuse. As a member of the Hill family, Yvette was also able to get Moonlight Rose. If Felicia rejected Lucian's request, becoming a friend with Lady Yvette would be Lucian's second possible chance. Entering the carriage, a sweet, alluring scent snuck into Lucian's nose. Very nice. A genius is indeed different, said Yvette with satisfaction. Most of the men that I invited before were just hypocritical. They wanted to come in, but they didn't dare. Leaning forward, her plump and fair chest was half revealed in front of Lucian. However, Lucian was really not in the mood. Slightly turning his eyes away, Lucian forced a smile. Stick to your own path and let the irrelevant people say whatever they want to say. It doesn't matter. Interesting, I like it. Yvette's eyes lit up for a moment. You're more interesting than I thought, Lucian. The coach went slowly. Inside of the coach, Yvette was casually talking to Lucian about music and purposefully made tiny physical contact with Lucian. Unfortunately, Lucian's mind was completely occupied by the kidnapping, and he completely ignored this noble lady's elaborate seducing. Yvette was quite disappointed. Half an hour later, Yvette's coach finally stopped in front of a luxurious 3-story house. At the same time, Felicia's carriage arrived as well. Lucian, why you're with Yvette? Felicia looked at her classmate quizzically. Getting off the coach, Lucian answered, I was looking for you when I met Lady Yvette. She kindly offered me a ride. What did you do, Yvette? Felicia looked a bit angry. What can I do? Yvette grinned in her coach. No worries, Felicia. I prefer mysterious sorcerers compared with musicians. What do you mean? Since when you changed your preference? Asked Felicia with surprise. Since last night, replied Yvette full of yearning. Last night during the concert, I heard Cardinal Sard and the Grand Duke were talking about a mysterious sorcerer called Professor. I'm very curious. After all, I haven't tried any sorcerer yet. I wonder, these gloomy guys who always hide their faces in their hoods, what do they look like and how they react when they see a beautiful woman? As the youngest daughter of Earl Hill, she was qualified to sit in the same balcony with the Grand Duke. Yvette, Felicia was speechless. Although Yvette and Felicia were pretty good friends, Felicia never understood Yvette's openness with men. As a very maverick noble lady in Alto, Yvette was even much more open than the noble madams and ladies in the Palace of Traia. Lucian was very surprised, not because of Yvette's openness, but the fact that the church and the Grand Duke had already found out his pseudonym, Professor. Was anyone caught that night, or were there moles among the sorcerers? Lucian wondered, with his back being covered by a thin layer of cold sweat. Lucian was just about to buy some magic potions that increased his power from the other sorcerers to save Joel and his family. Luckily, he heard the conversation between the noble ladies. What a valuable piece of information. I have to go now. Bye. Yvette was happy to see the surprised look on both Felicia and Lucian's faces. Turning around, Yvette's coach left. Noticing that Lucian was still staring at the coach in a trance, Felicia sneered at him. You want to be part of Yvette's collection, don't you? And then she paused a bit and asked, why you came to me today, Lucian? Looking around, Lucian made sure there was no one near them. Then Felicia and Lucian walked through the garden in front of the house. Can I ask you to do me a favor, Felicia? Lucian looked serious. A favor? Felicia slightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows. My father's just a chief clerk, and my uncle never liked us. I'm not sure if I can help. If Lucian asked before the concert, Felicia would directly reject him. However, now that Felicia had seen Lucian's talent, she knew that having a good relationship with Lucian would definitely benefit her a lot. What the noble life taught Felicia in the past years was not only how to enjoy the luxury lifestyle, but also how to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. Lucian spoke to Felicia with a bit hesitation. I have a good friend, John. He's currently Lord Ven's high-level knight squire. John's family offered me lots of help when I was sick and poor. Since last night the concert was a great success, I believe it's time for me to pay them back. And the best way is to help John become a real knight. I think I know what you want now. Felicia guessed, you want to buy Moonlight Rose for me to help your friend awaken his blessing. Yes, I believe it's the best I can do. Lucian was sort of relieved that Felicia did not doubt his motive. You're a good person, Lucian. Felicia appreciated his character. It's pleasant to have a friend like you. But Lucian, Moonlight Rose is expensive, and it's never a guarantee for awakening blessing. Many nobles tried and failed. Felicia's heart slightly sank when she was speaking, since she was one of the nobles she just mentioned. I did some research about it. Lucian was trying to make his request as reasonable as possible. John's a promising young man. Lord Ven might soon award John with some of the dust of the rose, but it probably won't be enough. The more dust of Moonlight Rose John has, the better the chance he would have to successfully awaken his blessing. I want to help John with it. A beautiful smile appeared on Felicia's face. She slightly nodded. Well, you're really something, Lucian. How much do you want then? 50 grams. Lucian needed to make sure that he would have enough of the ingredients to make the potion named Crying Soul, including the possible failures during the process. What? That's too much. Felicia was very surprised. Based on my status in the family, I can only buy up to 10 grams. Felicia, can you figure out a way to get more? As much as possible. Lucian came up with another reason. I heard people say that the dust of Moonlight Rose can also improve one's coordination. I might need some as well to improve my piano playing skill. I'll never forget your help, Felicia. Crossing her hands together, many thoughts flashed through Felicia's mind. As friends, she could help Lucian with 10 grams of the rose. However, now Lucian was asking way more than that. Then Felicia needed to see how she could benefit from it. Lucian did not urge Felicia, leaving her some time to consider. A while later, Felicia said to Lucian seriously, 10 grams from my father. Yvette and Melissa, 10 grams each. Lucian, 40 grams is my limit, and I won't do this for free. Although Felicia did not have any title, and her family status was not very superordinate, as a noble, Felicia's social circle was still of great value. My request is simple and easy. Felicia smiled. Firstly, you gotta pay me in advance. Secondly, my birthday party will be held next month, and I want you to be there on my birthday and play several songs in front of the guests. And thirdly, I want you to teach me how to play piano, how to compose, and offer me your help as much as possible in music field, such as introducing my future music work to the princess. Felicia heard that Princess Natasha appreciated piano very much. Among her 3 requests, without doubt, the most important one was the last. Every time a new piece of musical instrument was invented, many musicians were thus inspired and became famous with their new music works. Felicia did not want to miss this precious chance, since she held little hope in becoming Mr. Victor's honor student. Learning from her talented classmate, who was now the personal music consultant of the princess, was not bad. You have my word, Felicia. Lucian agreed, and he said silently in his mind, as long as I'm still in alto at that time. Even if I were to leave, I'd do something else to compensate for it. Felicia trusted Lucian's good character. She nodded and said, 40 thales. Give me 2 days, 2 days is fine. But Felicia, said Lucian with embarrassment, I only have 30 thales for now. The rest of it, 10 thales. Can I pay you back in 5 months? You know I'm currently working for the princess. The salary should not be a problem. Well, all right, agreed Felicia. Pay me back as soon as possible. The 10 thales will come from my savings. Don't let me go broke, Lucian. Leaving Felicia's place, Lucian bought some good quality bread and beef on his way home. By cooking and eating, Lucian calmed himself down. Closing the door and the windows, he took out the envelope from the crate and opened the letter again. Within his expectations, there were a few lines on the paper. Why did you go to the noble district and met your classmate? You stayed in the garden with her for more than 20 minutes and we saw it. Don't act like an idiot, Mr. Evans. Lucian sneered in his mind. It looked like the bastards used other ways to trail Lucian instead of marking him with their fiend power, in case Lucian would be detected by the many divine power circles placed in Rattacia Palace. Since Lucian also understood about supernatural power, he was quite sure about it. Lucian answered honestly, I went to buy Moonlight Rose from Felicia to help John. You kidnapped Joel and his families, and I'm not sure if they can come back safe and sound. John is the only one in the family I can take care of for now. A few sentences appeared, taking care of John. We know what you want to do. Please stop daydreaming, Mr. Evans. It's not easy at all to awaken the blessing, or there would be way more nights in the world. Since your stupidness and recklessness is very impressive, we decided to give you a bonus a finger from Alyssa. God damn it, Lucian swore in his mind, which was filled with hatred. At the same time, Lucian took out a quill and started transcribing the sentences on the back of a piece of used paper. The great hatred was burning Lucian's guts like fire, while his brain was as cool as a piece of ice. The strange mixture of fire and ice shaped Lucian's character. Lucian was transcribing the sentences to figure out if the kidnappers could see what he was doing now. He would not start making Crying Soul until he knew more about these bastards. When Lucian was transcribing the sentences, a scarlet line of words suddenly emerged on the white paper, as if blood was leaking out. Stop what you're doing now, or you'll receive a body. The quill dropped on the ground. Lucian pretended that he was scared. I was just trying to make some notes, in case I might forget some of your requests. Of course, the fact that Uncle Joel and Auntie Alyssa were hurt was very painful to Lucian. However, he couldn't let the feeling of guiltiness and pain affect his judgment too much. From the moment Lucian decided not to cooperate with the kidnappers, he knew that there must be a cost. What he could do was minimize the cost as much as possible. I'll behave. Lucian tore the used paper up. The kidnappers can see me, that's for sure. Lucian silently thought in his mind, but how? Are they observing me through the letter or with something else? I shall figure this out next, but not in a hurry, in case they will find out what I'm trying to do. Putting the letter back in the crate, Lucian lay in his bed, pretending he was totally out, while trying to cover the whole shack with his spiritual power to sense if there was any supernatural power around. At this time, using spells to help with the detection might put him in big trouble, since Lucian knew that his current biggest advantage was that the heretics did not know he was actually a sorcerer. Except for the letter in the crate, nothing supernatural was detected in the shack. In the afternoon, Lucian came to Jesu district and found the house at number 116 that Alina introduced to him. The location was even better than Lucian thought. Located beside the city wall, the house was far away from the gate, and thus the place was very quiet and isolated. Only a few 2-story small houses were sitting a distance away from number 116, almost fully shaded by the many tall trees named Rava. Earlier, Lucian had made an appointment with the agent. Knocking at the gate, he waited in front of the iron fence. Soon a middle-aged man walked out from number 116 and opened the gate. His beard was well trimmed and his brown suit was neatly ironed. The agent looked pretty shrewd. "You must be Mr. Evans," the man greeted Lucian. "I'm Brian. It's very nice to meet you. Everyone in the association is talking about you." Lucian nodded and extended his right hand to shook hands with Brian. Brian took a step forward and held Lucian's right hand with his both hands to show his respect. Facing such a promising young musician whose talent was already recognized by the Grand Duke and the Princess, Brian, of course, would show his greatest esteem for Lucian. "Please let me lead you into the house and take a look around, Mr. Evans." Brian slightly bowed. Under Brian's guidance, Lucian walked throughout the house and found that although the size of the garden and the lawn were not big, inside the house the decoration style was very elegant and unique. Compared with the present luxurious Tria-Palace trend in decoration, this house looked neat in a very tasteful way. The only disadvantage of the house was that the tall trees in the city wall shaded most of the sunlight, and thus the place looked a bit gloomy, especially with the vines covering the outside of the house. It's a very, very quiet place, with no bright sunlight disturbing your music creation work. Brian tried to persuade Lucian to see this as an advantage instead of something not ideal, although poor lighting was the only reason that they were having a hard time renting the house out. Lucian did not mind the poor lighting at all, since this could provide him with a safer environment to conduct his magic experiments. So he nodded. "Do you have the lease agreement with you?" Brian was very happy, trying hard to prevent his crafty smile from showing on his face. He took out a pile of papers and handed them to Lucian. Taking a rough look at the lease agreement, Lucian signed his name on it and took out a thail from his moneybag. Luckily, as a rather promising musician, Lucian did not have to pay any security deposit. Brian quickly wrote the receipt and took care of the agreement and then handed a copy back to Lucian. "This is a house with a decent size, Mr. Evans. You'll need at least a steward, 4 servants, a cook, a gardener, a coach, and a coachman. I can find these people for you from other associations," offered Brian fawningly. "I'm pretty busy recently, and I won't be moving in very soon. You can bring them here next Monday and let me have a look." Lucian agreed but postponed it for a week, since he did not want anything to disturb him from saving Joel and his family. This week would be the key time for him to save the hostages. Brian handed the keys to Lucian and left briskly. Lucian was by himself standing in the living room, staring at the stairs to the second floor. There were 4 bedrooms, a study, a music practicing room, and a decent-sized patio on the second floor. On the ground floor there was a living room, a dining room, 4 servant rooms, a storage room, and there was also a basement. The kitchen was isolated, connected with the house by a door on the left, and the sewers were well built, linked to the whole sewer system of Alto. If the kidnapping had not happened, Lucian would feel very excited and proud that he finally moved into such a nice place. However, now the only thing Lucian felt was anger and anxiety. After a while, Lucian went back to his shack. He brought some clothes with him and took them back to the new house. He left his clothes in the master bedroom and walked into the practicing room, which was built with a special kind of stone to prevent the sound from disturbing other people, and at the same time to create a nice reverberation effect. He closed the door and the curtain. The whole room was very quiet. Except for his own footsteps, Lucian could hear nothing else. Sitting in the rocking chair, Lucian rocked himself back and forth in the darkness. Spreading his spiritual power within the room, he was carefully sensing the surroundings. He wondered how the heretics would observe him without the letter. For quite a while, Lucian found nothing. His awareness gradually reached out to every corner of the room. At that moment, Lucian finally sensed what he was looking for, a tiny disturbance wave caused by a supernatural power, and he heard something buzzing lightly. He didn't open his eyes and pretended to be asleep while thinking to himself, "Alto Tigrid mosquito. Did they mark the mosquito with their fiend power, or was it directly transfiguration?" Lucian's purpose was already achieved. Now he was sure that the heretics were using the letter for both communicating and monitoring. However, when Lucian was away from the letter, they needed to use other ways to trail him. The letter did not mention anything special in the evening, but only reminded Lucian to bring the letter with him if he was moving out. Staring at the shades of the night, Lucian kept repeating the process of making Crying Soul in his mind to get familiar with it. However, it was not the proper time to make the potion yet. Lucian still had to take care of several things first. In the morning of the second day, when Lucian was about to go outside, he noticed that there was a ball of paper beneath the door. His heart suddenly sank. Lucian knew what was in it. Slowly opening the paper ball, Lucian saw 3 fingers. 2 were long but with heavy callus, and 1 was stubby. The fractured white bones were slightly reflecting the sunlight. Lucian closed his eyes to hold back his tears and to hide the anger and hatred. When he opened his eyes again, he also noticed a small black ball wrapped in the paper with a scarlet line of words beside. "That's what you wanted, Mr. Evans." Leaving the paper ball on the table, Lucian took out the letter from the crate. Within his expectations, a few lines of words just emerged. It seems like you received our gift already. The three fingers are just a warning for you. Don't do stupid things or we'll have no choice but to kill Joel and his family. We can see you and we're way more powerful than you think. The ball is called seen. Crumble the ball and you'll see what you want. Lucian already sensed the magnetism of the small ball, which should be able to function like a camera. Thus, without hesitation, Lucian destroyed the ball with his hand. Dark smoke came out from the ball, and the smoke gradually took the shape of a black and white screen, showing Lucian a short moving scene. In the video, Joel, Alyssa, and Ivan were sitting around a wooden table. Ivan's eyes were half closed, looking rather sleepy, while Joel and Alyssa looked very worried, with their hands swathed in bandages. From the window of the log cabin, Lucian could tell it was late at night. Few dim stars were hanging in the sky, and the silver moon was shaded by the clouds. The moving scene lasted for a minute. On the letter, new sentences emerged, Mr. Evans. Now you see they are still alive. We'll send you more scenes when the weather changes. We believe that the weather, the stars, and the silver moon can provide you with enough information to tell the different dates. You see, we always value our words. That is a good relief to me, wrote Lucian. What shall I say if John comes back? While Lucian was asking, he was picturing in his mind the sky that he just saw from the ball. What he was trying to do was to tell what stars they were based on the stellar map drawn by the witch in her notes. Combining the season, the arrangement, and the brightness of the stars, as well as the angle that Lucian was observing the sky through the window, Lucian was confident he could find some valuable information from this 1-minute moving scene. After all, astrology was his specialty. From the several apprentice meetings that he attended before, Lucian already had a solid understanding in apprentice-level astrology, and as a college student crossing over, his knowledge in astrology was relatively more advanced compared with the ancient system. The letter replied, just tell him honestly. We don't care about a night squire, and we bet he wouldn't dare to risk his family's lives. And you, Mr. Evans, be careful when you go to Rattacia Palace tomorrow. Every Tuesday and Thursday, Lucian was scheduled to go to Rattacia Palace to meet the princess and discuss music with her. If the princess had extra need, she would summon Lucian at any time, and there would also be an extra pay for him. The words on the letter gradually disappeared one by one. Finally, the paper returned to normal blank. Folding the letter and wrapping up the three fingers, Lucian put them back into the crate. On his way to the Musicians' Association, Lucian's mind was fully occupied with the stars. I made my request yesterday, then the ball and the fingers arrived today. So first of all, Uncle Joel and his family should still be somewhere close to Alto. A village, small town, or even a forest. All possible. Lucian's brain was working hard. By comparing the stellar maps in his spiritual library, and through lots of calculations of the coordinates of the stars, Lucian identified the few stars that he saw from the scene. Looking up the star list in the spiritual library, Lucian targeted one of the stars and found out its detailed record. The log cabin should be about 20 kilometers west of Alto, that is to say. Lucian was looking up a simple map of Alto, and its surroundings stored in his own library. The cabin is deep within Melzer Black Forest. Drawing a circle on the map, Lucian was very excited. Although he still couldn't accurately locate where Uncle Joel and his family were, and he was also not sure about how powerful the heretics were, knowing that Joel, Alyssa, and Ivan were not far away from him provided him with a bit comfort. Lucian hoped that the next time he saw the scene the log cabin would still be there. Then he would be able to narrow down the range further. Trying to calm himself down, Lucian sighed silently. Every step is so tough. He knew that currently he was still not prepared to save Joel and his family. The two ladies who were on duty today in the association's lobby weren't familiar to Lucian. One of them stood up and bowed slightly. Good morning, Mr. Evans. Your personal office has been assigned by Mr. Hank. Please go to Mr. Hank's office when you have time. Lucian was about to find a quiet practicing room. Now it was a surprise for him to have his own office, which was great for his plan. A while later, being led by Mr. Hank, Lucian entered his own office on the 3rd floor. Evans, this is your office now. Unless you join other countries' music associations, until the last day of your life, the office will still be yours. The building of the Musicians' Association was magnificent. A courtyard was surrounded by 70 to 80 different rooms on the 3rd floor, but almost half of them were currently vacant, since many of the famous musicians in Alto had been invited to other countries. The office was decorated with a brown carpet, fine statues, paintings, and lights. The dark blue couch looked very comfy, beside which stood a decent red wood desk. A milk-white piano was in the corner of the office. And there was also a den in the office, where the musician could rest a bit in the bed without being disturbed. You're more than welcome, Evans, and just call me Hank. Hank nodded. After Hank left, Lucian closed the office door and walked back and forth in his office with great anger and anxiety. He was holding back his emotion when he saw the fingers. Now he was by himself. Lucian could not take it anymore. All of a sudden, Lucian sat in front of the piano and pressed the keys with both of his hands. It was Symphony of Fate that Lucian was playing. When the sound of the piano became louder and louder, Lucian started swearing in a low voice, "Bastards, jerks, you King evil kidnappers." The swearing was not only for venting, Lucian was testing to what extent the kidnappers could monitor him. When he finished playing, Lucian stood up and gave out a long sigh. Even if the heretics did hear his swearing just now, he could still explain to them that he was doing this was to prepare himself for the meeting with the princess tomorrow. However, when Lucian came back to his home in Aduran, he only found a simple sentence on the letter. "Music is an ideal way to release emotions, Mr. Evans." Although the kidnappers just wanted to remind Lucian that he was under their surveillance all the time, the message offered Lucian another piece of valuable information. The method the kidnappers were using couldn't let them hear Lucian very well. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucian arrived at Victor's place on time. Although without saying anything, the way Athie looked at Lucian was filled with gratefulness. Athie had been accompanying Victor for many years, and he was sincerely glad that the concert was a great success. Renee, Colin, and David were also there. They stood up and greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Evans." Although Lucian's success was not yet well known among the common residents in Alto, Renee, Colin, and David had heard about it from Felicia and Annie's conversation. All of a sudden they felt Lucian became strange in their eyes, and they subconsciously treated Lucian the same way they greeted their teacher, Mr. Victor. "I still feel it's sort of unreal until now." Lot stood up from the couch and gave Lucian a hug, smiling. Felicia also walked close to Lucian and whispered in his ear, "Tomorrow afternoon I shall be able to give you the roses." Standing beside them, Lot almost could not believe his eyes, since when they became this close to each other, Lot wondered. Turning around, Felicia noticed that Annie, Colin, and some other students were all standing around and trying to talk to Lucian. She slightly smiled and took a step forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, in order to celebrate the great success of the concert and the achievement Lucian made with his Symphony of Fate, I want to invite everyone to the ball on Friday evening in my family's house." Mr. Victor agreed, "And now I want to see how many of us want to attend the ball." Although Felicia was not willing to let other of her classmates have a close relationship with Lucian like she already did, she understood that purposefully excluding the other classmates was not a good way to leave a favorable impression on Lucian. "Really, I'd love to." Renee put a big smile on her face. "It's my great pleasure." All of the other students promised to go as well. "What about you, Lucian?" Felicia smiled. An idea suddenly flashed through Lucian's mind. He nodded and answered, "Of course, Felicia." The other students looked even more excited hearing that Lucian would attend the ball as well. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's save the excitement for the Friday." Mr. Victor walked downstairs with books under his arm, looking rather energized. "Now we have to start studying." Lucian was about to find a seat to sit down when Lot stopped him. Lot whispered in Lucian's ear, "I heard that Mackenzie doesn't like you at all. Be careful when you're in the palace." Meanwhile, Lucian was also aware of the fact that he also had to be very patient. Unwisely rushing would put Joel and his family in great danger. At that moment, Lucian felt like he was tightrope walking over a cliff. He had to find his balance between being patient and being ready to seize the chance. Leaning too much toward either side would instantly throw him off the wire. With the outstanding memory and proper ways of studying, now Lucian could read most of the materials with ease. Immersing himself in the world of music, for a moment Lucian was distracted from his anxiety, and a bold plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. Finishing today's study, Lucian went back to his shack, wrapped some stuff up and brought them to his rented house. Everything seemed to be quite normal. Thus, when Lucian took out the letter at night, there were only a few simple sentences on it. "Be careful tomorrow. Don't do stupid things. We're watching." Lucian had a sound sleep last night, and he felt rather revitalized when he woke up. "Today is very important. I can't make any mistake," Lucian thought to himself. Nothing new was on the letter. After having breakfast, Lucian came to the association and found a practicing room. He started playing the piano to reduce his anxiety. Lucian was still not skilled enough to perfectly play Symphony of Fate. After reviewing the basic fingering, Lucian started to play Beethoven's Piano Sonata No. 8 in C minor, commonly known as Sonata Pathétique. He did not know why he found special affection in Beethoven's music works. Maybe it was because he could understand the sufferings and the pain Beethoven went through, and he appreciated the music master's perseverance and heroic spirit. Since Lucian never practiced Sonata Pathétique before, his playing was pretty horrible. However, playing this piece of music over and over again became a good way for Lucian to exhaust himself and thus to release the pressure. Later, Lucian took a break in his office. Someone knocked at the door of Lucian's office at 10:30. It was Alina. "Lucian, the princess's coach is waiting for you in the front." He slowly stood up from the couch and walked toward the mirror. Staring at himself in the mirror for 30 seconds, Lucian took a deep breath and walked out of his office. Sitting straight inside of the dark purple coach decorated with the coat of arms of the Violet family, Lucian felt the movement of the coach was rather smooth. The dark yellow carpet made in Tria was thick and comfy, and the wine on the small table had a nice deep ruby red color. However, Lucian did not feel like having a drink at all, since he had to make sure he would stay sober and calm in the palace. A bit more than 10 minutes later, the coach arrived at Rattacia Palace on time. The magnificent front gate of the palace was made of stone and was engraved with relief sculptures of many famous heroes in history. A dozen of guards led by a mighty and muscular knight were standing in front of the gate. After a security check of Lucian's personal belongings, the knight waved his hand and let the coach pass. As soon as Lucian entered the huge gate, he sensed the solemn and mighty divine power enveloping the whole palace. This light golden-colored palace was the most spectacular and magnificent structure in Alto. Besides its great momentum, the details of Rattacia Palace were also created with exquisite handcraft. The symmetrical architecture showed the majesty of the Grand Duke House. The two castle-like palaces in both western and eastern wings were connected by a grand palace complex in the center. In front of the main palace, there was a large square with fine spray fountains, covered with rare and beautiful trees and flowers. A broad artificial river ran through the square, in which a few boats were floating by the river bank. The coach which Lucian was sitting in followed the avenue going through the garden and crossed the long bridge over the artificial river, and it finally stopped right in front of the main palace. Two beautiful maids were already waiting there. "Mr. Evans, please follow us to the princess music practicing room." The two blonde-haired girls looked like twins. They greeted Lucian with respect. Following the two maids, he saw more details of the palace on his way to the practicing room. The designers and the architects used the finest colorful stone as the main building material of the palaces, and all the different kinds of stones were shining brightly in the sunlight. Inside of the palaces, the stairs and the handrails were carefully gilded, and according to the different themes of the palaces, dazzling decorations such as huge crystals, fine white laces, and gorgeous dome paintings could be seen everywhere. Being very familiar with the path, neither of the maids talked to Lucian on the way but just walked in front of him. They were trained to be respectful and remain silent. Soon Lucian came to a very charming corridor. Facing the direction of the garden, there were 24 arched windows on one side of the corridor, while on the other side, 24 mirrors were reflecting the beauty of the sight in the garden, as if the corridor was also fully planted with the fine trees and flowers, which added radiance and beauty to the magnificent huge dome painting above. This was the best-known part of Rattacia Palace Paradise Corridor. Lucian had read about it before, when he was working in the association's library. Passing Paradise Corridor, which featured the great style of divinity, Lucian finally arrived at the palace where Princess Natasha lived. The palace had a unique Namor gallery. Here Lucian saw many fine oil paintings showing the theme of war on the walls. "This is the princess's practicing room, Mr. Evans." The two maids led Lucian to a quiet room in the corner and asked him to wait for a moment outside, since they had to report to Lady Camel first. A moment later, Lucian was invited to enter the room. The practicing room was way bigger than anyone in the association. The warm and sweet orange color of the room was peaceful and soothing. The carpet was very fancy, on which different kinds of musical instruments were carefully placed, and in the center of the room stood a light golden piano. Natasha was sitting in front of the piano, playing a piece of music called March of War. Her playing was very skilled, even better than many professional instrumentalists. However, it seemed like she was mimicking Victor's fingering intentionally, and thus her playing sounded a bit rigid. In her black dress, Camel was sitting in the couch at the far end of the room. Natasha stopped playing when Lucian came into the room. She turned around and smiled to him. "I'm having a hard time here following Victor's new fingering. Can you help me, Lucian?" She talked to Lucian in a nice way, as if he was her old friend. "Of course, it's my great pleasure." Lucian sat on the other bench and started to explain. Lucian knew that the princess was very interested in piano, and thus he was relatively well prepared for the possible questions the princess might have. Although he could not make a perfect explanation, Lucian was very honest and sincere, which made Natasha feel that when Lucian was providing her with the proper guidance she needed, at the same time they were also learning and exploring piano together. Time passed quickly. When Lucian was still introducing the new fingering, all of a sudden Natasha looked at him and asked Lucian, "Is your mind being bothered by something? I can feel your anxiety." As a level 5 Grand Knight, Natasha's intuition told her that something was wrong with Lucian. With the outspokenness in her personality, the princess asked directly. Lucian forced himself to put a smile on his face. "Maybe I'm too nervous in the palace in front of the princess. Please forgive me, your grace." At the same time, Lucian had a good relief in his mind. Finally, the princess asked. The anxiety, the restlessness, and the nervousness that Natasha noticed were all conveyed by Lucian purposefully. Lifting her beautiful eyebrows, Natasha said to Lucian, "Don't be afraid of me because I'm a princess or a knight, Lucian." A man can respect or even worship someone else but not be intimidated. That's the spirit of men, the spirit of knights. I'll work on it. Although I have a rather poor background, I'll get better. Lucian was a bit surprised by Natasha's comment, but he still answered properly. A gorgeous smile appeared on Natasha's face. You know what? You're already much braver than most people. Many of them couldn't even speak properly the first time they saw me, while you're brave enough to stare at Sylvia's legs the first time you saw her. Impressive. Natasha was talking about it pretty casually, as if it was just a joke. I'm terribly sorry. It was the first time I saw silk stocking. I sort of forgot myself. Explained Lucian awkwardly. I'm not a pervert. The left corner of Natasha's lips curled up. I totally understand, Lucian. Both ladies and gentlemen like the interesting byproduct of alchemy, and you're not excluded, of course. Silk stockings is precious since the magic empire was destroyed and the ancient alchemy was lost many years ago. I appreciate your understanding, Your Grace. Lucian nodded. But you looked at Sylvia for a pretty long time, which was not common. Are you really not a pervert? Natasha asked Lucian with great interest. She was making fun of him. I'm not. In fact, I haven't touched a girl's hand yet in my whole life, admitted Lucian to justify his innocence. Oh, I see. Natasha drawled purposefully. Too bad for a 17-year-old boy. But now it won't be a problem anymore after the concert. There will be lots of girls having interest in you. Do you want me to introduce you to some ladies? Although all of them will end up marrying nobles, it's not bad to have some sweet memories before getting married. I don't have to. The princess did not have enough fun yet, so you want to pursue them on your own. I can teach you some secrets to win the heart of a young lady. I'm good at it. Sylvia, that little wild cat, she likes me. Camel all of a sudden started coughing and cut off Natasha. Your Grace, I feel this topic's a bit weird, said Lucian. He felt the princess was very approachable, but the conversations they had always tended to go somewhere else. Natasha glanced at Camel sitting on the other side and asked with surprise, what's wrong with it? It's no more than a common conversation between guys. Finally, Lucian realized the problem. Yes, between guys, but you're a noble lady, Your Grace. It doesn't matter, Lucian. Natasha shrugged. Actually, I can teach you more about how to pursue a girl than many guys. Lucian did not know what to say. All right, all right. She waved her hand and smiled. Look at your nervous face, Lucian. Let's switch back to music. She was glad that Lucian was not like the many other nobles. Most of them directly refused to talk about this and viewed it as an improper topic for chatting. As for the playing skills we just mentioned, Lucian was a bit relieved. I got a question. Natasha was behaving like a good student. Yes, please. Lucian was waiting for the question. You sure you don't need any of my suggestion about pursuing girls? Natasha laughed loudly. Lucian was speechless. An hour flew by. Natasha was inspired and kept working on her composing. Camel stood up and walked Lucian out. In front of the gate, Camel said to Lucian in a low voice about the princess, "Don't be a gossiper." Lucian nodded seriously. After having lunch, Lucian came to Victor's place and waited for Felicia patiently. Mr. Athey, please sprinkle some sulfur in the living room. In the month of harvest, there are many mosquitoes around. I will, Athey nodded. Felicia arrived half an hour earlier that day, knowing that Lucian must be waiting for the roses. In the corner of the living room, she took out a unique black bag with embroidered flame patterns on it and handed it to Lucian. 40 grams of dried moonlight rose. The roses were ground into dust already. This special bag can make the dust of moonlight rose last much longer. You can return the bag to me when you finish using it. After roughly weighing the bag, Lucian put it in his pocket. I'll pay the money back to you as soon as possible, Felicia. I hope so. That was my personal savings. Felicia smiled and then she sniffed a bit. Why, I smell sulfur here. To drive the mosquitoes and bugs away, answered Lucian casually. Lucian made more mistakes than usual this afternoon, although he was trying hard to stay focused. Luckily, Mr. Victor did not say anything about it, thinking Lucian might need some more time to adjust to the big changes that the great success of the concert brought into his life. Finally, the class ended at 6 in the evening. Lucian came back to his shack in Aduran, wrapped up some of his stuff in a small box and cooked himself dinner. After all that, he opened the letter again. Mr. Evans, you did a good job in front of the princess today. We hope you can be calmer, since your nervousness made you a bit suspicious. Talented as you are, we believe that it is not too hard. The heretics did not ask anything about the conversations Lucian had with the princess and what he saw in the palace. Lucian could tell they were trying to make him believe they had everything under their control. Putting on a worried look, Lucian folded the letter and put it into the small box. Then he carried the box with him and left for his rented house in Jesu district. In the house, Lucian put down the box in the master bedroom and took out a music book. It seemed like he would stay there for the night. When it was getting late, Lucian lay down in the bed and soon stood up again, looking a bit irritated. The sheet is so soggy. Brian should find someone to dry the sheet first before asking me to move in. Then he stepped out of his bedroom and left the house, leaving the small box in his new place. After closing the window and locking the door, now Lucian was lying in his small bed in his shabby shack. 10 minutes later, Lucian jumped out of the bed again and swore, these bloody mosquitoes. In the crate, Lucian found some sulfur, and he sprinkled the sulfur in every corner of his place. He wanted all the annoying mosquitoes and bugs to leave right now. Then he went back to bed and closed his eyes with satisfaction. In the night, Lucian faintly sensed the existence of a supernatural power in his shack, like a pair of eyes staring at him in the air. Without the help of Alto Tigorid Mosquito, the heretics finally started to monitor him directly using their fiend power. Pretending to be sleeping, Lucian waited patiently. An hour later, the magic eyes disappeared but soon came back again. The duration is about an hour, Lucian thought to himself. Within his expectation, an hour later, the eyes disappeared again. Maybe the kidnappers believed that Lucian was just sleeping, or maybe they were changing shifts. 10 minutes later, Lucian sensed the eyes again. 30 minutes later, the eyes, all of a sudden, disappeared for the third time, and Lucian knew that now it was time for him to take action. He jumped out of the bed swiftly and messed up his blanket and sheet to give the kidnappers a false impression that someone was still sleeping in the bed. Recently in Aduran, there were night watchers patrolling at night, and they could easily target the existence of the fiend power. Lucian knew that the heretics would not take the risk of being found by the church. Seizing the chance, Lucian sneaked into his underground magic lab. Lucian was aware that his whole plan was very risky. However, in the current situation, he did not have a second choice. Everything in the lab remained the same after the last time Lucian left. There was no scent of any strangers, but only the slight smell of sulfur coming from the secret air vent. In the first half an hour, Lucian was doing meditation to stay focused, and more importantly, to wait until the night watchers left and the heretics started to monitor his room again. After making sure nothing on the ground went wrong, Lucian started to activate the magic circles engraved on the table with his spiritual power. Then he took out a tube of revenant dust, 3 corpse mushrooms, some brain tissue of the aquatic zombie, and some other reagents. Wearing the gloves, Lucian picked up a corpse mushroom with a silver dagger and moved it into a magic circle for weighing, 6.72 grams. In his spirit library, Lucian recorded the weight of the mushroom, as well as the amount of usage of other materials and reagents. He put the mushroom into a glass container with magic runes on it, and then weighed a dry glass beaker. Lucian watched carefully when he was putting revenant dust into the dry breaker and stopped when there were 3 grams of the dust in it. Using the same method, Lucian weighed out 10 grams of moonlight rose dust. Then he turned to the brain tissue. Lucian grabbed the dagger and carefully cut it. As if the aquatic zombie's brain tissue was still alive, the moment Lucian's dagger touched it, the brain tissue suddenly shrank, as if many worms were living inside of it. Cold and sticky as the brain was, Lucian almost threw up when he was cutting it. All of a sudden, the phantom of countless ferocious aquatic zombies and revenants appeared in front of Lucian's eyes. Their skin and flesh were rotten, teeth were bleeding, and the smell of corpses was more than disgusting. Lucian frowned his eyebrows to stay focused. Following the structure of the cortex, he took out the inner part of the brain, and the phantom instantly disappeared. The rest of the brain tissue gradually calmed down. After weighing the brain tissue, Lucian put a black thick pot on the magic flame circle and adjusted the flame bit by bit until the color of the flame became a mix of gold and white. Lucian threw the corpse mushroom into the pot and added a small amount of water. Then he carefully stirred the mixture inside the container. The mushroom slowly melted in the pot in a weird way. The stink was constrained within the magic circle. When the black thick liquid in the pot started to bubble, Lucian calmly added the revenant dust and the dust of the rose. As soon as the 3 materials met each other, a thick black and silver smoke came out. There seemed to be lots of revenants fighting with each other. A sharp scream came into Lucian's ears, and the sharpness made him feel a bit nauseous. Lucian knew that he could not slack at the crucial moment. Being controlled by his spiritual power, the flame turned white. The black and silver smoke began to merge with each other and became pale, like the skin of a dead body. As time passed by, the smoke turned into water drops and stayed within the pot. Seizing the moment, Lucian added the brain tissue into the liquid. The water drops in the container quickly soaked the black brain tissue, and within 1 second the brain disappeared. The whole magic lab suddenly became cold and dark. Even the flame in the magic circle looked a bit green. Suddenly being attacked by the infrasonic waves, Lucian retreated several steps and almost passed out. His guts were stirring inside of his body and his head was buzzing. Lucian never expected this. Nothing like this was mentioned in the witch's notes. He started to cast the spell Silence Wall. Transparent walls showed up around Lucian to protect him from the attack of the sound waves. Several seconds later, Lucian cast Illumination. A bright light ball appeared in the air. In the light, Lucian saw lots of pale human faces in the container. These transparent faces were rather blurry, but their viciousness and perniciousness was overwhelming. They were struggling in the magic circle, trying to get into Lucian's body. In the strong light, the faces gradually disappeared. When everything returned to normal, Lucian saw a small amount of black liquid remaining in the pot with a strong burnt smell. The recipe should be correct. but the witch might have left out some annotations that she did not translate. Possibly it was because the brain tissue was from a mutant aquatic zombie. That almost killed me. Taking off the gloves, Lucian wiped the sweat on his forehead. I gotta find a chance to learn the language of the ancient magic empire. Crying Soul was one of the greatest achievements of the ancient Sylvana's magic empire. According to the witch's notes, only a few sorcerers had the recipe, and the making of the potion required an accurate amount of different materials and reagents. Even a tiny mistake would lead to failure. Luckily, this mutant aquatic zombie's brain had only a little more soul power than common ones. This time Lucian decided to use the best corpse mushroom he had. Following the same procedures, Lucian came to the last step smoothly. When Lucian threw another piece of aquatic zombie's brain into the pot, the sharp and bitter scream came out again. However, this time the noise was totally blocked by the transparent walls. Then he calmly added a small amount of other reagents. The white flame suddenly soared and fully covered the whole pot. Then the now big flame quickly disappeared in the next second. Some black, bubbling liquid remained in the pot. Inside each of the bubbles there was a horrifying and vicious face, crying and screaming. That was why the potion was called Crying Soul. Using Mage Hand, Lucian poured the black liquid into a glass tube. Observing carefully, Lucian was sure that the potion was made correctly. Lucian bit his lips for a moment and directly drank all the dark liquid in one draft. He did not have enough time to test the features of the potion. He needed to take the risk. The taste of the potion was actually not that horrible, but the texture was pretty weird. Soon Lucian felt a great pain in his body, as if the potion was tearing up his body into pieces. Lucian heard lots of crying, but he did not know if they were real. He crouched in great pain and then lay down, rolling back and forth on the ground. Lucian grabbed a piece of cloth and stuffed it into his mouth, in case he felt the need to scream. Although Lucian thought he was stronger than common people because of his exercising routine now, when facing the pain, he became very uncertain whether he could really awaken the potential in his body. His blood was burning and his veins were swelling. Lucian felt his body was about to explode. His skin was covered by thick blue and green veins, which looked very horrible. Blood came out of Lucian's body like red vapor, and then it went back into his body. In his blurry awareness, Lucian felt a cold and dark power was gradually taking over him. At that time, a bright light suddenly burst out of the projection of Lucian's host star in his soul, and quickly linked to the real host star in the starry sky, which unrolled in front of Lucian's eyes. The star power started to infuse into Lucian's veins, fighting against the pain and trying hard to drive away the power of darkness. Lucian was hoping that the power of star could win inside his body. He did not want to be dominated by a more vicious power, which might also bring him trouble and danger in the future. Unfortunately, the power of death from the crying souls was still stronger. When Lucian was almost dead from the conflict of the two powers, his blood flow started to slow down. After all, Lucian's blessing was awakened by the mysterious potion, not on his own. Lucian had no choice but to accept the dark power, although he had no idea what the evil power would do to his body. At the same time, outside of Lucian's shack, a foot stepped out of the darkness. The silver moon in the sky suddenly lit up a bit, and the moonlight that entered Lucian's shack through the window became even brighter, as if there was a thin layer of frost around the place. In his blurry consciousness, Lucian saw a beautiful silver moon in his meditative starry sky and felt his body was covered with the gentle moonlight. The light became brighter and brighter. In the moonlight, a weak power which was hiding in Lucian's body woke up and was rapidly developing. Within only a few seconds, the new power overthrew the dark power and dominated the body. Lucian's blessing had finally awakened, and his power was related to the silver moon. His heartbeat gradually slowed down, calm as usual, although his body still felt limp and numb. Nothing like this was ever mentioned in the witch's notes or in the books that Lucian read before. He had no idea why the environment could affect his way of awakening the blessing. Outside of the shack, the other foot also took a step forward, leaving the shadows. On the feet, there was a pair of black leather shoes. Then the leather shoes went back into the darkness and disappeared. The silver moon dimmed. Lucian stood up from the ground, feeling the power in his body. His hands became way stronger and now could easily break a person's neck. However, compared with the obvious increase of strength, Lucian could tell that the major benefit of his blessing was the great improvement to his agility, speed, and coordination. Lifting one foot, Lucian started to run in the lab. Although he was fast like a shadow, Lucian did not run down anything in that small place. My speed and my agility can almost compete with the level 2 knight with the shadow, blessing that I met before, even though my power was awakened by the potion. Thus, if a level 1 knight has the same blessing I have, I'm sure that he would be even more capable in terms of agility when compared with a level 2 knight whose blessing is different. Lucian stopped to evaluate his power, however. Regarding constitution and strength, a common level 1 knight can easily defeat me. Lucian calmed himself down to carefully feel the power and started to try the different aspects. Dark vision. I can see about 200 meters away at night. A silver light appeared in his black eyes. My body can be dematerialized into moonlight to protect myself, but right now I cannot do this completely, so the protection is relatively limited, for now. Lucian's hands gradually became transparent. Only level 7 radiant knights can do this dematerialization completely. However, for now Lucian was already immune to the attack of common weapons such as swords and arrows, and could better stand the damage caused by magic weapons, divine power weapons and shockwaves, elemental damage caused by fire and acid, as well as necromantic power. Although currently the protection of moonlight seemed to be inferior than the Night Watcher's dragon scale from the blessing of the Red Dragon, Lucian was still pretty satisfied with his own blessing. Then Lucian cut himself with the silver dagger on his hand. The wound bled a bit and quickly recovered. To some extent, self-healing Lucian recorded. Unfortunately, Lucian's blessing couldn't be really used for launching attacks. Moonlight was not a dark blessing. The church had compiled a book about the knowledge of the most common blessings in order to help the new knights to improve themselves faster and also for other uses. Lucian read the book in the association's library before, and he also heard John mentioning to him about his most yearning blessings, which helped him a lot to know about his moonlight blessing. According to the Handbook of Blessing, the power of moonlight could be further improved in general when the silver moon was present. However, at the same time, it would be weakened under the midday sun, but not as badly as the dark blessings, such as darkness, silver moon, vampire, etc. Lucian finally smiled for the first time in the last days. In general, moonlight was an ideal blessing for him. When Lucian was casting the spell to preserve the experiment materials, he surprisingly found that his spiritual power had been improved a lot as well. Now Lucian was only one step away from becoming a senior apprentice, and he could cast 19 apprentice spells successively before his spiritual power was drained. The improvement was such a bonus for Lucian, but soon he calmed down. Putting all the stuff into boxes, Lucian was planning to secretly move them away to the house when there was a chance. The corner of the lab was piled with many gray stones, which were previously dirt from when Lucian was digging the basement. Some of the stones had been thrown away, but Lucian purposefully left many stones there as well. When he was digging, with an easy spell Lucian turned the dirt into stones, and now it was time for the stones to come in handy again. Lucian arranged the stones to make sure that they were in the correct position. When the chance was appropriate, Lucian would come back and easily fill the basement with dirt again, adversely using the same spell. Although more dirt was definitely needed to fully fill the place and make it even with the ground level, it would not be too difficult for Lucian since now he was almost as powerful as a knight. After Lucian finished doing all of these, he walked to the wall and activated a small magic circle on it. Part of the stone wall gradually turned into dirt, and then he started to dig. 10 minutes later, the passage he was digging directly connected to an old one passage, which was built by the witch to the sewers. As early as when Lucian was building his magic lab, he knew that a second secret exit was definitely necessary, and the easiest way of doing this was to link his secret passage to the one of the witch, since the deeper part of the witch's secret passage was still intact. Briefly concealing the new passage that he just dug, Lucian ran into the sewer as fast as he could with his moonlight blessing. His figure disappeared in the darkness like a shadow. Within Lucian's expectation, the church's security already decreased, as 2 to 3 months had passed since the last time the heresy was performed down here. Therefore, it did not take Lucian long to come back to the ground through the sewers, safe and sound. Lucian could see very well in the night with his dark vision. Instead of finding the kidnappers who were monitoring him in the area, Lucian first came to the old wall close to Auntie Alice's place and wrote down a series of simple patterns, which meant, I read about a magic relic named Imden in an ancient literature, which sat in the southeast of Melzer Black Forest. Owl, please find me a guide who knows the place among the apprentices in Alto. Make sure that Philosopher, White Honey and yourself are safe. Professor.